The Financier. By Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 1. The Philadelphia into which Frank Algernon Cowperwood was born was a city of 250,000 and more. It was set with handsome parks, notable buildings, and crowded with historic memories. Many of the things that we and he knew later were not then in existence: the telegraph, telephone, express company, ocean steamer, city delivery of mails. There were no postage stamps or registered letters. The street car had not arrived. In its place were hosts of omnibuses, and for longer travel the slowly developing railroad system still largely connected by canals. Cowperwood's father was a bank clerk at the time of Frank's birth, but 10 years later, when the boy was already beginning to turn a very sensible, vigorous eye on the world, Mr. Henry Worthington Cowperwood, because of the death of the bank's president and the consequent moving ahead of the other officers, fell heir to the place vacated by the promoted teller, at the, to him, munificent salary of $3,500 a year. At once he decided, as he told his wife joyously, to remove his family from 21, Buttonwood Street to 124, New Market Street, a much better neighborhood, where there was a nice brick house of 3 stories in height as opposed to their present 2-story domicile. There was the probability that some day they would come into something even better, but for the present this was sufficient. He was exceedingly grateful. Henry Worthington Cowperwood was a man who believed only what he saw and was content to be what he was, a banker, or a prospective one. He was at this time a significant figure, tall, lean, inquisitorial, clerkly, with nice, smooth, closely cropped side whiskers coming to almost the lower lobes of his ears. His upper lip was smooth and curiously long, and he had a long, straight nose and a chin that tended to be pointed. His eyebrows were bushy, emphasizing vague, grayish-green eyes, and his hair was short and smooth and nicely parted. He wore a frock coat always, it was quite the thing in financial circles in those days, and a high hat. And he kept his hands and nails immaculately clean. His manner might have been called severe, though really it was more cultivated than austere. Being ambitious to get ahead socially and financially, he was very careful of whom or with whom he talked. He was as much afraid of expressing a rabid or unpopular political or social opinion as he was of being seen with an evil character, though he had really no opinion of great political significance to express. He was neither anti nor pro-slavery, though the air was stormy with abolition sentiment and its opposition. He believed sincerely that vast fortunes were to be made out of railroads if one only had the capital and that curious thing, a magnetic personality, the ability to win the confidence of others. He was sure that Andrew Jackson was all wrong in his opposition to Nicholas Biddle and the United States Bank, one of the great issues of the day. And he was worried, as he might well be, by the perfect storm of wildcat money which was floating about and which was constantly coming to his bank, discounted, of course, and handed out again to anxious borrowers at a profit. His bank was the Third National of Philadelphia, located in that center of all Philadelphia and indeed, at that time, of practically all national finance, 3rd Street, and its owners conducted a brokerage business as a sideline. There was a perfect plague of state banks, great and small, in those days, issuing notes practically without regulation upon insecure and unknown assets and failing and suspending with astonishing rapidity. And a knowledge of all these was an important requirement of Mr. Cowperwood's position. As a result, he had become the soul of caution. Unfortunately, for him, he lacked in a great measure the 2 things that are necessary for distinction in any field, magnetism and vision. He was not destined to be a great financier, though he was marked out to be a moderately successful one. Mrs. Cowperwood was of a religious temperament, a small woman, with light brown hair and clear, brown eyes, who had been very attractive in her day, but had become rather prim and matter-of-fact and inclined to take very seriously the maternal care of her 3 sons and 1 daughter. The former, captained by Frank, the eldest, were a source of considerable annoyance to her, for they were forever making expeditions to different parts of the city, getting in with bad boys, probably, and seeing and hearing things they should neither see nor hear. Frank Cowperwood, even at 10, was a natural-born leader. At the day school he attended, and later at the Central High School, he was looked upon as one whose common sense could unquestionably be trusted in all cases. He was a sturdy youth, courageous and defiant. From the very start of his life, he wanted to know about economics and politics. He cared nothing for books. He was a clean, stocky, shapely boy, with a bright, clean-cut, incisive face. Large, clear, gray eyes, a wide forehead, short, bristly, dark brown hair. He had an incisive, quick-motioned, self-sufficient manner, and was forever asking questions with a keen desire for an intelligent reply. He never had an ache or pain, ate his food with gusto, and ruled his brothers with a rod of iron. "Come on, Joe. Hurry, Ed." These commands were issued in no rough but always a sure way, and Joe and Ed came. They looked up to Frank from the first as a master, and what he had to say was listened to eagerly. He was forever pondering, one fact astonishing him quite as much as another, for he could not figure out how this thing he had come into, this life, was organized. How did all these people get into the world? What were they doing here? Who started things, anyhow? His mother told him the story of Adam and Eve, but he didn't believe it. There was a fish market not so very far from his home, and there, on his way to see his father at the bank, or conducting his brothers on after-school expeditions. He liked to look at a certain tank in front of one store where were kept odd specimens of sea life brought in by the Delaware Bay fishermen. He saw once there a seahorse, just a queer little sea animal that looked somewhat like a horse, and another time he saw an electric eel which Benjamin Franklin's discovery had explained. One day he saw a squid and a lobster put in the tank, and in connection with them was witness to a tragedy which stayed with him all his life and cleared things up considerably intellectually. The lobster, it appeared from the talk of the idle bystanders, was offered no food, as the squid was considered his rightful prey. He lay at the bottom of the clear glass tank on the yellow sand, apparently seeing nothing. You could not tell in which way his beady, black buttons of eyes were looking, but apparently they were never off the body of the squid. The latter, pale and waxy in texture, looking very much like pork fat or jade, moved about in torpedo fashion. But his movements were apparently never out of the eyes of his enemy, for by degrees small portions of his body began to disappear, snapped off by the relentless claws of his pursuer. The lobster would leap like a catapult to where the squid was apparently idly dreaming, and the squid, very alert, would dart away, shooting out at the same time a cloud of ink, behind which it would disappear. It was not always completely successful, however. Small portions of its body or its tail were frequently left in the claws of the monster below. Fascinated by the drama, young Cowperwood came daily to watch. One morning he stood in front of the tank, his nose almost pressed to the glass. Only a portion of the squid remained, and his ink bag was emptier than ever. In the corner of the tank sat the lobster, poised apparently for action. The boy stayed as long as he could, the bitter struggle fascinating him. Now, maybe, or in an hour or a day, the squid might die, slain by the lobster, and the lobster would eat him. He looked again at the greenish-copperish engine of destruction in the corner and wondered when this would be. Tonight, maybe. He would come back tonight. He returned that night, and lo! The expected had happened. There was a little crowd around the tank. The lobster was in the corner. Before him was the squid cut in two and partially devoured. "He got him at last," observed one bystander. "I was standing right here an hour ago," and up he leaped and grabbed him. The squid was too tired. He wasn't quick enough. He did back up, but that lobster he calculated on his doing that. He's been figuring on his movements for a long time now. He got him today. Frank only stared. Too bad he had missed this. The least touch of sorrow for the squid came to him as he stared at it slain. Then he gazed at the victor. "That's the way it has to be, I guess," he commented to himself. That squid wasn't quick enough. He figured it out. The squid couldn't kill the lobster, he had no weapon. The lobster could kill the squid, he was heavily armed. There was nothing for the squid to feed on, the lobster had the squid as prey. What was the result to be? What else could it be? He didn't have a chance, he concluded finally, as he trotted on homeward. The incident made a great impression on him. It answered in a rough way that riddle which had been annoying him so much in the past: how is life organized? Things lived on each other, that was it. Lobsters lived on squids and other things. What lived on lobsters? Men, of course. Sure, that was it. And what lived on men? He asked himself. Was it other men? Wild animals lived on men. And there were Indians and cannibals. And some men were killed by storms and accidents. He wasn't so sure about men living on men. But men did kill each other. How about wars and street fights and mobs? He had seen a mob once. It attacked the public ledger building as he was coming home from school. His father had explained why. It was about the slaves. That was it. Sure, men lived on men. Look at the slaves. They were men. That's what all this excitement was about these days. Men killing other men, Negroes. He went on home quite pleased with himself at his solution. Mother! He exclaimed, as he entered the house, he finally got him. Got who? What got what? She inquired in amazement. Go wash your hands. Why, that lobster got that squid I was telling you and Pa about the other day. Well, that's too bad. What makes you take any interest in such things? Run, wash your hands. Well, you don't often see anything like that. I never did. He went out in the backyard, where there was a hydrant and a post with a little table on it, and on that a shining tin pan and a bucket of water. Here he washed his face and hands. Say, Papa, he said to his father, later, you know that squid? Yes. Well, he's dead. The lobster got him. His father continued reading. Well, that's too bad, he said, indifferently. But for days and weeks Frank thought of this and of the life he was tossed into, for he was already pondering on what he should be in this world, and how he should get along. From seeing his father count money, he was sure that he would like banking, and 3rd Street, where his father's office was, seemed to him the cleanest, most fascinating street in the world. Chapter 2. The growth of young Frank Algernon Cowperwood was through years of what might be called a comfortable and happy family existence. Buttonwood Street, where he spent the first 10 years of his life, was a lovely place for a boy to live. It contained mostly small 2- and 3-story red brick houses, with small white marble steps leading up to the front door, and thin, white marble trimmings outlining the front door and windows. There were trees in the street, plenty of them. The road pavement was of big, round cobblestones, made bright and clean by the rains, and the sidewalks were of red brick, and always damp and cool. In the rear was a yard, with trees and grass and sometimes flowers, for the lots were almost always 100 feet deep, and the house fronts, crowding close to the pavement in front, left a comfortable space in the rear. The Cowperwoods, father and mother, were not so lean and narrow that they could not enter into the natural tendency to be happy and joyous with their children. And so this family, which increased at the rate of a child every 2 or 3 years after Frank's birth until there were 4 children, was quite an interesting affair when he was 10 and they were ready to move into the new Market Street home. Henry Worthington Cowperwood's connections were increased as his position grew more responsible, and gradually he was becoming quite a personage. He already knew a number of the more prosperous merchants who dealt with his bank, and because as a clerk his duties necessitated his calling at other banking houses. He had come to be familiar with and favorably known in the Bank of the United States, the Drexels, the Edwards, and others. The brokers knew him as representing a very sound organization, and while he was not considered brilliant mentally, he was known as a most reliable and trustworthy individual. In this progress of his father young Cowperwood definitely shared. He was quite often allowed to come to the bank on Saturdays, when he would watch with great interest the deft exchange of bills at the brokerage end of the business. He wanted to know where all the types of money came from, why discounts were demanded and received, what the men did with all the money they received. His father, pleased at his interest, was glad to explain so that even at this early age, from 10 to 15, the boy gained a wide knowledge of the condition of the country financially, what a state bank was and what a national one, what brokers did, what stocks were, and why they fluctuated in value. He began to see clearly what was meant by money as a medium of exchange, and how all values were calculated according to one primary value, that of gold. He was a financier by instinct, and all the knowledge that pertained to that great art was as natural to him as the emotions and subtleties of life are to a poet. This medium of exchange, gold, interested him intensely. When his father explained to him how it was mined, he dreamed that he owned a gold mine and waked to wish that he did. He was likewise curious about stocks and bonds, and he learned that some stocks and bonds were not worth the paper they were written on, and that others were worth much more than their face value indicated. "There, my son," said his father to him one day, "you won't often see a bundle of those around this neighborhood." He referred to a series of shares in the British East India Company, deposited as collateral at 2/3 of their face value for a loan of $100,000. A Philadelphia magnate had hypothecated them for the use of the ready cash. Young Cowperwood looked at them curiously. "They don't look like much, do they?" he commented. "They are worth just 4 times their face value," said his father, archly. Frank re-examined them. "The British East India Company," he read. £10, that's pretty near $50. 48.35, commented his father, dryly. "Well, if we had a bundle of those we wouldn't need to work very hard. You'll notice there are scarcely any pin marks on them. They aren't sent around very much. I don't suppose these have ever been used as collateral before." Young Cowperwood gave them back after a time, but not without a keen sense of the vast ramifications of finance. What was the East India Company? What did it do? His father told him. At home also he listened to considerable talk of financial investment and adventure. He heard, for one thing, of a curious character by the name of Steenberger, a great beef speculator from Virginia, who was attracted to Philadelphia in those days by the hope of large and easy credits. Steenberger, so his father said, was close to Nicholas Biddle, Lardner, and others of the United States Bank, or at least friendly with them, and seemed to be able to obtain from that organization nearly all that he asked for. His operations in the purchase of cattle in Virginia, Ohio, and other states were vast, amounting, in fact, to an entire monopoly of the business of supplying beef to eastern cities. He was a big man, enormous, with a face, his father said, something like that of a pig, and he wore a high beaver hat and a long frock coat which hung loosely about his big chest and stomach. He had managed to force the price of beef up to 30 cents a pound, causing all the retailers and consumers to rebel, and this was what made him so conspicuous. He used to come to the brokerage end of the elder Cowperwood's bank, with as much as $100,000 or $200,000, in 12 months, post notes of the United States Bank in denominations of $1,000, $5,000, and $10,000. These he would cash at from 10 to 12% under their face value, having previously given the United States Bank his own note at 4 months for the entire amount. He would take his pay from the Third National Brokerage counter in packages of Virginia, Ohio, and Western Pennsylvania banknotes at par, because he made his disbursements principally in those states. The Third National would in the first place realize a profit of from 4 to 5% on the original transaction, and as it took the Western banknotes at a discount, it also made a profit on those. There was another man his father talked about, one Francis J. Grund, a famous newspaper correspondent and lobbyist at Washington, who possessed the faculty of unearthing secrets of every kind, especially those relating to financial legislation. The secrets of the President and the Cabinet, as well as of the Senate and the House of Representatives, seemed to be open to him. Grund had been about, years before, purchasing through 1 or 2 brokers large amounts of the various kinds of Texas debt certificates and bonds. The Republic of Texas, in its struggle for independence from Mexico, had issued bonds and certificates in great variety, amounting in value to $10 or $15 million. Later, in connection with the scheme to make Texas a state of the Union, a bill was passed providing a contribution on the part of the United States of $5 million, to be applied to the extinguishment of this old debt. Grun knew of this, and also of the fact that some of this debt, owing to the peculiar conditions of issue, was to be paid in full, while other portions were to be scaled down. And there was to be a false or prearranged failure to pass the bill at one session in order to frighten off the outsiders who might have heard and begun to buy the old certificates for profit. He acquainted the Third National Bank with this fact, and of course the information came to Cowperwood as teller. He told his wife about it, and so his son, in this roundabout way, heard it, and his clear, big eyes glistened. He wondered why his father did not take advantage of the situation and buy some Texas certificates for himself. Grund, so his father said, and possibly 3 or 4 others, had made over $100,000 apiece. It wasn't exactly legitimate, he seemed to think, and yet it was, too. Why shouldn't such inside information be rewarded? Somehow, Frank realized that his father was too honest, too cautious, but when he grew up, he told himself, he was going to be a broker, or a financier, or a banker, and do some of these things. Just at this time there came to the Cowperwoods an uncle who had not previously appeared in the life of the family. He was a brother of Mrs. Cowperwood's, Seneca Davis by name, solid, unctuous, 5 feet 10 in height, with a big, round body, a round, smooth head rather bald, a clear, ruddy complexion, blue eyes, and what little hair he had of a sandy hue. He was exceedingly well dressed according to standards prevailing in those days, indulging in flowered waistcoats, long, light-colored frock coats, and the invariable, for a fairly prosperous man, high hat. Frank was fascinated by him at once. He had been a planter in Cuba and still owned a big ranch there and could tell him tales of Cuban life, rebellions, ambuscades, hand-to-hand fighting with machetes on his own plantation, and things of that sort. He brought with him a collection of Indian curies, to say nothing of an independent fortune in several slaves. One, named Manuel, a tall, raw-boned black, was his constant attendant, a body servant, as it were. He shipped raw sugar from his plantation in boatloads to the Southwark wharves in Philadelphia. Frank liked him because he took life in a hearty, jovial way, rather rough and offhand for this somewhat quiet and reserved household. "Why, Nancy Arabella," he said to Mrs. Cowperwood on arriving one Sunday afternoon, and throwing the household into joyous astonishment at his unexpected and unheralded appearance, "you haven't grown an inch. I thought when you married old brother High here that you were going to fatten up like your brother. But look at you. I swear to heaven you don't weigh 5 pounds. And he jounced her up and down by the waist, much to the perturbation of the children, who had never before seen their mother so familiarly handled. Henry Cowperwood was exceedingly interested in and pleased at the arrival of this rather prosperous relative, for 12 years before, when he was married, Seneca Davis had not taken much notice of him. "Look at these little putty-faced Philadelphians," he continued, "they ought to come down to my ranch in Cuba and get tanned up. That would take away this waxy look." And he pinched the cheek of Anna Adelaide, now 5 years old. "I tell you, Henry, you have a rather nice place here." And he looked at the main room of the rather conventional 3-story house with a critical eye. Measuring 20 by 24 and finished in imitation cherry, with a set of new Sheraton parlor furniture, it presented a quaintly harmonious aspect. Since Henry had become teller the family had acquired a piano, a decided luxury in those days, brought from Europe, and it was intended that Anna Adelaide, when she was old enough, should learn to play. There were a few uncommon ornaments in the room, a gas chandelier for one thing, a glass bowl with goldfish in it, some rare and highly polished shells, and a marble cupid bearing a basket of flowers. It was summer time, the windows were open, and the trees outside, with their widely extended green branches, were pleasantly visible shading the brick sidewalk. Uncle Seneca strolled out into the backyard. "Well, this is pleasant enough," he observed, noting a large elm and seeing that the yard was partially paved with brick and enclosed within brick walls, up the sides of which vines were climbing. "Where's your hammock?" Don't you string a hammock here in summer? Down on my veranda at San Pedro I have 6 or 7. We hadn't thought of putting one up because of the neighbors, but it would be nice, agreed Mrs. Cowperwood. Henry will have to get one. I have 2 or 3 in my trunks over at the hotel. My niggers make M down there. I'll send Manuel over with them in the morning. He plucked at the vines, tweaked Edward's ear, told Joseph, the second boy, he would bring him an Indian tomahawk, and went back into the house. This is the lad that interests me, he said, after a time, laying a hand on the shoulder of Frank. What did you name him in full, Henry? Frank Algernon. Well, you might have named him after me. There's something to this boy. How would you like to come down to Cuba and be a planter, my boy? I'm not so sure that I'd like to, replied the eldest. Well, that's straight-spoken. What have you against it? Nothing, except that I don't know anything about it. What do you know? The boy smiled wisely. Not very much, I guess. Well, what are you interested in? Money. Aha. What's bred in the bone, eh? Get something of that from your father, eh? Well, that's a good trait. And spoken like a man, too. We'll hear more about that later. Nancy, you're breeding a financier here, I think. He talks like one. He looked at Frank carefully now. There was real force in that sturdy young body, no doubt of it. Those large, clear gray eyes were full of intelligence. They indicated much and revealed nothing. A smart boy, he said to Henry, his brother-in-law. I like his get-up. You have a bright family. Henry Cowperwood smiled dryly. This man, if he liked Frank, might do much for the boy. He might eventually leave him some of his fortune. He was wealthy and single. Uncle Seneca became a frequent visitor to the house, he and his Negro bodyguard, Manuel, who spoke both English and Spanish, much to the astonishment of the children. And he took an increasing interest in Frank. When that boy gets old enough to find out what he wants to do, I think I'll help him to do it, he observed to his sister one day, and she told him she was very grateful. He talked to Frank about his studies, and found that he cared little for books or most of the study he was compelled to pursue. Grammar was an abomination. Literature silly. Latin was of no use. History, well, it was fairly interesting. I like bookkeeping and arithmetic, he observed. I want to get out and get to work, though. That's what I want to do. You're pretty young, my son, observed his uncle. You're only how old now? 14. 13. Well, you can't leave school much before 16. You'll do better if you stay until 17 or 18. It can't do you any harm. You won't be a boy again. I don't want to be a boy. I want to get to work. Don't go too fast, son. You'll be a man soon enough. You want to be a banker, do you? Yes, sir. Well, when the time comes, if everything is all right and you've behaved yourself and you still want to, I'll help you get a start in business. If I were you and were going to be a banker, I'd first spend a year or so in some good grain and commission house. There's good training to be had there. You'll learn a lot that you ought to know. And, meantime, keep your health and learn all you can. Wherever I am, you let me know, and I'll write and find out how you've been conducting yourself. He gave the boy a $10 gold piece with which to start a bank account. And, not strange to say, he liked the whole Cowperwood household much better for this dynamic, self-sufficient, sterling youth who was an integral part of it. Chapter 3. It was in his 13th year that young Cowperwood entered into his first business venture. Walking along Front Street one day, a street of importing and wholesale establishments, he saw an auctioneer's flag hanging out before a wholesale grocery, and from the interior came the auctioneer's voice, "What am I bid for this exceptional lot of Java coffee, 22 bags all told? Which is now selling in the market for $7.32 a bag wholesale. What am I bid? What am I bid?" The whole lot must go as one. What am I bid? $18, suggested a trader standing near the door, more to start the bidding than anything else. Frank paused. 22, called another. 30, a third. 35, a fourth, and so up to 75, less than half of what it was worth. I'm bid 75. I'm bid 75, called the auctioneer, loudly. Any other offers? Going once at 75, am I offered 80? Going twice at 75, and, he paused, one hand raised dramatically. Then he brought it down with a slap in the palm of the other, sold to Mr. Silas Gregory for 75. Make a note of that, Jerry, he called to his red-haired, freckle-faced clerk beside him. Then he turned to another lot of grocery staples, this time starch, 11 barrels of it. Young Cowperwood was making a rapid calculation. If, as the auctioneer said, coffee was worth $7.32 a bag in the open market, and this buyer was getting this coffee for $75, he was making then and there $86.04. To say nothing of what his profit would be if he sold it at retail. As he recalled, his mother was paying 28 cents a pound. He drew nearer, his books tucked under his arm, and watched these operations closely. The starch, as he soon heard, was valued at $10 a barrel, and it only brought 6. Some kegs of vinegar were knocked down at 1/3 their value, and so on. He began to wish he could bid, but he had no money, just a little pocket change. The auctioneer noticed him standing almost directly under his nose, and was impressed with the solidity, of the boy's expression. I am going to offer you now a fine lot of Castile soap, 7 cases, no less, which, as you know, if you know anything about soap, is now selling at 14 cents a bar. This soap is worth anywhere at this moment $11.75 a case. What am I bid? What am I bid? What am I bid? He was talking fast in the usual style of auctioneers, with much unnecessary emphasis. But Cowperwood was not unduly impressed. He was already rapidly calculating for himself. 7 cases at $11.75 would be worth just $82.25. And if it went at half, $12, commented one bidder. 15, bid another. 20, called a third. 25, a fourth. Then it came to dollar raises, for Castile soap was not such a vital commodity. 26. 27. 28. 29. There was a pause. 30, observed young Cowperwood, decisively. The auctioneer, a short lean-faced, spare man with bushy hair and an incisive eye, looked at him curiously and almost incredulously but without pausing. He had, somehow, in spite of himself, been impressed by the boy's peculiar eye. And now he felt, without knowing why, that the offer was probably legitimate enough, and that the boy had the money. He might be the son of a grocer. I'm bid 30. I'm bid 30. I'm bid 30 for this fine lot of Castile soap. It's a fine lot. It's worth 14 cents a bar. Will anyone bid 31? Will anyone bid 31? Will anyone bid 31? 31, said a voice. 32, replied Cowperwood. The same process was repeated. I'm bid 32. I'm bid 32. I'm bid 32. Will anybody bid 33? It's fine soap. 7 cases of fine Castile soap. Will anybody bid 33? Young Cowperwood's mind was working. He had no money with him. But his father was teller of the Third National Bank, and he could quote him as reference. He could sell all of his soap to the family grocer, surely, or, if not, to other grocers. Other people were anxious to get this soap at this price. Why not he? The auctioneer paused. 32 once. Am I bid 33? 32 twice. Am I bid 33? 32 3 times. 7 fine cases of soap. Am I bid anything more? Once, twice. 3 times. Am I bid anything more? His hand was up again, and sold to Mr. He leaned over and looked curiously into the face of his young bidder. Frank Cowperwood, son of the teller of the Third National Bank, replied the boy, decisively. Oh, yes, said the man, fixed by his glance. Will you wait while I run up to the bank and get the money? Yes. Don't be gone long. If you're not here in an hour I'll sell it again. Young Cowperwood made no reply. He hurried out and ran fast. First, to his mother's grocer, whose store was within a block of his home. 30 feet from the door he slowed up, put on a nonchalant air, and strolling in, looked about for Castile soap. There it was, the same kind, displayed in a box and looking just as his soap looked. How much is this a bar, Mr. Dalrymple? He inquired. 16 cents, replied that worthy. If I could sell you 7 boxes for $62 just like this, would you take them? The same soap? Yes, sir. Mr. Dalrymple calculated a moment. Yes, I think I would, he replied, cautiously. Would you pay me today? I'd give you my note for it. Where is the soap? He was perplexed and somewhat astonished by this unexpected proposition on the part of his neighbor's son. He knew Mr. Cowperwood well, and Frank also. Will you take it if I bring it to you today? Yes, I will, he replied. Are you going into the soap business? No. But I know where I can get some of that soap cheap. He hurried out again and ran to his father's bank. It was after banking hours. But he knew how to get in, and he knew that his father would be glad to see him make $30. He only wanted to borrow the money for a day. What's the trouble, Frank? Asked his father, looking up from his desk when he appeared, breathless and red-faced. I want you to loan me $32. Will you? Why, yes, I might. What do you want to do with it? I want to buy some soap, 7 boxes of Castile soap. I know where I can get it and sell it. Mr. Dalrymple will take it. He's already offered me 62 for it. I can get it for 32. Will you let me have the money? I've got to run back and pay the auctioneer. His father smiled. This was the most businesslike attitude he had seen his son manifest. He was so keen, so alert for a boy of 13. Why, Frank, he said, going over to a drawer where some bills were, are you going to become a financier already? You're sure you're not going to lose on this? You know what you're doing, do you? You let me have the money, father, will you? He pleaded. I'll show you in a little bit. Just let me have it. You can trust me. He was like a young hound on the scent of game. His father could not resist his appeal. Why, certainly, Frank, he replied. I'll trust you. And he counted out 6 $5 certificates of the Third National's own issue and 2 ones. There you are. Frank ran out of the building with a briefly spoken thanks and returned to the auction room as fast as his legs would carry him. When he came in, sugar was being auctioned. He made his way to the auctioneer's clerk. I want to pay for that soap, he suggested. Now. Yes. Will you give me a receipt? Yep. Do you deliver this? No. No delivery. You have to take it away in 24 hours. That difficulty did not trouble him. All right, he said, and pocketed his paper testimony of purchase. The auctioneer watched him as he went out. In half an hour he was back with a drayman, an idle levee wharf hanger-on who was waiting for a job. Frank had bargained with him to deliver the soap for 60 cents. In still another half hour he was before the door of the astonished Mr. Dalrymple, whom he had come out and look at the boxes before attempting to remove them. His plan was to have them carried on to his own home if the operation for any reason failed to go through. Though it was his first great venture, he was cool as glass. Yes, said Mr. Dalrymple, scratching his grey head reflectively. Yes, that's the same soap. I'll take it. I'll be as good as my word. Where'd you get it, Frank? At Bixom's auction up here, he replied, frankly and blandly. Mr. Dalrymple had the drayman bring in the soap. And after some formality, because the agent in this case was a boy, made out his note at 30 days and gave it to him. Frank thanked him and pocketed the note. He decided to go back to his father's bank and discount it, as he had seen others doing, thereby paying his father back and getting his own profit in ready money. It couldn't be done ordinarily on any day after business hours. But his father would make an exception in his case. He hurried back, whistling, and his father glanced up smiling when he came in. "Well, Frank, how'd you make out?" he asked. "Here's a note at 30 days, he said, producing the paper Dalrymple had given him. "Do you want to discount that for me? You can take your 32 out of that." His father examined it closely. $62, he observed. "Mr. Dalrymple. That's good paper." "Yes, I can." "It will cost you 10%, he added, jestingly. "Why don't you just hold it, though? I'll let you have the $32 until the end of the month." "Oh, no," said his son, "you discount it and take your money. I may want mine." His father smiled at his businesslike air. "All right," he said. "I'll fix it tomorrow. Tell me just how you did this." And his son told him. At 7 o'clock that evening Frank's mother heard about it, and in due time Uncle Seneca. "What did I tell you, Cowperwood?" he asked. "He has stuff in him, that youngster. Look out for him." Mrs. Cowperwood looked at her boy curiously at dinner. Was this the son she had nursed at her bosom not so very long before? Surely he was developing rapidly. "Well, Frank, I hope you can do that often," she said. "I hope so, too, Ma," was his rather noncommittal reply. Auction sales were not to be discovered every day, however, and his home grocer was only open to one such transaction in a reasonable period of time, but from the very first young Cowperwood knew how to make money. He took subscriptions for a boys' paper, handled the agency for the sale of a new kind of ice skate, and once organized a band of neighborhood youths into a union for the purpose of purchasing their summer straw hats at wholesale. It was not his idea that he could get rich by saving. From the first he had the notion that liberal spending was better, and that somehow he would get along. It was in this year, or a little earlier, that he began to take an interest in girls. He had from the first a keen eye for the beautiful among them, and, being good-looking and magnetic himself, it was not difficult for him to attract the sympathetic interest of those in whom he was interested. A 12-year-old girl, Patience Barlow, who lived further up the street, was the first to attract his attention or be attracted by him. Black hair and snapping black eyes were her portion, with pretty pigtails down her back, and dainty feet and ankles to match a dainty figure. She was a Quakeress, the daughter of Quaker parents, wearing a demure little bonnet. Her disposition, however, was vivacious, and she liked this self-reliant, self-sufficient, straight-spoken boy. One day, after an exchange of glances from time to time, he said, with a smile and the courage that was innate in him, "You live up my way, don't you?" "Yes," she replied, a little flustered, this last manifested in a nervous swinging of her school bag. "I live at number 141. "I know the house," he said. "I've seen you go in there. You go to the same school my sister does, don't you? Aren't you Patience Barlow?" He had heard some of the boys speak her name. "Yes." "How do you know?" "Oh, I've heard," he smiled. "I've seen you. Do you like licorice?" He fished in his coat and pulled out some fresh sticks that were sold at the time. "Thank you," she said, sweetly, taking one. "It isn't very good. I've been carrying it a long time. I had some taffy the other day." "Oh, it's all right," she replied, chewing the end of hers. "Don't you know my sister, Anna Cowperwood?" He recurred, by way of self-introduction. "She's in a lower grade than you are, but I thought maybe you might have seen her." "I think I know who she is." I've seen her coming home from school. I live right over there, he confided, pointing to his own home as he drew near to it, as if she didn't know. I'll see you around here now, I guess. Do you know Ruth Merriam? She asked, when he was about ready to turn off into the cobblestone road to reach his own door. No, why? She's giving a party next Tuesday, she volunteered, seemingly pointlessly, but only seemingly. Where does she live? They're in 28. I'd like to go, he affirmed, warmly, as he swung away from her. Maybe she'll ask you, she called back, growing more courageous as the distance between them widened. I'll ask her. Thanks, he smiled. And she began to run gaily onward. He looked after her with a smiling face. She was very pretty. He felt a keen desire to kiss her, and what might transpire at Ruth Merriam's party rose vividly before his eyes. This was just one of the early love affairs, or puppy loves, that held his mind from time to time in the mixture of after events. Patience Barlow was kissed by him in secret ways many times before he found another girl. She and others of the street ran out to play in the snow of a winter's night, or lingered after dusk before her own door when the days grew dark early. It was so easy to catch and kiss her then, and to talk to her foolishly at parties. Then came Dora Fittler, when he was 16 years old and she was 14, and Marjorie Stafford, when he was 17 and she was 15. Dora Fitter was a brunette, and Marjorie Stafford was as fair as the morning, with bright red cheeks, bluish-gray eyes, and flaxen hair, and as plump as a partridge. It was at 17 that he decided to leave school. He had not graduated. He had only finished the third year in high school, but he had had enough. Ever since his 13th year his mind had been on finance, that is, in the form in which he saw it manifested in 3rd Street. There had been odd things which he had been able to do to earn a little money now and then. His uncle Seneca had allowed him to act as assistant weigher at the sugar docks in Southwark, where 300-pound bags were weighed into the government-bonded warehouses under the eyes of United States inspectors. In certain emergencies he was called to assist his father, and was paid for it. He even made an arrangement with Mr. Dalrymple to assist him on Saturdays. But when his father became cashier of his bank, receiving an income of $4,000 a year, shortly after Frank had reached his 15th year, it was self-evident that Frank could no longer continue in such lowly employment. Just at this time his uncle Seneca, again back in Philadelphia and stouter and more domineering than ever, said to him one day, "Now, Frank, if you're ready for it, I think I know where there's a good opening for you. There won't be any salary in it for the first year, but if you mind your P's and Q's, they'll probably give you something as a gift at the end of that time. Do you know of Henry Waterman and Company down in 2nd Street? I've seen their place. Well, they tell me they might make a place for you as a bookkeeper. They're brokers in a way, grain and commission men. You say you want to get in that line. When school's out, you go down and see Mr. Waterman, tell him I sent you, and he'll make a place for you, I think. Let me know how you come out." Uncle Seneca was married now, having, because of his wealth, attracted the attention of a poor but ambitious Philadelphia society matron. And because of this the general connections of the Cowperwoods were considered vastly improved. Henry Cowperwood was planning to move with his family rather far out on North Front Street, which commanded at that time a beautiful view of the river and was witnessing the construction of some charming dwellings. His $4,000 a year in these pre-Civil War times was considerable. He was making what he considered judicious and conservative investments, and because of his cautious, conservative, clock-like conduct it was thought he might reasonably expect some day to be vice president and possibly president of his bank. This offer of Uncle Seneca to get him in with Waterman and Company seemed to Frank just the thing to start him off right. So he reported to that organization at 74, South 2nd Street one day in June, and was cordially received by Mr. Henry Waterman, Sr. There was, he soon learned, a Henry Waterman, Jr., a young man of 25, and a George Waterman, a brother, aged 50, who was the confidential inside man. Henry Waterman, Sr., a man of 55 years of age, was the general head of the organization, inside and out, traveling about the nearby territory to see customers when that was necessary, coming into final counsel in cases where his brother could not adjust matters, suggesting and advising new ventures which his associates and hirelings carried out. He was, to look at, a phlegmatic type of man, short, stout, wrinkled about the eyes, rather protuberant as to stomach, red-necked, red-faced, the least bit popied, but shrewd, kindly, good-natured, and witty. He had, because of his naturally common-sense ideas and rather pleasing disposition, built up a sound and successful business here. He was getting strong in years and would gladly have welcomed the hearty cooperation of his son, if the latter had been entirely suited to the business. He was not, however, not as democratic, as quick-witted, or as pleased with the work in hand as was his father. The business actually offended him. And if the trade had been left to his care, it would have rapidly disappeared. His father foresaw this, was grieved, and was hoping some young man would eventually appear who would be interested in the business, handle it in the same spirit in which it had been handled, and who would not crowd his son out. Then came young Cowperwood, spoken of to him by Seneca Davis. He looked him over critically. Yes, this boy might do, he thought. There was something easy and sufficient about him. He did not appear to be in the least flustered or disturbed. He knew how to keep books, he said, though he knew nothing of the details of the grain and commission business. It was interesting to him. He would like to try it. I like that fellow, Henry Waterman confided to his brother the moment Frank had gone with instructions to report the following morning. There's something to him. He's the cleanest, briskest, most alive thing that's walked in here in many a day. Yes, said George, a much leaner and slightly taller man, with dark, blurry, reflective eyes and a thin, largely vanished growth of brownish-black hair which contrasted strangely with the egg-shaped whiteness of his bald head. Yes, he's a nice young man. It's a wonder his father don't take him in his bank. Well, he may not be able to, said his brother. He's only the cashier there. That's right. Well, we'll give him a trial. I bet anything he makes good. He's a likely-looking youth. Henry got up and walked out into the main entrance looking into 2nd Street. The cool cobble pavements, shaded from the eastern sun by the wall of buildings on the east, of which his was a part, the noisy trucks and drays, the busy crowds hurrying to and fro, pleased him. He looked at the buildings over the way, all 3 and 4 stories, and largely of grey stone and crowded with life, and thanked his stars that he had originally located in so prosperous a neighborhood. If he had only brought more property at the time he bought this. I wish that Cowperwood boy would turn out to be the kind of man I want, he observed to himself, meditatively. He could save me a lot of running these days. Curiously, after only 3 or 4 minutes of conversation with the boy, he sensed this marked quality of efficiency. Something told him he would do well. Chapter 4. The appearance of Frank Cowperwood at this time was, to say the least, prepossessing and satisfactory. Nature had destined him to be about 5 feet 10 inches tall. His head was large, shapely, notably commercial in aspect, thickly covered with crisp, dark brown hair and fixed on a pair of square shoulders and a stocky body. Already his eyes had the look that subtle years of thought bring. They were inscrutable. You could tell nothing by his eyes. He walked with a light, confident, springy step. Life had given him no severe shocks nor rude awakenings. He had not been compelled to suffer illness or pain or deprivation of any kind. He saw people richer than himself, but he hoped to be rich. His family was respected, his father well placed. He owed no man anything. Once he had let a small note of his become overdue at the bank, but his father raised such a row that he never forgot it. I would rather crawl on my hands and knees than let my paper go to protest, the old gentleman observed. And this fixed in his mind what scarcely needed to be so sharply emphasized, the significance of credit. No paper of his ever went to protest or became overdue after that through any negligence of his. He turned out to be the most efficient clerk that the house of Waterman and Company had ever known. They put him on the books at first as assistant bookkeeper, vice Mr. Thomas Trixler, dismissed, and in 2 weeks George said, "Why don't we make Cowperwood head bookkeeper? He knows more in a minute than that fellow Sampson will ever know." "All right, make the transfer, George, but don't fuss so. He won't be a bookkeeper long, though. I want to see if he can't handle some of these transfers for me after a bit." The books of Messrs. Waterman and Company, though fairly complicated, were child's play to Frank. He went through them with an ease and rapidity which surprised his erstwhile superior, Mr. Sampson. "Why, that fellow," Sampson told another clerk on the first day he had seen Cowperwood work, "he's too brisk. He's going to make a bad break. I know that kind. Wait a little bit until we get one of those rush credit and transfer days." But the bad break Mr. Sampson anticipated did not materialize. In less than a week Cowperwood knew the financial condition of the Messrs. Waterman as well as they did, better, to a dollar. He knew how their accounts were distributed, from what section they drew the most business, who sent poor produce and good, the varying prices for a year told that. To satisfy himself he ran back over certain accounts in the ledger, verifying his suspicions. Bookkeeping did not interest him except as a record, a demonstration of a firm's life. He knew he would not do this long. Something else would happen. But he saw instantly what the grain and commission business was, every detail of it. He saw where, for want of greater activity in offering the goods consigned, quicker communication with shippers and buyers, a better working agreement with surrounding commission men, this house, or, rather, its customers, for it had nothing, endured severe losses. A man would ship a towboat or a carload of fruit or vegetables against a supposedly rising or stable market. But if 10 other men did the same thing at the same time, or other commission men were flooded with fruit or vegetables, and there was no way of disposing of them within a reasonable time, the price had to fall. Every day was bringing its special consignments. It instantly occurred to him that he would be of much more use to the house as an outside man disposing of heavy shipments, but he hesitated to say anything so soon. More than likely, things would adjust themselves shortly. The Watermans, Henry and George, were greatly pleased with the way he handled their accounts. There was a sense of security in his very presence. He soon began to call brother George's attention to the condition of certain accounts, making suggestions as to their possible liquidation or discontinuance, which pleased that individual greatly. He saw a way of lightening his own labors through the intelligence of this youth, while at the same time developing a sense of pleasant companionship with him. Brother Henry was for trying him on the outside. It was not always possible to fill the orders with the stock on hand, and somebody had to go into the street or the exchange to buy, and usually he did this. One morning, when waybills indicated a probable glut of flour and a shortage of grain, Frank saw it first. The elder Waterman called him into his office and said, "Frank, I wish you would see what you can do with this condition that confronts us on the street. By tomorrow we're going to be overcrowded with flour. We can't be paying storage charges, and our orders won't eat it up. We're short on grain. Maybe you could trade out the flour to some of those brokers and get me enough grain to fill these orders." "I'd like to try," said his employee. He knew from his books where the various commission houses were. He knew what the local merchants' exchange, and the various commission merchants who dealt in these things, had to offer. This was the thing he liked to do, adjust a trade difficulty of this nature. It was pleasant to be out in the air again, to be going from door to door. He objected to desk work and pen work and poring over books. As he said in later years, his brain was his office. He hurried to the principal commission merchants, learning what the state of the flour market was, and offering his surplus at the very rate he would have expected to get for it if there had been no prospective glut. Did they want to buy for immediate delivery, 48 hours being immediate, 600 barrels of prime flour? He would offer it at $9 straight, in the barrel. They did not. He offered it in fractions, and some agreed to take one portion, and some another. In about an hour he was all secure on this save one lot of 200 barrels, which he decided to offer in one lump to a famous operator named Genderman with whom his firm did no business. The latter, a big man with curly gray hair, a gnarled and yet pudgy face, and little eyes that peeked out shrewdly through fat eyelids, looked at Cowperwood curiously when he came in. "What's your name, young man?" he asked, leaning back in his wooden chair. "Cowperwood. So you work for Waterman and Company? You want to make a record, no doubt. That's why you came to me?" Cowperwood merely smiled. "Well, I'll take your flour. I need it. Bill it to me." Cowperwood hurried out. He went direct to a firm of brokers in Walnut Street, with whom his firm dealt, and had them bid in the grain he needed at prevailing rates. Then he returned to the office. "Well," said Henry Waterman, when he reported, "you did that quick. Sold old Genderman 200 barrels direct, did you? That's doing pretty well. He isn't on our books, is he?" "No, sir. I thought not." "Well, if you can do that sort of work on the street you won't be on the books long." Thereafter, in the course of time, Frank became a familiar figure in the commission district and on 'Change, the produce exchange, striking balances for his employer, picking up odd lots of things they needed, soliciting new customers, breaking gluts by disposing of odd lots in unexpected quarters. Indeed, the Watermans were astonished at his facility in this respect. He had an uncanny faculty for getting appreciative hearings, making friends, being introduced into new realms. New life began to flow through the old channels of the Waterman Company. Their customers were better satisfied. George was for sending him out into the rural districts to drum up trade, and this was eventually done. Near Christmas time Henry said to George, "We'll have to make Cowperwood a liberal present. He hasn't any salary. How would $500 do?" "That's pretty much, seeing the way times are, but I guess he's worth it. He's certainly done everything we've expected, and more. He's cut out for this business." "What does he say about it? Do you ever hear him say whether he's satisfied?" "Oh, he likes it pretty much, I guess. You see him as much as I do." "Well, we'll make it 500. That fellow wouldn't make a bad partner in this business someday. He has the real knack for it. You see that he gets the $500 with a word from both of us." So the night before Christmas, as Cowperwood was looking over some waybills and certificates of consignment preparatory to leaving all in order for the intervening holiday, George Waterman came to his desk. "Hard at it," he said, standing under the flaring gaslight and looking at his brisk employee with great satisfaction. It was early evening, and the snow was making a speckled pattern through the windows in front. "Just a few points before I wind up," smiled Cowperwood. "My brother and I have been especially pleased with the way you have handled the work here during the past 6 months. We wanted to make some acknowledgement, and we thought about $500 would be right. Beginning January 1st we'll give you a regular salary of $30 a week." "I'm certainly much obliged to you," said Frank. "I didn't expect that much. It's a good deal. I've learned considerable here that I'm glad to know." "Oh, don't mention it. We know you've earned it. You can stay with us as long as you like. We're glad to have you with us." Cowperwood smiled his hearty, genial smile. He was feeling very comfortable under this evidence of approval. He looked bright and cheery in his well-made clothes of English tweed. On the way home that evening he speculated as to the nature of this business. He knew he wasn't going to stay there long, even in spite of this gift and promise of salary. They were grateful, of course, but why shouldn't they be? He was efficient, he knew that, under him things moved smoothly. It never occurred to him that he belonged in the realm of clerkdom. Those people were the kind of beings who ought to work for him, and who would. There was nothing savage in his attitude, no rage against fate, no dark fear of failure. These two men he worked for were already nothing more than characters in his eyes. Their business significated itself. He could see their weaknesses and their shortcomings as a much older man might have viewed a boy's. After dinner that evening, before leaving to call on his girl, Marjorie Stafford, he told his father of the gift of $500 and the promised salary. "That's splendid," said the older man. "You're doing better than I thought. I suppose you'll stay there." "No, I won't. I think I'll quit sometime next year." "Why?" "Well, it isn't exactly what I want to do. It's all right, but I'd rather try my hand at brokerage, I think. That appeals to me." "Don't you think you are doing them an injustice not to tell them?" "Not at all. They need me." All the while surveying himself in a mirror, straightening his tie and adjusting his coat. "Have you told your mother?" "No. I'm going to do it now." He went out into the dining room, where his mother was, and slipping his arms around her little body, said, "What do you think, Mammy?" "Well, what?" she asked, looking affectionately into his eyes. "I got $500 tonight, and I get 30 a week next year. What do you want for Christmas?" "You don't say. Isn't that nice? Isn't that fine? They must like you. You're getting to be quite a man, aren't you? What do you want for Christmas?" "Nothing. I don't want anything. I have my children." He smiled. "All right. Then nothing it is." But she knew he would buy her something. He went out, pausing at the door to grab playfully at his sister's waist, and saying that he'd be back about midnight, hurried to Marjorie's house, because he had promised to take her to a show. "Anything you want for Christmas this year, Margie?" he asked, after kissing her in the dimly lighted hall. "I got $500 tonight." She was an innocent little thing, only 15, no guile, no shrewdness. "Oh, you needn't get me anything." "Needn't I?" he asked, squeezing her waist and kissing her mouth again. It was fine to be getting on this way in the world and having such a good time. Chapter 5. The following October, having passed his 18th year by nearly 6 months, and feeling sure that he would never want anything to do with the grain and commission business as conducted by the Waterman Company, Cowperwood decided to sever his relations with them and enter the employ of Tie and Company, bankers and brokers. Cowperwood's meeting with Tie and Company had come about in the ordinary pursuance of his duties as outside man for Waterman and Company. From the first Mr. Tie took a keen interest in this subtle young emissary. "How's business with you people?" he would ask, genially, or, "Find that you're getting many IOUs these days?" Because of the unsettled condition of the country, the overinflation of securities, the slavery agitation, and so forth, there were prospects of hard times. And Tie, he could not have told you why, was convinced that this young man was worth talking to in regard to all this. He was not really old enough to know, and yet he did know. "Oh, things are going pretty well with us, thank you, Mr. Tie," Cowperwood would answer. "I tell you," he said to Cowperwood one morning, "this slavery agitation, if it doesn't stop, is going to cause trouble." A Negro slave belonging to a visitor from Cuba had just been abducted and set free, because the laws of Pennsylvania made freedom the right of any Negro brought into the state, even though in transit only to another portion of the country. And there was great excitement because of it. Several persons had been arrested, and the newspapers were discussing it roundly. "I don't think the South is going to stand for this thing. It's making trouble in our business, and it must be doing the same thing for others. We'll have secession here, sure as fate, one of these days." He talked with the vaguest suggestion of a brogue. "It's coming, I think," said Cowperwood, quietly. "It can't be healed, in my judgment. The Negro isn't worth all this excitement, but they'll go on agitating for him. Emotional people always do this. They haven't anything else to do. It's hurting our Southern trade." "I thought so. That's what people tell me." He turned to a new customer as young Cowperwood went out, but again the boy struck him as being inexpressibly sound and deep thinking on financial matters. "If that young fellow wanted a place, I'd give it to him," he thought. Finally, one day he said to him, "How would you like to try your hand at being a floor man for me in change? I need a young man here. One of my clerks is leaving." "I'd like it," replied Cowperwood, smiling and looking intensely gratified. "I had thought of speaking to you myself some time." "Well, if you're ready and can make the change, the place is open. Come any time you like." "I'll have to give a reasonable notice at the other place," Cowperwood said, quietly. "Would you mind waiting a week or two?" "Not at all. It isn't as important as that. Come as soon as you can straighten things out. I don't want to inconvenience your employers." It was only 2 weeks later that Frank took his departure from Waterman and Company, interested and yet in no way flustered by his new prospects. And great was the grief of Mr. George Waterman. As for Mr. Henry Waterman, he was actually irritated by this defection. "Why, I thought," he exclaimed, vigorously, when informed by Cowperwood of his decision, "that you liked the business. Is it a matter of salary?" "No, not at all, Mr. Waterman. It's just that I want to get into the straight-out brokerage business." "Well, that certainly is too bad. I'm sorry. I don't want to urge you against your own best interests. You know what you are doing. But George and I had about agreed to offer you an interest in this thing after a bit. Now you're picking up and leaving. Why, damn it, man, there's good money in this business." "I know it," smiled Cowperwood, "but I don't like it. I have other plans in view. I'll never be a grain and commission man." Mr. Henry Waterman could scarcely understand why obvious success in this field did not interest him. He feared the effect of his departure on the business. And once the change was made, Cowperwood was convinced that this new work was more suited to him in every way, as easy and more profitable, of course. In the first place, the firm of Tie & Company, unlike that of Waterman & Company, was located in a handsome green-gray stone building at 66 South 3rd Street in what was then, and for a number of years afterward, the heart of the financial district. Great institutions of national and international import and repute were near at hand: Drexel & Company, Edward Clark & Company, the Third National Bank, the First National Bank, the Stock Exchange, and similar institutions. Almost a score of smaller banks and brokerage firms were also in the vicinity. Edward Tie, the head and brains of this concern, was a Boston Irishman, the son of an immigrant who had flourished and done well in that conservative city. He had come to Philadelphia to interest himself in the speculative life there. "Sure, it's a right good place for those of us who are awake," he told his friends, with a slight Irish accent, and he considered himself very much awake. He was a medium-tall man, not very stout, slightly and prematurely gray, and with a manner which was as lively and good-natured as it was combative and self-reliant. His upper lip was ornamented by a short, gray mustache. "May heaven preserve me," he said, not long after he came there, "these Pennsylvanians never pay for anything they can issue bonds for." It was the period when Pennsylvania's credit, and for that matter Philadelphia's, was very bad in spite of its great wealth. "If there's ever a war there'll be battalions of Pennsylvanians marching around offering notes for their meals. If I could just live long enough I could get rich buying up Pennsylvania notes and bonds. I think they'll pay some time, but, my God, they're mortal slow. I'll be dead before the state government will ever catch up on the interest they owe me now." It was true. The condition of the finances of the state and city was most reprehensible. Both state and city were rich enough. But there were so many schemes for looting the treasury in both instances that when any new work had to be undertaken bonds were necessarily issued to raise the money. These bonds, or warrants, as they were called, pledged interest at 6%. But when the interest fell due, instead of paying it, the city or state treasurer, as the case might be, stamped the same with the date of presentation, and the warrant then bore interest for not only its original face value, but the amount then due in interest. In other words, it was being slowly compounded. But this did not help the man who wanted to raise money, for as security they could not be hypothecated for more than 70% of their market value, and they were not selling at par, but at 90. A man might buy or accept them in foreclosure, but he had a long wait. Also, in the final payment of most of them favoritism ruled. For it was only when the treasurer knew that certain warrants were in the hands of a friend that he would advertise that such and such warrants, those particular ones that he knew about, would be paid. What was more, the money system of the United States was only then beginning slowly to emerge from something approximating chaos to something more nearly approaching order. The United States Bank, of which Nicholas Biddle was the progenitor, had gone completely in 1841, and the United States Treasury with its sub-treasury system had come in 1846. But still there were many, many wildcat banks, sufficient in number to make the average exchange counter-broker a walking encyclopedia of solvent and insolvent institutions. Still, things were slowly improving, for the telegraph had facilitated stock market quotations, not only between New York, Boston, and Philadelphia, but between a local broker's office in Philadelphia and his stock exchange. In other words, the short private wire had been introduced. Communication was quicker and freer, and daily grew better. Railroads had been built to the south, east, north, and west. There was as yet no stock ticker and no telephone, and the clearinghouse had only recently been thought of in New York, and had not yet been introduced in Philadelphia. Instead of a clearinghouse service, messengers ran daily between banks and brokerage firms, balancing accounts on passbooks, exchanging bills, and, once a week, transferring the gold coin. Which was the only thing that could be accepted for balances due, since there was no stable national currency. On 'change, when the gong struck announcing the close of the day's business, a company of young men, known as settlement clerks, after a system borrowed from London, gathered in the center of the room and compared or gathered the various trades of the day in a ring, thus eliminating all those sales and resales between certain firms which naturally cancelled each other. They carried long account books, and called out the transactions. Delaware and Maryland sold to Beaumont and Company, Delaware and Maryland sold to Ty and Company, and so on. This simplified the bookkeeping of the various firms, and made for quicker and more stirring commercial transactions. Seats on 'change sold for $2,000 each. The members of the exchange had just passed rules limiting the trading to the hours between 10 and 3, before this they had been any time between morning and midnight, and had fixed the rates at which brokers could do business. In the face of cutthroat schemes which had previously held, severe penalties were fixed for those who failed to obey. In other words, things were shaping up for a great change business, and Edward Ty felt, with other brokers, that there was a great future ahead. Chapter 6. The Cowperwood family was by this time established in its new and larger and more tastefully furnished house on North Front Street, facing the river. The house was 4 stories tall and stood 25 feet on the street front, without a yard. Here the family began to entertain in a small way, and there came to see them, now and then, representatives of the various interests that Henry Cowperwood had encountered in his upward climb to the position of cashier. It was not a very distinguished company, but it included a number of people who were about as successful as himself, heads of small businesses who traded at his bank, dealers in dry goods, leather, groceries, wholesale, and grain. The children had come to have intimacies of their own. Now and then, because of church connections, Mrs. Cowperwood ventured to have an afternoon tea or reception, at which even Cowperwood attempted the gallant in so far as to stand about in a genially foolish way and greet those whom his wife had invited. And so long as he could maintain his gravity very solemnly and greet people without being required to say much, it was not too painful for him. Singing was indulged in at times, a little dancing on occasion, and there was considerably more company to dinner, informally, than there had been previously. And here it was, during the first year of the new life in this house, that Frank met a certain Mrs. Semple, who interested him greatly. Her husband had a pretentious shoe store on Chestnut Street, near 3rd, and was planning to open a second one farther out on the same street. The occasion of the meeting was an evening call on the part of the Semples, Mr. Semple being desirous of talking with Henry Cowperwood concerning a new transportation feature which was then entering the world, namely, streetcars. A tentative line, incorporated by the North Pennsylvania Railway Company, had been put into operation on 1.5 miles of tracks extending from Willow Street along Front to Germantown Road. and thence by various streets to what was then known as the XXIX depot. And it was thought that in time this mode of locomotion might drive out the hundreds of omnibuses which now crowded and made impassable the downtown streets. Young Cowperwood had been greatly interested from the start. Railway transportation, as a whole, interested him, anyway, but this particular phase was most fascinating. It was already creating widespread discussion, and he, with others, had gone to see it. A strange but interesting new type of car, 14 feet long, 7 feet wide, and nearly the same height, running on small iron car wheels, was giving great satisfaction as being quieter and easier riding than omnibuses. And Alfred Semple was privately considering investing in another proposed line which, if it could secure a franchise from the legislature, was to run on 5th and 6th Streets. Cowperwood, Sr., saw a great future for this thing. But he did not see as yet how the capital was to be raised for it. Frank believed that Tie & Company should attempt to become the selling agents of this new stock of the 5th and 6th Street Company in the event it succeeded in getting a franchise. He understood that a company was already formed, that a large amount of stock was to be issued against the prospective franchise, and that these shares were to be sold at $5, as against an ultimate par value of $100. He wished he had sufficient money to take a large block of them. Meanwhile, Lillian Semple caught and held his interest. Just what it was about her that attracted him at this age it would be hard to say, for she was really not suited to him emotionally, intellectually, or otherwise. He was not without experience with women or girls, and still held a tentative relationship with Marjorie Stafford. But Lillian Semple, in spite of the fact that she was married and that he could have legitimate interest in her, seemed not wiser and saner, but more worthwhile. She was 24 as opposed to Frank's 19, but still young enough in her thoughts and looks to appear of his own age. She was slightly taller than he, though he was now his full height, 5 feet 10 1/2 inches, and, despite her height, shapely, artistic in form and feature, and with a certain unconscious placidity of soul, which came more from lack of understanding than from force of character. Her hair was the color of a dried English walnut, rich and plentiful, and her complexion waxen, cream wax, with lips of faint pink, and eyes that varied from gray to blue and from gray to brown, according to the light in which you saw them. Her hands were thin and shapely, her nose straight, her face artistically narrow. She was not brilliant, not active, but rather peaceful and statuesque without knowing it. Cowperwood was carried away by her appearance. Her beauty measured up to his present sense of the artistic. She was lovely, he thought, gracious, dignified. If he could have his choice of a wife, this was the kind of a girl he would like to have. As yet, Cowperwood's judgment of women was temperamental rather than intellectual. Engrossed as he was by his desire for wealth, prestige, dominance, he was confused, if not chastened by considerations relating to position, presentability and the like. None the less, the homely woman meant nothing to him. And the passionate woman meant much. He heard family discussions of this and that sacrificial soul among women, as well as among men, women who toiled and slaved for their husbands or children, or both, who gave way to relatives or friends in crises or crucial moments. Because it was right and kind to do so, but somehow these stories did not appeal to him. He preferred to think of people, even women, as honestly, frankly self-interested. He could not have told you why. People seemed foolish, or at the best very unfortunate not to know what to do in all circumstances and how to protect themselves. There was great talk concerning morality, much praise of virtue and decency, and much lifting of hands in righteous horror at people who broke or were even rumored to have broken the 7th commandment. He did not take this talk seriously. Already he had broken it secretly many times. Other young men did. Yet again, he was a little sick of the women of the streets and the bagnio. There were too many coarse, evil features in connection with such contacts. For a little while, the false tinsel glitter of the house of ill repute appealed to him, for there was a certain force to its luxury, rich, as a rule, with red plush furniture, showy red hangings, some coarse but showily framed pictures, and Above all, the strong-bodied or sensuously lymphatic women who dwelt there, to, as his mother phrased it, prey on men. The strength of their bodies, the lust of their souls, the fact that they could, with a show of affection or good nature, receive man after man, astonished and later disgusted him. After all, they were not smart. There was no vivacity of thought there. All that they could do, in the main, he fancied, was this one thing. He pictured to himself the dreariness of the mornings after, the stale dregs of things when only sleep and thought of gain could aid in the least, and more than once, even at his age, he shook his head. He wanted contact which was more intimate, subtle, individual, personal. So came Lillian Semple, who was nothing more to him than the shadow of an ideal. Yet she cleared up certain of his ideas in regard to women. She was not physically as vigorous or brutal as those other women whom he had encountered in the lupanars, thus far, raw, unashamed contraveners of accepted theories and notions, and for that very reason he liked her. And his thoughts continued to dwell on her, notwithstanding the hectic days which now passed like flashes of light in his new business venture. For this stock exchange world in which he now found himself, primitive as it would seem today, was most fascinating to Cowperwood. The room that he went to in 3rd Street, at Dock, where the brokers or their agents and clerks gathered 150 strong, was nothing to speak of artistically, a square chamber 60 by 60. Reaching from the 2nd floor to the roof of a 4-story building. But it was striking to him. The windows were high and narrow, a large-faced clock faced the west entrance of the room where you came in from the stairs. A collection of telegraph instruments, with their accompanying desks and chairs, occupied the northeast corner. On the floor, in the early days of the exchange, were rows of chairs where the brokers sat while various lots of stocks were offered to them. Later in the history of the exchange the chairs were removed and at different points posts or floor signs indicating where certain stocks were traded in were introduced. Around these the men who were interested gathered to do their trading. From a hall on the 3rd floor a door gave entrance to a visitor's gallery, small and poorly furnished, and on the west wall a large blackboard carried current quotations in stocks as telegraphed from New York and Boston. A wicket-like fence in the center of the room surrounded the desk and chair of the official recorder. And a very small gallery opening from the 3rd floor on the west gave place for the secretary of the board, when he had any special announcement to make. There was a room off the southwest corner, where reports and annual compendiums of chairs were removed and at different signs indicating where certain stocks of various kinds were kept and were available for the use of members. Young Cowperwood would not have been admitted at all, as either a broker or broker's agent or assistant, except that Ty, feeling that he needed him and believing that he would be very useful, bought him a seat on change, charging the $2,000 it cost as a debt and then ostensibly taking him into partnership. It was against the rules of the exchange to sham a partnership in this way in order to put a man on the floor, but brokers did it. These men who were known to be minor partners and floor assistants were derisively called eighth chasers and $2 brokers, because they were always seeking small orders and were willing to buy or sell for anybody on their commission. Accounting, of course, to their firms for their work. Cowperwood, regardless of his intrinsic merits, was originally counted one of their number, and he was put under the direction of Mr. Arthur Rivers, the regular floor man of Ty and Company. Rivers was an exceedingly forceful man of 35, well-dressed, well-formed, with a hard, smooth, evenly chiseled face, which was ornamented by a short, black mustache and fine, black, clearly penciled eyebrows. His hair came to an odd point at the middle of his forehead, where he divided it, and his chin was faintly and attractively cleft. He had a soft voice, a quiet, conservative manner, and both in and out of this brokerage and trading world was controlled by good form. Cowperwood wondered at first why Rivers should work for Ty. He appeared almost as able, but afterward learned that he was in the company. Ty was the organizer and general handshaker, Rivers the floor and outside man. It was useless, as Frank soon found, to try to figure out exactly why stocks rose and fell. Some general reasons there were, of course, as he was told by Ty, but they could not always be depended on. Sure, anything can make or break a market, Tai explained in his delicate brogue, from the failure of a bank to the rumor that your second cousin's grandmother has a cold. It's a most unusual world, Cowperwood. No man can explain it. I've seen breaks in stocks that you could never explain at all, no one could. It wouldn't be possible to find out why they broke. I've seen rises the same way. My God, the rumors of the stock exchange. They beat the devil. If they're going down in ordinary times, someone is unloading, or they're rigging the market. If they're going up, God knows times must be good or somebody must be buying, that's sure. Beyond that, well, ask Rivers to show you the ropes. Don't you ever lose for me, though. That's the cardinal sin in this office. He grinned maliciously, even if kindly, at that. Cowperwood understood, none better. This subtle world appealed to him. It answered to his temperament. There were rumors, of great railway and streetcar undertakings, land developments, government revision of the tariff, war between France and Turkey, famine in Russia or Ireland, and so on. The first Atlantic cable had not been laid as yet, and news of any kind from abroad was slow and meager. Still there were great financial figures in the held, men who, like Cyrus Field, or William H. Vanderbilt, or F. X. Drexel, were doing marvelous things, and their activities and the rumors concerning them counted for much. Frank soon picked up all of the technicalities of the situation. A bull, he learned, was one who bought in anticipation of a higher price to come, and if he was loaded up with a line of stocks he was said to be long. He sold to realize his profit, or if his margins were exhausted he was wiped out. A bear was one who sold stocks which most frequently he did not have, in anticipation of a lower price, at which he could buy and satisfy his previous sales. He was short when he had sold what he did not own, and he covered when he bought to satisfy his sales and to realize his profits or to protect himself against further loss in case prices advanced instead of declining. He was in a corner when he found that he could not buy in order to make good the stock he had borrowed for delivery and the return of which had been demanded. He was then obliged to settle practically at a price fixed by those to whom he and other shorts had sold. He smiled at first at the air of great secrecy and wisdom on the part of the younger men. They were so heartily and foolishly suspicious. The older men, as a rule, were inscrutable. They pretended indifference, uncertainty. They were like certain fish after a certain kind of bait, however. Snap! And the opportunity was gone. Somebody else had picked up what you wanted. All had their little notebooks. All had their peculiar squint of eye or position or motion which meant, done. I take you. Sometimes they seemed scarcely to confirm their sales or purchases, they knew each other so well, but they did. If the market was for any reason active, the brokers and their agents were apt to be more numerous than if it were dull and the trading indifferent. A gong sounded the call to trading at 10 o'clock, and if there was a noticeable rise or decline in a stock or a group of stocks, you were apt to witness quite a spirited scene. 50 to 100 men would shout, gesticulate, shove here and there in an apparently aimless manner, endeavoring to take advantage of the stock offered or called for. 5/8 for 500 P&W. Someone would call, Rivers or Cowperwood, or any other broker. 500 at 3/4, would come the reply from someone else, who either had an order to sell the stock at that price or who was willing to sell it short. Hoping to pick up enough of the stock at a lower figure later to fill his order and make a little something besides. If the supply of stock at that figure was large, Rivers would probably continue to bid 5/8. If, on the other hand, he noticed an increasing demand, he would probably pay 3/4 for it. If the professional traders believed Rivers had a large buying order, they would probably try to buy the stock before he could at 3/4, believing they could sell it out to him at a slightly higher price. The professional traders were, of course, keen students of psychology. And their success depended on their ability to guess whether or not a broker representing a big manipulator, like Tai, had an order large enough to affect the market sufficiently to give them an opportunity to get in and out, as they termed it, at a profit before he had completed the execution of his order. They were like hawks watching for an opportunity to snatch their prey from under the very claws of their opponents. 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, and sometimes the whole company would attempt to take advantage of the given rise of a given stock by either selling or offering to buy. In which case the activity and the noise would become deafening. Given groups might be trading in different things, but the large majority of them would abandon what they were doing in order to take advantage of a speciality. The eagerness of certain young brokers or clerks to discover all that was going on, and to take advantage of any given rise or fall, made for quick physical action, darting to and fro, the excited elevation of explanatory fingers. Distorted faces were shoved over shoulders or under arms. The most ridiculous grimaces were purposely or unconsciously indulged in. At times there were situations in which some individual was fairly smothered with arms, faces, shoulders, crowded toward him when he manifested any intention of either buying or selling at a profitable rate. At first it seemed quite a wonderful thing to young Cowperwood, the very physical face of it, for he liked human presence and activity. But a little later the sense of the thing as a picture or a dramatic situation, of which he was a part faded, and he came down to a clearer sense of the intricacies of the problem before him. Buying and selling stocks, as he soon learned, was an art, a subtlety, almost a psychic emotion. Suspicion, intuition, feeling, these were the things to be long on. Yet in time he also asked himself, who was it who made the real money, the stockbrokers? Not at all. Some of them were making money, but they were, as he quickly saw, like a lot of gulls or stormy petrels, hanging on the lee of the wind, hungry and anxious to snap up any unwary fish. Back of them were other men, men with shrewd ideas, subtle resources. Men of immense means whose enterprise and holdings these stocks represented, the men who schemed out and built the railroads, opened the mines, organized trading enterprises, and built up immense manufactories. They might use brokers or other agents to buy and sell on change, but this buying and selling must be, and always was, incidental to the actual fact, the mine, the railroad, the wheat crop, the flour mill, and so on. Anything less than straight-out sales to realize quickly on assets, or buying to hold as an investment, was gambling pure and simple, and these men were gamblers. He was nothing more than a gambler's agent. It was not troubling him any just at this moment, but it was not at all a mystery now, what he was. As in the case of Waterman and Company, he sized up these men shrewdly, judging some to be weak, some foolish, some clever, some slow, but in the main all small-minded or deficient because they were agents, tools, or gamblers. A man, a real man, must never be an agent, a tool, or a gambler, acting for himself or for others, he must employ such. A real man, a financier, was never a tool. He used tools. He created. He led. Clearly, very clearly, at 19, 20, and 21 years of age, he saw all this, but he was not quite ready yet to do anything about it. He was certain, however, that his day would come. Chapter 7. In the meantime, his interest in Mrs. Semple had been secretly and strangely growing. When he received an invitation to call at the Semple home, he accepted with a great deal of pleasure. Their house was located not so very far from his own, on North Front Street, in the neighborhood of what is now known as number 956. It had, in summer, quite a wealth of green leaves and vines. The little side porch which ornamented its south wall commanded a charming view of the river, and all the windows and doors were topped with lunettes of small paned glass. The interior of the house was not as pleasing as he would have had it. Artistic impressiveness, as to the furniture at least, was wanting, although it was new and good. The pictures were, well, simply pictures. There were no books to speak of, the Bible, a few current novels, some of the more significant histories, and a collection of antiquated odds and ends in the shape of books inherited from relatives. The china was good, of a delicate pattern. The carpets and wallpaper were too high in key. So it went. Still, the personality of Lillian Semple was worth something, for she was really pleasing to look upon, making a picture wherever she stood or sat. There were no children, a dispensation of sex conditions which had nothing to do with her, for she longed to have them. She was without any notable experience in social life, except such as had come to the Wigan family, of which she was a member, relatives and a few neighborhood friends visiting. Lillian Wigan, that was her maiden name, had 2 brothers and 1 sister, all living in Philadelphia and all married at this time. They thought she had done very well in her marriage. It could not be said that she had wildly loved Mr. Semple at any time. Although she had cheerfully married him, he was not the kind of man who could arouse a notable passion in any woman. He was practical, methodic, orderly. His shoe store was a good one, well stocked with styles reflecting the current tastes and a model of cleanliness and what one might term pleasing brightness. He loved to talk, when he talked at all, of shoe manufacturing, the development of lasts and styles. The ready-made shoe, machine-made to a certain extent, was just coming into its own slowly, and outside of these, supplies of which he kept, he employed bench-making shoemakers, satisfying his customers with personal measurements and making the shoes to order. Mrs. Semple read a little, not much. She had a habit of sitting and apparently brooding reflectively at times, but it was not based on any deep thought. She had that curious beauty of body, though, that made her somewhat like a figure on an antique vase, or out of a Greek chorus. It was in this light, unquestionably, that Cowperwood saw her, for from the beginning he could not keep his eyes off her. In a way, she was aware of this, but she did not attach any significance to it. Thoroughly conventional, satisfied now that her life was bound permanently with that of her husband, she had settled down to a staid and quiet existence. At first, when Frank called, she did not have much to say. She was gracious, but the burden of conversation fell on her husband. Cowperwood watched the varying expression of her face from time to time, and if she had been at all psychic she must have felt something. Fortunately she was not. Semple talked to him pleasantly, because in the first place Frank was becoming financially significant, was suave and ingratiating, and in the next place he was anxious to get richer and somehow Frank represented progress to him in that line. One spring evening they sat on the porch and talked, nothing very important, slavery, streetcars, the panic, it was on then, that of 1857, the development of the West. Mr. Semple wanted to know all about the stock exchange. In return Frank asked about the shoe business, though he really did not care. All the while, inoffensively, he watched Mrs. Semple. Her manner, he thought, was soothing, attractive, delightful. She served tea and cake for them. They went inside after a time to avoid the mosquitoes. She played the piano. At 10 o'clock he left. Thereafter, for a year or so, Cowperwood bought his shoes of Mr. Semple. Occasionally also he stopped in the Chestnut Street store to exchange the time of the day. Semple asked his opinion as to the advisability of buying some shares in the 5th and 6th Street line, which, having secured a franchise, was creating great excitement. Cowperwood gave him his best judgment. It was sure to be profitable. He himself had purchased 100 shares at $5 a share, and urged Semple to do so. But he was not interested in him personally. He liked Mrs. Semple, though he did not see her very often. About a year later, Mr. Semple died. It was an untimely death, one of those fortuitous and in a way insignificant episodes which are, nevertheless, dramatic in a dull way to those most concerned. He was seized with a cold in the chest late in the fall, one of those seizures ordinarily attributed to wet feet or to going out on a damp day without an overcoat, and had insisted on going to business when Mrs. Semple urged him to stay at home and recuperate. He was in his way a very determined person, not obstreperously so, but quietly and under the surface. Business was a great urge. He saw himself soon to be worth about $50,000. Then this cold, 9 more days of pneumonia, and he was dead. The shoe store was closed for a few days. The house was full of sympathetic friends and church people. There was a funeral, with burial service in the Callowhill Presbyterian Church, to which they belonged, and then he was buried. Mrs. Semple cried bitterly. The shock of death affected her greatly and left her for a time in a depressed state. A brother of hers, David Wigan, undertook for the time being to run the shoe business for her. There was no will, but in the final adjustment, which included the sale of the shoe business, there being no desire on anybody's part to contest her right to all the property, she received over $18,000. She continued to reside in the Front Street house, and was considered a charming and interesting widow. Throughout this procedure young Cowperwood, only 20 years of age, was quietly manifest. He called during the illness. He attended the funeral. He helped her brother, David Wigan, dispose of the shoe business. He called once or twice after the funeral, then stayed away for a considerable time. In 5 months he reappeared, and thereafter he was a caller at stated intervals, periods of a week or 10 days. Again, it would be hard to say what he saw in Semple. Her prettiness, wax-like in its quality, fascinated him. Her indifference aroused perhaps his combative soul. He could not have explained why, but he wanted her in an urgent, passionate way. He could not think of her reasonably, and he did not talk of her much to any one. His family knew that he went to see her, but there had grown up in the Cowperwood family a deep respect for the mental force of Frank. He was genial, cheerful, gay at most times, without being talkative, and he was decidedly successful. Everybody knew he was making money now. His salary was $50 a week, and he was certain soon to get more. Some lots of his in West Philadelphia, bought 3 years before, had increased notably in value. His streetcar holdings, augmented by still additional lots of 50 and 100 and 150 shares in New Lines Incorporated, were slowly rising, in spite of hard times, from the initiative $5 in each case to $10, $15, and $25 a share, all destined to go to par. He was liked in the financial district and he was sure that he had a successful future. Because of his analysis of the brokerage situation he had come to the conclusion that he did not want to be a stock gambler. Instead, he was considering the matter of engaging in bill brokering, a business which he had observed to be very profitable and which involved no risk as long as one had capital. Through his work and his father's connections he had met many people, merchants, bankers, traders. He could get their business, or a part of it, he knew. People in Drexel and Company and Clark and Company were friendly to him. J. Cook, a rising banking personality, was a personal friend of his. Meanwhile he called on Mrs. Semple, and the more he called the better he liked her. There was no exchange of brilliant ideas between them. But he had a way of being comforting and social when he wished. He advised her about her business affairs in so intelligent a way that even her relatives approved of it. She came to like him, because he was so considerate, quiet, reassuring, and so ready to explain over and over until everything was quite plain to her. She could see that he was looking on her affairs quite as if they were his own, trying to make them safe and secure. "You're so very kind, Frank," she said to him, one night. "I'm awfully grateful. I don't know what I would have done if it hadn't been for you." She looked at his handsome face, which was turned to hers, with childlike simplicity. "Not at all. Not at all. I want to do it. I wouldn't have been happy if I couldn't." His eyes had a peculiar, subtle ray in them, not a gleam. She felt warm toward him, sympathetic, quite satisfied that she could lean on him. "Well, I am very grateful just the same. You've been so good. Come out Sunday again, if you want to, or any evening. I'll be home." It was while he was calling on her in this way that his uncle Seneca died in Cuba and left him $15,000. This money made him worth nearly $25,000 in his own right, and he knew exactly what to do with it. A panic had come since Mr. Semple had died, which had illustrated to him very clearly what an uncertain thing the brokerage business was. There was really a severe business depression. Money was so scarce that it could fairly be said not to exist at all. Capital, frightened by uncertain trade and money conditions, everywhere, retired to its hiding places in banks, vaults, teakettles, and stockings. The country seemed to be going to the dogs. War with the South or secession was vaguely looming up in the distance. The temper of the whole nation was nervous. People dumped their holdings on the market in order to get money. Ty discharged 3 of his clerks. He cut down his expenses in every possible way, and used up all his private savings to protect his private holdings. He mortgaged his house, his land holdings, everything. And in many instances young Cowperwood was his intermediary, carrying blocks of shares to different banks to get what he could on them. "See if your father's bank won't loan me $15,000 on these," he said to Frank, one day, producing a bundle of Philadelphia and Wilmington shares. Frank had heard his father speak of them in times past as excellent. "They ought to be good," the elder Cowperwood said, dubiously, when shown the package of securities. "At any other time they would be. But money is so tight. We find it awfully hard these days to meet our own obligations. I'll talk to Mr. Kugel." Mr. Kugel was the president. There was a long conversation, a long wait. His father came back to say it was doubtful whether they could make the loan. 8%, then being secured for money, was a small rate of interest, considering its need. For 10% Mr. Kugel might make a call loan. Frank went back to his employer, whose commercial choler rose at the report. "For heaven's sake, is there no money at all in the town?" he demanded, contentiously. "Why, the interest they want is ruinous. I can't stand that." "Well, take M back and bring me the money." "Good God, this'll never do at all, at all." Frank went back. "He'll pay 10%, he said, quietly. Ty was credited with a deposit of $15,000, with privilege to draw against it at once. He made out a check for the total $15,000 at once to the Girard National Bank to cover a shrinkage there. So it went. During all these days young Cowperwood was following these financial complications with interest. He was not disturbed by the cause of slavery, or the talk of secession, or the general progress or decline of the country, except in so far as it affected his immediate interests. He longed to become a stable financier. But, now that he saw the inside of the brokerage business, he was not so sure that he wanted to stay in it. Gambling in stocks, according to conditions produced by this panic, seemed very hazardous. A number of brokers failed. He saw them rush into Ty with anguished faces and ask that certain trades be cancelled. Their very homes were in danger, they said. They would be wiped out, their wives and children put out on the street. This panic, incidentally, only made Frank more certain as to what he really wanted to do. Now that he had this free money, he would go into business for himself. Even Ty's offer of a minor partnership failed to tempt him. "I think you have a nice business," he explained, in refusing, "but I want to get in the note brokerage business for myself. I don't trust this stock game. I'd rather have a little business of my own than all the floor work in this world." "But you're pretty young, Frank," argued his employer. "You have lots of time to work for yourself." In the end he parted friends with both Ty and Rivers. "That's a smart young fellow," observed Ty, ruefully. "He'll make his mark," rejoined Rivers. "He's the shrewdest boy of his age I ever saw." Chapter 8. Cowperwood's world at this time was of roseate hue. He was in love and had money of his own to start his new business venture. He could take his streetcar stocks, which were steadily increasing in value, and raise 70% of their market value. He could put a mortgage on his lots and get money there, if necessary. He had established financial relations with the Girard National Bank, President Davison there having taken a fancy to him, and he proposed to borrow from that institution some day. All he wanted was suitable investments, things in which he could realize surely, quickly. He saw fine prospective profits in the streetcar lines, which were rapidly developing into local ramifications. He purchased a horse and buggy about this time, the most attractive-looking animal and vehicle he could find. The combination cost him $500, and invited Mrs. Semple to drive with him. She refused at first, but later consented. He had told her of his success, his prospects, his windfall of $15,000, his intention of going into the note brokerage business. She knew his father was likely to succeed to the position of vice president in the Third National Bank, and she liked the Cowperwoods. Now she began to realize that there was something more than mere friendship here. This erstwhile boy was a man, and he was calling on her. It was almost ridiculous in the face of things, her seniority, her widowhood, her placid, retiring disposition, but the sheer, quiet, determined force of this young man made it plain that he was not to be balked by her sense of convention. Cowperwood did not delude himself with any noble theories of conduct in regard to her. She was beautiful, with a mental and physical lure for him that was irresistible, and that was all he desired to know. No other woman was holding him like that. It never occurred to him that he could not or should not like other women at the same time. There was a great deal of palaver about the sanctity of the home. It rolled off his mental sphere like water off the feathers of a duck. He was not eager for her money, though he was well aware of it. He felt that he could use it to her advantage. He wanted her physically. He felt a keen, primitive interest in the children they would have. He wanted to find out if he could make her love him vigorously and could rout out the memory of her former life. Strange ambition. Strange perversion, one might almost say. In spite of her fears and her uncertainty, Lillian Semple accepted his attentions and interest because, equally in spite of herself, she was drawn to him. One night, when she was going to bed, she stopped in front of her dressing table and looked at her face and her bare neck and arms. They were very pretty. A subtle something came over her as she surveyed her long, peculiarly shaded hair. She thought of young Cowperwood, and then was chilled and shamed by the vision of the late Mr. Semple and the force and quality of public opinion. "Why do you come to see me so often?" she asked him when he called the following evening. "Oh, don't you know?" he replied, looking at her in an interpretive way. "No. Sure you don't? Well, I know you liked Mr. Semple, and I always thought you liked me as his wife. He's gone, though, now. And you're here," he replied. "And I'm here. Yes. I like you. I like to be with you. Don't you like me that way?" "Why, I've never thought of it. You're so much younger. I'm 5 years older than you are." "In years," he said, "certainly. That's nothing. I'm 15 years older than you are in other ways. I know more about life in some ways than you can ever hope to learn, don't you think so?" he added, softly, persuasively. "Well, that's true. But I know a lot of things you don't know." She laughed softly, showing her pretty teeth. It was evening. They were on the side porch. The river was before them. "Yes, but that's only because you're a woman. A man can't hope to get a woman's point of view exactly. But I'm talking about practical affairs of this world. You're not as old that way as I am." "Well, what of it?" "Nothing. You asked why I came to see you. That's why." "Partly." He relapsed into silence and stared at the water. She looked at him. His handsome body, slowly broadening, was nearly full-grown. His face, because of its full, clear, big, inscrutable eyes, had an expression which was almost babyish. She could not have guessed the depths it veiled. His cheeks were pink, his hands not large, but sinewy and strong. Her pale, uncertain, lymphatic body extracted a form of dynamic energy from him even at this range. "I don't think you ought to come to see me so often. People won't think well of it." She ventured to take a distant, matronly air, the air she had originally held toward him. "People," he said, "don't worry about people. People think what you want them to think. I wish you wouldn't take that distant air toward me." "Why?" "Because I like you. But you mustn't like me. It's wrong. I can't ever marry you." You're too young. I'm too old. Don't say that, he said, imperiously. There's nothing to it. I want you to marry me. You know I do. Now, when will it be? Why, how silly. I never heard of such a thing, she exclaimed. It will never be, Frank. It can't be. Why can't it? He asked. Because I'm older. People would think it strange. I'm not long enough free. Oh, long enough nothing, he exclaimed, irritably. That's the one thing I have against you, you are so worried about what people think. They don't make your life. They certainly don't make mine. Think of yourself first. You have your own life to make. Are you going to let what other people think stand in the way of what you want to do? But I don't want to, she smiled. He arose and came over to her, looking into her eyes. Well, she asked, nervously, quizzically. He merely looked at her. Well, she queried, more flustered. He stooped down to take her arms, but she got up. Now you must not come near me, she pleaded, determinedly. I'll go in the house, and I'll not let you come any more. It's terrible. You're silly. You mustn't interest yourself in me. She did show a good deal of determination, and he desisted. But for the time being only. He called again and again. Then one night, when they had gone inside because of the mosquitoes, and when she had insisted that he must stop coming to see her, that his attentions were noticeable to others, and that she would be disgraced, he caught her. Under desperate protest, in his arms. Now, see here, she exclaimed. I told you. It's silly. You mustn't kiss me. How dare you? Oh. 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 She broke away and ran up the nearby stairway to her room. Cowperwood followed her swiftly. As she pushed the door he forced it open and recaptured her. He lifted her bodily from her feet and held her crosswise, lying in his arms. Oh, how could you, she exclaimed. I will never speak to you any more. I will never let you come here any more if you don't put me down this minute. Put me down. I'll put you down, sweet, he said. I'll take you down, at the same time pulling her face to him and kissing her. He was very much aroused, excited. While she was twisting and protesting, he carried her down the stairs again into the living room, and seated himself in the great armchair, still holding her tight in his arms. Oh! She sighed, falling limp on his shoulder when he refused to let her go. Then, because of the set determination of his face, some intense pull in him, she smiled. How would I ever explain if I did marry you, she asked, weakly. Your father. Your mother. You don't need to explain. I'll do that. And you needn't worry about my family. They won't care. But mine, she recoiled. Don't worry about yours. I'm not marrying your family. I'm marrying you. We have independent means. She relapsed into additional protests, but he kissed her the more. There was a deadly persuasion to his caresses. Mr. Semple had never displayed any such fire. He aroused a force of feeling in her which had not previously been there. She was afraid of it and ashamed. Will you marry me in a month? He asked, cheerfully, when she paused. You know I won't, she exclaimed, nervously. The idea. Why do you ask? What difference does it make? We're going to get married eventually. He was thinking how attractive he could make her look in other surroundings. Neither she nor his family knew how to live. Well, not in a month. Wait a little while. I will marry you after a while, after you see whether you want me. He caught her tight. I'll show you, he said. Please stop. You hurt me. How about it? 2 months. Certainly not. 3. Well, maybe. No, maybe in that case. We marry. But you're only a boy. Don't worry about me. You'll find out how much of a boy I am." He seemed of a sudden to open up a new world to her, and she realized that she had never really lived before. This man represented something bigger and stronger than ever her husband had dreamed of. In his young way he was terrible, irresistible. "Well, in 3 months then," she whispered, while he rocked her cozily in his arms. Chapter 9. Cowperwood started in the note brokerage business with a small office at No. 64, South 3rd Street, where he very soon had the pleasure of discovering that his former excellent business connections remembered him. He would go to one house, where he suspected ready money might be desirable, and offer to negotiate their notes or any paper they might issue bearing 6% interest for a commission, and then he would sell the paper for a small commission to someone who would welcome a secure investment. Sometimes his father, sometimes other people, helped him with suggestions as to when and how. Between the two ends he might make 4 and 5% on the total transaction. In the first year he cleared $6,000 over and above all expenses. That wasn't much, but he was augmenting it in another way which he believed would bring great profit in the future. Before the first streetcar line, which was a shambling affair, had been laid on Front Street, the streets of Philadelphia had been crowded with hundreds of springless omnibuses rattling over rough, hard, cobblestones. Now, thanks to the idea of John Stevenson, in New York, the double rail track idea had come, and besides the line on 5th and 6th Streets, the cars running out one street and back on another, which had paid splendidly from the start. There were many other lines proposed or underway. The city was as eager to see streetcars replace omnibuses as it was to see railroads replace canals. There was opposition, of course. There always is in such cases. The cry of probable monopoly was raised. Disgruntled and defeated omnibus owners and drivers groaned aloud. Cowperwood had implicit faith in the future of the street railway. In support of this belief he risked all he could spare on new issues of stock shares in new companies. He wanted to be on the inside wherever possible, always, though this was a little difficult in the matter of the street railways. He having been so young when they started and not having yet arranged his financial connections to make them count for much. The 5th and 6th Street line, which had been but recently started, was paying $600 a day. A project for a West Philadelphia line, Walnut and Chestnut, was on foot, as were lines to occupy 2nd and 3rd Streets, Race and Vine, Spruce and Pine, Green and Coates, 10th and 11th, and so forth. They were engineered and backed by some powerful capitalists who had influence with the state legislature and could, in spite of great public protest, obtain franchises. Charges of corruption were in the air. It was argued that the streets were valuable, and that the companies should pay a road tax of $1,000 a mile. Somehow, however, these splendid grants were gotten through, and the public, hearing of the 5th and 6th Street line profits, was eager to invest. Cowperwood was one of these, and when the 2nd and 3rd Street line was engineered, he invested in that and in the Walnut and Chestnut Street line also. He began to have vague dreams of controlling a line himself some day, but as yet he did not see exactly how it was to be done, since his business was far from being a bonanza. In the midst of this early work he married Mrs. Semple. There was no vast to-do about it, as he did not want any, and his bride-to-be was nervous, fearsome of public opinion. His family did not entirely approve. She was too old, his mother and father thought, and then Frank, with his prospects, could have done much better. His sister Anna fancied that Mrs. Semple was designing, which was, of course, not true. His brothers, Joseph and Edward, were interested, but not certain as to what they actually thought, since Mrs. Semple was good-looking and had some money. It was a warm October day when he and Lillian went to the altar, in the First Presbyterian Church of Callowhill Street. His bride, Frank was satisfied, looked exquisite in a trailing gown of cream lace, a creation that had cost months of labor. His parents, Mrs. Seneca Davis, the Wigan family, brothers and sisters, and some friends were present. He was a little opposed to this idea, but Lillian wanted it. He stood up straight and correct in black broadcloth for the wedding ceremony, because she wished it, but later changed to a smart business suit for traveling. He had arranged his affairs for a 2 weeks trip to New York and Boston. They took an afternoon train for New York, which required 5 hours to reach. When they were finally alone in the Astor House, New York, after hours of make-believe and public pretense of indifference, he gathered her in his arms. "Oh, it's delicious," he exclaimed, "to have you all to myself." She met his eagerness with that smiling, tantalizing passivity which he had so much admired but which this time was tinged strongly with a communicated desire. He thought he should never have enough of her, her beautiful face, her lovely arms, her smooth, lymphatic body. They were like two children, billing and cooing, driving, dining, seeing the sights. He was curious to visit the financial sections of both cities. New York and Boston appealed to him as commercially solid. He wondered, as he observed the former, whether he should ever leave Philadelphia. He was going to be very happy there now, he thought, with Lillian and possibly a brood of young Cowperwoods. He was going to work hard and make money. With his means and hers now at his command, he might become, very readily, notably wealthy. Chapter 10. The home atmosphere which they established and they returned from their honeymoon was a great improvement in taste over that which had characterized the earlier life of Mrs. Cowperwood as Mrs. Semple. They had decided to occupy her house, on North Front Street, for a while at least. Cowperwood, aggressive in his current artistic mood, had objected at once after they were engaged to the spirit of the furniture and decorations, or lack of them, and had suggested that he be allowed to have it brought more in keeping with his idea of what was appropriate. During the years in which he had been growing into manhood he had come instinctively into sound notions of what was artistic and refined. He had seen so many homes that were more distinguished and harmonious than his own. One could not walk or drive about Philadelphia without seeing and being impressed with the general tendency toward a more cultivated and selective social life. Many excellent and expensive houses were being erected. The front lawn, with some attempt at floral gardening, was achieving local popularity. In the homes of the Tighes, the Lees, Arthur Rivers, and others, he had noticed art objects of some distinction, bronzes, marbles, hangings, pictures, clocks, rugs. It seemed to him now that his comparatively commonplace house could be made into something charming and for comparatively little money. The dining room for instance which, through two plain windows set in a hat side wall back of the veranda, looked south over a stretch of grass and several trees and bushes to a dividing fence where the Semple property ended and a neighbor's began, could be made so much more attractive. That fence, sharp-pointed, gray palings, could be torn away and a hedge put in its place. The wall which divided the dining room from the parlor could be knocked through and a hanging of some pleasing character put in its place. A bay window could be built to replace the two present oblong windows, a bay which would come down to the floor and open out on the lawn via swiveled, diamond-shaped, lead-paned frames. All this shabby, nondescript furniture, collected from heaven knows where, partly inherited from the Semples and the Wiggins and partly bought, could be thrown out or sold and something better and more harmonious introduced. He knew a young man by the name of Ellsworth, an architect newly graduated from a local school, with whom he had struck up an interesting friendship, one of those inexplicable inclinations of temperament. Wilton Ellsworth was an artist in spirit, quiet, meditative, refined. From discussing the quality of a certain building on Chestnut Street which was then being erected, and which Ellsworth pronounced atrocious, they had fallen to discussing art in general, or the lack of it, in America. And it occurred to him that Ellsworth was the man to carry out his decorative views to a nicety. When he suggested the young man to Lillian, she placidly agreed with him and also with his own ideas of how the house could be revised. So while they were gone on their honeymoon Ellsworth began the revision on an estimated cost of $3,000, including the furniture. It was not completed for nearly 3 weeks after their return. But when finished made a comparatively new house. The dining room bay hung low over the grass, as Frank wished, and the windows were diamond-paned and leaded, swiveled on brass rods. The parlor and dining room were separated by sliding doors. But the intention was to hang in this opening a silk hanging depicting a wedding scene in Normandy. Old English oak was used in the dining room, an American imitation of Chippendale and Sheraton for the sitting room and the bedrooms. There were a few simple watercolors hung here and there, some bronzes of Hosmer and Powers, a marble Venus by Potter, a now forgotten sculptor, and other objects of art, nothing of any distinction. Pleasing, appropriately colored rugs covered the floor. Mrs. Cowperwood was shocked by the nudity of the Venus, which conveyed an atmosphere of European freedom not common to America, but she said nothing. It was all harmonious and soothing, and she did not feel herself capable to judge. Frank knew about these things so much better than she did. Then, with a maid and a man of all work installed, a program of entertaining was begun on a small scale. Those who recall the early years of their married life can best realize the subtle changes which this new condition brought to Frank, for, like all who accept the hymeneal yoke, he was influenced to a certain extent by the things with which he surrounded himself. Primarily, from certain traits of his character, one would have imagined him called to be a citizen of eminent respectability and worth. He appeared to be an ideal home man. He delighted to return to his wife in the evenings, leaving the crowded downtown section where traffic clamored and men hurried. Here he could feel that he was well stationed and physically happy in life. The thought of the dinner table with candles upon it, his idea, the thought of Lillian in a trailing gown of pale blue or green silk, he liked her in those colors. The thought of a large fireplace flaming with solid lengths of cord wood, and Lillian snuggling in his arms, gripped his immature imagination. As has been said before, he cared nothing for books, but life, pictures, trees, physical contact, these, in spite of his shrewd and already gripping financial calculations, held him. To live richly, joyously, fully, his whole nature craved that. And Mrs. Cowperwood, in spite of the difference in their years, appeared to be a fit mate for him at this time. She was once awakened, and for the time being, clinging, responsive, dreamy. His mood and hers was for a baby, and in a little while that happy expectation was whispered to him by her. She had half fancied that her previous barrenness was due to herself, and was rather surprised and delighted at the proof that it was not so. It opened new possibilities, a seemingly glorious future of which she was not afraid. He liked it, the idea of self-duplication. It was almost acquisitive, this thought. For days and weeks and months and years, at least the first 4 or 5, he took a keen satisfaction in coming home evenings, strolling about the yard, driving with his wife, having friends in to dinner, talking over with her in an explanatory way the things he intended to do. She did not understand his financial abstrusities, and he did not trouble to make them clear. But love, her pretty body, her lips, her quiet manner, the lure of all these combined, and his 2 children, when they came, 2 and 4 years, held him. He would dandle Frank, Jr., who was the first to arrive, on his knee, looking at his chubby feet, his kindling eyes, his almost formless yet bud-like mouth, and wonder at the process by which children came into the world. There was so much to think of in this connection, the spermatozoic beginning, the strange period of gestation in women, the danger of disease and delivery. He had gone through a real period of strain when Frank, Jr., was born, for Mrs. Cowperwood was frightened. He feared for the beauty of her body, troubled over the danger of losing her, and he actually endured his first worry when he stood outside the door the day the child came. Not much, he was too self-sufficient, too resourceful, and yet he worried, conjuring up thoughts of death and the end of their present state. Then word came, after certain piercing, harrowing cries, that all was well, and he was permitted to look at the new arrival. The experience broadened his conception of things, made him more solid in his judgment of life. That old conviction of tragedy underlying the surface of things, like wood under its veneer, was emphasized. Little Frank, and later Lillian, blue-eyed and golden-haired, touched his imagination for a while. There was a good deal to this home idea, after all. That was the way life was organized, and properly so, its cornerstone was the home. It would be impossible to indicate fully how subtle were the material changes which these years involved, changes so gradual that they were, like the lap of soft waters, unnoticeable. Considerable, a great deal, considering how little he had to begin with, wealth was added in the next 5 years. He came, in his financial world, to know fairly intimately, as commercial relationships go, some of the subtlest characters of the steadily enlarging financial world. In his days at ties and on the exchange, many curious figures had been pointed out to him, state and city officials of one grade and another who were making something out of politics. And some national figures who came from Washington to Philadelphia at times to see Drexel and Company, Clark and Company, and even Tie and Company. These men, as he learned, had tips or advance news of legislative or economic changes which were sure to affect certain stocks or trade opportunities. A young clerk had once pulled his sleeve at Tie's. "See that man going in to see Tie?" "Yes. That's Murtaugh, the city treasurer. Say, he don't do anything but play a fine game. All that money to invest, and he don't have to account for anything except the principal. The interest goes to him." Cowperwood understood. All these city and state officials speculated. They had a habit of depositing city and state funds with certain bankers and brokers as authorized agents or designated state depositories. The banks paid no interest, save to the officials personally. They loaned it to certain brokers on the official's secret order, and the latter invested it in sure winners. The bankers got the free use of the money a part of the time, the brokers another part, the officials made money, and the brokers received a fat commission. There was a political ring in Philadelphia in which the mayor, certain members of the council, the treasurer, the chief of police, the commissioner of public works, and others shared. It was a case generally of, "You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours." Cowperwood thought it rather shabby work at first, but many men were rapidly getting rich and no one seemed to care. The newspapers were always talking about civic patriotism and pride but never a word about these things. And the men who did them were powerful and respected. There were many houses, a constantly widening circle, that found him a very trustworthy agent in disposing of note issues or note payment. He seemed to know so quickly where to go to get the money. From the first he made it a principle to keep $20,000 in cash on hand in order to be able to take up a proposition instantly and without discussion. So, often he was able to say, "Why, certainly, I can do that," when otherwise, on the face of things, he would not have been able to do so. He was asked if he would not handle certain stock transactions on change. He had no seat, and he intended not to take any at first, but now he changed his mind, and bought one, not only in Philadelphia, but in New York also. A certain Joseph Zimmerman, a dry goods man for whom he had handled various note issues, suggested that he undertake operating in street railway shares for him, and this was the beginning of his return to the floor. In the meanwhile his family life was changing, growing, one might have said, finer and more secure. Mrs. Cowperwood had, for instance, been compelled from time to time to make a subtle readjustment of her personal relationship with people, as he had with his. When Mr. Semple was alive she had been socially connected with tradesmen principally, retailers and small wholesalers, a very few. Some of the women of her own church, the First Presbyterian, were friendly with her. There had been church teas and sociables which she and Mr. Semple attended, and dull visits to his relatives and hers. The Cowperwoods, the Watermans, and a few families of that caliber, had been the notable exceptions. Now all this was changed. Young Cowperwood did not care very much for her relatives, and the Semples had been alienated by her second, and to them outrageous, marriage. His own family was closely interested by ties of affection and mutual prosperity, but, better than this, he was drawing to himself some really significant personalities. He brought home with him, socially, not to talk business, for he disliked that idea, bankers, investors, customers and prospective customers. Out on the Schuylkill, the Wissahickon, and elsewhere, were popular dining places where one could drive on Sunday. He and Mrs. Cowperwood frequently drove out to Mrs. Seneca Davis's, to Judge Kitchen's, to the home of Andrew Sharpless, a lawyer whom he knew, to the home of Harper Stager, his own lawyer, and others. Cowperwood had the gift of geniality. None of these men or women suspected the depth of his nature. He was thinking, but enjoyed life as he went. One of his earliest and most genuine leanings was toward paintings. He admired nature, but somehow, without knowing why, he fancied one could best grasp it through the personality of some interpreter, just as we gain our ideas of law and politics through individuals. Mrs. Cowperwood cared not a whit one way or another, but she accompanied him to exhibitions, thinking all the while that Frank was a little peculiar. He tried, because he loved her, to interest her in these things intelligently, but while she pretended slightly, she could not really see or care, and it was very plain that she could not. The children took up a great deal of her time. However, Cowperwood was not troubled about this. It struck him as delightful and exceedingly worth while that she should be so devoted. At the same time, her lethargic manner, vague smile and her sometimes seeming indifference, which sprang largely from a sense of absolute security, attracted him also. She was so different from him. She took her second marriage quite as she had taken her first, a solemn fact which contained no possibility of mental alteration. As for himself, however, he was bustling about in a world which, financially at least, seemed all alteration. There were so many sudden and almost unheard of changes. He began to look at her at times, with a speculative eye, not very critically, for he liked her, but with an attempt to weigh her personality. He had known her 5 years and more now. What did he know about her? The vigor of youth, those first years, had made up for so many things, but now that he had her safely. There came in this period the slow approach, and finally the declaration, of war between the North and the South, attended with so much excitement that almost all current minds were notably colored by it. It was terrific. Then came meetings, public and stirring, and riots, the incident of John Brown's body, the arrival of Lincoln, the great commoner, on his way from Springfield, Illinois, to Washington via Philadelphia, to take the oath of office. The Battle of Bull Run, the Battle of Vicksburg, the Battle of Gettysburg, and so on. Cowperwood was only 25 at the time, a cool, determined youth, who thought the slave agitation might be well founded in human rights, no doubt was, but exceedingly dangerous to trade. He hoped the North would win. But it might go hard with him personally and other financiers. He did not care to fight. That seemed silly for the individual man to do. Others might. There were many poor, thin-minded, half-baked creatures who would put themselves up to be shot. But they were only fit to be commanded or shot down. As for him, his life was sacred to himself and his family and his personal interests. He recalled seeing, one day, in one of the quiet side streets, as the working men were coming home from their work, a small enlisting squad of soldiers in blue marching enthusiastically along, the Union flag flying, the drummers drumming. The fifes blowing, the idea being, of course, to so impress the hitherto indifferent or wavering citizen, to exalt him to such a pitch, that he would lose his sense of proportion, of self-interest, and, forgetting all, wife, parents, home, and children, and seeing only the great need of the country, fall in behind and enlist. He saw one working man swinging his pail, and evidently not contemplating any such denouement to his day's work, pause, listen as the squad approached, hesitate as it drew close, and as it passed. With a peculiar look of uncertainty or wonder in his eyes, fall in behind and march solemnly away to the enlisting quarters. What was it that had caught this man, Frank asked himself. How was he overcome so easily? He had not intended to go. His face was streaked with the grease and dirt of his work, he looked like a foundry man or machinist, say 25 years of age. Frank watched the little squad disappear at the end of the street round the corner under the trees. This current war spirit was strange. The people seemed to him to want to hear nothing but the sound of the drum and fife, to see nothing but troops, of which there were thousands now passing through on their way to the front, carrying cold steel in the shape of guns at their shoulders. To hear of war and the rumors of war. It was a thrilling sentiment, no doubt, great but unprofitable. It meant self-sacrifice, and he could not see that. If he went he might be shot, and what would his noble emotion amount to then? He would rather make money, regulate current political, social and financial affairs. The poor fool who fell in behind the enlisting squad, no, not fool, he would not call him that, the poor overwrought working man, well, heaven pity him. Heaven pity all of them. They really did not know what they were doing. One day he saw Lincoln, a tall, shambling man, long, bony, gawky, but tremendously impressive. It was a raw, slushy morning of a late February day, and the great war president was just through with his solemn pronunciamento in regard to the bonds that might have been strained but must not be broken. As he issued from the doorway of Independence Hall, that famous birthplace of liberty, his face was set in a sad, meditative calm. Cowperwood looked at him fixedly as he issued from the doorway surrounded by chiefs of staff, local dignitaries, detectives, and the curious, sympathetic faces of the public. As he studied the strangely rough-hewn countenance, a sense of the great worth and dignity of the man came over him. A real man, that, he thought, a wonderful temperament. His every gesture came upon him with great force. He watched him enter his carriage, thinking, so that is the railsplitter, the country lawyer. Well, fate has picked a great man for this crisis. For days the face of Lincoln haunted him, and very often during the war his mind reverted to that singular figure. It seemed to him unquestionable that fortuitously he had been permitted to look upon one of the world's really great men. War and statesmanship were not for him, but he knew how important those things were, at times. Chapter 11. It was while the war was on, and after it was perfectly plain that it was not to be of a few days' duration, that Cowperwood's first great financial opportunity came to him. There was a strong demand for money at the time on the part of the nation, the state, and the city. In July, 1861, Congress had authorized a loan of $50 million, to be secured by 20-year bonds with interest not to exceed 7%. And the state authorized a loan of $3 million on much the same security, the first being handled by financiers of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, the second by Philadelphia financiers alone. Cowperwood had no hand in this. He was not big enough. He read in the papers of gatherings of men whom he knew personally or by reputation, to consider the best way to aid the nation or the state, but he was not included. And yet his soul yearned to be of them. He noticed how often a rich man's word sufficed, no money, no certificates, no collateral, no anything, just his word. If Drexel and Company, or J. Cook and Company, or Gould and Fisk were rumored to be behind anything, how secure it was. J. Cook, a young man in Philadelphia, had made a great strike taking this state loan in company with Drexel and Company, and selling it at par. The general opinion was that it ought to be and could only be sold at 90. Cook did not believe this. He believed that state pride and state patriotism would warrant offering the loan to small banks and private citizens, and that they would subscribe it fully and more. Events justified Cook magnificently, and his public reputation was assured. Cowperwood wished he could make some such strike, but he was too practical to worry over anything save the facts and conditions that were before him. His chance came about 6 months later, when it was found that the state would have to have much more money. Its quota of troops would have to be equipped and paid. There were measures of defense to be taken, the treasury to be replenished. A call for a loan of $23 million was finally authorized by the legislature and issued. There was great talk in the street as to who was to handle it, Drexel and Company and J. Cook and Company, of course. Cowperwood pondered over this. If he could handle a fraction of this great loan now, he could not possibly handle the whole of it, for he had not the necessary connections. He could add considerably to his reputation as a broker while making a tidy sum. How much could he handle? That was the question. Who would take portions of it? His father's bank? Probably. Waterman and Company? A little. Judge Kitchen? A small fraction. The Mills David Company? Yes. He thought of different individuals and concerns who, for one reason and another, personal friendship, good nature, gratitude for past favors, and so on, would take a percentage of the 7%. Bonds through him. He totaled up his possibilities, and discovered that in all likelihood, with a little preliminary missionary work, he could dispose of $1 million if personal influence, through local political figures, could bring this much of the loan his way. One man in particular had grown strong in his estimation as having some subtle political connection not visible on the surface, and this was Edward Malia Butler. Butler was a contractor, undertaking the construction of sewers, water mains, foundations for buildings, street paving, and the like. In the early days, long before Cowperwood had known him, he had been a garbage contractor on his own account. The city at that time had no extended street cleaning service, particularly in its outlying sections in some of the older, poorer regions. Edward Butler, then a poor young Irishman, had begun by collecting and hauling away the garbage free of charge, and feeding it to his pigs and cattle. Later he discovered that some people were willing to pay a small charge for this service. Then a local political character, a councilman friend of his, they were both Catholics, saw a new point in the whole thing. Butler could be made official garbage collector. The council could vote an annual appropriation for this service. Butler could employ more wagons than he did now, dozens of them, scores. Not only that, but no other garbage collector would be allowed. There were others, but the official contract awarded him would also, officially, be the end of the life of any and every disturbing rival. A certain amount of the profitable proceeds would have to be set aside to assuage the feelings of those who were not contractors. Funds would have to be loaned at election time to certain individuals and organizations, but no matter. The amount would be small. So Butler and Patrick Gavin Comiskey, the councilman, the latter silently, entered into business relations. Butler gave up driving a wagon himself. He hired a young man, a smart Irish boy of his neighborhood, Jimmy Sheehan, to be his assistant, superintendent, stableman, bookkeeper, and what not. Since he soon began to make between $4,000 and $5,000 a year, where before he made $2,000, he moved into a brick house in an outlying section of the South Side, and sent his children to school. Mrs. Butler gave up making soap and feeding pigs. And since then times had been exceedingly good with Edward Butler. He could neither read nor write at first, but now he knew how, of course. He had learned from association with Mr. Comiskey that there were other forms of contracting, sewers, water mains, gas mains, street paving, and the like. Who better than Edward Butler to do it? He knew the councilmen, many of them. Had met them in the back rooms of saloons, on Sundays and Saturdays at political picnics, at election councils and conferences, for as a beneficiary of the city's largesse he was expected to contribute not only money, but advice. Curiously he had developed a strange political wisdom. He knew a successful man or a coming man when he saw one. So many of his bookkeepers, superintendents, timekeepers had graduated into councilmen and state legislators. His nominees, suggested to political conferences, were so often known to make good. First he came to have influence in his councilman's ward, then in his legislative district, then in the city councils of his party, Whig, of course, and then he was supposed to have an organization. Mysterious forces worked for him in council. He was awarded significant contracts, and he always bid. The garbage business was now a thing of the past. His eldest boy, Owen, was a member of the state legislature and a partner in his business affairs. His second son, Callum, was a clerk in the city water department and an assistant to his father also. Aileen, his eldest daughter, 15 years of age, was still in St. Agatha's, a convent school in Germantown. Nora, his second daughter and youngest child, 13 years old, was in attendance at a local private school conducted by a Catholic sisterhood. The Butler family had moved away from South Philadelphia into Girard Avenue, near the 1200s, where a new and rather interesting social life was beginning. They were not of it, but Edward Butler, contractor, now 55 years of age, worth, say, $500,000, had many political and financial friends. No longer a rough-neck, but a solid, reddish-faced man, slightly tanned, with broad shoulders and a solid chest, gray eyes, gray hair, a typically Irish face made wise and calm and undecipherable by much experience. His big hands and feet indicated a day when he had not worn the best English cloth suits and tanned leather, but his presence was not in any way offensive, rather the other way about. Though still possessed of a brogue, he was soft-spoken, winning, and persuasive. He had been one of the first to become interested in the development of the streetcar system and had come to the conclusion, as had Cowperwood and many others, that it was going to be a great thing. The money returns on the stocks or shares he had been induced to buy had been ample evidence of that. He had dealt through one broker and another, having failed to get in on the original corporate organizations. He wanted to pick up such stock as he could in one organization and another, for he believed they all had a future, and most of all he wanted to get control of a line or two. In connection with this idea he was looking for some reliable young man, honest and capable, who would work under his direction and do what he said. Then he learned of Cowperwood, and one day sent for him and asked him to call at his house. Cowperwood responded quickly, for he knew of Butler, his rise, his connections, his force. He called at the house as directed, one cold, crisp February morning. He remembered the appearance of the street afterward, broad, brick-paved sidewalks, macadamized roadway, powdered over with a light snow and set with young, leafless, scrubby trees and lampposts. Butler's house was not new, he had bought and repaired it, but it was not an unsatisfactory specimen of the architecture of the time. It was 50 feet wide, 4 stories tall, of greystone and with 4 wide, white stone steps leading up to the door. The window arches, framed in white, had U-shaped keystones. There were curtains of lace and a glimpse of red plush through the windows, which gleamed warm against the cold and snow outside. A trim Irish maid came to the door and he gave her his card and was invited into the house. "Is Mr. Butler home?" "I'm not sure, sir." "I'll find out." "He may have gone out." In a little while he was asked to come upstairs, where he found Butler in a somewhat commercial-looking room. It had a desk, an office chair, some leather furnishings, and a bookcase, but no completeness or symmetry as either an office or a living room. There were several pictures on the wall, an impossible oil painting, for one thing, dark and gloomy. A canal and barge scene in pink and Nile green for another, some daguerreotypes of relatives and friends which were not half bad. Cowperwood noticed one of 2 girls, one with reddish gold hair, another with what appeared to be silky brown. The beautiful silver effect of the daguerreotype had been tinted. They were pretty girls, healthy, smiling, Celtic, their heads close together, their eyes looking straight out at you. He admired them casually, and fancied they must be Butler's daughters. "Mr. Cowperwood?" inquired Butler, uttering the name fully with a peculiar accent on the vowels. He was a slow-moving man, solemn and deliberate. Cowperwood noticed that his body was hale and strong like seasoned hickory, tanned by wind and rain. The flesh of his cheeks was pulled taut and there was nothing soft or flabby about him. "I'm that man. I have a little matter of stocks to talk over with you." Matter almost sounded like mather, and I thought you'd better come here rather than that I should come down to your office. We can be more private-like, and, besides, I'm not as young as I used to be. He allowed a semi-twinkle to rest in his eye as he looked his visitor over. Cowperwood smiled. "Well, I hope I can be of service to you," he said, genially. "I happen to be interested just at present in picking up certain street railway stocks on 'change. I'll tell you about them later. Won't you have something to drink? It's a cold morning." "No, thanks, I never drink." "Never? That's a hard word when it comes to whiskey." "Well, no matter. It's a good rule. My boys don't touch anything, and I'm glad of it. As I say, I'm interested in picking up a few stocks on 'change. But, to tell you the truth, I'm more interested in finding some clever young felly like yourself through whom I can work. One thing leads to another, you know, in this world." And he looked at his visitor noncommittally, and yet with a genial show of interest. "Quite so," replied Cowperwood, with a friendly gleam in return. "Well," Butler meditated, half to himself, half to Cowperwood, there are a number of things that a bright young man could do for me in the street if he were so minded. I have 2 bright boys of my own, but I don't want them to become stock gamblers, and I don't know that they would or could if I wanted them to. But this isn't a matter of stock gambling. I'm pretty busy as it is, and, as I said a while ago, I'm getting along. I'm not as light on my toes as I once was. But if I had the right sort of a young man, I've been looking into your record, by the way, never fear, he might handle a number of little things, investments and loans, which might bring us each a little something. Sometimes the young men around town ask advice of me in one way and another, they have a little something to invest, and so. He paused and looked tantalizingly out of the window, knowing full well Cowperwood was greatly interested. And that this talk of political influence and connections could only whet his appetite. Butler wanted him to see clearly that fidelity was the point in this case, fidelity, tact, subtlety, and concealment. Well, if you have been looking into my record, observed Cowperwood, with his own elusive smile, leaving the thought suspended. Butler felt the force of the temperament and the argument. He liked the young man's poise and balance. A number of people had spoken of Cowperwood to him. It was now Cowperwood and Company. The company was fiction purely. He asked him something about the street, how the market was running, what he knew about street railways. Finally he outlined his plan of buying all he could of the stock of 2 given lines, the 9th and 10th and the 15th and 16th, without attracting any attention, if possible. It was to be done slowly, part on change, part from individual holders. He did not tell him that there was a certain amount of legislative pressure he hoped to bring to bear to get him franchises for extensions in the regions beyond where the lines now ended. In order that when the time came for them to extend their facilities they would have to see him or his sons, who might be large minority stockholders in these very concerns. It was a far-sighted plan, and meant that the lines would eventually drop into his or his son's basket. "I'll be delighted to work with you, Mr. Butler, in any way that you may suggest," observed Cowperwood. "I can't say that I have so much of a business as yet, merely prospects. But my connections are good. I am now a member of the New York and Philadelphia exchanges. Those who have dealt with me seem to like the results I get. I know a little something about your work already," reiterated Butler, wisely. "Very well, then, whenever you have a commission you can call at my office, or write, or I will call here. I will give you my secret operating code, so that anything you say will be strictly confidential. Well, we'll not say anything more now. In a few days I'll have something for you. When I do, you can draw on my bank for what you need, up to a certain amount." He got up and looked out into the street, and Cowperwood also arose. "It's a fine day now, isn't it?" "It surely is." "Well, we'll get to know each other better, I'm sure." He held out his hand. "I hope so." Cowperwood went out, Butler accompanying him to the door. As he did so a young girl bounded in from the street, red-cheeked, blue-eyed, wearing a scarlet cape with the peaked hood thrown over her red-gold hair. "Oh, Daddy, I almost knocked you down." She gave her father, and incidentally Cowperwood, a gleaming, radiant, inclusive smile. Her teeth were bright and small, and her lips bud-red. "You're home early. I thought you were going to stay all day." "I was, but I changed my mind." She passed on in, swinging her arms. "Yes, well," Butler continued, when she had gone. "Then we'll leave it for a day or 2. Good day." "Good day." Cowperwood, warm with this enhancing of his financial prospects, went down the steps. But incidentally he spared a passing thought for the gay spirit of youth that had manifested itself in this red-cheeked maiden. What a bright, healthy, bounding girl. Her voice had the subtle, vigorous ring of 15 or 16. She was all vitality. What a fine catch for some young fellow some day, and her father would make him rich, no doubt, or help to. Chapter 12. It was to Edward Malia Butler that Cowperwood turned now, some 19 months later, when he was thinking of the influence that might bring him an award of a portion of the state issue of bonds. Butler could probably be interested to take some of them himself, or could help him place some. He had come to like Cowperwood very much and was now being carried on the latter's books as a prospective purchaser of large blocks of stocks. And Cowperwood liked this great solid Irishman. He liked his history. He had met Mrs. Butler, a rather fat and phlegmatic Irish woman with a world of hard sense who cared nothing at all for show and who still liked to go into the kitchen and superintend the cooking. He had met Owen and Callum Butler, the boys, and Aileen and Nora, the girls. Aileen was the one who had bounded up the steps the first day he had called at the Butler house several seasons before. There was a cozy grate fire burning in Butler's improvised private office when Cowperwood called. Spring was coming on, but the evenings were cool. The older man invited Cowperwood to make himself comfortable in one of the large leather chairs before the fire and then proceeded to listen to his recital of what he hoped to accomplish. "Well, now, that isn't so easy," he commented at the end. "You ought to know more about that than I do. I'm not a financier, as you well know." And he grinned apologetically. "It's a matter of influence," went on Cowperwood. "And favoritism. That I know. Drexel and Company and Cook and Company have connections at Harrisburg. They have men of their own looking after their interests. The Attorney General and the State Treasurer are hand in glove with them. Even if I put in a bid, and can demonstrate that I can handle the loan, it won't help me to get it. Other people have done that. I have to have friends, influence. You know how it is. Them things," Butler said, "is easy enough if you know the right parties to approach. Now there's Jimmy Oliver, he ought to know something about that." Jimmy Oliver was the Wylam district attorney serving at this time, and incidentally free advisor to Mr. Butler in many ways. He was also, accidentally, a warm personal friend of the state treasurer. "How much of the loan do you want?" $5 million. $5 million. Butler sat up. "Man, what are you talking about? That's a good deal of money. Where are you going to sell all that?" "I want to bid for $5 million, assuaged Cowperwood, softly. "I only want $1 million, but I want the prestige of putting in a bona fide bid for $5 million. It will do me good on the street." Butler sank back somewhat relieved. $5 million. Prestige. You want $1 million. Well, now, that's different. That's not such a bad idea. We ought to be able to get that." He rubbed his chin some more and stared into the fire. And Cowperwood felt confident when he left the house that evening that Butler would not fail him but would set the wheels working. Therefore, he was not surprised, and knew exactly what it meant, when a few days later he was introduced to City Treasurer Julian Bode, who promised to introduce him to State Treasurer Van Nostrand and to see that his claims to consideration were put before the people. "Of course, you know," he said to Cowperwood, in the presence of Butler, for it was at the latter's home that the conference took place, "this banking crowd is very powerful. You know who they are. They don't want any interference in this bond issue business. I was talking to Terence Relihan, who represents them up there, meaning Harrisburg, the state capital, and he says they won't stand for it at all. You may have trouble right here in Philadelphia after you get it, they're pretty powerful, you know." "Are you sure just where you can place it?" "Yes, I'm sure," replied Cowperwood. "Well, the best thing in my judgment is not to say anything at all. Just put in your bid. Van Nostrand, with the governor's approval, will make the award. We can fix the governor, I think. After you get it they may talk to you personally, but that's your business." Cowperwood smiled his inscrutable smile. There were so many ins and outs to this financial life. It was an endless network of underground holes, along which all sorts of influences were moving. A little wit, a little nimbleness, a little luck, time and opportunity, these sometimes availed. Here he was, through his ambition to get on, and nothing else, coming into contact with the state treasurer and the governor. They were going to consider his case personally, because he demanded that it be considered, nothing more. Others more influential than himself had quite as much right to a share, but they didn't take it. Nerve, ideas, aggressiveness, how these counted when one had luck. He went away thinking how surprised Drexel and Company and Cook and Company would be to see him appearing in the field as a competitor. In his home, in a little room on the second floor next his bedroom, which he had fixed up as an office with a desk, a safe, and a leather chair, he consulted his resources. There were so many things to think of. He went over again the list of people whom he had seen and whom he could count on to subscribe, and in so far as that was concerned, the award of $1 million, he was safe. He figured to make 2% on the total transaction, or $20,000. If he did, he was going to buy a house out on Girard Avenue beyond the Butlers, or, better yet, buy a piece of ground and erect one, mortgaging house and property so to do. His father was prospering nicely. He might want to build a house next to him, and they could live side by side. His own business, aside from this deal, would yield him $10,000 this year. His streetcar investments, aggregating $50,000, were paying 6%. His wife's property, represented by this house, some government bonds, and some real estate in West Philadelphia amounted to $40,000 more. Between them they were rich, but he expected to be much richer. All he needed now was to keep cool. If he succeeded in this bond issue matter, he could do it again and on a larger scale. There would be more issues. He turned out the light after a while and went into his wife's boudoir, where she was sleeping. The nurse and the children were in a room beyond. "Well, Lillian," he observed, when she awoke and turned over toward him, "I think I have that bond matter that I was telling you about arranged at last. I think I'll get $1 million of it, anyhow. That'll mean 20,000. If I do, we'll build out on Girard Avenue. That's going to be the street. The college is making that neighborhood. That'll be fine, won't it, Frank?" she observed, and rubbed his arm as he sat on the side of the bed. Her remark was vaguely speculative. "We'll have to show the butler some attention from now on. He's been very nice to me and he's going to be useful, I can see that. He asked me to bring you over some time. We must go. Be nice to his wife. He can do a lot for me if he wants to. He has 2 daughters, too. We'll have to have them over here. I'll have them to dinner sometime," she agreed cheerfully and helpfully, "and I'll stop and take Mrs. Butler driving if she'll go, or she can take me." She had already learned that the Butlers were rather showy, the younger generation, that they were sensitive as to their lineage, and that money in their estimation was supposed to make up for any deficiency in any other respect. "Butler himself is a very presentable man," Cowperwood had once remarked to her, "but Mrs. Butler, well, she's all right, but she's a little commonplace. She's a fine woman, though, I think, good-natured and good-hearted." He cautioned her not to overlook Aileen and Nora, because the Butlers, mother and father, were very proud of them. Mrs. Cowperwood at this time was 32 years old, Cowperwood 27. The birth and care of 2 children had made some difference in her looks. She was no longer as softly pleasing, more angular. Her face was hollow-cheeked, like so many of Rossetti's and Burne-Jones's women. Her health was really not as good as it had been, the care of 2 children and a late undiagnosed tendency toward gastritis having reduced her. In short, she was a little run down nervously and suffered from fits of depression. Cowperwood had noticed this. He tried to be gentle and considerate, but he was too much of a utilitarian and practical-minded observer not to realize that he was likely to have a sickly wife on his hands later. Sympathy and affection were great things, but desire and charm must endure, or one was compelled to be sadly conscious of their loss. So often now he saw young girls who were quite in his mood, and who were exceedingly robust and joyous. It was fine, advisable, practical, to adhere to the virtues as laid down in the current social lexicon, but if you had a sickly wife, and anyhow, was a man entitled to only one wife? Must he never look at another woman? Supposing he found someone? He pondered those things between hours of labor, and concluded that it did not make so much difference. If a man could, and not be exposed, it was all right. He had to be careful, though. Tonight, as he sat on the side of his wife's bed, he was thinking somewhat of this, for he had seen Aileen Butler again, playing and singing at her piano as he passed the parlor door. She was like a bright bird radiating health and enthusiasm, a reminder of youth in general. It's a strange world, he thought, but his thoughts were his own, and he didn't propose to tell anyone about them. The bond issue, when it came, was a curious compromise. For, although it netted him his $20,000 and more and served to introduce him to the financial notice of Philadelphia and the state of Pennsylvania, it did not permit him to manipulate the subscriptions as he had planned. The state treasurer was seen by him at the office of a local lawyer of great repute, where he worked when in the city. He was gracious to Cowperwood, because he had to be. He explained to him just how things were regulated at Harrisburg. The big financiers were looked to for campaign funds. They were represented by henchmen in the state assembly and senate. The governor and the treasurer were foot-free. But there were other influences: prestige, friendship, social power, political ambitions, etc. The big men might constitute a close corporation, which in itself was unfair. But, after all, they were the legitimate sponsors for big money loans of this kind. The state had to keep on good terms with them, especially in times like these. Seeing that Mr. Cowperwood was so well able to dispose of the $1,000,000 he expected to get, it would be perfectly all right to award it to him, but Van Nostrand had a counter-proposition to make. Would Cowperwood, if the financial crowd now handling the matter so desired, turn over his award to them for a consideration, a sum equal to what he expected to make, in the event the award was made to him? Certain financiers desired this. It was dangerous to oppose them. They were perfectly willing he should put in a bid for $5,000,000 and get the prestige of that. To have him awarded $1,000,000 and get the prestige of that was well enough also, but they desired to handle the $23,000,000 in an unbroken lot. It looked better. He need not be advertised as having withdrawn. They would be content to have him achieve the glory of having done what he started out to do. Just the same, the example was bad. Others might wish to imitate him. If it were known in the street privately that he had been coerced, for a consideration, into giving up, others would be deterred from imitating him in the future. Besides, if he refused, they could cause him trouble. His loans might be called. Various banks might not be so friendly in the future. His constituents might be warned against him in one way or another. Cowperwood saw the point. He acquiesced. It was something to have brought so many high and mighties to their knees. So they knew of him. They were quite well aware of him. Well and good. He would take the award and 20,000 or thereabouts and withdraw. The state treasurer was delighted. It solved a ticklish proposition for him. "I'm glad to have seen you," he said. "I'm glad we've met. I'll drop in and talk with you some time when I'm down this way. We'll have lunch together." The state treasurer, for some odd reason, felt that Mr. Cowperwood was a man who could make him some money. His eye was so keen, his expression was so alert, and yet so subtle. He told the governor and some other of his associates about him. So the award was finally made. Cowperwood, after some private negotiations in which he met the officers of Drexel and Company, was paid his $20,000 and turned his share of the award over to them. New faces showed up in his office now from time to time, among them that of Van Nostrand and one Terence Relihan, a representative of some other political forces at Harrisburg. He was introduced to the governor one day at lunch. His name was mentioned in the papers, and his prestige grew rapidly. Immediately he began working on plans with young Ellsworth for his new house. He was going to build something exceptional this time, he told Lillian. They were going to have to do some entertaining on a larger scale than ever. North Front Street was becoming too tame. He put the house up for sale, consulted with his father and found that he also was willing to move. The son's prosperity had redounded to the credit of the father. The directors of the bank were becoming much more friendly to the old man. Next year President Kugel was going to retire. Because of his son's noted coup, as well as his long service, he was going to be made president. Frank was a large borrower from his father's bank. By the same token he was a large depositor. His connection with Edward Butler was significant. He sent his father's bank certain accounts which it otherwise could not have secured. The city treasurer became interested in it, and the state treasurer, Cowperwood, Sr., stood to earn $20,000 a year as president, and he owed much of it to his son. The two families were now on the best of terms. Anna, now 21, and Edward and Joseph frequently spent the night at Frank's house. Lillian called almost daily at his mother's. There was much interchange of family gossip, and it was thought well to build side by side. So Cowperwood, Sr. bought 50 feet of ground next to his son's 35, and together they commenced the erection of two charming, commodious homes, which were to be connected by a covered passageway, or pergola, which could be enclosed with glass in winter. The most popular local stone, a green granite, was chosen, but Mr. Ellsworth promised to present it in such a way that it would be especially pleasing. Cowperwood, Sr. decided that he could afford to spend $75,000, he was now worth $250,000, and Frank decided that he could risk $50,000, seeing that he could raise money on a mortgage. He planned at the same time to remove his office farther south on 3rd Street and occupy a building of his own. He knew where an option was to be had on a 25-foot building, which, though old, could be given a new brownstone front and made very significant. He saw in his mind's eye a handsome building, fitted with an immense plate-glass window. Inside his hardwood fixtures visible, and over the door, or to one side of it, set in bronze letters, Cowperwood and Company. Vaguely but surely he began to see looming before him, like a fleecy-tinted cloud on the horizon, his future fortune. He was to be rich, very, very rich. Chapter 13. During all the time that Cowperwood had been building himself up thus steadily, the Great War of the Rebellion had been fought almost to its close. It was now October, 1864. The capture of Mobile and the Battle of the Wilderness were fresh memories. Grant was now before Petersburg, and the great general of the South, Lee, was making that last brilliant and hopeless display of his ability as a strategist and a soldier. There had been times, as, for instance, during the long, dreary period in which the country was waiting for Vicksburg to fall, for the Army of the Potomac to prove victorious. When Pennsylvania was invaded by Lee, when stocks fell and commercial conditions were very bad generally. In times like these Cowperwood's own manipulative ability was taxed to the utmost, and he had to watch every hour to see that his fortune was not destroyed by some unexpected and destructive piece of news. His personal attitude toward the war, however, and aside from his patriotic feeling that the Union ought to be maintained, was that it was destructive and wasteful. He was by no means so wanting in patriotic emotion and sentiment but that he could feel that the Union, as it had now come to be, spreading its great length from the Atlantic to the Pacific and from the snows of Canada to the Gulf, was worthwhile. Since his birth in 1837 he had seen the nation reach that physical growth, barring Alaska, which it now possesses. Not so much earlier than his youth Florida had been added to the Union by purchase from Spain. Mexico, after the unjust war of 1848, had ceded Texas and the territory to the west. The boundary disputes between England and the United States in the far northwest had been finally adjusted. To a man with great social and financial imagination, these facts could not help but be significant, and if they did nothing more, they gave him a sense of the boundless commercial possibilities which existed potentially in so vast a realm. His was not the order of speculative financial enthusiasm which, in the type known as the promoter, sees endless possibilities for gain in every unexplored rivulet and prairie reach. But the very vastness of the country suggested possibilities which he hoped might remain undisturbed. A territory covering the length of a whole zone and between two seas, seemed to him to possess potentialities which it could not retain if the states of the South were lost. At the same time, the freedom of the Negro was not a significant point with him. He had observed that race from his boyhood with considerable interest, and had been struck with virtues and defects which seemed inherent and which plainly, to him, conditioned their experiences. He was not at all sure, for instance, that the Negroes could be made into anything much more significant than they were. At any rate, it was a long uphill struggle for them, of which many future generations would not witness the conclusion. He had no particular quarrel with the theory that they should be free. He saw no particular reason why the South should not protest vigorously against the destruction of their property and their system. It was too bad that the Negroes as slaves should be abused in some instances. He felt sure that that ought to be adjusted in some way, but beyond that he could not see that there was any great ethical basis for the contentions of their sponsors. The vast majority of men and women, as he could see, were not essentially above slavery, even when they had all the guarantees of a constitution formulated to prevent it. There was mental slavery, the slavery of the weak mind and the weak body. He followed the contentions of such men as Sumner, Garrison, Phillips, and Beecher, with considerable interest, but at no time could he see that the problem was a vital one for him. He did not care to be a soldier or an officer of soldiers. He had no gift for polemics, his mind was not of the disputatious order, not even in the realm of finance. He was concerned only to see what was of vast advantage to him, and to devote all his attention to that. This fratricidal war in the nation could not help him. It really delayed, he thought, the true commercial and financial adjustment of the country, and he hoped that it would soon end. He was not of those who complained bitterly of the excessive war taxes, though he knew them to be trying to many. Some of the stories of death and disaster moved him greatly. But, alas, they were among the unaccountable fortunes of life, and could not be remedied by him. So he had gone his way day by day, watching the coming in and the departing of troops, seeing the bands of dirty, disheveled, gaunt, sickly men returning from the fields and hospitals, and all he could do was to feel sorry. This war was not for him. He had taken no part in it, and he felt sure that he could only rejoice in its conclusion, not as a patriot, but as a financier. It was wasteful, pathetic, unfortunate. The months proceeded apace. A local election intervened and there was a new city treasurer, a new assessor of taxes, and a new mayor, but Edward Malia Butler continued to have apparently the same influence as before. The Butlers and the Cowperwoods had become quite friendly. Mrs. Butler rather liked Lillian, though they were of different religious beliefs. And they went driving or shopping together, the younger woman a little critical and ashamed of the elder because of her poor grammar, her Irish accent, her plebeian tastes, as though the Wiggins had not been as plebeian as any. On the other hand, the old lady, as she was compelled to admit, was good-natured and good-hearted. She loved to give, since she had plenty, and sent presents here and there to Lillian, the children, and others. "Now yous must come over and take dinner with us," the Butlers had arrived at the evening dinner period, or "yous must come drive with me tomorrow. Aileen, God bless her, is such a foine girl," or "Nora, the darlin', is sick the day." But Aileen, her airs, her aggressive disposition, her love of attention, her vanity, irritated and at times disgusted Mrs. Cowperwood. She was 18 now, with a figure which was subtly provocative. Her manner was boyish, hoydenish at times, and although convent-trained, she was inclined to balk at restraint in any form. But there was a softness lurking in her blue eyes that was most sympathetic and human. St. Timothy's and the convent school in Germantown had been the choice of her parents for her education, what they called a good Catholic education. She had learned a great deal about the theory and forms of the Catholic ritual, but she could not understand them. The church, with its tall, dimly radiant windows, its high, white altar, its figure of St. Joseph on one side and the Virgin Mary on the other, clothed in golden-starred robes of blue, wearing halos and carrying scepters, had impressed her greatly. The church as a whole, any Catholic church, was beautiful to look at, soothing. The altar, during High Mass, lit with 100 or more candles, and dignified and made impressive by the rich, lacy vestments of the priests and the acolytes, the impressive needlework and gorgeous colorings of the amice, chasuble, cope, stole, and maniple, took her fancy and held her eye. Let us say there was always lurking in her a sense of grandeur coupled with a love of color and a love of love. From the first she was somewhat sex-conscious. She had no desire for accuracy, no desire for precise information. Innate sensuousness rarely has. It basks in sunshine, bathes in color, dwells in a sense of the impressive and the gorgeous, and rests there. Accuracy is not necessary except in the case of aggressive, acquisitive natures, when it manifests itself in a desire to seize. True controlling sensuousness cannot be manifested in the most active dispositions, nor again in the most accurate. There is need of defining these statements in so far as they apply to Aileen. It would scarcely be fair to describe her nature as being definitely sensual at this time. It was too rudimentary. Any harvest is of long growth. The confessional, dim on Friday and Saturday evenings, when the church was lighted by but a few lamps, and the priest's warnings, penances, and ecclesiastical forgiveness whispered through the narrow lattice, moved her as something subtly pleasing. She was not afraid of her sins. Hell, so definitely set forth, did not frighten her. Really, it had not laid hold on her conscience. The old women and old men hobbling into church, bowed in prayer, murmuring over their beads, were objects of curious interest like the wood carvings and the peculiar array of wood reliefs emphasizing the stations of the cross. She herself had liked to confess, particularly when she was 14 and 15, and to listen to the priest's voice as he admonished her with, "Now, my dear child." A particularly old priest, a French father, who came to hear their confessions at school, interested her as being kind and sweet. His forgiveness and blessing seemed sincere, better than her prayers, which she went through perfunctorily. And then there was a young priest at St. Timothy's, Father David, hale and rosy, with a curl of black hair over his forehead, and an almost jaunty way of wearing his priestly hat, who came down the aisle Sundays sprinkling holy water with a definite, distinguished sweep of the hand. Who took her fancy? He heard confessions and now and then she liked to whisper her strange thoughts to him while she actually speculated on what he might privately be thinking. She could not, if she tried, associate him with any divine authority. He was too young, too human. There was something a little malicious, teasing, in the way she delighted to tell him about herself, and then walk demurely, repentantly out. At St. Agatha's she had been rather a difficult person to deal with. She was, as the good sisters of the school had readily perceived, too full of life, too active, to be easily controlled. That Miss Butler, once observed Sister Constantia, the Mother Superior, to Sister Sempronia, Eileen's immediate mentor, is a very spirited girl. You may have a great deal of trouble with her unless you use a good deal of tact. You may have to coax her with little gifts. You will get on better. So Sister Sempronia had sought to find what Aileen was most interested in, and bribe her therewith. Being intensely conscious of her father's competence, and vain of her personal superiority, it was not so easy to do. She had wanted to go home occasionally, though. She had wanted to be allowed to wear the sister's rosary of large beads with its pendant cross of ebony and its silver Christ, and this was held up as a great privilege. For keeping quiet in class, walking softly, and speaking softly, as much as it was in her to do, for not stealing into other girls' rooms after lights were out, and for abandoning crushes on this and that sympathetic sister, these awards and others. Such as walking out in the grounds on Saturday afternoons, being allowed to have all the flowers she wanted, some extra dresses, jewels, etc. were offered. She liked music and the idea of painting, though she had no talent in that direction, and books, novels, interested her, but she could not get them. The rest, grammar, spelling, sewing, church and general history, she loathed. Deportment, well, there was something in that. She had liked the rather exaggerated curtsies they taught her, and she had often reflected on how she would use them when she reached home. When she came out into life the little social distinctions which have been indicated began to impress themselves on her, and she wished sincerely that her father would build a better home, a mansion, such as those she saw elsewhere, and launch her properly in society. Failing in that, she could think of nothing save clothes, jewels, riding horses, carriages, and the appropriate changes of costume which were allowed her for these. Her family could not entertain in any distinguished way where they were, and so already, at 18, she was beginning to feel the sting of a blighted ambition. She was eager for life. How was she to get it? Her room was a study in the foibles of an eager and ambitious mind. It was full of clothes, beautiful things for all occasions, jewelry, which she had small opportunity to wear, shoes, stockings, lingerie, laces. In a crude way she had made a study of perfumes and cosmetics, though she needed the latter not at all, and these were present in abundance. She was not very orderly, and she loved lavishness of display. And her curtains, hangings, table ornaments, and pictures inclined to gorgeousness, which did not go well with the rest of the house. Aileen always reminded Cowperwood of a high-stepping horse without a check rein. He met her at various times, shopping with her mother, out driving with her father, and he was always interested and amused at the affected, bored tone she assumed before him, the "oh, dear. Oh, dear. Life is so tiresome, don't you know," when, as a matter of fact, every moment of it was of thrilling interest to her. Cowperwood took her mental measurement exactly. A girl with a high sense of life in her, romantic, full of the thought of love and its possibilities. As he looked at her he had the sense of seeing the best that nature can do when she attempts to produce physical perfection. The thought came to him that some lucky young dog would marry her pretty soon and carry her away, but whoever secured her would have to hold her by affection and subtle flattery and attention if he held her at all. The little snip, she was not at all, she thinks the sun rises and sets in her father's pocket, Lillian observed one day to her husband. To hear her talk, you'd think they were descended from Irish kings. Her pretended interest in art and music amuses me. Oh, don't be too hard on her, coaxed Cowperwood diplomatically. He already liked Aileen very much. She plays very well, and she has a good voice. Yes, I know, but she has no real refinement. How could she have? Look at her father and mother. I don't see anything so very much the matter with her, insisted Cowperwood. She's bright and good-looking. Of course, she's only a girl, and a little vain, but she'll come out of that. She isn't without sense and force, at that. Aileen, as he knew, was most friendly to him. She liked him. She made a point of playing the piano and singing for him in his home, and she sang only when he was there. There was something about his steady, even gait, his stocky body and handsome head, which attracted her. In spite of her vanity and egotism, she felt a little overawed before him at times, keyed up. She seemed to grow gayer and more brilliant in his presence. The most futile thing in this world is any attempt, perhaps, at exact definition of character. All individuals are a bundle of contradictions, none more so than the most capable. In the case of Aileen Butler it would be quite impossible to give an exact definition. Intelligence, of a raw, crude order she had certainly, also a native force, tamed somewhat by the doctrines and conventions of current society, still showed clear at times in an elemental and not entirely unattractive way. At this time she was only 18 years of age, decidedly attractive from the point of view of a man of Frank Cowperwood's temperament. She supplied something he had not previously known or consciously craved. Vitality and vivacity. No other woman or girl whom he had ever known had possessed so much innate force as she. Her red gold hair, not so red as decidedly golden with a suggestion of red in it, looped itself in heavy folds about her forehead and sagged at the base of her neck. She had a beautiful nose, not sensitive, but straight cut with small nostril openings, and eyes that were big and yet noticeably sensuous. They were, to him, a pleasing shade of blue-gray blue, and her toilet, due to her temperament, of course, suggested almost undue luxury, the bangles, anklets, earrings, and breastplates of the odalisque, and yet, of course, they were not there. She confessed to him years afterward that she would have loved to have stained her nails and painted the palms of her hands with madder red. Healthy and vigorous, she was chronically interested in men, what they would think of her, and how she compared with other women. The fact that she could ride in a carriage, live in a fine home on Girard Avenue, visit such homes as those of the Cowperwoods and others, was of great weight, and yet, even at this age, she realized that life was more than these things. Many did not have them and lived. But these facts of wealth and advantage gripped her. And when she sat at the piano and played or rode in her carriage or walked or stood before her mirror, she was conscious of her figure, her charms, what they meant to men, how women envied her. Sometimes she looked at poor, hollow-chested or homely-faced girls and felt sorry for them, at other times she flared into inexplicable opposition to some handsome girl or woman who dared to brazen her socially or physically. There were such girls of the better families who, in Chestnut Street, in the expensive shops, or on the drive, on horseback or in carriages, tossed their heads and indicated as well as human motions can that they were better bred and knew it. When this happened each stared defiantly at the other. She wanted ever so much to get up in the world, and yet namby-pamby men of better social station than herself did not attract her at all. She wanted a man. Now and then there was one, something like, but not entirely, who appealed to her, but most of them were politicians or legislators, acquaintances of her father, and socially nothing at all, and so they wearied and disappointed her. Her father did not know the truly elite. But Mr. Cowperwood, he seemed so refined, so forceful, and so reserved. She often looked at Mrs. Cowperwood and thought how fortunate she was. Chapter 14. The development of Cowperwood as Cowperwood and Company. Following his arresting bond venture, finally brought him into relationship with one man who was to play an important part in his life, morally, financially, and in other ways. This was George W. Stenner, the new city treasurer-elect, who, to begin with, was a puppet in the hands of other men, but who, also in spite of this fact, became a personage of considerable importance, for the simple reason that he was weak. Stenner had been engaged in the real estate and insurance business in a small way before he was made city treasurer. He was one of those men, of whom there are so many thousands in every large community, with no breadth of vision, no real subtlety, no craft, no great skill in anything. You would never hear a new idea emanating from Stenner. He never had one in his life. On the other hand, he was not a bad fellow. He had a stodgy, dusty, commonplace look to him which was more a matter of mind than of body. His eye was a vague grey-blue, his hair a dusty light brown and thin. His mouth, there was nothing impressive there. He was quite tall, nearly 6 feet, with moderately broad shoulders, but his figure was anything but shapely. He seemed to stoop a little, his stomach was the least bit protuberant, and he talked commonplaces, the small change of newspaper and street and business gossip. People liked him in his own neighborhood. He was thought to be honest and kindly. And he was, as far as he knew. His wife and 4 children were as average and insignificant as the wives and children of such men usually are. Just the same, and in spite of, or perhaps, politically speaking, because of all this, George W. Stenner was brought into temporary public notice by certain political methods which had existed in Philadelphia practically unmodified for the previous half-hundred years. First, because he was of the same political faith as the dominant local political party, he had become known to the local councilman and ward leader of his ward as a faithful soul, one useful in the matter of drumming up votes. And next, although absolutely without value as a speaker, for he had no ideas, you could send him from door to door, asking the grocer and the blacksmith and the butcher how he felt about things and he would make friends. And in the long run predict fairly accurately the probable vote. Furthermore, you could dole him out a few platitudes and he would repeat them. The Republican Party, which was the newborn party then, but dominant in Philadelphia, needed your vote. It was necessary to keep the rascally Democrats out, he could scarcely have said why. They had been for slavery. They were for free trade. It never once occurred to him that these things had nothing to do with the local executive and financial administration of Philadelphia. Supposing they didn't? What of it? In Philadelphia at this time a certain United States Senator, one Mark Simpson, together with Edward Malia Butler and Henry A. Mollenhauer, a rich coal dealer and investor, were supposed to, and did, control jointly the political destiny of the city. They had representatives, benchmen, spies, tools, a great company. Among them was this same Stenner, a minute cog in the silent machinery of their affairs. In scarcely any other city save this, where the inhabitants were of a deadly average in so far as being commonplace was concerned, could such a man as Stenner have been elected city treasurer. The rank and file did not, except in rare instances, make up their political program. An inside ring had this matter in charge. Certain positions were allotted to such and such men or to such and such factions of the party for such and such services rendered, but who does not know politics? In due course of time, therefore, George W. Stenner had become persona grata to Edward Straubach, a quondam councilman who afterward became ward leader and still later president of council, and who, in private life was a stone dealer and owner of a brickyard. Straubach was a benchman of Henry A. Mollenhauer, the hardest and coldest of all three of the political leaders. The latter had things to get from council, and Straubach was his tool. He had Stenner elected. And because he was faithful in voting as he was told, the latter was later made an assistant superintendent of the highways department. Here he came under the eyes of Edward Malia Butler, and was slightly useful to him. Then the Central Political Committee, with Butler in charge, decided that some nice, docile man who would at the same time be absolutely faithful was needed for city treasurer, and Stenner was put on the ticket. He knew little of finance, but was an excellent bookkeeper, and, anyhow, was not Corporation Counsel Reagan, another political tool of this great triumvirate, there to advise him at all times? He was. It was a very simple matter. Being put on the ticket was equivalent to being elected, and so, after a few weeks of exceedingly trying platform experiences, in which he had stammered through platitudinous declarations that the city needed to be honestly administered, he was inducted into office. And there you were. Now it wouldn't have made so much difference what George W. Stenner's executive and financial qualifications for the position were, but at this time the city of Philadelphia was still hobbling along under perhaps as evil a financial system, or lack of it, as any city ever endured, the assessor and the treasurer being allowed to collect and hold monies belonging to the city, outside of the city's private vaults. And that without any demand on the part of anybody that the same be invested by them at interest for the city's benefit. Rather, all they were expected to do, apparently, was to restore the principal and that which was with them when they entered or left office. It was not understood or publicly demanded that the monies so collected, or drawn from any source, be maintained intact in the vaults of the city treasury. They could be loaned out, deposited in banks or used to further private interests of any one, so long as the principal was returned, and no one was the wiser. Of course, this theory of finance was not publicly sanctioned, but it was known politically and journalistically, and in high finance. How were you to stop it? Cowperwood, in approaching Edward Malia Butler, had been unconsciously let in on this atmosphere of erratic and unsatisfactory speculation without really knowing it. When he had left the office of Tie & Company 7 years before, it was with the idea that henceforth and forever he would have nothing to do with the stock brokerage proposition. But now behold him back in it again, with more vim than he had ever displayed, for now he was working for himself, the firm of Cowperwood & Company. And he was eager to satisfy the world of new and powerful individuals who by degrees were drifting to him. All had a little money. All had tips, and they wanted him to carry certain lines of stock on margin for them, because he was known to other political men, and because he was safe. And this was true. He was not, or at least up to this time had not been, a speculator or a gambler on his own account. In fact, he often soothed himself with the thought that in all these years he had never gambled for himself, but had always acted strictly for others instead. But now here was George W. Stenner with a proposition which was not quite the same thing as stock gambling, and yet it was. During a long period of years preceding the Civil War, and through it, let it here be explained and remembered, the city of Philadelphia had been in the habit, as a corporation, when there were no available funds in the treasury, of issuing what were known as city warrants, which were nothing more than notes or IOUs bearing 6%. Interest, and payable sometimes in 30 days, sometimes in 3, sometimes in 6 months, all depending on the amount and how soon the city treasurer thought there would be sufficient money in the treasury to take them up and cancel them. Small tradesmen and large contractors were frequently paid in this way. The small tradesman who sold supplies to the city institutions, for instance, being compelled to discount his notes at the bank, if he needed ready money, usually for 90 cents on the dollar. While the large contractor could afford to hold his and wait. It can readily be seen that this might well work to the disadvantage of the small dealer and merchant, and yet prove quite a fine thing for a large contractor or note broker, for the city was sure to pay the warrants at some time, and 6%. Interest was a fat rate, considering the absolute security. A banker or broker who gathered up these things from small tradesmen at 90 cents on the dollar made a fine thing of it all around if he could wait. Originally, in all probability, there was no intention on the part of the city treasurer to do anyone an injustice, and it is likely that there really were no funds to pay with at the time. However that may have been, there was later no excuse for issuing the warrants, seeing that the city might easily have been managed much more economically. But these warrants, as can readily be imagined, had come to be a fine source of profit for note brokers, bankers, political financiers, and inside political manipulators generally, and so they remained a part of the city's fiscal policy. There was just one drawback to all this. In order to get the full advantage of this condition, the large banker holding them must be an inside banker, one close to the political forces of the city, for if he was not and needed money and he carried his warrants to the city treasurer, he would find that he could not get cash for them. But if he transferred them to some banker or note broker who was close to the political force of the city, it was quite another matter. The treasury would find means to pay. Or, if so desired by the note broker or banker, the right one, notes which were intended to be met in 3 months, and should have been settled at that time, were extended to run on years and years, drawing interest at 6%. Even when the city had ample funds to meet them. Yet this meant, of course, an illegal interest drain on the city, but that was all right also. No funds could cover that. The general public did not know. It could not find out. The newspapers were not at all vigilant, being pro-political. There were no persistent, enthusiastic reformers who obtained any political credence. During the war, warrants outstanding in this manner arose in amount to much over $2 million, all drawing 6% interest, but then, of course, it began to get a little scandalous. Besides, at least some of the investors began to want their money back. In order, therefore, to clear up this outstanding indebtedness and make everything shipshape again, it was decided that the city must issue a loan, say for $2 million, no need to be exact about the amount. And this loan must take the shape of interest-bearing certificates of a par value of $100, redeemable in 6, 12, or 18 months, as the case may be. These certificates of loan were then ostensibly to be sold in the open market, a sinking fund set aside for their redemption, and the money so obtained used to take up the long outstanding warrants which were now such a subject of public comment. It is obvious that this was merely a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. There was no real clearing up of the outstanding debt. It was the intention of the schemers to make it possible for the financial politicians on the inside to reap the same old harvest by allowing the certificates to be sold to the right parties for 90 or less. Setting up the claim that there was no market for them, the credit of the city being bad. To a certain extent this was true. The war was just over. Money was high. Investors could get more than 6% elsewhere unless the loan was sold at 90. But there were a few watchful politicians not in the administration, and some newspapers and non-political financiers who, because of the high strain of patriotism existing at the time, insisted that the loan should be sold at par. Therefore a clause to that effect had to be inserted in the enabling ordinance. This, as one might readily see, destroyed the politicians' little scheme to get this loan at 90. Nevertheless, since they desired that the money tied up in the old warrants and now not redeemable because of lack of funds should be paid them, The only way this could be done would be to have some broker who knew the subtleties of the stock market handle this new city loan on change in such a way that it would be made to seem worth 100 and to be sold to outsiders at that figure. Afterward, if, as it was certain to do, it fell below that, the politicians could buy as much of it as they pleased, and eventually have the city redeem it at par. George W. Stener, entering as city treasurer at this time, and bringing no special financial intelligence to the proposition, was really troubled. Henry A. Mollenhauer, one of the men who had gathered up a large amount of the old city warrants, and who now wanted his money, in order to invest it in bonanza offers in the West, called on Stener, and also on the mayor. He with Simpson and Butler made up the big three. "I think something ought to be done about these warrants that are outstanding," he explained. "I am carrying a large amount of them, and there are others. We have helped the city a long time by saying nothing, but now I think that something ought to be done. Mr. Butler and Mr. Simpson feel the same way. Couldn't these new loan certificates be listed on the stock exchange and the money raised that way? Some clever broker could bring them to par." Stener was greatly flattered by the visit from Mollenhauer. Rarely did he trouble to put in a personal appearance, and then only for the weight and effect his presence would have. He called on the mayor and the president of council, much as he called on Stener, with a lofty, distant, inscrutable air. They were as office boys to him. In order to understand exactly the motive for Mollenhauer's interest in Stener, and the significance of this visit and Stener's subsequent action in regard to it, it will be necessary to scan the political horizon for some little distance back. Although George W. Stener was in a way a political henchman and appointee of Mollenhauer's, the latter was only vaguely acquainted with him. He had seen him before, knew of him. Had agreed that his name should be put on the local slate largely because he had been assured by those who were closest to him and who did his bidding that Stener was all right, that he would do as he was told, that he would cause no one any trouble, etc. In fact, during several previous administrations, Mollenhauer had maintained a subsurface connection with the Treasury, but never so close a one as could easily be traced. He was too conspicuous a man politically and financially for that. But he was not above a plan, in which Simpson if not Butler shared, of using political and commercial stool pigeons to bleed the city treasury as much as possible without creating a scandal. In fact, for some years previous to this, various agents had already been employed: Edward Straubach, president of council; Asa Conklin, the then incumbent of the mayor's chair; Thomas Wycroft, alderman; Jacob Harmon, alderman, and others, to organize dummy companies under various names, whose business it was to deal in those things which the city needed: lumber, stone, steel, iron, cement, a long list, and of course, always at a fat profit to those ultimately behind the dummy companies, so organized. It saved the city the trouble of looking far and wide for honest and reasonable dealers. Since the action of at least 3 of these dummies will have something to do with the development of Cowperwood's story, they may be briefly described. Edward Straubach, the chief of them, and the one most useful to Mollenhauer, in a minor way, was a very spry person of about 35 at this time, lean and somewhat forceful, with black hair, black eyes, and an inordinately large black mustache. He was dapper, inclined to noticeable clothing, a pair of striped trousers, a white vest, a black cutaway coat and a high silk hat. His markedly ornamental shoes were always polished to perfection, and his immaculate appearance gave him the nickname of the Dude among some. Nevertheless, he was quite able on a small scale, and was well liked by many. His 2 closest associates, Messrs. Thomas Wycroft and Jacob Harmon, were rather less attractive and less brilliant. Jacob Harmon was a thick-wit socially, but no fool financially. He was big and rather doleful to look upon, with sandy brown hair and brown eyes, but fairly intelligent, and absolutely willing to approve anything which was not too broad in its crookedness and which would afford him sufficient protection to keep him out of the clutches of the law. He was really not so cunning as dull and anxious to get along. Thomas Wycroft, the last of this useful but minor triumvirate, was a tall, lean man, candle-waxy, hollow-eyed, gaunt of face, pathetic to look at physically, but shrewd. He was an iron molder by trade and had gotten into politics much as Stener had, because he was useful. And he had managed to make some money, via this triumvirate of which Straubach was the ringleader, and which was engaged in various peculiar businesses which will now be indicated. The companies which these several henchmen had organized under previous administrations, and for Mollenhauer, dealt in meat, building material, lampposts, highway supplies, anything you will, which the city departments or its institutions needed. A city contract once awarded was irrevocable, but certain councilmen had to be fixed in advance and it took money to do that. The company so organized need not actually slaughter any cattle or mold lampposts. All it had to do was to organize to do that, obtain a charter, secure a contract for supplying such material to the city from the city council, which Straubach, Harman, and Wycroft would attend to. And then sublet this to some actual beef slaughterer or iron founder, who would supply the material and allow them to pocket their profit, which in turn was divided or paid for to Mollenhauer and Simpson in the form of political donations to clubs or organizations. It was so easy and in a way so legitimate. The particular beef slaughterer or iron founder thus favored could not hope of his own ability thus to obtain a contract. Stener, or whoever was in charge of the city treasury at the time, for his services in loaning money at a low rate of interest to be used as surety for the proper performance of contract. And to aid in some instances the beef killer or iron founder to carry out his end, was to be allowed not only the 1 or 2%, which he might pocket, other treasurers had, but a fair proportion of the profits. A complacent, confidential chief clerk who was all right would be recommended to him. It did not concern Stener that Straubach, Harman, and Wycroft, acting for Mollenhauer, were incidentally planning to use a little of the money loaned for purposes quite outside those indicated. It was his business to loan it. However, to be going on. Some time before he was even nominated, Stener had learned from Straubach, who, by the way, was one of his sureties as treasurer, which suretyship was against the law, as were those of Councilman Wycroft and Harman. The law of Pennsylvania stipulating that one political servant might not become surety for another, that those who had brought about this nomination and election would by no means ask him to do anything which was not perfectly legal, but that he must be complacent and not stand in the way of big municipal perquisites nor bite the hands that fed him. It was also made perfectly plain to him, that once he was well in office a little money for himself was to be made. As has been indicated, he had always been a poor man. He had seen all those who had dabbled in politics to any extent about him heretofore do very well financially indeed, while he pegged along as an insurance and real estate agent. He had worked hard as a small political henchman. Other politicians were building themselves nice homes in newer portions of the city. They were going off to New York or Harrisburg or Washington on jaunting parties. They were seen in happy converse at roadhouses or country hotels in season with their wives or their women favorites, and he was not, as yet, of this happy throng. Naturally, now that he was promised something, he was interested and compliant. What might he not get? When it came to this visit from Mollenhauer, with its suggestion in regard to bringing city loan to par, although it bore no obvious relation to Mollenhauer's subsurface connection with Stener, through Straubach and the others. Stener did definitely recognize his own political subservience, his master's stentorian voice, and immediately thereafter hurried to Straubach for information. Just what would you do about this? He asked of Straubach, who knew of Mollenhauer's visit before Stener told him, and was waiting for Stener to speak to him. Mr. Mollenhauer talks about having this new loan listed on change and brought to par so that it will sell for 100. Neither Straubach, Harman, nor Wycroft knew how the certificates of city loan, which were worth only 90 on the open market, were to be made to sell for 100 on change, but Mollenhauer's secretary, one Abner Singstack, had suggested to Straubach that, since Butler was dealing with young Cowperwood and Mollenhauer did not care particularly for his private broker in this instance, it might be as well to try Cowperwood. So it was that Cowperwood was called to Stener's office. And once there, and not as yet recognizing either the hand of Mollenhauer or Simpson in this, merely looked at the peculiarly shambling, heavy-cheeked, middle-class man before him without either interest or sympathy. Realizing at once that he had a financial baby to deal with. If he could act as advisor to this man, be his sole counsel for 4 years. "How do you do, Mr. Stener?" he said in his soft, ingratiating voice, as the latter held out his hand. "I am glad to meet you. I have heard of you before, of course." Stener was long in explaining to Cowperwood just what his difficulty was. He went at it in a clumsy fashion, stumbling through the difficulties of the situation he was suffered to meet. "The main thing, as I see it, is to make these certificates sell at par. I can issue them in any sized lots you like, and as often as you like. I want to get enough now to clear away $200,000 worth of the outstanding warrants, and as much more as I can get later." Cowperwood felt like a physician feeling a patient's pulse, a patient who is really not sick at all but the reassurance of whom means a fat fee. The abstrusities of the stock exchange were as his ABCs to him. He knew if he could have this loan put in his hands, all of it, if he could have the fact kept dark that he was acting for the city, and that if Stener would allow him to buy as a bull for the sinking fund while selling judiciously for a rise, he could do wonders even with a big issue. He had to have all of it, though, in order that he might have agents under him. Looming up in his mind was a scheme whereby he could make a lot of the unwary speculators about change go short of this stock or loan under the impression, of course, that it was scattered freely in various persons' hands. And that they could buy as much of it as they wanted. Then they would wake to find that they could not get it, that he had it all. Only he would not risk his secret that far. Not he, oh, no. But he would drive the city loan to par and then sell. And what a fat thing for himself among others in so doing. Wisely enough he sensed that there was politics in all this, shrewder and bigger men above and behind Stener. But what of that? And how slyly and shrewdly they were sending Stener to him. It might be that his name was becoming very potent in their political world here. And what might that not mean? "I tell you what I'd like to do, Mr. Stener," he said, after he had listened to his explanation and asked how much of the city loan he would like to sell during the coming year. "I'll be glad to undertake it. But I'd like to have a day or two in which to think it over." "Why, certainly, Mr. Cowperwood," replied Stener, genially. "That's all right. Take your time. If you know how it can be done, just show me when you're ready. By the way, what do you charge?" "Well, the stock exchange has a regular scale of charges which we brokers are compelled to observe. It's 1/4 of 1% on the par value of bonds and loans. Of course, I may have to add a lot of fictitious selling, I'll explain that to you later, but I won't charge you anything for that so long as it is a secret between us. I'll give you the best service I can, Mr. Stener. You can depend on that. Let me have a day or two to think it over, though." He shook hands with Stener, and they parted. Cowperwood was satisfied that he was on the verge of a significant combination, and Stener that he had found someone on whom he could lean. Chapter 15. The plan Cowperwood developed after a few days' meditation will be plain enough to anyone who knows anything of commercial and financial manipulation, but a dark secret to those who do not. In the first place, the city treasurer was to use his, Cowperwood's, office as a bank of deposit. He was to turn over to him, actually, or set over to his credit on the city's books, subject to his order, certain amounts of city loans, $200,000 at first. Since that was the amount it was desired to raise quickly, and he would then go into the market and see what could be done to have it brought to par. The city treasurer was to ask leave of the stock exchange at once to have it listed as a security. Cowperwood would then use his influence to have this application acted upon quickly. Stener was then to dispose of all city loan certificates through him, and him only. He was to allow him to buy for the sinking fund, supposedly, such amounts as he might have to buy in order to keep the price up to par. To do this, once a considerable number of the loan certificates had been unloaded on the public, it might be necessary to buy back a great deal. However, these would be sold again. The law concerning selling only at par would have to be abrogated to this extent, i.e., that the wash sales and preliminary sales would have to be considered no sales until par was reached. There was a subtle advantage here, as Cowperwood pointed out to Stener. In the first place, since the certificates were going ultimately to reach par anyway, there was no objection to Stener or anyone else buying low at the opening price and holding for a rise. Cowperwood would be glad to carry him on his books for any amount, and he would settle at the end of each month. He would not be asked to buy the certificates outright. He could be carried on the books for a certain reasonable margin, say 10 points. The money was as good as made for Stener now. In the next place, in buying for the sinking fund it would be possible to buy these certificates very cheap, for, having the new and reserve issue entirely in his hands, Cowperwood could throw such amounts as he wished into the market at such times as he wished to buy, and consequently depress the market. Then he could buy, and, later, up would go the price. Having the issues totally in his hands to boost or depress the market as he wished, there was no reason why the city should not ultimately get par for all its issues. And at the same time considerable money be made out of the manufactured fluctuations. He, Cowperwood, would be glad to make most of his profit that way. The city should allow him his normal percentage on all his actual sales of certificates for the city at par. He would have to have that in order to keep straight with the stock exchange. But beyond that, and for all the other necessary manipulative sales, of which there would be many, he would depend on his knowledge of the stock market to reimburse him. And if Stener wanted to speculate with him, well. Dark as this transaction may seem to the uninitiated, it will appear quite clear to those who know. Manipulative tricks have always been worked in connection with stocks of which one man or one set of men has had complete control. It was no different from what subsequently was done with Erie, Standard Oil, copper, sugar, wheat, and what not. Cowperwood was one of the first and one of the youngest to see how it could be done. When he first talked to Stener he was 28 years of age. When he last did business with him he was 34. The houses and the bank front of Cowperwood and Company had been proceeding apace. The latter was early Florentine in its decorations with windows which grew narrower as they approached the roof, and a door of wrought iron set between delicately carved posts, and a straight lintel of brownstone. It was low in height and distinguished in appearance. In the center panel had been hammered a hand, delicately wrought, thin and artistic, holding aloft a flaming brand. Ellsworth informed him that this had formerly been a money changer's sign used in old Venice, the significance of which had long been forgotten. The interior was finished in highly polished hardwood, stained in imitation of the gray lichens which infest trees. Large sheets of clear, beveled glass were used, some oval, some oblong, some square, and some circular, following a given theory of eye movement. The fixtures for the gas jets were modeled after the early Roman flame brackets, and the office safe was made an ornament, raised on a marble platform at the back of the office and lacquered a silver gray, with Cowperwood and Company lettered on it in gold. One had a sense of reserve and taste pervading the place, and yet it was also inestimably prosperous, solid and assuring. Cowperwood, when he viewed it at its completion, complimented Ellsworth cheerily. "I like this. It is really beautiful. It will be a pleasure to work here. If those houses are going to be anything like this, they will be perfect. Wait till you see them. I think you will be pleased, Mr. Cowperwood. I am taking especial pains with yours because it is smaller. It is really easier to treat your father's. But yours," he went off into a description of the entrance hall, reception room and parlor, which he was arranging and decorating in such a way as to give an effect of size and dignity not really conformable to the actual space. And when the houses were finished, they were effective and arresting, quite different from the conventional residences of the street. They were separated by a space of 20 feet, laid out as greensward. The architect had borrowed somewhat from the Tudor school, yet not so elaborated as later became the style in many of the residences in Philadelphia and elsewhere. The most striking features were rather deep recessed doorways under wide, low, slightly floriated arches, and 3 projecting windows of rich form, one on the second floor of Frank's house, 2 on the façade of his father's. There were 6 gables showing on the front of the 2 houses, 2 on Frank's and 4 on his father's. In the front of each house on the ground floor was a recessed window unconnected with the recessed doorways, formed by setting the inner external wall back from the outer face of the building. This window looked out through an arched opening to the street, and was protected by a dwarf parapet or balustrade. It was possible to set potted vines and flowers there, which was later done, giving a pleasant sense of greenery from the street, and to place a few chairs there, which were reached via heavily barred French casements. On the ground floor of each house was placed a conservatory of flowers, facing each other, and in the yard, which was jointly used, a pool of white marble 8 feet in diameter, with a marble cupid upon which jets of water played. The yard, which was enclosed by a high but pierced wall of green-grey brick, especially burnt for the purpose the same color as the granite of the house, and surmounted by a white marble coping which was sown to grass and had a lovely, smooth, velvety appearance. The 2 houses, as originally planned, were connected by a low, green-columned pergola which could be enclosed in glass in winter. The rooms, which were now slowly being decorated and furnished in period styles, were very significant in that they enlarged and strengthened Frank Cowperwood's idea of the world of art in general. It was an enlightening and agreeable experience, one which made for artistic and intellectual growth, to hear Ellsworth explain at length the styles and types of architecture and furniture, the nature of woods and ornaments employed, the qualities and peculiarities of hangings, draperies, furniture panels, and door coverings. Ellsworth was a student of decoration as well as of architecture, and interested in the artistic taste of the American people, which he fancied would some day have a splendid outcome. He was wearied to death of the prevalent Romanesque composite combinations of country and suburban villa. The time was ripe for something new. He scarcely knew what it would be. But this that he had designed for Cowperwood and his father was at least different, as he said, while at the same time being reserved, simple, and pleasing. It was in marked contrast to the rest of the architecture of the street. Cowperwood's dining room, reception room, conservatory, and butler's pantry he had put on the first floor, together with the general entry hall, staircase, and coat-room under the stairs. For the second floor he had reserved the library, general living room, parlor, and a small office for Cowperwood, together with a boudoir for Lillian, connected with a dressing room and bath. On the third floor, neatly divided and accommodated with baths and dressing rooms, were the nursery, the servants' quarters, and several guest chambers. Ellsworth showed Cowperwood books of designs containing furniture, hangings, étagères, cabinets, pedestals, and some exquisite piano forms. He discussed woods with him, rosewood, mahogany, walnut, English oak, bird's eye maple, and the manufactured effects such as ormolu, marquetry, and buhl, or buhl. He explained the latter, how difficult it was to produce, how unsuitable it was in some respects for this climate, the brass and tortoiseshell inlay coming to swell with the heat or damp, and so bulging or breaking. He told of the difficulties and disadvantages of certain finishes, but finally recommended ormolu furniture for the reception room, medallion tapestry for the parlor, French Renaissance for the dining room and library. And bird's eye maple, dyed blue in one instance, and left its natural color in another, and a rather lightly constructed and daintily carved walnut for the other rooms. The hangings, wallpaper, and floor coverings were to harmonize, not match, and the piano and music cabinet for the parlor, as well as the étagère, cabinets, and pedestals for the reception rooms, were to be of buhl or marquetry. If Frank cared to stand the expense. Ellsworth advised a triangular piano, the square shapes were so inexpressibly wearisome to the initiated. Cowperwood listened fascinated. He foresaw a home which would be chaste, soothing, and delightful to look upon. If he hung pictures, gilt frames were to be the setting, large and deep. And if he wished a picture gallery, the library could be converted into that, and the general living room, which lay between the library and the parlor on the second floor, could be turned into a combination library and living room. This was eventually done, but not until his taste for pictures had considerably advanced. It was now that he began to take a keen interest in objects of art, pictures, bronzes, little carvings and figurines, for his cabinets, pedestals, tables, and étagères. Philadelphia did not offer much that was distinguished in this realm, certainly not in the open market. There were many private houses which were enriched by travel, but his connection with the best families was as yet small. There were then two famous American sculptors, Powers and Hosmer, of whose work he had examples, but Ellsworth told him that they were not the last word in sculpture and that he should look into the merits of the ancients. He finally secured a head of David, by Thorvaldsen, which delighted him, and some landscapes by Hunt, Sully, and Hart, which seemed somewhat in the spirit of his new world. The effect of a house of this character on its owner is unmistakable. We think we are individual, separate, above houses and material objects generally, but there is a subtle connection which makes them reflect us quite as much as we reflect them. They lend dignity, subtlety, force, each to the other, and what beauty, or lack of it, there is shot back and forth from one to the other as a shuttle in a loom, weaving. Cut the thread, separate a man from that which is rightfully his own, characteristic of him, and you have a peculiar figure, half success, half failure, much as a spider without its web, which will never be its whole self again until all its dignities and emoluments are restored. The sight of his new house going up made Cowperwood feel of more weight in the world, and the possession of his suddenly achieved connection with the city treasurer was as though a wide door had been thrown open to the Elysian fields of opportunity. He rode about the city those days behind a team of spirited bays, whose glossy hides and metalled harness bespoke the watchful care of hostler and coachman. Ellsworth was building an attractive stable in the little side street back of the houses, for the joint use of both families. He told Mrs. Cowperwood that he intended to buy her a Victoria, as the low, open, four-wheeled coach was then known, as soon as they were well settled in their new home, and that they were to go out more. There was some talk about the value of entertaining, that he would have to reach out socially for certain individuals who were not now known to him. Together with Anna, his sister, and his two brothers, Joseph and Edward, they could use the two houses jointly. There was no reason why Anna should not make a splendid match. Joe and Ed might marry well, since they were not destined to set the world on fire in commerce. At least it would not hurt them to try. "Don't you think you will like that?" he asked his wife, referring to his plans for entertaining. She smiled wanly. "I suppose so," she said. Chapter 16. It was not long after the arrangement between Treasurer Stenauer and Cowperwood had been made that the machinery for the carrying out of that political-financial relationship was put in motion. The sum of $210,000 in 6% interest-bearing certificates, payable in 10 years, was set over to the credit of Cowperwood and Company on the books of the city, subject to his order. Then, with proper listing, he began to offer it in small amounts at more than 90, at the same time creating the impression that it was going to be a prosperous investment. The certificates gradually rose and were unloaded in rising amounts until 100 was reached, when all the $200,000 worth, 2,000 certificates in all, was fed out in small lots. Stenauer was satisfied. 200 shares had been carried for him and sold at 100, which netted him $2,000. It was illegitimate gain, unethical, but his conscience was not very much troubled by that. He had none, truly. He saw visions of a halcyon future. It is difficult to make perfectly clear what a subtle and significant power this suddenly placed in the hands of Cowperwood. Consider that he was only 28, nearing 29. Imagine yourself by nature versed in the arts of finance, capable of playing with sums of money in the forms of stocks, certificates, bonds, and cash, as the ordinary man plays with checkers or chess. Or, better yet, imagine yourself one of those subtle masters of the mysteries of the higher forms of chess, the type of mind so well illustrated by the famous and historic chess players, who could sit with their backs to a group of rivals playing 14 men at once, calling out all the moves in turn, remembering all the positions of all the men on all the boards, and winning. This, of course, would be an overstatement of the subtlety of Cowperwood at this time, and yet it would not be wholly out of bounds. He knew instinctively what could be done with a given sum of money, how as cash it could be deposited in one place, and yet as credit and the basis of moving checks, used in not one but many other places at the same time. When properly watched and followed, this manipulation gave him the constructive and purchasing power of 10 and a dozen times as much as his original sum might have represented. He knew instinctively the principles of pyramiding and kiting. He could see exactly not only how he could raise and lower the value of these certificates of loan, day after day and year after year, if he were so fortunate as to retain his hold on the city treasurer, but also how this would give him a credit with the banks hitherto beyond his wildest dreams. His father's bank was one of the first to profit by this and to extend him loans. The various local politicians and bosses, Mollenhauer, Butler, Simpson, and others, seeing the success of his efforts in this direction, speculated in city loan. He became known to Mollenhauer and Simpson, by reputation, if not personally, as the man who was carrying this city loan proposition to a successful issue. Stener was supposed to have done a clever thing in finding him. The stock exchange stipulated that all trades were to be compared the same day and settled before the close of the next. But this working arrangement with the new city treasurer gave Cowperwood much more latitude, and now he had always until the first of the month, or practically 30 days at times, in which to render an accounting for all deals connected with the loan issue. And, moreover, this was really not an accounting in the sense of removing anything from his hands. Since the issue was to be so large, the sum at his disposal would always be large, and so-called transfers and balancing at the end of the month would be a mere matter of bookkeeping. He could use these city loan certificates deposited with him for manipulative purposes, deposit them at any bank as collateral for a loan, quite as if they were his own, thus raising 70% of their actual value in cash, and he did not hesitate to do so. He could take this cash, which need not be accounted for until the end of the month, and cover other stock transactions, on which he could borrow again. There was no limit to the resources of which he now found himself possessed, except the resources of his own energy, ingenuity, and the limits of time in which he had to work. The politicians did not realize what a bonanza he was making of it all for himself, because they were as yet unaware of the subtlety of his mind. When Stener told him, after talking the matter over with the mayor, Straubach, and others, that he would formally, during the course of the year, set over on the city's books all of the 2 millions in city loan, Cowperwood was silent, but with delight. 2 millions. His to play with. He had been called in as a financial advisor, and he had given his advice and it had been taken. Well. He was not a man who inherently was troubled with conscientious scruples. At the same time he still believed himself financially honest. He was no sharper or shrewder than any other financier, certainly no sharper than any other would be if he could. It should be noted here that this proposition of Stener's in regard to city money had no connection with the attitude of the principal leaders in local politics in regard to street railway control, which was a new and intriguing phase of the city's financial life. Many of the leading financiers and financier politicians were interested in that. For instance, Messrs. Mollenhauer, Butler, and Simpson were interested in street railways separately on their own account. There was no understanding between them on this score. If they had thought at all on the matter, they would have decided that they did not want any outsider to interfere. As a matter of fact, the street railway business in Philadelphia was not sufficiently developed at this time to suggest to anyone the grand scheme of union which came later. Yet in connection with this new arrangement between Stener and Cowperwood, it was Straubach who now came forward to Stener with an idea of his own. All were certain to make money through Cowperwood, he and Stener, especially. What was amiss, therefore, with himself and Stener and with Cowperwood as their, or rather Stener's secret representative, since Straubach did not dare to appear in the matter, buying now sufficient street railway shares in some one line to control it. And then, if he, Straubach, could, by efforts of his own, get the city council to set aside certain streets for its extension, why, there you were, they would own it. Only, later, he proposed to shake Stener out if he could. But this preliminary work had to be done by someone, and it might as well be Stener. At the same time, as he saw, this work had to be done very carefully, because naturally his superiors were watchful, and if they found him dabbling in affairs of this kind to his own advantage, they might make it impossible for him to continue politically in a position where he could help himself just the same. Any outside organization such as a street railway company already in existence had a right to appeal to the city council for privileges which would naturally further its and the city's growth, and, other things being equal, these could not be refused. It would not do for him to appear, however, both as a shareholder and president of the council. But with Cowperwood acting privately for Stenaer it would be another thing. The interesting thing about this proposition as finally presented by Stenaer for Straubach to Cowperwood, was that it raised, without appearing to do so, the whole question of Cowperwood's attitude toward the city administration. Although he was dealing privately for Edward Butler as an agent, and with this same plan in mind, and although he had never met either Mollenhauer or Simpson, he nevertheless felt that in so far as the manipulation of the city loan was concerned he was acting for them. On the other hand, in this matter of the private street railway purchase which Stenaer now brought to him, he realized from the very beginning, by Stenaer's attitude, that there was something untoward in it. That Stenaer felt he was doing something which he ought not to do. Cowperwood, he said to him the first morning he ever broached this matter, it was in Stenaer's office, at the old City Hall at 6th and Chestnut, and Stenaer, in view of his oncoming prosperity, was feeling very good indeed. Isn't there some street railway property around town here that a man could buy in on and get control of if he had sufficient money? Cowperwood knew that there were such properties. His very alert mind had long since sensed the general opportunities here. The omnibuses were slowly disappearing. The best routes were already preempted. Still, there were other streets, and the city was growing. The incoming population would make great business in the future. One could afford to pay almost any price for the short lines already built if one could wait and extend the lines into larger and better areas later. And already he had conceived in his own mind the theory of the endless chain, or arguable formula, as it was later termed, of buying a certain property on a long-time payment and issuing stocks or bonds sufficient not only to pay your seller, but to reimburse you for your trouble, to say nothing of giving you a margin wherewith to invest in other things, allied properties, for instance, against which more bonds could be issued, and so on, ad infinitum. It became an old story later, but it was new at that time, and he kept the thought closely to himself. None the less he was glad to have Stenaer speak of this, since street railways were his hobby, and he was convinced that he would be a great master of them if he ever had an opportunity to control them. Why, yes, George, he said, noncommittally, there are 2 or 3 that offer a good chance if a man had money enough. I notice blocks of stock being offered on change now and then by one person and another. It would be good policy to pick these things up as they're offered, and then to see later if some of the other stockholders won't want to sell out. Green and Coates, now, looks like a good proposition to me. If I had $300,000 or $400,000 that I thought I could put into that by degrees I would follow it up. It only takes about 30% of the stock of any railroad to control it. Most of the shares are scattered around so far and wide that they never vote, and I think $200,000 or $300,000 would control that road. He mentioned one other line that might be secured in the same way in the course of time. Stenaer meditated. That's a good deal of money, he said, thoughtfully. I'll talk to you about that some more later. And he was off to see Straubach none the less. Cowperwood knew that Stenaer did not have any $200,000 or $300,000 to invest in anything. There was only one way that he could get it, and that was to borrow it out of the city treasury and forego the interest. But he would not do that on his own initiative. Someone else must be behind him, and who else other than Mollenhauer, or Simpson, or possibly even Butler, though he doubted that, unless the triumvirate were secretly working together. But what of it? The larger politicians were always using the treasury, and he was thinking now, only, of his own attitude in regard to the use of this money. No harm could come to him, if Stenaer's ventures were successful. And there was no reason why they should not be. Even if they were not, he would be merely acting as an agent. In addition, He saw how in the manipulation of this money for Stenaer he could probably eventually control certain lines for himself. There was one line being laid out to within a few blocks of his new home, the 17th and 19th Street line it was called, which interested him greatly. He rode on it occasionally when he was delayed or did not wish to trouble about a vehicle. It ran through 2 thriving streets of red brick houses, and was destined to have a great future once the city grew large enough. As yet it was really not long enough. If he could get that, for instance, and combine it with Butler's lines, once they were secured, or Mollenhauer's, or Simpson's, the legislature could be induced to give them additional franchises. He even dreamed of a combination between Butler, Mollenhauer, Simpson, and himself. Between them, politically, they could get anything. But Butler was not a philanthropist. He would have to be approached with a very sizable bird in hand. The combination must be obviously advisable. Besides, he was dealing for Butler in street railway stocks, and if this particular line were such a good thing Butler might wonder why it had not been brought to him in the first place. It would be better, Frank thought, to wait until he actually had it as his own, in which case it would be a different matter. Then he could talk as a capitalist. He began to dream of a citywide street railway system controlled by a few men, or preferably himself alone. Chapter 17. The days that had been passing brought Frank Cowperwood and Aileen Butler somewhat closer together in spirit. Because of the pressure of his growing affairs he had not paid so much attention to her as he might have, but he had seen her often this past year. She was now 19 and had grown into some subtle thoughts of her own. For one thing, she was beginning to see the difference between good taste and bad taste in houses and furnishings. "Papa, why do we stay in this old barn?" she asked her father one evening at dinner, when the usual family group was seated at the table. "What's the matter with this house, I'd like to know?" demanded Butler, who was drawn up close to the table, his napkin tucked comfortably under his chin, for he insisted on this when company was not present. "I don't see anything the matter with this house. Your mother and I managed to live in it well enough." "Oh, it's terrible, Papa." "You know it," supplemented Nora, who was 17 and quite as bright as her sister, though a little less experienced. "Everybody says so. Look at all the nice houses that are being built everywhere about here." "Everybody. Everybody. Who is everybody, I'd like to know?" demanded Butler, with the faintest touch of choler and much humor. "I'm somebody, and I like it. Those that don't like it don't have to live in it." "Who are they? What's the matter with it, I'd like to know?" The question in just this form had been up a number of times before, and had been handled in just this manner, or passed over entirely with a healthy Irish grin. Tonight, however, it was destined for a little more extended thought. "You know it's bad, Papa," corrected Aileen, firmly. "Now what's the use getting mad about it? It's old and cheap and dingy. The furniture is all worn out. That old piano in there ought to be given away. I won't play on it any more. The Cowperwoods." "Old is it?" exclaimed Butler, his accent sharpening somewhat with his self-induced rage. He almost pronounced it old. "Dingy, hi. Where do you get that?" "At your convent, I suppose." "And where is it worn? Show me where it's worn." He was coming to her reference to Cowperwood, but he hadn't reached that when Mrs. Butler interfered. She was a stout, broad-faced woman, smiling-mouthed most of the time, with blurry, grey Irish eyes, and a touch of red in her hair, now modified by greyness. Her cheek, below the mouth, on the left side, was sharply accented by a large one. Children. Children. Mr. Butler, for all his commercial and political responsibility, was as much a child to her as any. "Yous mustn't quarrel now. Come now. Give your father the tomatoes." There was an Irish maid serving at table. But plates were passed from one to the other just the same. A heavily ornamented chandelier, holding 16 imitation candles in white porcelain, hung low over the table and was brightly lighted, another offense to Aileen. "Mama, How often have I told you not to say, use, pleaded Nora, very much disheartened by her mother's grammatical errors. You know you said you wouldn't. And who's to tell your mother what she should say? Called Butler, more incensed than ever at this sudden and unwarranted rebellion and assault. Your mother talked before ever you was born, I'd have you know. If it weren't for her workin' and slavin', you wouldn't have any fine manners to be parrot in, before her. I'd have you know that. She's a better woman nor any you'll be runnin' with this day, you little baggage, you. Mama, do you hear what he's calling me? Complained Nora, hugging close to her mother's arm and pretending fear and dissatisfaction. Eddie! Eddie, cautioned Mrs. Butler, pleading with her husband. You know he don't mean that, Nora, dear. Don't you know he don't? She was stroking her baby's head. The reference to her grammar had not touched her at all. Butler was sorry that he had called his youngest a baggage, but these children, God bless his soul, were a great annoyance. Why, in the name of all the saints, wasn't this house good enough for them? Why don't you people quit fussing at the table? Observed Callum, a likely youth, with black hair laid smoothly over his forehead in a long, distinguished layer reaching from his left to close to his right ear, and his upper lip carrying a short, crisp mustache. His nose was short and retroussé, and his ears were rather prominent, but he was bright and attractive. He and Owen both realized that the house was old and poorly arranged. But their father and mother liked it, and business sense and family peace dictated silence on this score. Well, I think it's mean to have to live in this old place when people not 1/4 as good as we are living in better ones. The Cowperwoods, why, even the Cowperwoods. Yes, the Cowperwoods. What about the Cowperwoods? Demanded Butler, turning squarely to Aileen. She was sitting beside him, his big, red face glowing. Why, even they have a better house than we have, and he's merely an agent of yours. The Cowperwoods. The Cowperwoods. I'll not have any talk about the Cowperwoods. I'm not talking my rules from the Cowperwoods. Suppose they have a fine house, what of it? My house is my house. I want to live here. I've lived here too long to be pickin' up and movin' away. If you don't like it you know what else you can do. Move if you want to. I'll not move. It was Butler's habit when he became involved in these family quarrels, which were as shallow as puddles, to wave his hands rather antagonistically under his wife's or his children's noses. Oh, well, I will get out one of these days, Aileen replied. Thank heaven I won't have to live here forever. There flashed across her mind the beautiful reception room, library, parlor, and boudoirs of the Cowperwoods, which were now being arranged and about which Anna Cowperwood talked to her so much, their dainty, lovely triangular grand piano in gold and painted pink and blue. Why couldn't they have things like that? Her father was unquestionably a dozen times as wealthy. But no, her father, whom she loved dearly, was of the old school. He was just what people charged him with being, a rough Irish contractor. He might be rich. She flared up at the injustice of things. Why couldn't he have been rich and refined, too? Then they could have, but, oh, what was the use of complaining? They would never get anywhere with her father and mother in charge. She would just have to wait. Marriage was the answer, the right marriage. But whom was she to marry? You surely are not going to go on fighting about that now, pleaded Mrs. Butler, as strong and patient as fate itself. She knew where Eileen's trouble lay. But we might have a decent house, insisted Aileen. Or this one done over, whispered Nora to her mother. Hush now. In good time, replied Mrs. Butler to Nora. Wait. We'll fix it all up some day, sure. You run to your lessons now. You've had enough. Nora arose and left. Aileen subsided. Her father was simply stubborn and impossible. And yet he was sweet, too. She pouted in order to compel him to apologize. Come now, he said, after they had left the table, and conscious of the fact that his daughter was dissatisfied with him. He must do something to placate her. Play me something on the piano, something nice. He preferred showy, clattery things which exhibited her skill and muscular ability and left him wondering how she did it. That was what education was for, to enable her to play these very difficult things quickly and forcefully. And you can have a new piano any time you like. Go and see about it. This looks pretty good to me, but if you don't want it, all right. Aileen squeezed his arm. What was the use of arguing with her father? What good would a lone piano do, when the whole house and the whole family atmosphere were at fault? But she played Schumann, Schubert, Offenbach, Chopin, and the old gentleman strolled to and fro and mused, smiling. There was real feeling and a thoughtful interpretation given to some of these things, for Aileen was not without sentiment, though she was so strong, vigorous, and withal so defiant, but it was all lost on him. He looked on her, his bright, healthy, enticingly beautiful daughter, and wondered what was going to become of her. Some rich man was going to marry her, some fine, rich young man with good business instincts, and he, her father, would leave her a lot of money. There was a reception and a dance to be given to celebrate the opening of the two Cowperwood homes, the reception to be held in Frank Cowperwood's residence, and the dance later at his father's. The Henry Cowperwood domicile was much more pretentious, the reception room, parlor, music room, and conservatory being in this case all on the ground floor and much larger. Ellsworth had arranged it so that those rooms, on occasion, could be thrown into one, leaving excellent space for promenade, auditorium, dancing, anything, in fact, that a large company might require. It had been the intention all along of the two men to use these houses jointly. There was, to begin with, a combination use of the various servants, the butler, gardener, laundress, and maids. Frank Cowperwood employed a governess for his children. The butler was really not a butler in the best sense. He was Henry Cowperwood's private servitor. But he could carve and preside, and he could be used in either house as occasion warranted. There was also a hostler and a coachman for the joint stable. When two carriages were required at once, both drove. It made a very agreeable and satisfactory working arrangement. The preparation of this reception had been quite a matter of importance, for it was necessary for financial reasons to make it as extensive as possible, and for social reasons as exclusive. It was therefore decided that the afternoon reception at Frank's house, with its natural overflow into Henry W.'s, was to be for all, the ties, Stenars, butlers, Mollenhauers, as well as the more select groups to which, for instance, belonged Arthur Rivers, Mrs. Seneca Davis, Mr. and Mrs. Trenor Drake, and some of the younger Drexels and Clarks, whom Frank had met. It was not likely that the latter would condescend, but cards had to be sent. Later in the evening a less democratic group if possible was to be entertained, albeit it would have to be extended to include the friends of Anna, Mrs. Cowperwood, Edward, and Joseph, and any list which Frank might personally have in mind. This was to be the list. The best that could be persuaded, commanded, or influenced of the young and socially elect were to be invited here. It was not possible, however, not to invite the butlers, parents and children, particularly the children, for both afternoon and evening. Since Cowperwood was personally attracted to Aileen and despite the fact that the presence of the parents would be most unsatisfactory. Even Aileen as he knew was a little unsatisfactory to Anna and Mrs. Frank Cowperwood, and these two, when they were together supervising the list of invitations, often talked about it. "She's so hoydenish," observed Anna, to her sister-in-law, when they came to the name of Aileen. "She thinks she knows so much, and she isn't a bit refined." Her father. "Well, if I had her father I wouldn't talk so smart." Mrs. Cowperwood, who was before her secrétaire in her new boudoir, lifted her eyebrows. "You know, Anna, I sometimes wish that Frank's business did not compel me to have anything to do with them. Mrs. Butler is such a bore. She means well enough, but she doesn't know anything. And Aileen is too rough. She's too forward, I think. She comes over here and plays upon the piano, particularly when Frank's here. I wouldn't mind so much for myself, but I know it must annoy him. All her pieces are so noisy. She never plays anything really delicate and refined. I don't like the way she dresses, observed Anna, sympathetically. She gets herself up too conspicuously. Now, the other day I saw her out driving, and oh, dear. You should have seen her. She had on a crimson zoe jacket heavily braided with black about the edges, and a turban with a huge crimson feather, and crimson ribbons reaching nearly to her waist. Imagine that kind of a hat to drive in. And her hands. You should have seen the way she held her hands, oh, just so, self-consciously. They were curved just so, and she showed how. She had on yellow gauntlets, and she held the reins in one hand and the whip in the other. She drives just like mad when she drives, anyhow, and William, the footman, was up behind her. You should just have seen her. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. She does think she is so much. And Anna giggled, half in reproach, half in amusement. I suppose we'll have to invite her. I don't see how we can get out of it. I know just how she'll do, though. She'll walk about and pose and hold her nose up. Really, I don't see how she can, commented Anna. Now, I like Nora. She's much nicer. She doesn't think she's so much. I like Nora, too, added Mrs. Cowperwood. She's really very sweet, and to me she's prettier. Oh, indeed, I think so, too. It was curious, though, that it was Aileen who commanded nearly all their attention and fixed their minds on her so-called idiosyncrasies. All they said was in its peculiar way true. But in addition the girl was really beautiful and much above the average intelligence and force. She was running deep with ambition, and she was all the more conspicuous, and in a way irritating to some, because she reflected in her own consciousness her social defects, against which she was inwardly fighting. She resented the fact that people could justly consider her parents ineligible, and for that reason her also. She was intrinsically as worth-while as any one. Cowperwood, so able, and rapidly becoming so distinguished, seemed to realize it. The days that had been passing had brought them somewhat closer together in spirit. He was nice to her and liked to talk to her. Whenever he was at her home now, or she was at his and he was present, he managed somehow to say a word. He would come over quite near and look at her in a warm friendly fashion. Well, Aileen, she could see his genial eyes, how is it with you? How are your father and mother? Been out driving? That's fine. I saw you today. You looked beautiful. Oh, Mr. Cowperwood. You did. You looked stunning. A black riding habit becomes you. I can tell your gold hair a long way off. Oh, now, you mustn't say that to me. You'll make me vain. My mother and father tell me I'm too vain as it is. Never mind your mother and father. I say you looked stunning, and you did. You always do. Oh. She gave a little gasp of delight. The color mounted to her cheeks and temples. Mr. Cowperwood knew of course. He was so informed and intensely forceful. And already he was so much admired by so many, her own father and mother included, and by Mr. Mollenhauer and Mr. Simpson, so she heard. And his own home and office were so beautiful. Besides, his quiet intensity matched her restless force. Aileen and her sister were accordingly invited to the reception, but the butlers Mere and Pair were given to understand, in as tactful a manner as possible, that the dance afterward was principally for young people. The reception brought a throng of people. There were many, very many, introductions. There were tactful descriptions of little effects Mr. Ellsworth had achieved under rather trying circumstances, walks under the pergola. Viewings of both homes in detail. Many of the guests were old friends. They gathered in the libraries and dining rooms and talked. There was much jesting, some slappings of shoulders, some good storytelling, and so the afternoon waned into evening, and they went away. Aileen had created an impression in a street costume of dark blue silk with velvet pelisse to match, and trimmed with elaborate pleatings and shirrings of the same materials. A toque of blue velvet, with high crown and one large dark red imitation orchid, had given her a jaunty, dashing air. Beneath the toque her red gold hair was arranged in an enormous chignon, with one long curl escaping over her collar. She was not exactly as daring as she seemed, but she loved to give that impression. "You look wonderful," Cowperwood said as she passed him. "I'll look different tonight," was her answer. She had swung herself with a slight, swaggering stride into the dining room and disappeared. Nora and her mother stayed to chat with Mrs. Cowperwood. "Well, it's lovely now, isn't it?" breathed Mrs. Butler. "Sure you'll be happy here?" "Sure you will. When Eddie fixed the house we're in now, says I, 'Eddie, it's almost too fine for us all together,' surely it is, and he says ye, Nora, nothin', this side, oh, heaven or beyond is too good for ye, and he kissed me. Now what d'ye think of that fair a big, hulkin' gossoon?" "It's perfectly lovely, I think, Mrs. Butler," commented Mrs. Cowperwood, a little bit nervous because of others. "Mama does love to talk so. Come on, Mama. Let's look at the dining room." It was Nora talking. "Well, may ye always be happy in it. I wish ye that. I've always been happy in mine. May ye always be happy." And she waddled good-naturedly along. The Cowperwood family dined hastily alone between 7 and 8. At 9 the evening guests began to arrive, and now the throng was of a different complexion, girls in mauve and cream white and salmon pink and silver gray, laying aside lace shawls and loose dolmans, and the men in smooth black helping them. Outside in the cold, the carriage doors were slamming, and new guests were arriving constantly. Mrs. Cowperwood stood with her husband and Anna in the main entrance to the reception room, while Joseph and Edward Cowperwood and Mr. and Mrs. Henry W. Cowperwood lingered in the background. Lillian looked charming in a train gown of old rose, with a low, square neck showing a delicate chemisette of fine lace. Her face and figure were still notable, though her face was not as smoothly sweet as it had been years before when Cowperwood had first met her. Anna Cowperwood was not pretty, though she could not be said to be homely. She was small and dark, with a turned-up nose, snapping black eyes, a pert, inquisitive, intelligent, and alas, somewhat critical, air. She had considerable tact in the matter of dressing. Black, in spite of her darkness, with shining beads of sequins on it, helped her complexion greatly, as did a red rose in her hair. She had smooth, white well-rounded arms and shoulders. Bright eyes, a pert manner, clever remarks, these assisted to create an illusion of charm, though, as she often said, it was of little use. Men want the dolly things. In the evening in pour of young men and women came Aileen and Nora, the former throwing off a thin net veil of black lace and a dolman of black silk, which her brother Owen took from her. Nora was with Callum, a straight, erect, smiling young Irishman, who looked as though he might carve a notable career for himself. She wore a short, girlish dress that came to a little below her shoe-tops, a pale-figured lavender and white silk, with a fluffy hoop skirt of dainty lace-edged ruffles, against which tiny bows of lavender stood out in odd places. There was a great sash of lavender about her waist, and in her hair a rosette of the same color. She looked exceedingly winsome, eager and bright-eyed. But behind her was her sister in ravishing black satin, scaled as a fish with glistening crimson-silver sequins, her round, smooth arms bare to the shoulders, her corsage cut as low in the front and back as her daring. In relation to her sense of the proprieties, permitted. She was naturally of exquisite figure, erect, full-breasted, with somewhat more than gently swelling hips, which, nevertheless, melted into lovely, harmonious lines. And this low-cut corsage, receding back and front into a deep V, above a short, gracefully draped overskirt of black tulle and silver tissue, set her off to perfection. Her full, smooth, roundly modeled neck was enhanced in its cream-pink whiteness by an inch-wide necklet of black jet cut in many-faceted black squares. Her complexion, naturally high in tone because of the pink of health, was enhanced by the tiniest speck of black court plaster laid upon her cheekbone. And her hair, heightened in its reddish gold by her dress, was fluffed loosely and adroitly about her eyes. The main mass of this treasure was done in 2 loose braids caught up in a black spangled net at the back of her neck. And her eyebrows had been emphasized by a pencil into something almost as significant as her hair. She was, for the occasion, a little too emphatic, perhaps, and yet more because of her burning vitality than of her costume. Art for her should have meant subduing her physical and spiritual significance. Life for her meant emphasizing them. Lillian. Anna nudged her sister-in-law. She was grieved to think that Aileen was wearing black and looked so much better than either of them. "I see," Lillian replied, in a subdued tone. "So you're back again." She was addressing Aileen. "It's chilly out, isn't it?" "I don't mind. Don't the rooms look lovely?" She was gazing at the softly lighted chambers and the throng before her. Nora began to babble to Anna. "You know, I just thought I never would get this old thing on." She was speaking of her dress. "Aileen wouldn't help me, the mean thing." Aileen had swept on to Cowperwood and his mother, who was near him. She had removed from her arm the black satin ribbon which held her train and kicked the skirts loose and free. Her eyes gleamed almost pleadingly for all her hauteur, like a spirited collie's, and her even teeth showed beautifully. Cowperwood understood her precisely, as he did any fine, spirited animal. "I can't tell you how nice you look," he whispered to her, familiarly, as though there was an old understanding between them. "You're like fire and song." He did not know why he said this. He was not especially poetic. He had not formulated the phrase beforehand. Since his first glimpse of her in the hall, his feelings and ideas had been leaping and plunging like spirited horses. This girl made him set his teeth and narrow his eyes. Involuntarily he squared his jaw, looking more defiant, forceful, efficient, as she drew near. But Aileen and her sister were almost instantly surrounded by young men seeking to be introduced and to write their names on dance cards, and for the time being she was lost to view. Chapter 18. The seeds of change, subtle, metaphysical, are rooted deeply. From the first mention of the dance by Mrs. Cowperwood and Anna, Aileen had been conscious of a desire toward a more effective presentation of herself than as yet, for all her father's money, she had been able to achieve. The company which she was to encounter, as she well knew, was to be so much more impressive, distinguished than anything she had heretofore known socially. Then, too, Cowperwood appeared as something more definite in her mind than he had been before, and to save herself she could not get him out of her consciousness. A vision of him had come to her but an hour before as she was dressing. In a way she had dressed for him. She was never forgetful of the times he had looked at her in an interested way. He had commented on her hands once. Today he had said that she looked stunning, and she had thought how easy it would be to impress him tonight, to show him how truly beautiful she was. She had stood before her mirror between 8 and 9, it was 9:15 before she was really ready, and pondered over what she should wear. There were 2 tall pier glasses in her wardrobe, an unduly large piece of furniture, and one in her closet door. She stood before the latter, looking at her bare arms and shoulders, her shapely figure, thinking of the fact that her left shoulder had a dimple, and that she had selected garnet garters decorated with heart-shaped silver buckles. The corset could not be made quite tight enough at first, and she chided her maid, Kathleen Kelly. She studied how to arrange her hair, and there was much ado about that before it was finally adjusted. She penciled her eyebrows and plucked at the hair about her forehead to make it loose and shadowy. She cut black court plaster with her nail shears and tried different-sized pieces in different places. Finally, she found one size and one place that suited her. She turned her head from side to side, looking at the combined effect of her hair, her penciled brows, her dimpled shoulder, and the black beauty spot. If some one man could see her as she was now, some time. Which man? That thought scurried back like a frightened rat into its hole. She was, for all her strength, afraid of the thought of the one, the very deadly, the man. And then she came to the matter of a train gown. Kathleen laid out 5, for Aileen had come into the joy and honor of these things recently, and she had, with the permission of her mother and father, indulged herself to the full. She studied a golden yellow silk, with cream lace shoulder straps, and some gussets of garnet beads in the train that shimmered delightfully, but set it aside. She considered favorably a black and white striped silk of odd gray effect, and, though she was sorely tempted to wear it, finally let it go. There was a maroon dress, with basque and overskirt over white silk, a rich cream-colored satin. And then this black sequined gown, which she finally chose. She tried on the cream-colored satin first, however, being in much doubt about it, but her penciled eyes and beauty spot did not seem to harmonize with it. Then she put on the black silk with its glistening crimson-silver sequins, and, lo, it touched her. She liked its coquettish drapery of tulle and silver about the hips. The overskirt, which was at that time just coming into fashion, though avoided by the more conservative, had been adopted by Aileen with enthusiasm. She thrilled a little at the rustle of this black dress, and thrust her chin and nose forward to make it set right. Then after having Kathleen tighten her corsets a little more, she gathered the train over her arm by its train band and looked again. Something was wanting. Oh, yes, her neck. What to wear, red coral. It did not look right. A string of pearls? That would not do either. There was a necklace made of small cameos set in silver which her mother had purchased, and another of diamonds which belonged to her mother, but they were not right. Finally, her jet necklet, which she did not value very highly, came into her mind, and, oh, how lovely it looked. How soft and smooth and glistening her chin looked above it. She caressed her neck affectionately, called for her black lace mantilla, her long, black silk dolman lined with red, and she was ready. The ballroom, as she entered, was lovely enough. The young men and young women she saw there were interesting, and she was not wanting for admirers. The most aggressive of these youths, the most forceful, recognized in this maiden a fillip to life, a sting to existence. She was as a honey jar surrounded by two hungry flies. But it occurred to her, as her dance list was filling up, that there was not much left for Mr. Cowperwood, if he should care to dance with her. Cowperwood was meditating, as he received the last of the guests, on the subtlety of this matter of the sex arrangement of life. Two sexes. He was not at all sure that there was any law governing them. By comparison now with Aileen Butler, his wife looked rather dull, quite too old, and when he was 10 years older she would look very much older. Oh, yes, Ellsworth had made quite an attractive arrangement out of these two houses, better than we ever thought he could do. He was talking to Henry Hale Sanderson, a young banker. He had the advantage of combining two into one, and I think he's done more with my little one, considering the limitations of space, than he has with this big one. Father's has the advantage of size. I tell the old gentleman he's simply built a lean-to for me. His father and a number of his cronies were over in the dining room of his grand home, glad to get away from the crowd. He would have to stay, and, besides, he wanted to. Had he better dance with Aileen? His wife cared little for dancing, but he would have to dance with her at least once. There was Mrs. Seneca Davis smiling at him, and Aileen. By George, how wonderful. What a girl. I suppose your dance list is full to overflowing. Let me see. He was standing before her and she was holding out the little blue-bordered, gold-monogrammed booklet. An orchestra was playing in the music room. The dance would begin shortly. There were delicately constructed, gold-tinted chairs about the walls and behind palms. He looked down into her eyes, those excited, life-loving, eager eyes. You're quite full up. Let me see. 9, 10, 11. Well, that will be enough. I don't suppose I shall want to dance very much. It's nice to be popular. I'm not sure about number 3. I think that's a mistake. You might have that if you wish. She was falsifying. It doesn't matter so much about him, does it? His cheeks flushed a little as he said this. No. Her own flamed. Well, I'll see where you are when it's called. You're darling. I'm afraid of you. He shot a level, interpretive glance into her eyes, then left. Eileen's bosom heaved. It was hard to breathe sometimes in this warm air. While he was dancing first with Mrs. Cowperwood and later with Mrs. Seneca Davis, and still later with Mrs. Martin Walker, Cowperwood had occasion to look at Aileen often, and each time that he did so there swept over him a sense of great vigor there, of beautiful if raw, dynamic energy that to him was irresistible and especially so tonight. She was so young. She was beautiful, this girl, and in spite of his wife's repeated derogatory comments he felt that she was nearer to his clear, aggressive, unblinking attitude than anyone whom he had yet seen in the form of woman. She was unsophisticated, in a way, that was plain, and yet in another way it would take so little to make her understand so much. Largeness was the sense he had of her, not physically, though she was nearly as tall as himself, but emotionally. She seemed so intensely alive. She passed close to him a number of times, her eyes wide and smiling, her lips parted, her teeth agleam, and he felt a stirring of sympathy and companionship for her which he had not previously experienced. She was lovely, all of her, delightful. "I'm wondering if that dance is open now," he said to her as he drew near toward the beginning of the third set. She was seated with her latest admirer in a far corner of the general living room, a clear floor now waxed to perfection. A few palms here and there made embrasured parapets of green. "I hope you'll excuse me," he added, deferentially, to her companion. "Surely," the latter replied, rising. "Yes, indeed," she replied. "And you'd better stay here with me. It's going to begin soon. You won't mind?" she added, giving her companion a radiant smile. "Not at all. I've had a lovely waltz." He strolled off. Cowperwood sat down. "That's young Ledoux, isn't it?" "I thought so. I saw you dancing. You like it, don't you?" "I'm crazy about it." "Well, I can't say that myself. It's fascinating, though. Your partner makes such a difference. Mrs. Cowperwood doesn't like it as much as I do." His mention of Lillian made Aileen think of her in a faintly derogative way for a moment. "I think you dance very well. I watched you, too." She questioned afterwards whether she should have said this. It sounded most forward now, almost brazen. "Oh, did you?" "Yes." He was a little keyed up because of her, slightly cloudy in his thoughts, because she was generating a problem in his life, or would if he let her, and so his talk was a little tame. He was thinking of something to say, some words which would bring them a little nearer together. But for the moment he could not. Truth to tell, he wanted to say a great deal. "Well, that was nice of you," he added, after a moment. "What made you do it?" He turned with a mock air of inquiry. The music was beginning again. The dancers were rising. He arose. He had not intended to give this particular remark a serious turn. But, now that she was so near him, he looked into her eyes steadily but with a soft appeal and said, "Yes, why?" They had come out from behind the palms. He had put his hand to her waist. His right arm held her left extended arm to arm, palm to palm. Her right hand was on his shoulder, and she was close to him, looking into his eyes. As they began the gay undulations of the waltz she looked away and then down without answering. Her movements were as light and airy as those of a butterfly. He felt a sudden lightness himself, communicated as by an invisible current. He wanted to match the suppleness of her body with his own, and did. Her arms, the flash and glint of the crimson sequins against the smooth, black silk of her closely fitting dress, her neck, her glowing, radiant hair, all combined to provoke a slight intellectual intoxication. She was so vigorously young, so, to him, truly beautiful. "But you didn't answer," he continued. "Isn't this lovely music?" He pressed her fingers. She lifted shy eyes to him now, for, in spite of her gay, aggressive force, she was afraid of him. His personality was obviously so dominating. Now that he was so close to her, dancing, she conceived of him as something quite wonderful, and yet she experienced a nervous reaction, a momentary desire to run away. "Very well, if you won't tell me," he smiled, mockingly. He thought she wanted him to talk to her so, to tease her with suggestions of this concealed feeling of his, this strong liking. He wondered what could come of any such understanding as this, anyhow. "Oh, I just wanted to see how you danced," she said, tamely, the force of her original feeling having been weakened by a thought of what she was doing. He noted the change and smiled. It was lovely to be dancing with her. He had not thought mere dancing could hold such charm. "You like me?" he said, suddenly, as the music drew to its close. She thrilled from head to toe at the question. A piece of ice dropped down her back could not have startled her more. It was apparently tactless, and yet it was anything but tactless. She looked up quickly, directly, but his strong eyes were too much for her. "Why, yes," she answered, as the music stopped, trying to keep an even tone to her voice. She was glad they were walking toward a chair. "I like you so much," he said, "that I have been wondering if you really like me." There was an appeal in his voice, soft and gentle. His manner was almost sad. "Why, yes," she replied, instantly, returning to her earlier mood toward him. "You know I do. I need someone like you to like me," he continued, in the same vein. "I need someone like you to talk to. I didn't think so before, but now I do. You are beautiful, wonderful." "We mustn't," she said. "I mustn't. I don't know what I'm doing." She looked at a young man strolling toward her, and asked, "I have to explain to him. He's the one I had this dance with." Cowperwood understood. He walked away. He was quite warm and tense now, almost nervous. It was quite clear to him that he had done or was contemplating perhaps a very treacherous thing. Under the current code of society he had no right to do it. It was against the rules, as they were understood by everybody. Her father, for instance, his father, everyone in this particular walk of life. However much breaking of the rules under the surface of things there might be, the rules were still there. As he had heard one young man remark once at school, when some story had been told of a boy leading a girl astray and to a disastrous end, that isn't the way at all. Still, now that he had said this, strong thoughts of her were in his mind. And despite his involved social and financial position, which he now recalled, it was interesting to him to see how deliberately and even calculatingly, and worse, enthusiastically, he was pumping the bellows that tended only to heighten the flames of his desire for this girl. To feed a fire that might ultimately consume him, and how deliberately and resourcefully. Aileen toyed aimlessly with her fan as a black-haired, thin-faced young law student talked to her, and seeing Nora in the distance she asked to be allowed to run over to her. "Oh, Aileen," called Nora, "I've been looking for you everywhere." "Where have you been?" "Dancing, of course." "Where do you suppose I've been? Didn't you see me on the floor?" "No, I didn't," complained Nora, as though it were most essential that she should. "How late are you going to stay?" "Until it's over, I suppose." "I don't know. Owen says he's going at 12. "Well, that doesn't matter. Someone will take me home." "Are you having a good time?" "Fine. Oh, let me tell you. I stepped on a lady's dress over there, last dance. She was terribly angry. She gave me such a look." "Well, never mind, honey. She won't hurt you. Where are you going now?" Aileen always maintained a most guardian-like attitude toward her sister. "I want to find Callum. He has to dance with me next time. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get away from me. But he won't." Aileen smiled. Nora looked very sweet. And she was so bright. What would she think of her if she knew? She turned back, and her fourth partner sought her. She began talking gaily, for she felt that she had to make a show of composure, but all the while there was ringing in her ears that definite question of his, "You like me, don't you?" And her later uncertain but not less truthful answer, "Yes, of course I do." Chapter 19. The growth of a passion is a very peculiar thing. In highly organized intellectual and artistic types it is so often apt to begin with keen appreciation of certain qualities, modified by many, many mental reservations. The egoist, the intellectual, gives but little of himself and asks much. Nevertheless, the lover of life, male or female, finding himself or herself in sympathetic accord with such a nature, is apt to gain much. Cowperwood was innately and primarily an egoist and intellectual, though blended strongly therewith, was a humane and democratic spirit. We think of egoism and intellectualism as closely confined to the arts. Finance is an art. And it presents the operations of the subtlest of the intellectuals and of the egoists. Cowperwood was a financier. Instead of dwelling on the works of nature, its beauty and subtlety, to his material disadvantage, he found a happy mean, owing to the swiftness of his intellectual operations, whereby he could, intellectually and emotionally, rejoice in the beauty of life without interfering with his perpetual material and financial calculations. And when it came to women and morals, which involved so much relating to beauty, happiness, a sense of distinction and variety in living, he was but now beginning to suspect for himself at least that apart from maintaining organized society in its present form there was no basis for this one life, one love idea. How had it come about that so many people agreed on this single point, that it was good and necessary to marry one woman and cleave to her until death? He did not know. It was not for him to bother about the subtleties of evolution, which even then was being noised abroad, or to ferret out the curiosities of history in connection with this matter. He had no time. Suffice it that the vagaries of temperament and conditions with which he came into immediate contact proved to him that there was great dissatisfaction with that idea. People did not cleave to each other until death. And in thousands of cases where they did not want to. Quickness of mind, subtlety of idea, fortuitousness of opportunity, made it possible for some people to right their matrimonial and social infelicities. Whereas for others, because of dullness of wit, thickness of comprehension, poverty, and lack of charm, there was no escape from the slough of their despond. They were compelled by some devilish accident of birth or lack of force or resourcefulness to stew in their own juice of wretchedness, or to shuffle off this mortal coil, which under other circumstances had such glittering possibilities, via the rope, the knife, the bullet, or the cup of poison. I would die, too, he thought to himself, one day, reading of a man who, confined by disease and poverty, had lived for 12 years alone in a back bedroom attended by an old and probably decrepit housekeeper. A darning needle forced into his heart had ended his earthly woes. To the devil with such a life! Why 12 years? Why not at the end of the second or third? Again, it was so very evident, in so many ways, that force was the answer, great mental and physical force. Why, these giants of commerce and money could do as they pleased in this life, and did. He had already had ample local evidence of it in more than one direction. Worse, the little guardians of so-called law and morality, the newspapers, the preachers, the police, and the public moralists generally, so loud in their denunciation of evil in humble places, were cowards all when it came to corruption in high ones. They did not dare to utter a feeble squeak until some giant had accidentally fallen and they could do so without danger to themselves. Then, oh heavens, the palaver! What beatings of tom-toms! What mouthings of pharisaical moralities, platitudes! Run now, good people, for you may see clearly how evil is dealt with in high places. It made him smile. Such hypocrisy! Such cant! Still, so the world was organized, and it was not for him to set it right. Let it wag as it would. The thing for him to do was to get rich and hold his own, to build up a seeming of virtue and dignity which would pass muster for the genuine thing. Force would do that. Quickness of wit. And he had these. I satisfy myself, was his motto. And it might well have been emblazoned upon any coat of arms which he could have contrived to set forth his claim to intellectual and social nobility. But this matter of Aileen was up for consideration and solution at this present moment, and because of his forceful, determined character he was presently not at all disturbed by the problem it presented. It was a problem, like some of those knotty financial complications which presented themselves daily, but it was not insoluble. What did he want to do? He couldn't leave his wife and fly with Aileen, that was certain. He had too many connections. He had too many social, and thinking of his children and parents, emotional as well as financial ties to bind him. Besides, he was not at all sure that he wanted to. He did not intend to leave his growing interests, and at the same time he did not intend to give up Aileen immediately. The unheralded manifestation of interest on her part was too attractive. Mrs. Cowperwood was no longer what she should be physically and mentally, and that in itself to him was sufficient to justify his present interest in this girl. Why fear anything, if only he could figure out a way to achieve it without harm to himself? At the same time he thought it might never be possible for him to figure out any practical or protective program for either himself or Aileen, and that made him silent and reflective. For by now he was intensely drawn to her, as he could feel, something chemic and hence dynamic was uppermost in him now and clamoring for expression. At the same time, in contemplating his wife in connection with all this, he had many qualms, some emotional, some financial. While she had yielded to his youthful enthusiasm for her after her husband's death, he had only since learned that she was a natural conservator of public morals, the cold purity of the snowdrift in so far as the world might see, combined at times with the murky mood of the wanton. And yet, as he had also learned, she was ashamed of the passion that at times swept and dominated her. This irritated Cowperwood, as it would always irritate any strong, acquisitive, direct-seeing temperament. While he had no desire to acquaint the whole world with his feelings, why should there be concealment between them, or at least mental evasion of a fact which physically she subscribed to? Why do one thing and think another? To be sure, she was devoted to him in her quiet way, not passionately. As he looked back he could not say that she had ever been that, but intellectually. Duty, as she understood it, played a great part in this. She was dutiful. And then what people thought, what the time spirit demanded, these were the great things. Aileen, on the contrary, was probably not dutiful, and it was obvious that she had no temperamental connection with current convention. No doubt she had been as well instructed as many another girl, but look at her. She was not obeying her instructions. In the next 3 months this relationship took on a more flagrant form. Aileen, knowing full well what her parents would think, how unspeakable in the mind of the current world were the thoughts she was thinking, persisted, nevertheless, in so thinking and longing. Cowperwood, now that she had gone thus far and compromised herself in intention, if not in deed, took on a peculiar charm for her. It was not his body, great passion is never that, exactly. The flavor of his spirit was what attracted and compelled, like the glow of a flame to a moth. There was a light of romance in his eyes, which, however governed and controlled, was directive and almost all-powerful to her. When he touched her hand at parting, it was as though she had received an electric shock, and she recalled that it was very difficult for her to look directly into his eyes. Something akin to a destructive force seemed to issue from them at times. Other people, men particularly, found it difficult to face Cowperwood's glazed stare. It was as though there were another pair of eyes behind those they saw, watching through thin, obscuring curtains. You could not tell what he was thinking. And during the next few months she found herself coming closer and closer to Cowperwood. At his home one evening, seated at the piano, no one else being present at the moment, he leaned over and kissed her. There was a cold, snowy street visible through the interstices of the hangings of the windows, and gas lamps flickering outside. He had come in early, and hearing Aileen, he came to where she was seated at the piano. She was wearing a rough, grey wool cloth dress, ornately banded with fringed oriental embroidery in blue and burnt orange, and her beauty was further enhanced by a grey hat planned to match her dress, with a plume of shaded orange and blue. On her fingers were 4 or 5 rings, far too many, an opal, an emerald, a ruby, and a diamond, flashing visibly as she played. She knew it was he, without turning. He came beside her, and she looked up smiling, the reverie evoked by Schubert partly vanishing, or melting into another mood. Suddenly he bent over and pressed his lips firmly to hers. His mustache thrilled her with its silky touch. She stopped playing and tried to catch her breath, for, strong as she was, it affected her breathing. Her heart was beating like a trip hammer. She did not say, "Oh," or, "You mustn't," but rose and walked over to a window, where she lifted a curtain, pretending to look out. She felt as though she might faint, so intensely happy was she. Cowperwood followed her quickly. Slipping his arms about her waist, he looked at her flushed cheeks, her clear, moist eyes and red mouth. "You love me?" he whispered, stern and compelling because of his desire. "Yes. Yes. You know I do." He crushed her face to his, and she put up her hands and stroked his hair. A thrilling sense of possession, mastery, happiness and understanding, love of her and of her body, suddenly overwhelmed him. "I love you," he said, as though he were surprised to hear himself say it. "I didn't think I did, but I do. You're beautiful. I'm wild about you." "And I love you," she answered. "I can't help it. I know I shouldn't, but, oh," her hands closed tight over his ears and temples. She put her lips to his and dreamed into his eyes. Then she stepped away quickly, looking out into the street, and he walked back into the living room. They were quite alone. He was debating whether he should risk anything further when Nora, having been in to see Anna next door, appeared and not long afterward Mrs. Cowperwood. Then Aileen and Nora left. Chapter 20. This definite and final understanding having been reached, it was but natural that this liaison should proceed to a closer and closer relationship. Despite her religious upbringing, Aileen was decidedly a victim of her temperament. Current religious feeling and belief could not control her. For the past 9 or 10 years there had been slowly forming in her mind a notion of what her lover should be like. He should be strong, handsome, direct, successful, with clear eyes, a ruddy glow of health, and a certain native understanding and sympathy, a love of life which matched her own. Many young men had approached her. Perhaps the nearest realization of her ideal was Father David, of St. Timothy's, and he was, of course, a priest and sworn to celibacy. No word had ever passed between them, but he had been as conscious of her as she of him. Then came Frank Cowperwood, and by degrees, because of his presence and contact, he had been slowly built up in her mind as the ideal person. She was drawn as planets are drawn to their sun. It is a question as to what would have happened if antagonistic forces could have been introduced just at this time. Emotions and liaisons of this character can, of course, occasionally be broken up and destroyed. The characters of the individuals can be modified or changed to a certain extent, but the force must be quite sufficient. Fear is a great deterrent, fear of material loss where there is no spiritual dread, but wealth and position so often tend to destroy this dread. It is so easy to scheme with means. Aileen had no spiritual dread whatever. Cowperwood was without spiritual or religious feeling. He looked at this girl, and his one thought was how could he so deceive the world that he could enjoy her love and leave his present state undisturbed. Love her he did surely. Business necessitated his calling at the butler's quite frequently, and on each occasion he saw Aileen. She managed to slip forward and squeeze his hand the first time he came, to steal a quick, vivid kiss. And another time, as he was going out, she suddenly appeared from behind the curtains hanging at the parlor door. "Honey." The voice was soft and coaxing. He turned, giving her a warning nod in the direction of her father's room upstairs. She stood there, holding out one hand, and he stepped forward for a second. Instantly her arms were about his neck, as he slipped his about her waist. "I long to see you so." "I, too. I'll fix some way. I'm thinking." He released her arms, and went out, and she ran to the window and looked out after him. He was walking west on the street, for his house was only a few blocks away, and she looked at the breadth of his shoulders, the balance of his form. He stepped so briskly, so incisively. Ah, this was a man. He was her Frank. She thought of him in that light already. Then she sat down at the piano and played pensively until dinner. And it was so easy for the resourceful mind of Frank Cowperwood, wealthy as he was, to suggest ways and means. In his younger gallivantings about places of ill repute, and his subsequent occasional variations from the straight and narrow path, he had learned much of the curious resources of immorality. Being a city of 500,000 and more at this time, Philadelphia had its nondescript hotels, where one might go, cautiously and fairly protected from observation. And there were houses of a conservative, residential character, where appointments might be made, for a consideration. And as for safeguards against the production of new life, they were not mysteries to him any longer. He knew all about them. Care was the point of caution. He had to be cautious, for he was so rapidly coming to be an influential and a distinguished man. Aileen, of course, was not conscious, except in a vague way, of the drift of her passion. The ultimate destiny to which this affection might lead was not clear to her. Her craving was for love, to be fondled and caressed, and she really did not think so much further. Further thoughts along this line were like rats that showed their heads out of dark holes in shadowy corners and scuttled back at the least sound. And, anyhow, all that was to be connected with Cowperwood would be beautiful. She really did not think that he loved her yet as he should, but he would. She did not know that she wanted to interfere with the claims of his wife. She did not think she did. But it would not hurt Mrs. Cowperwood if Frank loved her, Aileen, also. How shall we explain these subtleties of temperament and desire? Life has to deal with them at every turn. They will not down, and the large, placid movements of nature outside of man's little organisms would indicate that she is not greatly concerned. We see much punishment in the form of jails, diseases, failures, and wrecks. But we also see that the old tendency is not visibly lessened. Is there no law outside of the subtle will and power of the individual to achieve? If not, it is surely high time that we knew it, one and all. We might then agree to do as we do. But there would be no silly illusion as to divine regulation. Vox populi, vox Dei. So there were other meetings, lovely hours which they soon began to spend the moment her passion waxed warm enough to assure compliance, without great fear and without thought of the deadly risk involved. From odd moments in his own home, stolen when there was no one about to see, they advanced to clandestine meetings beyond the confines of the city. Cowperwood was not one who was temperamentally inclined to lose his head and neglect his business. As a matter of fact, the more he thought of this rather unexpected affectional development, the more certain he was that he must not let it interfere with his business time and judgment. His office required his full attention from 9 until 3, anyhow. He could give it until 5:30 with profit, but he could take several afternoons off, from 3:30 until 5:30 or 6, and no one would be the wiser. It was customary for Aileen to drive alone almost every afternoon a spirited pair of bays, or to ride a mount, bought by her father for her from a noted horse dealer in Baltimore. Since Cowperwood also drove and rode, it was not difficult to arrange meeting places far out on the Wissahickon or the Schuylkill Road. There were many spots in the newly laid-out park, which were as free from interruption as the depths of a forest. It was always possible that they might encounter someone, but it was also always possible to make a rather plausible explanation, or none at all, since even in case of such an encounter nothing, ordinarily, would be suspected. So, for the time being there was love-making, the usual billing and cooing of lovers in a simple and much less than final fashion, and the lovely horseback rides together under the green trees of the approaching spring were idyllic. Cowperwood awakened to a sense of joy in life such as he fancied, in the blush of this new desire, he had never experienced before. Lillian had been lovely in those early days in which he had first called on her in North Front Street, and he had fancied himself unspeakably happy at that time, but that was nearly 10 years since, and he had forgotten. Since then he had had no great passion, no notable liaison, and then, all at once, in the midst of his new, great business prosperity, Aileen. Her young body and soul, her passionate illusions. He could see always, for all her daring, that she knew so little of the calculating, brutal world with which he was connected. Her father had given her all the toys she wanted without stint. Her mother and brothers had coddled her, particularly her mother. Her young sister thought she was adorable. No one imagined for one moment that Aileen would ever do anything wrong. She was too sensible, after all, too eager to get up in the world. Why should she, when her life lay open and happy before her, a delightful love match, some day soon, with some very eligible and satisfactory lover? When you marry, Aileen, her mother used to say to her, we'll have a grand time here. Sure, we'll do the house over then, if we don't do it before. Eddie will have to fix it up, or I'll do it myself. Never fear. Yes, well, I'd rather you'd fix it now, was her reply. Butler himself used to strike her jovially on the shoulder in a rough, loving way, and ask, well, have you found him yet, or, is he hanging around the outside watchin' for ye? If she said, no, he would reply, well, he will be, never fear, worse luck. I'll hate to see ye go, girlie. You can stay here as long as you want to, and you want to remember that you can always come back. Aileen paid very little attention to this bantering. She loved her father, but it was all such a matter of course. It was the commonplace of her existence, and not so very significant, though delightful enough. But how eagerly she yielded herself to Cowperwood under the spring trees these days. She had no sense of that ultimate yielding that was coming, for now he merely caressed and talked to her. He was a little doubtful about himself. His growing liberties for himself seemed natural enough, but in a sense of fairness to her he began to talk to her about what their love might involve. Would she? Did she understand? This phase of it puzzled and frightened Aileen a little at first. She stood before him one afternoon in her black riding habit and high silk riding hat perched jauntily on her red gold hair, and striking her riding skirt with her short whip, pondering doubtfully as she listened. He had asked her whether she knew what she was doing. Whither they were drifting. If she loved him truly enough. The two horses were tethered in a thicket a score of yards away from the main road and from the bank of a tumbling stream, which they had approached. She was trying to discover if she could see them. It was pretense. There was no interest in her glance. She was thinking of him and the smartness of his habit, and the exquisiteness of this moment. He had such a charming calico pony. The leaves were just enough developed to make a diaphanous lacework of green. It was like looking through a green-spangled arras to peer into the woods beyond or behind. The grey stones were already faintly messy where the water rippled and sparkled, and early birds were calling, robins and blackbirds and wrens. Baby mine, he said, do you understand all about this? Do you know exactly what you're doing when you come with me this way? I think I do. She struck her boot and looked at the ground, and then up through the trees at the blue sky. Look at me, honey. I don't want to. But look at me, sweet. I want to ask you something. Don't make me, Frank, please. I can't. Oh yes, you can look at me. No. She backed away as he took her hands, but came forward again, easily enough. Now look in my eyes. I can't. See here. I can't. Don't ask me. I'll answer you, but don't make me look at you. His hand stole to her cheek and fondled it. He petted her shoulder, and she leaned her head against him. Sweet, you're so beautiful, he said finally, I can't give you up. I know what I ought to do. You know, too, I suppose, but I can't. I must have you. If this should end in exposure, it would be quite bad for you and me. Do you understand? Yes. I don't know your brothers very well, but from looking at them I judge they're pretty determined people. They think a great deal of you. Indeed, they do. Her vanity prinked slightly at this. They would probably want to kill me, and very promptly, for just this much. What do you think they would want to do if anything should happen, sometime? He waited, watching her pretty face. But nothing need happen. We needn't go any further. Aileen. I won't look at you. You needn't ask. I can't. Aileen. Do you mean that? I don't know. Don't ask me, Frank. You know it can't stop this way, don't you? You know it. This isn't the end. Now, he explained the whole theory of illicit meetings, calmly, dispassionately. You are perfectly safe, except for one thing, chance exposure. It might just so happen, and then, of course, there would be a great deal to settle for. Mrs. Cowperwood would never give me a divorce, she has no reason to. If I should clean up in the way I hope to, if I should make $1 million, I wouldn't mind knocking off now. I don't expect to work all my days. I have always planned to knock off at 35. I'll have enough by that time. Then I want to travel. It will only be a few more years now. If you were free, if your father and mother were dead, curiously she did not wince at this practical reference, it would be a different matter. He paused. She still gazed thoughtfully at the water below, her mind running out to a yacht on the sea with him, a palace somewhere, just they two. Her eyes, half closed, saw this happy world, and, listening to him, she was fascinated. Hanged if I see the way out of this, exactly. But I love you. He caught her to him. I love you, love you. Oh, yes, she replied intensely, I want you to. I'm not afraid. I've taken a house in North 10th Street, he said finally, as they walked over to the horses and mounted them. It isn't furnished yet, but it will be soon. I know a woman who will take charge. Who is she? An interesting widow of nearly 50. Very intelligent, she is attractive, and knows a good deal of life. I found her through an advertisement. You might call on her some afternoon when things are arranged, and look the place over. You needn't meet her except in a casual way. Will you? She rode on, thinking, making no reply. He was so direct and practical in his calculations. Will you? It will be all right. You might know her. She isn't objectionable in any way. Will you? Let me know when it is ready, was all she said finally. Chapter 21. The vagaries of passion. Subtleties. Risks. What sacrifices are not laid willfully upon its altar. In a little while this more than average residence to which Cowperwood had referred was prepared solely to effect a satisfactory method of concealment. The house was governed by a seemingly recently bereaved widow, and it was possible for Aileen to call without seeming strangely out of place. In such surroundings, and under such circumstances, it was not difficult to persuade her to give herself wholly to her lover, governed as she was by her wild and unreasoning affection and passion. In a way, there was a saving element of love, for truly, above all others, she wanted this man. She had no thought or feeling toward any other. All her mind ran toward visions of the future, when, somehow, she and he might be together for all time. Mrs. Cowperwood might die, or he might run away with her at 35 when he had $1 million. Some adjustment would be made, somehow. Nature had given her this man. She relied on him implicitly. When he told her that he would take care of her so that nothing evil should befall, she believed him fully. Such sins are the commonplaces of the confessional. It is a curious fact that by some subtlety of logic in the Christian world, it has come to be believed that there can be no love outside the conventional process of courtship and marriage. One life, one love, is the Christian idea, and into this sluice or mold it has been endeavoring to compress the whole world. Pagan thought held no such belief. A writing of divorce for trivial causes was the theory of the elders. And in the primeval world nature apparently holds no scheme for the unity of two beyond the temporary care of the young. That the modern home is the most beautiful of schemes, when based upon mutual sympathy and understanding between two, need not be questioned. And yet this fact should not necessarily carry with it a condemnation of all love not so fortunate as to find so happy a denouement. Life cannot be put into any mold, and the attempt might as well be abandoned at once. Those so fortunate as to find harmonious companionship for life should congratulate themselves and strive to be worthy of it. Those not so blessed, though they be written down as pariahs, have yet some justification. And, besides, whether we will or not, theory or no theory, the basic facts of chemistry and physics remain. Like is drawn to like. Changes in temperament bring changes in relationship. Dogma may bind some minds, fear, others. But there are always those in whom the chemistry and physics of life are large, and in whom neither dogma nor fear is operative. Society lifts its hands in horror. But from age to age the Helens, the Messalinas, the Du Barrys, the Pompadours, the Maintenons, and the Nell Gwynns flourish and point a freer basis of relationship than we have yet been able to square with our lives. These two felt unutterably bound to each other. Cowperwood, once he came to understand her, fancied that he had found the one person with whom he could live happily the rest of his life. She was so young, so confident, so hopeful, so undismayed. All these months since they had first begun to reach out to each other he had been hourly contrasting her with his wife. As a matter of fact, his dissatisfaction, though it may be said to have been faint up to this time, was now surely tending to become real enough. Still, his children were pleasing to him, his home beautiful. Lillian, phlegmatic and now thin, was still not homely. All these years he had found her satisfactory enough, but now his dissatisfaction with her began to increase. She was not like Aileen, not young, not vivid, not as unschooled in the commonplaces of life. And while ordinarily, he was not one who was inclined to be querulous, still now on occasion, he could be. He began by asking questions concerning his wife's appearance, irritating little whys which are so trivial and yet so exasperating and discouraging to a woman. Why didn't she get a mauve hat nearer the shade of her dress? Why didn't she go out more? Exercise would do her good. Why didn't she do this, and why didn't she do that? He scarcely noticed that he was doing this, but she did, and she felt the undertone, the real significance, and took umbrage. "Oh, why," she retorted, one day, curtly. "Why do you ask so many questions? You don't care so much for me any more, that's why. I can tell." He leaned back startled by the thrust. It had not been based on any evidence of anything save his recent remarks, but he was not absolutely sure. He was just the least bit sorry that he had irritated her, and he said so. "Oh, it's all right," she replied. "I don't care. But I notice that you don't pay as much attention to me as you used to. It's your business now, first, last, and all the time. You can't get your mind off of that." He breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't suspect, then. But after a little time, as he grew more and more in sympathy with Aileen, he was not so disturbed as to whether his wife might suspect or not. He began to think on occasion, as his mind followed the various ramifications of the situation, that it would be better if she did. She was really not of the contentious fighting sort. He now decided because of various calculations in regard to her character that she might not offer as much resistance to some ultimate rearrangement, as he had originally imagined. She might even divorce him. Desire, dreams, even in him were evoking calculations not as sound as those which ordinarily generated in his brain. No, as he now said to himself, the rub was not nearly so much in his own home, as it was in the Butler family. His relations with Edward Malia Butler had become very intimate. He was now advising with him constantly in regard to the handling of his securities, which were numerous. Butler held stocks in such things as the Pennsylvania Coal Company, the Delaware and Hudson Canal, the Morris and Essex Canal, the Reading Railroad. As the old gentleman's mind had broadened to the significance of the local street railway problem in Philadelphia, he had decided to close out his other securities at such advantageous terms as he could, and reinvest the money in local lines. He knew that Mollenhauer and Simpson were doing this, and they were excellent judges of the significance of local affairs. Like Cowperwood, he had the idea that if he controlled sufficient of the local situation in this field, he could at last effect a joint relationship with Mollenhauer and Simpson. Political legislation, advantageous to the combined lines, could then be so easily secured. Franchises and necessary extensions to existing franchises could be added. This conversion of his outstanding stock in other fields, and the picking up of odd lots in the local street railway, was the business of Cowperwood. Butler, through his sons, Owen and Callum, was also busy planning a new line and obtaining a franchise, sacrificing, of course, great blocks of stock and actual cash to others, in order to obtain sufficient influence to have the necessary legislation passed. Yet it was no easy matter, seeing that others knew what the general advantages of the situation were, and because of this Cowperwood, who saw the great source of profit here, was able, betimes, to serve himself, buying blocks, a part of which only went to Butler, Mollenhauer or others. In short, he was not as eager to serve Butler, or anyone else, as he was to serve himself if he could. In this connection, the scheme which George W. Stener had brought forward, representing actually in the background Straubach, Wycroft, and Harman, was an opening wedge for himself. Stener's plan was to loan him money out of the city treasury at 2%. Or, if he would waive all commissions, for nothing, an agent for self-protective purposes was absolutely necessary, and with it take over the North Pennsylvania Company's line on Front Street, which, because of the shortness of its length, 1.5 miles, and the brevity of the duration of its franchise, was neither doing very well nor being rated very high. Cowperwood in return for his manipulative skill was to have a fair proportion of the stock, 20%. Straubach and Wycroft knew the parties from whom the bulk of the stock could be secured if engineered properly. Their plan was then, with this borrowed treasury money, to extend its franchise and then the line itself, and then later again, by issuing a great block of stock and hypothecating it with a favored bank, be able to return the principal to the city treasury and pocket their profits from the line as earned. There was no trouble in this, in so far as Cowperwood was concerned, except that it divided the stock very badly among these various individuals, and left him but a comparatively small share, for his thought and pains. But Cowperwood was an opportunist. And by this time his financial morality had become special and local in its character. He did not think it was wise for anyone to steal anything from anybody where the act of taking or profiting was directly and plainly considered stealing. That was unwise, dangerous, hence wrong. There were so many situations wherein what one might do in the way of taking or profiting was open to discussion and doubt. Morality varied, in his mind at least, with conditions, if not climates. Here, in Philadelphia, the tradition, politically, mind you, not generally, was that the city treasurer might use the money of the city without interest so long as he returned the principal intact. The city treasury and the city treasurer were like a honey-laden hive and a queen bee around which the drones, the politicians, swarmed in the hope of profit. The one disagreeable thing in connection with this transaction with Stener was that neither Butler, Mollenhauer or Simpson, who were the actual superiors of Stener and Straubach, knew anything about it. Stener and those behind him were, through him, acting for themselves. If the larger powers heard of this, it might alienate them. He had to think of this. Still, if he refused to make advantageous deals with Stener or any other man influential in local affairs, he was cutting off his nose to spite his face, for other bankers and brokers would, and gladly. And besides, it was not at all certain that Butler, Mollenhauer, and Simpson would ever hear. In this connection, there was another line, which he rode on occasionally, the 17th and 19th Street line, which he felt was a much more interesting thing for him to think about, if he could raise the money. It had been originally capitalized for $500,000. But there had been a series of bonds to the value of $250,000 added for improvements, and the company was finding great difficulty in meeting the interest. The bulk of the stock was scattered about among small investors, and it would require all of $250,000 to collect it and have himself elected president or chairman of the board of directors. Once in, however, He could vote this stock as he pleased, hypothecating it meanwhile at his father's bank for as much as he could get, and issuing more stocks with which to bribe legislators in the matter of extending the line. And in taking up other opportunities to either add to it by purchase or supplement it by working agreements. The word bribe is used here in this matter-of-fact American way, because bribery was what was in everyone's mind in connection with the state legislature. Terence Relihan, the small, dark-faced Irishman, a dandy in dress and manners, who represented the financial interests at Harrisburg, and who had come to Cowperwood after the $5 million bond deal had been printed, had told him that nothing could be done at the Capitol without money, or its equivalent, negotiable securities. Each significant legislator, if he yielded his vote or his influence, must be looked after. If he, Cowperwood, had any scheme which he wanted handled at any time, Relihan had intimated to him that he would be glad to talk with him. Cowperwood had figured on this 17th and 19th Street line scheme more than once, but he had never felt quite sure that he was willing to undertake it. His obligations in other directions were so large. But the lure was there, and he pondered and pondered. Stenorer's scheme of loaning him money wherewith to manipulate the North Pennsylvania line deal put this 17th and 19th Street dream in a more favorable light. As it was, he was constantly watching the certificates of loan issue, for the city treasury, buying large quantities when the market was falling to protect it and selling heavily, though cautiously. When he saw it rising, and to do this he had to have a great deal of free money to permit him to do it. He was constantly fearful of some break in the market which would affect the value of all his securities and result in the calling of his loans. There was no storm in sight. He did not see that anything could happen in reason. But he did not want to spread himself out too thin. As he saw it now, therefore, if he took $150,000 of this city money and went after this 17th and 19th Street matter, it would not mean that he was spreading himself out too thin. For because of this new proposition, could he not call on Stenorer for more as a loan in connection with these other ventures? But if anything should happen, well. Frank, said Stenorer, strolling into his office one afternoon after 4 o'clock when the main rush of the day's work was over, the relationship between Cowperwood and Stenorer had long since reached the Frank and George period. Straubach thinks he has that North Pennsylvania deal arranged so that we can take it up if we want to. The principal stockholder, we find, is a man by the name of Colton, not Ike Colton, but Ferdinand. How's that for a name? Stenorer beamed fatly and genially. Things had changed considerably for him since the days when he had been fortuitously and almost indifferently made city treasurer. His method of dressing had so much improved since he had been inducted into office, and his manner expressed so much more good feeling, confidence, aplomb, that he would not have recognized himself if he had been permitted to see himself as had those who had known him before. An old, nervous shifting of the eyes had almost ceased, and a feeling of restfulness, which had previously been restlessness, and had sprung from a sense of necessity, had taken its place. His large feet were encased in good, square-toed, soft leather shoes, his stocky chest and fat legs were made somewhat agreeable to the eye by a well-cut suit of brownish-gray cloth. And his neck was now surrounded by a low, wing-point white collar and brown silk tie. His ample chest, which spread out a little lower in a round and constantly enlarging stomach, was ornamented by a heavy link gold chain, and his white cuffs had large gold cuff buttons set with rubies of a very notable size. He was rosy and decidedly well fed. In fact, he was doing very well indeed. He had moved his family from a shabby 2-story frame house in South 9th Street to a very comfortable brick one 3 stories in height, and 3 times as large on Spring Garden Street. His wife had a few acquaintances, the wives of other politicians. His children were attending the high school, a thing he had hardly hoped for in earlier days. He was now the owner of 14 or 15 pieces of cheap real estate in different portions of the city, which might eventually become very valuable. And he was a silent partner in the South Philadelphia Foundry Company and the American Beef and Pork Company. 2 corporations on paper whose principal business was subletting contracts secured from the city to the humble butchers and foundry men who would carry out orders as given and not talk too much or ask questions. Well, that is an odd name, said Cowperwood, blandly. So he has it. I never thought that road would pay, as it was laid out. It's too short. It ought to run about 3 miles farther out into the Kensington section. You're right, said Stenner, dully. Did Straubach say what Colton wants for his shares? 68, I think. The current market rate. He doesn't want much, does he? Well, George, at that rate it will take about, he calculated quickly on the basis of the number of shares Cotton was holding, 120,000 to get him out alone. That isn't all. There's Judge Kitchen and Joseph Zimmerman and Senator Donovan, he was referring to the state senator of that name. You'll be paying a pretty fair price for that stud when you get it. It will cost considerable more to extend the line. It's too much, I think. Cowperwood was thinking how easy it would be to combine this line with his dreamed of 17th and 19th Street line, and after a time and with this in view he added. Say, George. Why do you work all your schemes through Straubach and Harman and Wycroft? Couldn't you and I manage some of these things for ourselves alone instead of for 3 or 4? It seems to me that plan would be much more profitable to you. It would, exclaimed Stenner, his round eyes fixed on Cowperwood in a rather helpless, appealing way. He liked Cowperwood and had always been hoping that mentally as well as financially he could get close to him. I've thought of that. But these fellows have had more experience in these matters than I have had, Frank. They've been longer at the game. I don't know as much about these things as they do. Cowperwood smiled in his soul, though his face remained passive. Don't worry about them, George, he continued genially and confidentially. You and I together can know and do as much as they ever could and more. I'm telling you. Take this railroad deal you're in on now, George. You and I could manipulate that just as well and better than it can be done with Wycroft, Straubach, and Harman in on it. They're not adding anything to the wisdom of the situation. They're not putting up any money. You're doing that. All they're doing is agreeing to see it through the legislature and the council, and as far as the legislature is concerned, they can't do any more with that than anyone else could, than I could, for instance. It's all a question of arranging things with Relihan, anyhow, putting up a certain amount of money for him to work with. Here in town there are other people who can reach the council just as well as Straubach. He was thinking, once he controlled a road of his own, of conferring with Butler and getting him to use his influence. It would serve to quiet Straubach and his friends. I'm not asking you to change your plans on this North Pennsylvania deal. You couldn't do that very well. But there are other things. In the future why not let's see if you and I can't work some one thing together. You'll be much better off, and so will I. We've done pretty well on the city loan proposition so far, haven't we? The truth was, they had done exceedingly well. Aside from what the higher powers had made, Stenner's new house, his lots, his bank account, his good clothes, and his changed and comfortable sense of life were largely due to Cowperwood's successful manipulation of these city loan certificates. Already there had been 4 issues of $200,000 each. Cowperwood had bought and sold nearly $3 million worth of these certificates, acting one time as a bull and another as a bear. Stenner was now worth all of $150,000. There's a line that I know of here in the city which could be made into a splendidly paying property, continued Cowperwood, meditatively, if the right things could be done with it. Just like this North Pennsylvania line, it isn't long enough. The territory it serves isn't big enough. It ought to be extended, but if you and I could get it, it might eventually be worked with this North Pennsylvania company or some other as one company. That would save officers and offices and a lot of things. There is always money to be made out of a larger purchasing power. He paused and looked out the window of his handsome little hardwood office, speculating upon the future. The window gave nowhere save into a backyard behind another office building which had formerly been a residence. Some grass grew feebly there. The red wall and old-fashioned brick fence which divided it from the next lot reminded him somehow of his old home in New Market Street, to which his uncle Seneca used to come as a Cuban trader followed by his black Portuguese servitor. He could see him now as he sat here looking at the yard. "Well," asked Stener, ambitiously, taking the bait, "why don't we get hold of that, you and me? I suppose I could fix it so far as the money is concerned. How much would it take?" Cowperwood smiled inwardly again. "I don't know exactly," he said, after a time. "I want to look into it more carefully. The one trouble is that I'm carrying a good deal of the city's money as it is. You see, I have that $200,000 against your city loan deals. And this new scheme will take 200,000 or 300,000 more. If that were out of the way." He was thinking of one of the inexplicable stock panics, those strange American depressions which had so much to do with the temperament of the people, and so little to do with the basic conditions of the country. If this North Pennsylvania deal were through and done with. He rubbed his chin and pulled at his handsome silky mustache. "Don't ask me any more about it, George," he said, finally, as he saw that the latter was beginning to think as to which line it might be. "Don't say anything at all about it. I want to get my facts exactly right, and then I'll talk to you. I think you and I can do this thing a little later, when we get the North Pennsylvania scheme underway. I'm so rushed just now I'm not sure that I want to undertake it at once, but you keep quiet and we'll see." He turned toward his desk, and Stener got up. "I'll make any size deposit with you that you wish, the moment you think you're ready to act, Frank," exclaimed Stener, and with the thought that Cowperwood was not nearly as anxious to do this as he should be. Since he could always rely on him, Stener, when there was anything really profitable in the offing. Why should not the able and wonderful Cowperwood be allowed to make the two of them rich? "Just notify Stiers, and he'll send you a check. Straubach thought we ought to act pretty soon." "I'll tend to it, George," replied Cowperwood, confidently. "It will come out all right. Leave it to me." Stener kicked his stout legs to straighten his trousers, and extended his hand. He strolled out in the street thinking of this new scheme. Certainly, if he could get in with Cowperwood right he would be a rich man, for Cowperwood was so successful and so cautious. His new house, this beautiful banking office, his growing fame, and his subtle connections with Butler and others put Stener in considerable awe of him. Another line. They would control it and the North Pennsylvania. Why, if this went on, he might become a magnate, he really might, he, George W. Stener, once a cheap real estate and insurance agent. He strolled up the street thinking, but with no more idea of the importance of his civic duties and the nature of the social ethics against which he was offending than if they had never existed. Chapter 22. The services which Cowperwood performed during the ensuing year and a half for Stener, Straubach, Butler, State Treasurer Van Nostrand, State Senator Relihan, representative of the interests, so-called, at Harrisburg, and various banks which were friendly to these gentlemen, were numerous and confidential. For Stener, Straubach, Wycroft, Harmon and himself he executed the North Pennsylvania deal, by which he became a holder of a fifth of the controlling stock. Together he and Stener joined to purchase the 17th and 19th Street line and in the concurrent gambling in stocks. By the summer of 1871, when Cowperwood was nearly 34 years of age, he had a banking business estimated at nearly $2 million, personal holdings aggregating nearly $500,000. And prospects which other things being equal looked to wealth which might rival that of any American. The city, through its treasurer, still Mr. Stener, was a depositor with him to the extent of nearly $500,000. The state, through its state treasurer, Van Nostrand, carried $200,000 on his books. Bode was speculating in street railway stocks to the extent of $50,000. Relihan to the same amount. A small army of politicians and political hangers-on were on his books for various sums. And for Edward Malia Butler he occasionally carried as high as $100,000 in margins. His own loans at the banks, varying from day to day on variously hypothecated securities, were as high as $700,000 and $800,000. Like a spider in a spangled net, every thread of which he knew, had laid, had tested, he had surrounded and entangled himself in a splendid, glittering network of connections, and he was watching all the details. His one pet idea, the thing he put more faith in than anything else, was his street railway manipulations, and particularly his actual control of the 17th and 19th Street line. Through an advance to him, on deposit, made in his bank by Stener at a time when the stock of the 17th and 19th Street line was at a low ebb, he had managed to pick up 51% of the stock for himself and Stener, by virtue of which he was able to do as he pleased with the road. To accomplish this, however, he had resorted to some very peculiar methods, as they afterward came to be termed in financial circles, to get this stock at his own valuation. Through agents he caused suits for damages to be brought against the company for non-payment of interest due. A little stock in the hands of a hireling, a request made to a court of record to examine the books of the company in order to determine whether a receivership were not advisable, a simultaneous attack in the stock market, selling at 3, 5, 7, and 10 points off, brought the frightened stockholders into the market with their holdings. The banks considered the line a poor risk, and called their loans in connection with it. His father's bank had made one loan to one of the principal stockholders, and that was promptly called, of course. Then, through an agent, the several heaviest shareholders were approached and an offer was made to help them out. The stocks would be taken off their hands at 40. They had not really been able to discover the source of all their woes. And they imagined that the road was in bad condition, which it was not. Better let it go. The money was immediately forthcoming, and Cowperwood and Stener jointly controlled 51%. But, as in the case of the North Pennsylvania line, Cowperwood had been quietly buying all of the small minority holdings, so that he had in reality 51% of the stock and Stener 25% more. This intoxicated him, for immediately he saw the opportunity of fulfilling his long-contemplated dream, that of reorganizing the company in conjunction with the North Pennsylvania line. Issuing 3 shares where one had been before and after unloading all but a control on the general public, using the money secured to buy into other lines which were to be boomed and sold in the same way. In short, he was one of those early, daring manipulators who later were to seize upon other and ever larger phases of American natural development for their own aggrandizement. In connection with this first consolidation, his plan was to spread rumors of the coming consolidation of the two lines, to appeal to the legislature for privileges of extension, to get up an arresting prospectus and later annual reports, and to boom the stock on the stock exchange as much as his swelling resources would permit. The trouble is that when you are trying to make a market for a stock, to unload a large issue such as his was, over $500,000 worth, while retaining $500,000 for yourself, it requires large capital to handle it. The owner in these cases is compelled not only to go on the market and do much fictitious buying, thus creating a fictitious demand. But once this fictitious demand has deceived the public and he has been able to unload a considerable quantity of his wares, he is, unless he rids himself of all his stock, compelled to stand behind it. If, for instance, he sold 5,000 shares, as was done in this instance, and retained 5,000, he must see that the public price of the outstanding 5,000 shares did not fall below a certain point, because the value of his private shares would fall with it. And if, as is almost always the case, the private shares had been hypothecated with banks and trust companies for money wherewith to conduct other enterprises, the falling of their value in the open market merely meant that the banks would call for large margins to protect their loans or call their loans entirely. This meant that his work was a failure, and he might readily fail. He was already conducting one such difficult campaign in connection with this city loan deal, the price of which varied from day to day, and which he was only too anxious to have vary, for in the main he profited by these changes. But this second burden, interesting enough as it was, meant that he had to be doubly watchful. Once the stock was sold at a high price, the money borrowed from the city treasurer could be returned. His own holdings created out of foresight, by capitalizing the future, by writing the shrewd prospectuses and reports, would be worth their face value, or little less. He would have money to invest in other lines. He might obtain the financial direction of the whole, in which case he would be worth millions. One shrewd thing he did, which indicated the foresight and subtlety of the man, was to make a separate organization or company of any extension or addition which he made to his line. Thus, if he had 2 or 3 miles of track on a street, and he wanted to extend it 2 or 3 miles farther on the same street, instead of including this extension in the existing corporation, he would make a second corporation to control the additional 2 or 3 miles of right-of-way. This corporation he would capitalize at so much, and issue stocks and bonds for its construction, equipment, and manipulation. Having done this, he would then take the subcorporation over into the parent concern, issuing more stocks and bonds of the parent company wherewith to do it, and, of course, selling these bonds to the public. Even his brothers who worked for him did not know the various ramifications of his numerous deals, and executed his orders blindly. Sometimes Joseph said to Edward, in a puzzled way, "Well, Frank knows what he is about, I guess." On the other hand, he was most careful to see that every current obligation was instantly met, and even anticipated, for he wanted to make a great show of regularity. Nothing was so precious as reputation and standing. His forethought, caution, and promptness pleased the bankers. They thought he was one of the sanest, shrewdest men they had ever met. However, by the spring and summer of 1871, Cowperwood had actually, without being in any conceivable danger from any source, spread himself out very thin. Because of his great success he had grown more liberal, easier, in his financial ventures. By degrees, and largely because of his own confidence in himself, he had induced his father to enter upon his streetcar speculations. To use the resources of the Third National to carry a part of his loans and to furnish capital at such times as quick resources were necessary. In the beginning the old gentleman had been a little nervous and skeptical, but as time had worn on and nothing but profit eventuated, he grew bolder and more confident. "Frank," he would say, looking up over his spectacles, "aren't you afraid you're going a little too fast in these matters? You're carrying a lot of loans these days." "No more than I ever did, father, considering my resources." "You can't turn large deals without large loans. You know that as well as I do." "Yes, I know, but, now that Green and Coates, aren't you going pretty strong there?" "Not at all. I know the inside conditions there. The stock is bound to go up eventually. I'll bull it up. I'll combine it with my other lines, if necessary." Cowperwood stared at his boy. Never was there such a defiant, daring manipulator. "You needn't worry about me, father. If you are going to do that, call my loans. Other banks will loan on my stocks. I'd like to see your bank have the interest." So Cowperwood, Sr., was convinced. There was no gainsaying this argument. His bank was loaning Frank heavily, but not more so than any other. And as for the great blocks of stocks he was carrying in his son's companies, he was to be told when to get out should that prove necessary. Frank's brothers were being aided in the same way to make money on the side, and their interests were also now bound up indissolubly with his own. With his growing financial opportunities, however, Cowperwood had also grown very liberal in what might be termed his standard of living. Certain young art dealers in Philadelphia, learning of his artistic inclinations and his growing wealth, had followed him up with suggestions as to furniture, tapestries, rugs, objects of art, and paintings, at first the American and later the foreign masters exclusively. His own and his father's house had not been furnished fully in these matters, and there was that other house in North 10th Street, which he desired to make beautiful. Aileen had always objected to the condition of her own home. Love of distinguished surroundings was a basic longing with her, though she had not the gift of interpreting her longings. But this place where they were secretly meeting must be beautiful. She was as keen for that as he was. So it became a veritable treasure trove, more distinguished in furnishings than some of the rooms of his own home. He began to gather here some rare examples of altar cloths, rugs, and tapestries of the Middle Ages. He bought furniture after the Georgian theory, a combination of Chippendale, Sheraton, and Hepplewhite modified by the Italian Renaissance and the French Louis. He learned of handsome examples of porcelain, statuary, Greek vase forms, lovely collections of Japanese ivories and netsukes. Fletcher Gray, a partner in Cable and Gray, a local firm of importers of art objects, called on him in connection with a tapestry of the 14th century weaving. Gray was an enthusiast, and almost instantly he conveyed some of his suppressed and yet fiery love of the beautiful to Cowperwood. There are 50 periods of one shade of blue porcelain alone, Mr. Cowperwood, Gray informed him. There are at least 7 distinct schools or periods of rugs: Persian, Armenian, Arabian, Flemish, modern Polish, Hungarian, and so on. If you ever went into that, it would be a distinguished thing to get a complete, I mean a representative, collection of some one period, or of all these periods. They are beautiful. I have seen some of them, others I've read about. You'll make a convert of me yet, Fletcher, replied Cowperwood. You or art will be the ruin of me. I'm inclined that way temperamentally as it is, I think, and between you and Ellsworth and Gordon Strake, another young man intensely interested in painting, you'll complete my downfall. Strake has a splendid idea. He wants me to begin right now, I'm using that word right in the sense of properly, he commented, and get what examples I can of just the few rare things in each school or period of art which would properly illustrate each. He tells me the great pictures are going to increase in value, and what I could get for a few $100,000 now will be worth millions later. He doesn't want me to bother with American art. He's right, exclaimed Gray, although it isn't good business for me to praise another art man. It would take a great deal of money, though. Not so very much. At least, not all at once. It would be a matter of years, of course. Strake thinks that some excellent examples of different periods could be picked up now and later replaced if anything better in the same held showed up. His mind, in spite of his outward placidity, was tinged with a great seeking. Wealth, in the beginning, had seemed the only goal, to which had been added the beauty of women. And now art, for art's sake, the first faint radiance of a rosy dawn, had begun to shine in upon him, and to the beauty of womanhood he was beginning to see how necessary it was to add the beauty of life, the beauty of material background, how, in fact, the only background for great beauty was great art. This girl, this Aileen Butler, her raw youth and radiance, was nevertheless creating in him a sense of the distinguished and a need for it which had never existed in him before to the same degree. It is impossible to define these subtleties of reaction, temperament on temperament, for no one knows to what degree we are marked by the things which attract us. A love affair such as this had proved to be was little less or more than a drop of coloring added to a glass of clear water, or a foreign chemical agent introduced into a delicate chemical formula. In short, for all her crudeness, Aileen Butler was a definite force personally. Her nature, in a way, a protest against the clumsy conditions by which she found herself surrounded, was almost irrationally ambitious. To think that for so long, having been born into the Butler family, she had been the subject, as well as the victim of such commonplace and inartistic illusions and conditions, whereas now, owing to her contact with and mental subordination to Cowperwood, she was learning so many wonderful phases of social, as well as financial, refinement of which previously she had guessed nothing. The wonder, for instance, of a future social career as the wife of such a man as Frank Cowperwood. The beauty and resourcefulness of his mind, which, after hours of intimate contact with her, he was pleased to reveal, and which, so definite were his comments and instructions, she could not fail to sense. The wonder of his financial and artistic and future social dreams. And, oh, she was his, and he was hers. She was actually beside herself at times with the glory, as well as the delight of all this. At the same time, her father's local reputation as a quondam garbage contractor, slop collector, was the unfeeling comment of the vulgarian conoscenti. Her own unavailing efforts to right a condition of material vulgarity or artistic anarchy in her own home. The hopelessness of ever being admitted to those distinguished portals which she recognized afar off as the last sanctum sanctorum of established respectability and social distinction, had bred in her, even at this early age, a feeling of deadly opposition to her home conditions as they stood. Such a house compared to Cowperwood's. Her dear, but ignorant, father. And this great man, her lover, had now condescended to love her, see in her his future wife. Oh, God, that it might not fail. Through the Cowperwoods at first she had hoped to meet a few people, young men and women, and particularly men, who were above the station in which she found herself, and to whom her beauty and prospective fortune would commend her. But this had not been the case. The Cowperwoods themselves, in spite of Frank Cowperwood's artistic proclivities and growing wealth, had not penetrated the inner circle as yet. In fact, aside from the subtle, preliminary consideration which they were receiving, they were a long way off. None the less, and instinctively in Cowperwood Aileen recognized a way out, a door, and by the same token a subtle, impending artistic future of great magnificence. This man would rise beyond anything he now dreamed of, she felt it. There was in him, in some nebulous, unrecognizable form, a great artistic reality which was finer than anything she could plan for herself. She wanted luxury, magnificence, social station. Well, if she could get this man they would come to her. There were, apparently, insuperable barriers in the way, but hers was no weakling nature, and neither was his. They ran together temperamentally from the first like two leopards. Her own thoughts, crude, half-formulated, half-spoken, nevertheless matched his to a degree in the equality of their force and their raw directness. "I don't think Papa knows how to do," she said to him, one day. "It isn't his fault. He can't help it. He knows that he can't. And he knows that I know it. For years I wanted him to move out of that old house there. He knows that he ought to. But even that wouldn't do much good." She paused, looking at him with a straight, clear, vigorous glance. He liked the medallion sharpness of her features, their smooth, Greek modeling. "Never mind, pet," he replied. "We will arrange all these things later. I don't see my way out of this just now. But I think the best thing to do is to confess to Lillian some day, and see if some other plan can't be arranged. I want to fix it so the children won't suffer. I can provide for them amply, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Lillian would be willing to let me go. She certainly wouldn't want any publicity." He was counting practically, and man-fashion, on her love for her children. Aileen looked at him with clear, questioning, uncertain eyes. She was not wholly without sympathy, but in a way this situation did not appeal to her as needing much. Mrs. Cowperwood was not friendly in her mood toward her. It was not based on anything save a difference in their point of view. Mrs. Cowperwood could never understand how a girl could carry her head so high and put on such airs, and Aileen could not understand how any one could be so lymphatic and lackadaisical as Lillian Cowperwood. Life was made for riding, driving, dancing, going. It was made for airs and banter and persiflage and coquetry. To see this woman, the wife of a young, forceful man like Cowperwood, acting, even though she were 5 years older and the mother of 2 children, as though life on its romantic and enthusiastic pleasurable side were all over was too much for her. Of course Lillian was unsuited to Frank, of course he needed a young woman like herself, and fate would surely give him to her. Then what a delicious life they would lead. "Oh, Frank," she exclaimed to him, over and over, "if we could only manage it." "Do you think we can?" "Do I think we can?" "Certainly I do. It's only a matter of time. I think if I were to put the matter to her clearly, she wouldn't expect me to stay. You look out how you conduct your affairs. If your father or your brother should ever suspect me, there'd be an explosion in this town, if nothing worse. They'd fight me in all my money deals, if they didn't kill me. Are you thinking carefully of what you're doing?" "All the time. If anything happens I'll deny everything. They can't prove it, if I deny it. I'll come to you in the long run, just the same. They were in the 10th Street house at the time. She stroked his cheeks with the loving fingers of the wildly enamored woman. "I'll do anything for you, sweetheart," she declared. "I'd die for you if I had to. I love you so." "Well, pet, no danger. You won't have to do anything like that. But be careful." Chapter 23. Then, after several years of this secret relationship, in which the ties of sympathy and understanding grew stronger instead of weaker, came the storm. It burst unexpectedly and out of a clear sky, and bore no relation to the intention or volition of any individual. It was nothing more than a fire, a distant one, the Great Chicago Fire, October 7, 1871, which burned that city, its vast commercial section, to the ground, and instantly and incidentally produced a financial panic. Vicious though of short duration in various other cities in America. The fire began on Saturday and continued apparently unabated until the following Wednesday. It destroyed the banks, the commercial houses, the shipping conveniences, and vast stretches of property. The heaviest loss fell naturally upon the insurance companies, which instantly, in many cases, the majority, closed their doors. This threw the loss back on the manufacturers and wholesalers in other cities who had had dealings with Chicago as well as the merchants of that city. Again, very grievous losses were borne by the host of Eastern capitalists which had for years past partly owned, or held heavy mortgages on the magnificent buildings for business purposes and residences in which Chicago was already rivaling every city on the continent. Transportation was disturbed, and the keen scent of Wall Street, and 3rd Street in Philadelphia, and State Street in Boston, instantly perceived in the early reports the gravity of the situation. Nothing could be done on Saturday or Sunday after the exchange closed, for the opening reports came too late. On Monday, however, the facts were pouring in thick and fast. And the owners of railroad securities, government securities, streetcar securities, and, indeed, all other forms of stocks and bonds, began to throw them on the market in order to raise cash. The banks naturally were calling their loans, and the result was a stock stampede which equaled the Black Friday of Wall Street of 2 years before. Cowperwood and his father were out of town at the time the fire began. They had gone with several friends, bankers, to look at a proposed route of extension of a local steam railroad, on which a loan was desired. In buggies they had driven over a good portion of the route, and were returning to Philadelphia late Sunday evening when the cries of newsboys hawking an extra reached their ears. Ho! Extra! Extra! All about the big Chicago fire. Ho! Extra! Extra! Chicago burning down. Extra! Extra! The cries were long drawn out, ominous, pathetic. In the dusk of the dreary Sunday afternoon, when the city had apparently retired to Sabbath meditation and prayer, with that tinge of the dying year in the foliage and in the air, one caught a sense of something grim and gloomy. "Hey, boy," called Cowperwood, listening, seeing a shabbily clothed misfit of a boy with a bundle of papers under his arm turning a corner. "What's that?" "Chicago burning." He looked at his father and the other men in a significant way as he reached for the paper, and then, glancing at the headlines, realized the worst. All Chicago burning. Fire rages unchecked in commercial section since yesterday evening. Banks, commercial houses, public buildings in ruins. Direct telegraphic communication suspended since 3 o'clock today. No end to progress of disaster in sight. "That looks rather serious," he said, calmly, to his companions, a cold, commanding force coming into his eyes and voice. To his father he said a little later, "It's panic, unless the majority of the banks and brokerage firms stand together." He was thinking quickly, brilliantly, resourcefully of his own outstanding obligations. His father's bank was carrying $100,000 worth of his street railway securities at 60, and $50,000 worth of city loan at 70. His father had up with him over $40,000 in cash covering market manipulations in these stocks. The banking house of Drexel and Company was on his books as a creditor for $100,000, and that loan would be called unless they were especially merciful, which was not likely. J. Cook and Company were his creditors for another $150,000. They would want their money. At 4 smaller banks and 3 brokerage companies he was debtor for sums ranging from $50,000 down. The city treasurer was involved with him to the extent of nearly $500,000, and exposure of that would create a scandal, the state treasurer for $200,000. There were small accounts, hundreds of them, ranging from $100 up to $5,000 and $10,000. A panic would mean not only a withdrawal of deposits and a calling of loans, but a heavy depression of securities. How could he realize on his securities? That was the question. How without selling so many points off that his fortune would be swept away and he would be ruined? He figured briskly the while he waved adieu to his friends, who hurried away, struck with their own predicament. "You had better go on out to the house, father, and I'll send some telegrams." The telephone had not yet been invented. "I'll be right out and we'll go into this thing together. It looks like black weather to me. Don't say anything to anyone until after we have had our talk, then we can decide what to do." Cowperwood, Sr. was already plucking at his side whiskers in a confused and troubled way. He was cogitating as to what might happen to him in case his son failed, for he was deeply involved with him. He was a little gray in his complexion now, frightened, for he had already strained many points in his affairs to accommodate his son. If Frank should not be able promptly on the morrow to meet the call which the bank might have to make for $150,000, the onus and scandal of the situation would be on him. On the other hand, his son was meditating on the tangled relation in which he now found himself in connection with the city treasurer and the fact that it was not possible for him to support the market alone. Those who should have been in a position to help him were now as bad off as himself. There were many unfavorable points in the whole situation. Drexel and Company had been booming railway stocks, loaning heavily on them. J. Cook and Company had been backing Northern Pacific, were practically doing their best to build that immense transcontinental system alone. Naturally, they were long on that and hence in a ticklish position. At the first word they would throw over their surest securities, government bonds, and the like, in order to protect their more speculative holdings. The bears would see the point. They would hammer and hammer, selling short all along the line. But he did not dare to do that. He would be breaking his own back quickly, and what he needed was time. If he could only get time, 3 days, a week, 10 days, this storm would surely blow over. The thing that was troubling him most was the matter of the $500,000 invested with him by Stener. A fall election was drawing near. Stener, although he had served 2 terms, was slated for re-election. A scandal in connection with the city treasury would be a very bad thing. It would end Stener's career as an official, would very likely send him to the penitentiary. It might wreck the Republican Party's chances to win. It would certainly involve himself as having much to do with it. If that happened, he would have the politicians to reckon with. For, if he were hard-pressed, as he would be, and failed, the fact that he had been trying to invade the city street railway preserves which they held sacred to themselves, with borrowed city money, and that this borrowing was liable to cost them the city election, would all come out. They would not view all that with a kindly eye. It would be useless to say, as he could, that he had borrowed the money at 2%. Most of it, to save himself, had been covered by a protective clause of that kind, or that he had merely acted as an agent for Stener. That might go down with the unsophisticated of the outer world, but it would never be swallowed by the politicians. They knew better than that. There was another phase to this situation, however, that encouraged him, and that was his knowledge of how city politics were going in general. It was useless for any politician, however lofty, to take a high and mighty tone in a crisis like this. All of them, great and small, were profiting in one way and another through city privileges. Butler, Mollenhauer, and Simpson, he knew, made money out of contracts, legal enough, though they might be looked upon as rank favoritism, and also out of vast sums of money collected in the shape of taxes, land taxes, water taxes, etc. which were deposited in the various banks designated by these men and others as legal depositories for city money. The banks supposedly carried the city's money in their vaults as a favor, without paying interest of any kind, and then reinvested it, for whom? Cowperwood had no complaint to make, for he was being well treated, but these men could scarcely expect to monopolize all the city's benefits. He did not know either Mollenhauer or Simpson personally, but he knew they as well as Butler had made money out of his own manipulation of city loan. Also, Butler was most friendly to him. It was not unreasonable for him to think, in a crisis like this, that if worst came to worst, he could make a clean breast of it to Butler and receive aid. In case he could not get through secretly with Stenaar's help, Cowperwood made up his mind that he would do this. His first move, he decided, would be to go at once to Stenaar's house and demand the loan of an additional $300,000 or $400,000. Stenaar had always been very tractable, and in this instance would see how important it was that his shortage of $500,000 should not be made public. Then he must get as much more as possible. But where to get it? Presidents of banks and trust companies, large stock jobbers, and the like, would have to be seen. Then there was a loan of $100,000 he was carrying for Butler. The old contractor might be induced to leave that. He hurried to his home, secured his runabout, and drove rapidly to Stenaar's. As it turned out, however, much to his distress and confusion, Stenaar was out of town, down on the Chesapeake with several friends shooting ducks and fishing, and was not expected back for several days. He was in the marshes back of some small town. Cowperwood sent an urgent wire to the nearest point and then, to make assurance doubly sure, to several other points in the same neighborhood, asking him to return immediately. He was not at all sure, however, that Stenaar would return in time and was greatly nonplussed and uncertain for the moment as to what his next step would be. Aid must be forthcoming from somewhere and at once. Suddenly a helpful thought occurred to him. Butler and Mollenhauer and Simpson were long on local street railways. They must combine to support the situation and protect their interests. They could see the big bankers, Drexel and Company and Cook and Company, and others, and urge them to sustain the market. They could strengthen things generally by organizing a buying ring, and under cover of their support, if they would, he might sell enough to let him out, and even permit him to go short and make something, a whole lot. It was a brilliant thought, worthy of a greater situation, and its only weakness was that it was not absolutely certain of fulfillment. He decided to go to Butler at once, the only disturbing thought being that he would now be compelled to reveal his own and Stenaar's affairs. So re-entering his runabout he drove swiftly to the Butler home. When he arrived there the famous contractor was at dinner. He had not heard the calling of the extras, and of course, did not understand as yet the significance of the fire. The servant's announcement of Cowperwood brought him smiling to the door. "Won't you come in and join us? We're just having a light supper. Have a cup of coffee or tea, now, do." "I can't," replied Cowperwood. "Not tonight, I'm in too much of a hurry. I want to see you for just a few moments, and then I'll be off again. I won't keep you very long." "Why, if that's the case, I'll come right out." And Butler returned to the dining room to put down his napkin. Aileen, who was also dining, had heard Cowperwood's voice, and was on the qui vive to see him. She wondered what it was that brought him at this time of night to see her father. She could not leave the table at once, but hoped to before he went. Cowperwood was thinking of her, even in the face of this impending storm, as he was of his wife, and many other things. If his affairs came down in a heap it would go hard with those attached to him. In this first clouding of disaster, he could not tell how things would eventuate. He meditated on this desperately, but he was not panic-stricken. His naturally even-molded face was set in fine, classic lines, his eyes were as hard as chilled steel. "Well, now," exclaimed Butler, returning, his countenance manifesting a decidedly comfortable relationship with the world as at present constituted. "What's up with you tonight? Nothin' wrong, I hope. It's been too fine a day." "Nothing very serious, I hope myself," replied Cowperwood, but I want to talk with you a few minutes, anyhow. Don't you think we had better go up to your room? I was just going to say that, replied Butler, the cigars are up there. They started from the reception room to the stairs, Butler preceding, and as the contractor mounted, Aileen came out from the dining room in a frou-frou of silk. Her splendid hair was drawn up from the base of the neck and the line of the forehead into some quaint convolutions which constituted a reddish-gold crown. Her complexion was glowing, and her bare arms and shoulders shone white against the dark red of her evening gown. She realized there was something wrong. "Oh, Mr. Cowperwood, how do you do?" she exclaimed, coming forward and holding out her hand as her father went on upstairs. She was delaying him deliberately in order to have a word with him, and this bold acting was for the benefit of the others. "What's the trouble, honey?" she whispered, as soon as her father was out of hearing. "You look worried." "Nothing much, I hope, sweet," he said. "Chicago is burning up and there's going to be trouble tomorrow. I have to talk to your father." She had time only for a sympathetic, distressed "oh," before he withdrew his hand and followed Butler upstairs. She squeezed his arm, and went through the reception room to the parlor. She sat down, thinking, for never before had she seen Cowperwood's face wearing such an expression of stern, disturbed calculation. It was placid, like fine, white wax, and quite as cold, and those deep, vague, inscrutable eyes. So Chicago was burning. What would happen to him? Was he very much involved? He had never told her in detail of his affairs. She would not have understood fully any more than would have Mrs. Cowperwood. But she was worried, nevertheless, because it was her Frank, and because she was bound to him by what to her seemed indissoluble ties. Literature, outside of the masters, has given us but one idea of the mistress, the subtle, calculating siren who delights to prey on the souls of men. The journalism and the moral pamphleteering of the time seemed to foster it with almost partisan zeal. It would seem that a censorship of life had been established by divinity, and the care of its execution given into the hands of the utterly conservative. Yet there is that other form of liaison which has nothing to do with conscious calculation. In the vast majority of cases it is without design or guile. The average woman, controlled by her affections and deeply in love, is no more capable than a child of anything save sacrificial thought, the desire to give. And so long as this state endures, she can only do this. She may change, hell hath no fury, etc., but the sacrificial, yielding, solicitous attitude is more often the outstanding characteristic of the mistress. And it is this very attitude in contradistinction to the grasping legality of established matrimony that has caused so many wounds in the defenses of the latter. The temperament of man, either male or female, cannot help falling down before and worshipping this non-seeking, sacrificial note. It approaches vast distinction in life. It appears to be related to that last word in art, that largeness of spirit which is the first characteristic of the great picture, the great building, the great sculpture, the great decoration, namely, a giving, freely and without stint, of itself. Of beauty. Hence the significance of this particular mood in Aileen. All the subtleties of the present combination were troubling Cowperwood as he followed Butler into the room upstairs. Sit down, sit down. You won't take a little something? You never do. I remember now. Well, have a cigar, anyhow. Now, what's this that's troublin' you tonight? Voices could be heard faintly in the distance, far off toward the thicker residential sections. Extra. Extra. All about the big Chicago fire. Chicago burning down. Just that, replied Cowperwood, hearkening to them. Have you heard the news? No. What's that they're calling? It's a big fire out in Chicago. Oh, replied Butler, still not gathering the significance of it. It's burning down the business section there, Mr. Butler, went on Cowperwood ominously, and I fancy it's going to disturb financial conditions here tomorrow. That is what I have come to see you about. How are your investments? Pretty well drawn in. Butler suddenly gathered from Cowperwood's expression that there was something very wrong. He put up his large hand as he leaned back in his big leather chair, and covered his mouth and chin with it. Over those big knuckles, and bigger nose, thick and cartilaginous, his large, shaggy eyebrowed eyes gleamed. His gray, bristly hair stood up stiffly in a short, even growth all over his head. "So that's it," he said. "You're expectin' trouble tomorrow. How are your own affairs?" "I'm in pretty good shape, I think, all told, if the money element of this town doesn't lose its head and go wild. There has to be a lot of common sense exercise tomorrow, or tonight, even. You know we are facing a real panic. Mr. Butler, you may as well know that. It may not last long, but while it does it will be bad. Stocks are going to drop tomorrow 10 or 15 points on the opening. The banks are going to call their loans unless some arrangement can be made to prevent them. No one man can do that. It will have to be a combination of men. You and Mr. Simpson and Mr. Mollenhauer might do it, that is, you could if you could persuade the big banking people to combine to back the market. There is going to be a raid on local street railways, all of them. Unless they are sustained, the bottom is going to drop out. I have always known that you were long on those. I thought you and Mr. Mollenhauer and some of the others might want to act. If you don't, I might as well confess that it is going to go rather hard with me. I am not strong enough to face this thing alone." He was meditating on how he should tell the whole truth in regard to Stener. "Well, now, that's pretty bad," said Butler, calmly and meditatively. He was thinking of his own affairs. A panic was not good for him either, but he was not in a desperate state. He could not fail. He might lose some money, but not a vast amount, before he could adjust things. Still he did not care to lose any money. "How is it you're so bad off?" he asked, curiously. He was wondering how the fact that the bottom was going to drop out of local street railways would affect Cowperwood so seriously. "You're not carrying any of them things, are you?" he added. It was now a question of lying or telling the truth, and Cowperwood was literally afraid to risk lying in this dilemma. If he did not gain Butler's comprehending support he might fail, and if he failed the truth would come out, anyhow. "I might as well make a clean breast of this, Mr. Butler," he said, throwing himself on the old man's sympathies and looking at him with that brisk assurance which Butler so greatly admired. He felt as proud of Cowperwood at times as he did of his own sons. He felt that he had helped to put him where he was. "The fact is that I have been buying street railway stocks, but not for myself exactly. I am going to do something now which I think I ought not to do, but I cannot help myself. If I don't do it, it will injure you and a lot of people whom I do not wish to injure. I know you are naturally interested in the outcome of the fall election. The truth is I have been carrying a lot of stocks for Mr. Stener and some of his friends. I do not know that all the money has come from the city treasury, but I think that most of it has. I know what that means to Mr. Stener and the Republican Party and your interests in case I fail. I don't think Mr. Stener started this of his own accord in the first place. I think I am as much to blame as anybody, but it grew out of other things. As you know, I handled that matter of city loan for him and then some of his friends wanted me to invest in street railways for them. I have been doing that ever since. Personally I have borrowed considerable money from Mr. Stener at 2%. In fact, originally the transactions were covered in that way. Now I don't want to shift the blame on anyone. It comes back to me and I am willing to let it stay there, except that if I fail Mr. Stener will be blamed and that will reflect on the administration. Naturally, I don't want to fail. There is no excuse for my doing so. Aside from this panic I have never been in a better position in my life. But I cannot weather this storm without assistance, and I want to know if you won't help me. If I pull through I will give you my word that I will see that the money which has been taken from the treasury is put back there. Mr. Stener is out of town or I would have brought him here with me." Cowperwood was lying out of the whole cloth in regard to bringing Stener with him, and he had no intention of putting the money back in the city treasury except by degrees and in such manner as suited his convenience. But what he had said sounded well and created a great seeming of fairness. "How much money is it Stener has invested with you?" asked Butler. He was a little confused by this curious development. It put Cowperwood and Stener in an odd light. "About $500,000, replied Cowperwood. The old man straightened up. "Is it as much as that?" he said. "Just about, a little more or a little less, I'm not sure which." The old contractor listened solemnly to all Cowperwood had to say on this score, thinking of the effect on the Republican Party and his own contracting interests. He liked Cowperwood, but this was a rough thing the latter was telling him, rough, and a great deal to ask. He was a slow-thinking and a slow-moving man, but he did well enough when he did think. He had considerable money invested in Philadelphia Street Railway stocks, perhaps as much as $800,000. Mollenhauer had perhaps as much more. Whether Senator Simpson had much or little he could not tell. Cowperwood had told him in the past that he thought the senator had a good deal. Most of their holdings, as in the case of Cowperwood's, were hypothecated at the various banks for loans and these loans invested in other ways. It was not advisable or comfortable to have these loans called, though the condition of no one of the triumvirate was anything like as bad as that of Cowperwood. They could see themselves through without much trouble, though not without probable loss unless they took hurried action to protect themselves. He would not have thought so much of it if Cowperwood had told him that Stener was involved, say, to the extent of $75,000 or $100,000. That might be adjusted. But $500,000. "That's a lot of money," said Butler, thinking of the amazing audacity of Stener, but failing at the moment to identify it with the astute machinations of Cowperwood. "That's something to think about. There's no time to lose if there's going to be a panic in the morning. How much good will it do ye if we do support the market?" "A great deal," returned Cowperwood, "although of course I have to raise money in other ways. I have that $100,000 of yours on deposit. Is it likely that you'll want that right away?" "It may be," said Butler. "It's just as likely that I'll need it so badly that I can't give it up without seriously injuring myself," added Cowperwood. "That's just one of a lot of things. If you and Senator Simpson and Mr. Mollenhauer were to get together, you're the largest holders of street railway stocks, and were to see Mr. Drexel and Mr. Cook, you could fix things so that matters would be considerably easier. I will be all right if my loans are not called, and my loans will not be called if the market does not slump too heavily. If it does, all my securities are depreciated, and I can't hold out." Old Butler got up. "This is serious business," he said. "I wish you'd never gone in with Stener in that way. It don't look quite right and it can't be made to. It's bad, bad business," he added dourly. "Still, I'll do what I can. I can't promise much, but I've always liked ye and I'll not be turning on ye now unless I have to. But I'm sorry, very. And I'm not the only one that has a hand in things in this town." At the same time he was thinking it was right decent of Cowperwood to forewarn him this way in regard to his own affairs and the city election, even though he was saving his own neck by so doing. He meant to do what he could. "I don't suppose you could keep this matter of Stener and the city treasury quiet for a day or two until I see how I come out," suggested Cowperwood warily. "I can't promise that," replied Butler. "I'll have to do the best I can. I won't leave it go any further than I can help, you can depend on that." He was thinking how the effect of Stener's crime could be overcome if Cowperwood failed. "Owen." He stepped to the door, and, opening it, called down over the banister. "Yes, father." "Have Dan hitch up the light buggy and bring it around to the door. And you get your hat and coat. I want you to go along with me." "Yes, father." He came back. "Sure, that's a nice little storm in a teapot, now, isn't it? Chicago begins to burn, and I have to worry here in Philadelphia." "Well, well," Cowperwood was up now and moving to the door. "And where are you going?" "Back to the house. I have several people coming there to see me. But I'll come back here later, if I may." "Yes, Yes, replied Butler. To be sure I'll be here by midnight, anyhow. Well, good night. I'll see you later, then, I suppose. I'll tell you what I find out. He went back in his room for something, and Cowperwood descended the stair alone. From the hangings of the reception room entryway Aileen signaled him to draw near. I hope it's nothing serious, honey, she sympathized, looking into his solemn eyes. It was not time for love, and he felt it. No, he said, almost coldly, I think not. Frank, don't let this thing make you forget me for long, please. You won't, will you? I love you so. No, no, I won't. He replied earnestly, quickly and yet absently. I can't. Don't you know I won't? He had started to kiss her, but a noise disturbed him. Sh. He walked to the door, and she followed him with eager, sympathetic eyes. What if anything should happen to her Frank? What if anything could? What would she do? That was what was troubling her. What could she do to help him? He looked so pale, strained. Chapter 24. The condition of the Republican Party at this time in Philadelphia, its relationship to George W. Stenner, Edward Malia Butler, Henry A. Mollenhauer, Senator Mark Simpson, and others, will have to be briefly indicated here, in order to foreshadow Cowperwood's actual situation. Butler, as we have seen, was normally interested in and friendly to Cowperwood. Stenner was Cowperwood's tool. Mollenhauer and Senator Simpson were strong rivals of Butler for the control of city affairs. Simpson represented the Republican control of the state legislature, which could dictate to the city if necessary, making new election laws, revising the city charter, starting political investigations, and the like. He had many influential newspapers, corporations, banks, at his beck and call. Mollenhauer represented the Germans, some Americans, and some large stable corporations, a very solid and respectable man. All three were strong, able, and dangerous politically. The two latter counted on Butler's influence, particularly with the Irish, and a certain number of ward leaders and Catholic politicians and laymen, who were as loyal to him as though he were a part of the church itself. Butler's return to these followers was protection, influence, aid, and goodwill generally. The city's return to him, via Mollenhauer and Simpson, was in the shape of contracts, fat ones, street paving, bridges, viaducts, sewers. And in order for him to get these contracts, the affairs of the Republican Party, of which he was a beneficiary as well as a leader, must be kept reasonably straight. At the same time it was no more a part of his need to keep the affairs of the party straight than it was of either Mollenhauer's or Simpson's, and Stenner was not his appointee. The latter was more directly responsible to Mollenhauer than to anyone else. As Butler stepped into the buggy with his son he was thinking about this, and it was puzzling him greatly. Cowperwood's just been here, he said to Owen, who had been rapidly coming into a sound financial understanding of late, and was already a shrewder man politically and socially than his father, though he had not the latter's magnetism. He's been tellin' me that he's in a rather tight place. You hear that? He continued, as some voice in the distance was calling, extra. Extra. That's Chicago burnin', and there's goin' to be trouble on the stock exchange tomorrow. We have a lot of our street railway stocks around at the different banks. If we don't look sharp they'll be callin' our loans. We have to tend to that the first thing in the mornin'. Cowperwood has 100,000 of mine with him that he wants me to let stay there, and he has some money that belongs to Stenner, he tells me. Stenner? Asked Owen, curiously. Has he been dabbling in stocks? Owen had heard some rumors concerning Stenner and others only very recently, which he had not credited nor yet communicated to his father. How much money of his has Cowperwood? He asked. Butler meditated. Quite a bit, I'm afraid, he finally said. As a matter of fact, it's a great deal, about $500,000. If that should become known, it would be makin' a good deal of noise, I'm thinkin'. Phew, exclaimed Owen in astonishment. $500,000. Good Lord, father. Do you mean to say Stener has got away with $500,000? Why, I wouldn't think he was clever enough to do that. $500,000. It will make a nice row if that comes out. AC, now. AC, now. Replied Butler, doing his best to keep all phases of the situation in mind. We can't tell exactly what the circumstances were yet. He mayn't have meant to take so much. It may all come out all right yet. The money's invested. Cowperwood hasn't failed yet. It may be put back. The thing to be settled on now is whether anything can be done to save him. If he's tellin' me the truth, and I never knew him to lie, he can get out of this if street railway stocks don't break too heavy in the mornin'. I'm going over to see Henry Mollenhauer and Mark Simpson. They're in on this. Cowperwood wanted me to see if I couldn't get them to get the bankers together and have them stand by the market. He thought we might protect our loans by comin' on and buyin' and holdin' up the price. Owen was running swiftly in his mind over Cowperwood's affairs, as much as he knew of them. He felt keenly that the banker ought to be shaken out. This dilemma was his fault, not Stener's, he felt. It was strange to him that his father did not see it and resent it. You see what it is, father, he said, dramatically, after a time. Cowperwood's been using this money of Stener's to pick up stocks, and he's in a hole. If it hadn't been for this fire he'd have got away with it, but now he wants you and Simpson and Mollenhauer and the others to pull him out. He's a nice fellow, and I like him fairly well, but you're a fool if you do as he wants you to. He has more than belongs to him already. I heard the other day that he has the Front Street line, and almost all of Green and Coates, and that he and Stener own the 17th and 19th, but I didn't believe it. I've been intending to ask you about it. I think Cowperwood has a majority for himself stowed away somewhere in every instance. Stener is just a pawn. He moves him around where he pleases. Owen's eyes gleamed avariciously, opposingly. Cowperwood ought to be punished, sold out, driven out of the street railway business in which Owen was anxious to rise. Now you know, observed Butler, thickly and solemnly, I always thought that young Felly was clever, but I hardly thought he was as clever as all that. So that's his game. You're pretty shrewd yourself, aren't you? Well, we can fix that, if we think well of it. But there's more than that to all this. You don't want to forget the Republican Party. Our success goes with the success of that, you know, and he paused and looked at his son. If Cowperwood should fail and that money couldn't be put back, he broke off abstractedly. The thing that's troublin' me is this matter of Stener and the city treasury. If somethin' ain't done about that, it may go hard with the party this fall, and with some of our contracts. You don't want to forget that an election is comin' along in November. I'm wonderin' if I ought to call in that $100,000. It's goin' to take considerable money to meet my loans in the mornin'. It is a curious matter of psychology, but it was only now that the real difficulties of the situation were beginning to dawn on Butler. In the presence of Cowperwood he was so influenced by that young man's personality and his magnetic presentation of his need and his own liking for him that he had not stopped to consider all the phases of his own relationship to the situation. Out here in the cool night air, talking to Owen, who was ambitious on his own account and anything but sentimentally considerate of Cowperwood, he was beginning to sober down and see things in their true light. He had to admit that Cowperwood had seriously compromised the city treasury and the Republican Party, and incidentally Butler's own private interests. Nevertheless, he liked Cowperwood. He was in no way prepared to desert him. He was now going to see Mollenhauer and Simpson as much to save Cowperwood really as the party and his own affairs. And yet a scandal. He did not like that, resented it. This young scalawag. To think he should be so sly. None the less he still liked him, even here and now, and was feeling that he ought to do something to help the young man, if anything could help him. He might even leave his $100,000 loan with him until the last hour, as Cowperwood had requested, if the others were friendly. Well, father, said Owen, after a time, I don't see why you need to worry any more than Mollenhauer or Simpson. If you three want to help him out, you can, but for the life of me I don't see why you should. I know this thing will have a bad effect on the election, if it comes out before then, but it could be hushed up until then, couldn't it? Anyhow, your street railway holdings are more important than this election, and if you can see your way clear to getting the street railway lines in your hands you won't need to worry about any elections. My advice to you is to call that $100,000 loan of yours in the morning, and meet the drop in your stocks that way. It may make Cowperwood fail, but that won't hurt you any. You can go into the market and buy his stocks. I wouldn't be surprised if he would run to you and ask you to take them. You ought to get Mollenhauer and Simpson to scare Stenaer so that he won't loan Cowperwood any more money. If you don't, Cowperwood will run there and get more. Stenaer's in too far now. If Cowperwood won't sell out, well and good, the chances are he will bust, anyhow, and then you can pick up as much on the market as anyone else. I think he'll sell. You can't afford to worry about Stenaer's $500,000. No one told him to loan it. Let him look out for himself. It may hurt the party, but you can look after that later. You and Mollenhauer can fix the newspapers so they won't talk about it till after election. AC. AC, was all the old contractor would say. He was thinking hard. Chapter 25. The residence of Henry A. Mollenhauer was, at that time, in a section of the city which was almost as new as that in which Butler was living. It was on South Broad Street, near a handsome library building which had been recently erected. It was a spacious house of the type usually affected by men of new wealth in those days, a structure 4 stories in height of yellow brick and white stone built after no school which one could readily identify. But not unattractive in its architectural composition. A broad flight of steps leading to a wide veranda gave into a decidedly ornate door, which was set on either side by narrow windows and ornamented to the right and left with pale blue jardinières of considerable charm of outline. The interior, divided into 20 rooms, was panelled and parqueted in the most expensive manner for homes of that day. There was a great reception hall, a large parlour or drawing room, a dining room at least 30 feet square panelled in oak. And on the second floor were a music room devoted to the talents of Mollenhauer's 3 ambitious daughters, a library and private office for himself, a boudoir and bath for his wife, and a conservatory. Mollenhauer was, and felt himself to be, a very important man. His financial and political judgment was exceedingly keen. Although he was a German, or rather an American of German parentage, he was a man of a rather impressive American presence. He was tall and heavy and shrewd and cold. His large chest and wide shoulders supported a head of distinguished proportions, both round and long when seen from different angles. The frontal bone descended in a protruding curve over the nose, and projected solemnly over the eyes, which burned with a shrewd, inquiring gaze. And the nose and mouth and chin below, as well as his smooth, hard cheeks, confirmed the impression that he knew very well what he wished in this world, and was very able without regard to let or hindrance to get it. It was a big face, impressive, well modeled. He was an excellent friend of Edward Malia Butler's, as such friendships go, and his regard for Mark Simpson was as sincere as that of one tiger for another. He respected ability. He was willing to play fair when fair was the game. When it was not, the reach of his cunning was not easily measured. When Edward Butler and his son arrived on this Sunday evening, this distinguished representative of 1/3 of the city's interests was not expecting them. He was in his library reading and listening to one of his daughters playing the piano. His wife and his other 2 daughters had gone to church. He was of a domestic turn of mind. Still, Sunday evening being an excellent one for conference purposes generally in the world of politics, he was not without the thought that some one or other of his distinguished confreres might call. And when the combination footman and butler announced the presence of Butler and his son, he was well pleased. "So there you are," he remarked to Butler, genially, extending his hand. "I'm certainly glad to see you. And Owen. How are you, Owen? What will you gentlemen have to drink, and what will you smoke?" I know you'll have something. John, to the servitor, see if you can find something for these gentlemen. I have just been listening to Caroline play, but I think you've frightened her off for the time being. He moved a chair into position for Butler, and indicated to Owen another on the other side of the table. In a moment his servant had returned with a silver tray of elaborate design, carrying whiskies and wines of various dates and cigars in profusion. Owen was the new type of young financier who neither smoked nor drank. His father temperately did both. "It's a comfortable place you have here," said Butler, without any indication of the important mission that had brought him. "I don't wonder you stay at home Sunday evenings. What's new in the city?" "Nothing much, so far as I can see," replied Mollenhauer, pacifically. "Things seem to be running smooth enough. You don't know anything that we ought to worry about, do you?" "Well, yes," said Butler, draining off the remainder of a brandy and soda that had been prepared for him. "One thing. You haven't seen an Avenine paper, have you?" "No, I haven't," said Mollenhauer, straightening up. "Is there one out? What's the trouble anyhow?" "Nothing, except Chicago's burning, and it looks as though we'd have a little money storm here in the morning." "You don't say." "I didn't hear that. There's a paper out, is there?" Well, is it much of a fire?" "The city is burning down, so they say," put in Owen, who was watching the face of the distinguished politician with considerable interest. "Well, that is news. I must send out and get a paper." "John," he called. His manservant appeared. "See if you can get me a paper somewhere." The servant disappeared. "What makes you think that would have anything to do with us?" observed Mollenhauer, returning to Butler. "Well, there's one thing that goes with that I didn't know till a little while ago, and that is that our man Stenaer is apt to be short in his accounts, unless things come out better than some people seem to think," suggested Butler, calmly. "That might not look so well before election, would it?" His shrewd grey Irish eyes looked into Mollenhauer's, who returned his gaze. "Where did you get that?" queried Mr. Mollenhauer icily. "He hasn't deliberately taken much money, has he?" "How much has he taken, do you know?" "Quite a bit," replied Butler, quietly. "Nearly 500,000, so I understand. Only I wouldn't say that it has been taken as yet. It's in danger of being lost." 500,000. Exclaimed Mollenhauer in amazement, and yet preserving his usual calm. "You don't tell me. How long has this been going on? What has he been doing with the money?" "He's loaned a good deal, about $500,000 to this young Cowperwood in 3rd Street, that's been handlin' city loan. They've been investin' it for themselves in one thing and another, mostly in buyin' up street railways." At the mention of street railways Mollenhauer's impassive countenance underwent a barely perceptible change. "This fire, accordin' to Cowperwood, is certain to produce a panic in the mornin', and unless he gets considerable help he doesn't see how he's to hold out. If he doesn't hold out, there'll be $500,000 missin' from the city treasury which can't be put back. Stenaer's out of town and Cowperwood's come to me to see what can be done about it. As a matter of fact, he's done a little business for me in times past, and he thought maybe I could help him now, that is, that I might get you and the senator to see the big bankers with me and help support the market in the mornin'. If we don't he's goin' to fail, and he thought the scandal would hurt us in the election. He doesn't appear to me to be workin' any game, just anxious to save himself and do the square thing by me, by us, if he can." Butler paused. Mollenhauer, sly and secretive himself, was apparently not at all moved by this unexpected development. At the same time, never having thought of Stenaer as having any particular executive or financial ability, he was a little stirred and curious. So his treasurer was using money without his knowing it, and now stood in danger of being prosecuted. Cowperwood he knew of only indirectly, as one who had been engaged to handle city loan. He had profited by his manipulation of city loan. Evidently the banker had made a fool of Stenaer, and had used the money for street railway shares. He and Stenaer must have quite some private holdings then. That did interest Mollenhauer greatly. $500,000. He repeated, when Butler had finished. That is quite a little money. If merely supporting the market would save Cowperwood, we might do that, although if it's a severe panic I do not see how anything we can do will be of very much assistance to him. If he's in a very tight place and a severe slump is coming, it will take a great deal more than our merely supporting the market to save him. I've been through that before. You don't know what his liabilities are. I do not, said Butler. He didn't ask for money, you say. He wants me to elave 100,000 he has of mine until he sees whether he can get through or not. Stenauer is really out of town, I suppose. Mollenhauer was innately suspicious. So Cowperwood says. We can send and find out. Mollenhauer was thinking of the various aspects of the case. Supporting the market would be all very well if that would save Cowperwood, and the Republican Party and his treasurer. At the same time Stenauer could then be compelled to restore the $500,000 to the city treasury, and release his holdings to someone, preferably to him, Mollenhauer. But here was Butler also to be considered in this matter. What might he not want? He consulted with Butler and learned that Cowperwood had agreed to return the $500,000 in case he could get it together. The various streetcar holdings were not asked after. But what assurance had anyone that Cowperwood could be so saved? And could, or would get the money together? And if he were saved, would he give the money back to Stenauer? If he required actual money, who would loan it to him in a time like this, in case a sharp panic was imminent? What security could he give? On the other hand, under pressure from the right parties he might be made to surrender all his street railway holdings for a song, his and Stenauer's. If he, Mollenhauer, could get them he would not particularly care whether the election was lost this fall or not, although he felt satisfied, as had Owen, that it would not be lost. It could be bought, as usual. The defalcation, if Cowperwood's failure made Stenauer's loan into one, could be concealed long enough, Mollenhauer thought, to win. Personally, as it came to him now, he would prefer to frighten Stenauer into refusing Cowperwood additional aid, and then raid the latter's street railway stock in combination with everybody else's, for that matter, Simpson's and Butler's included. One of the big sources of future wealth in Philadelphia lay in these lines. For the present, however, he had to pretend an interest in saving the party at the polls. I can't speak for the senator, that's sure, pursued Mollenhauer, reflectively. I don't know what he may think. As for myself, I am perfectly willing to do what I can to keep up the price of stocks, if that will do any good. I would do so naturally in order to protect my loans. The thing that we ought to be thinking about, in my judgment, is how to prevent exposure, in case Mr. Cowperwood does fail, until after election. We have no assurance, of course, that however much we support the market we will be able to sustain it. We have not, replied Butler, solemnly. Owen thought he could see Cowperwood's approaching doom quite plainly. At that moment the doorbell rang. A maid, in the absence of the footman, brought in the name of Senator Simpson. Just the man, said Mollenhauer. Show him up. You can see what he thinks. Perhaps I had better leave you alone now, suggested Owen to his father. Perhaps I can find Miss Caroline, and she will sing for me. I'll wait for you, father, he added. Mollenhauer cast him an ingratiating smile, and as he stepped out Senator Simpson walked in. A more interesting type of his kind than Senator Mark Simpson never flourished in the state of Pennsylvania, which has been productive of interesting types. Contrasted with either of the two men who now greeted him warmly and shook his hand, he was physically unimpressive. He was small, 5 feet 9 inches, to Mollenhauer's 6 feet and Butler's 5 feet 11 inches and a half, and then his face was smooth, with a receding jaw. In the other two this feature was prominent. Nor were his eyes as frank as those of Butler, nor as defiant as those of Mollenhauer. But for subtlety they were unmatched by either, deep, strange, receding, cavernous eyes which contemplated you as might those of a cat looking out of a dark hole, and suggesting all the artfulness that has ever distinguished the feline family. He had a strange mop of black hair sweeping down over a fine, low, white forehead, and a skin as pale and bluish as poor health might make it. But there was, nevertheless, resident here a strange, resistant, capable force that ruled men, the subtlety with which he knew how to feed cupidity with hope and gain, and the ruthlessness with which he repaid those who said him nay. He was a still man, as such a man might well have been, feeble and fish-like in his handshake, wan and slightly lackadaisical in his smile, but speaking always with eyes that answered for every defect. "Evening, Mark, I'm glad to see you," was Butler's greeting. "How are you, Edward?" came the quiet reply. "Well, Senator, you're not looking any the worse for wear. Can I pour you something?" "Nothing tonight, Henry," replied Simpson. "I haven't long to stay. I just stopped by on my way home. My wife's over here at the Kavanaghs, and I have to stop by to fetch her." "Well, it's a good thing you dropped in, Senator, just when you did," began Mollenhauer, seating himself after his guest. "Butler here has been telling me of a little political problem that has arisen since I last saw you. I suppose you've heard that Chicago is burning?" "Yes, Kavanaugh was just telling me. It looks to be quite serious. I think the market will drop heavily in the morning." "I wouldn't be surprised myself," put in Mollenhauer, laconically. "Here's the paper now," said Butler, as John, the servant, came in from the street bearing the paper in his hand. Mollenhauer took it and spread it out before them. It was among the earliest of the extras that were issued in this country, and contained a rather impressive spread of type announcing that the conflagration in the Lake City was growing hourly worse since its inception the day before. "Well, that is certainly dreadful," said Simpson. "I'm very sorry for Chicago. I have many friends there. I shall hope to hear that it is not so bad as it seems." The man had a rather grandiloquent manner which he never abandoned under any circumstances. "The matter that Butler was telling me about," continued Mollenhauer, "has something to do with this in a way. You know the habit our city treasurers have of loaning out their money at 2%. "Yes," said Simpson, inquiringly. "Well, Mr. Stener, it seems, has been loaning out a good deal of the city's money to this young Cowperwood, in 3rd Street, who has been handling city loans." "You don't say," said Simpson, putting on an air of surprise. "Not much, I hope." The senator, like Butler and Mollenhauer, was profiting greatly by cheap loans from the same source to various designated city depositories. "Well, it seems that Stener has loaned him as much as $500,000, and if by any chance Cowperwood shouldn't be able to weather this storm, Stener is apt to be short that amount. And that wouldn't look so good as a voting proposition to the people in November, do you think? Cowperwood owes Mr. Butler here $100,000, and because of that he came to see him tonight. He wanted Butler to see if something couldn't be done through us to tide him over. If not," he waved one hand suggestively, "well, he might fail." Simpson fingered his strange, wide mouth with his delicate hand. "What have they been doing with the $500,000, he asked. "Oh, the boys must make a little something on the side," said Butler, cheerfully. "I think they've been buyin' up street railways, for one thing." He stuck his thumbs in the armholes of his vest. Both Mollenhauer and Simpson smiled wan smiles. "Quite so," said Mollenhauer. Senator Simpson merely looked the deep things that he thought. He, too, was thinking how useless it was for anyone to approach a group of politicians with a proposition like this, particularly in a crisis such as bid fair to occur. He reflected that if he and Butler and Mollenhauer could get together and promise Cowperwood protection in return for the surrender of his street railway holdings, it would be a very different matter. It would be very easy in this case to carry the city treasury loan along in silence and even issue more money to support it. But it was not sure, in the first place, that Cowperwood could be made to surrender his stocks, and in the second place that either Butler or Mollenhauer would enter into any such deal with him, Simpson. Butler had evidently come here to say a good word for Cowperwood. Mollenhauer and himself were silent rivals. Although they worked together politically, it was toward essentially different financial ends. They were allied in no one particular financial proposition, any more than Mollenhauer and Butler were. And besides, in all probability Cowperwood was no fool. He was not equally guilty with Stenaar, the latter had loaned him money. The senator reflected on whether he should broach some such subtle solution of the situation as had occurred to him to his colleagues, but he decided not. Really Mollenhauer was too treacherous a man to work with on a thing of this kind. It was a splendid chance but dangerous. He had better go it alone. For the present they should demand of Stenaar that he get Cowperwood to return the $500,000 if he could. If not, Stenaar could be sacrificed for the benefit of the party, if need be. Cowperwood's stocks, with this tip as to his condition, would, Simpson reflected, offer a good opportunity for a little stock exchange work on the part of his own brokers. They could spread rumors as to Cowperwood's condition and then offer to take his shares off his hands, for a song, of course. It was an evil moment that led Cowperwood to Butler. "Well, now," said the senator, after a prolonged silence, "I might sympathize with Mr. Cowperwood in his situation, and I certainly don't blame him for buying up street railways if he can. But I really don't see what can be done for him very well in this crisis. I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I am rather certain that I am not in a position to pick other people's chestnuts out of the fire if I wanted to, just now. It all depends on whether we feel that the danger to the party is sufficient to warrant our going down into our pockets and assisting him." At the mention of real money to be loaned Mollenhauer pulled a long face. "I can't see that I will be able to do very much for Mr. Cowperwood," he sighed. "Begad," said Bueller, with a keen sense of humor, "it looks to me as if I'd better be gettin' in my $100,000. That's the first business of the early mornin'. Neither Simpson nor Mollenhauer condescended on this occasion to smile even the wan smile they had smiled before. They merely looked wise and solemn. "But this matter of the city treasury, now," said Senator Simpson, after the atmosphere had been allowed to settle a little, "is something to which we shall have to devote a little thought. If Mr. Cowperwood should fail, and the treasury lose that much money, it would embarrass us no little. What lines are they," he added, as an afterthought, "that this man has been particularly interested in?" "I really don't know," replied Butler, who did not care to say what Owen had told him on the drive over. "I don't see," said Mollenhauer, "unless we can make Stenaar get the money back before this man Cowperwood fails, how we can save ourselves from considerable annoyance later. But if we did anything which would look as though we were going to compel restitution, he would probably shut up shop anyhow. So there's no remedy in that direction. And it wouldn't be very kind to our friend Edward here to do it until we hear how he comes out on his affair." He was referring to Butler's loan. "Certainly not," said Senator Simpson, with true political sagacity and feeling. "I'll have that $100,000 in the mornin'," said Butler, "and never fear." "I think," said Simpson, "if anything comes of this matter that we will have to do our best to hush it up until after the election. The newspapers can just as well keep silent on that score as not. There's one thing I would suggest," and he was now thinking of the street railway properties which Cowperwood had so judiciously collected, and that is that the city treasurer be cautioned against advancing any more money in a situation of this kind. He might readily be compromised into advancing much more. I suppose a word from you, Henry, would prevent that." "Yes, I can do that," said Mollenhauer, solemnly. "My judgment would be," said Butler, in a rather obscure manner, thinking of Cowperwood's mistake in appealing to these noble protectors of the public, "that it's best to let sleepin' dogs run beneath themselves." Thus ended Frank Cowperwood's dreams of what Butler and his political associates might do for him in his hour of distress. The energies of Cowperwood after leaving Butler were devoted to the task of seeing others who might be of some assistance to him. He had left word with Mrs. Stenaar that if any message came from her husband he was to be notified at once. He hunted up Walter Lee, of Drexel and Company, Avery Stone of J. Cook and Company, and President Davison of the Girard National Bank. He wanted to see what they thought of the situation and to negotiate a loan with President Davison covering all his real and personal property. "I can't tell you, Frank," Walter Lee insisted, I don't know how things will be running by tomorrow noon. I'm glad to know how you stand. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, getting all your affairs in shape. It will help a lot. I'll favor you all I possibly can. But if the chief decides on a certain group of loans to be called, they'll have to be called, that's all. I'll do my best to make things look better. If the whole of Chicago is wiped out, the insurance companies, some of them, anyhow, are sure to go, and then look out. I suppose you'll call in all your loans. Not any more than I have to. Well, that's just the way it is here, or will be. The two men shook hands. They liked each other. Lee was of the city's fashionable coterie, a society man to the manor born, but with a wealth of common sense and a great deal of worldly experience. I'll tell you, Frank, he observed at parting, I've always thought you were carrying too much street railway. It's great stuff if you can get away with it, but it's just in a pinch like this that you're apt to get hurt. You've been making money pretty fast out of that and city loans. He looked directly into his longtime friend's eyes, and they smiled. It was the same with Avery Stone, President Davison, and others. They had all already heard rumors of disaster when he arrived. They were not sure what the morrow would bring forth. It looked very unpromising. Cowperwood decided to stop and see Butler again, for he felt certain his interview with Mollenhauer and Simpson was now over. Butler, who had been meditating what he should say to Cowperwood, was not unfriendly in his manner. "So you're back," he said, when Cowperwood appeared. "Yes, Mr. Butler." "Well, I'm not sure that I've been able to do anything for you." "I'm afraid not," Butler said, cautiously. "It's a hard job you set me. Mollenhauer seems to think that he'll support the market, on his own account. I think he will. Simpson has interests which he has to protect. I'm going to buy for myself, of course." He paused to reflect. "I couldn't get them to call a conference with any of the big-moneyed men as yet," he added, warily. "They'd rather wait and see what happens in the morning. Still, I wouldn't be downhearted if I were you. If things turn out very bad they may change their minds. I had to tell them about Steno. It's pretty bad, but they're hoping you'll come through and straighten that out." "I hope so. About my own loan, well, I'll see how things are in the morning. If I reasonably can I'll leave it with you. You'd better see me again about it. I wouldn't try to get any more money out of Steno if I were you. It's pretty bad as it is." Cowperwood saw at once that he was to get no aid from the politicians. The one thing that disturbed him was this reference to Steno. Had they already communicated with him, warned him? If so, his own coming to Butler had been a bad move. And yet from the point of view of his possible failure on the morrow it had been advisable. At least now the politicians knew where he stood. If he got in a very tight corner he would come to Butler again. The politicians could assist him or not, as they chose. If they did not help him and he failed, and the election were lost, it was their own fault. Anyhow, if he could see Steno first the latter would not be such a fool as to stand in his own light in a crisis like this. "Things look rather dark tonight, Mr. Butler," he said, smartly, "but I still think I'll come through." "I hope so, anyhow. I'm sorry to have put you to so much trouble. I wish, of course, that you gentlemen could see your way clear to assist me, but if you can't, you can't. I have a number of things that I can do. I hope that you will leave your loan as long as you can." He went briskly out, and Butler meditated. "A clever young chap that," he said. "It's too bad. But he may come out all right at that." Cowperwood hurried to his own home only to find his father awake and brooding. To him he talked with that strong vein of sympathy and understanding which is usually characteristic of those drawn by ties of flesh and blood. He liked his father. He sympathized with his painstaking effort to get up in the world. He could not forget that as a boy he had had the loving sympathy and interest of his father. The loan which he had from the Third National, on somewhat weak Union Street Railway shares he could probably replace if stocks did not drop too tremendously. He must replace this at all costs. But his father's investments in street railways, which had risen with his own ventures, and which now involved an additional 200,000, how could he protect those? The shares were hypothecated and the money was used for other things. Additional collateral would have to be furnished the several banks carrying them. It was nothing except loans, 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 and the need of protecting them. If he could only get an additional deposit of $200,000 or $300,000 from Stener. But that, in the face of possible financial difficulties, was rank criminality. All depended on the morrow. Monday, the 9th, dawned grey and cheerless. He was up with the first ray of light, shaved and dressed, and went over, under the grey-green pergola, to his father's house. He was up, also, and stirring about, for he had not been able to sleep. His grey eyebrows and grey hair looked rather shaggy and dishevelled, and his side whiskers anything but decorative. The old gentleman's eyes were tired, and his face was grey. Cowperwood could see that he was worrying. He looked up from a small, ornate escritoire of Buhl, which Ellsworth had found somewhere, and where he was quietly tabulating a list of his resources and liabilities. Cowperwood winced. He hated to see his father worried, but he could not help it. He had hoped sincerely, when they built their houses together, that the days of worry for his father had gone forever. Counting up, he asked, familiarly, with a smile. He wanted to hearten the old gentleman as much as possible. I was just running over my affairs again to see where I stood in case. He looked quizzically at his son, and Frank smiled again. I wouldn't worry, father. I told you how I fixed it so that Butler and that crowd will support the market. I have Rivers and Targool and Harry Eltinge on 'change helping me sell out, and they are the best men there. They'll handle the situation carefully. I couldn't trust Ed or Joe in this case, for the moment they began to sell everybody would know what was going on with me. This way my men will seem like bears hammering the market, but not hammering too hard. I ought to be able to unload enough at 10 points off to raise 500,000. The market may not go lower than that. You can't tell. It isn't going to sink indefinitely. If I just knew what the big insurance companies were going to do. The morning paper hasn't come yet, has it? He was going to pull a bell, but remembered that the servants would scarcely be up as yet. He went to the front door himself. There were the press and the public ledger lying damp from the presses. He picked them up and glanced at the front pages. His countenance fell. On one, the press, was spread a great black map of Chicago, a most funereal-looking thing, the black portion indicating the burned section. He had never seen a map of Chicago before in just this clear, definite way. That white portion was Lake Michigan, and there was the Chicago River dividing the city into 3 almost equal portions, the north side, the west side, the south side. He saw at once that the city was curiously arranged, somewhat like Philadelphia, and that the business section was probably an area of 2 or 3 miles square, set at the juncture of the 3 sides, and lying south of the main stem of the river, where it flowed into the lake after the southwest and northwest branches had united to form it. This was a significant central area, but, according to this map, it was all burned out. Chicago in ashes ran a great side-heading set in heavily leaded black type. It went on to detail the sufferings of the homeless, the number of the dead, the number of those whose fortunes had been destroyed. Then it descanted upon the probable effect in the East. Insurance companies and manufacturers might not be able to meet the great strain of all this. Damn, said Cowperwood gloomily. I wish I were out of this stock jobbing business. I wish I had never gotten into it. He returned to his drawing room and scanned both accounts most carefully. Then, though it was still early, he and his father drove to his office. There were already messages awaiting him, a dozen or more, to cancel or sell. While he was standing there a messenger boy brought him 3 more. One was from Stener and said that he would be back by 12 o'clock, the very earliest he could make it. Cowperwood was relieved and yet distressed. He would need large sums of money to meet various loans before 3. Every hour was precious. He must arrange to meet Stener at the station and talk to him before anyone else should see him. Clearly this was going to be a hard, dreary, strenuous day. 3rd Street, by the time he reached there, was stirring with other bankers and brokers called forth by the exigencies of the occasion. There was a suspicious hurrying of feet, that intensity which makes all the difference in the world between 100 people placid and 100 people disturbed. At the exchange, the atmosphere was feverish. At the sound of the gong, the staccato uproar began. Its metallic vibrations were still in the air when the 200 men who composed this local organization at its utmost stress of calculation, threw themselves upon each other in a gibbering struggle to dispose of or seize bargains of the hour. The interests were so varied that it was impossible to say at which pole it was best to sell or buy. Targall and Rivers had been delegated to stay at the center of things, Joseph and Edward to hover around on the outside and to pick up such opportunities of selling as might offer a reasonable return on the stock. The bears were determined to jam things down, and it all depended on how well the agents of Mollenhauer, Simpson, Butler, and others supported things in the street railway world, whether those stocks retained any strength or not. The last thing Butler had said the night before was that they would do the best they could. They would buy up to a certain point. Whether they would support the market indefinitely he would not say. He could not vouch for Mollenhauer and Simpson. Nor did he know the condition of their affairs. While the excitement was at its highest, Cowperwood came in. As he stood in the door looking to catch the eye of Rivers, the change gong sounded, and trading stopped. All the brokers and traders faced about to the little balcony, where the secretary of the change made his announcements. And there he stood, the door open behind him, a small, dark, clerkly man of 38 or 40, whose spare figure and pale face bespoke the methodic mind that knows no venturous thought. In his right hand he held a slip of white paper. The American Fire Insurance Company of Boston announces its inability to meet its obligations. The gong sounded again. Immediately the storm broke anew, more voluble than before, because, if after 1 hour of investigation on this Monday morning one insurance company had gone down, what would 4 or 5 hours or a day or two bring forth? It meant that men who had been burned out in Chicago would not be able to resume business. It meant that all loans connected with this concern had been, or would be called now. And the cries of frightened bulls, offering 1,000 and 5,000 lot holdings in Northern Pacific, Illinois Central, Reading, Lake Shore, Wabash, in all the local streetcar lines. And in Cowperwood City loans at constantly falling prices was sufficient to take the heart out of all concerned. He hurried to Arthur Rivers's side in the lull, but there was little he could say. It looks as though the Mollenhauer and Simpson crowds aren't doing much for the market, he observed, gravely. They've had advices from New York, explained Rivers solemnly. It can't be supported very well. There are 3 insurance companies over there on the verge of quitting, I understand. I expect to see them posted any minute. They stepped apart from the pandemonium, to discuss ways and means. Under his agreement with Stener, Cowperwood could buy up to $100,000 of city loan, above the customary wash sales, or market manipulation, by which they were making money. This was in case the market had to be genuinely supported. He decided to buy $60,000 worth now, and use this to sustain his loans elsewhere. Stener would pay him for this instantly, giving him more ready cash. It might help him in one way and another, and, anyhow, it might tend to strengthen the other securities long enough at least to allow him to realize a little something now at better than ruinous rates. If only he had the means to go short on this market. If only doing so did not really mean ruin to his present position. It was characteristic of the man that even in this crisis he should be seeing how the very thing that of necessity, because of his present obligations, might ruin him, might also, under slightly different conditions, yield him a great harvest. He could not take advantage of it, however. He could not be on both sides of this market. It was either bear or bull, and of necessity he was bull. It was strange but true. His subtlety could not avail him here. He was about to turn and hurry to see a certain banker who might loan him something on his house, when the gong struck again. Once more trading ceased. Arthur Rivers, from his position at the State Securities Post, where City Loan was sold, and where he had started to buy for Cowperwood, looked significantly at him. Newton Targle hurried to Cowperwood's side. "You're up against it," he exclaimed. "I wouldn't try to sell against this market. It's no use. They're cutting the ground from under you. The bottom's out. Things are bound to turn in a few days. Can't you hold out? Here's more trouble." He raised his eyes to the announcer's balcony. "The Eastern and Western Fire Insurance Company of New York announces that it cannot meet its obligations." A low sound something like "haw" broke forth. The announcer's gavel struck for order. "The Erie Fire Insurance Company of Rochester announces that it cannot meet its obligations." Again that HAW. Once more the gavel. "The American Trust Company of New York has suspended payment." HAW. The storm was on. "What do you think?" asked Targle. "You can't brave this storm. Can't you quit selling and hold out for a few days? Why not sell short?" "They ought to close this thing up," Cowperwood said, shortly. "It would be a splendid way out. Then nothing could be done." He hurried to consult with those who, finding themselves in a similar predicament with himself, might use their influence to bring it about. It was a sharp trick to play on those who, now finding the market favorable to their designs in its falling condition, were harvesting a fortune. But what was that to him? Business was business. There was no use selling at ruinous figures, and he gave his lieutenants orders to stop. Unless the bankers favored him heavily, or the stock exchange was closed, or Stenaer could be induced to deposit an additional $300,000 with him at once, he was ruined. He hurried down the street to various bankers and brokers suggesting that they do this, close the exchange. At a few minutes before 12 o'clock he drove rapidly to the station to meet Stenaer. But to his great disappointment the latter did not arrive. It looked as though he had missed his train. Cowperwood sensed something, some trick, and decided to go to the city hall and also to Stenaer's house. Perhaps he had returned and was trying to avoid him. Not finding him at his office, he drove direct to his house. Here he was not surprised to meet Stenaer just coming out, looking very pale and distraught. At the sight of Cowperwood he actually blanched. "Why, hello, Frank," he exclaimed, sheepishly, "where do you come from?" "What's up, George?" asked Cowperwood. "I thought you were coming into Broad Street." "So I was," returned Stenaer, foolishly, "but I thought I would get off at West Philadelphia and change my clothes. I've a lot of things to tend to yet this afternoon. I was coming in to see you." After Cowperwood's urgent telegram this was silly, but the young banker let it pass. "Jump in, George," he said. "I have something very important to talk to you about. I told you in my telegram about the likelihood of a panic. It's on. There isn't a moment to lose. Stocks are way down, and most of my loans are being called. I want to know if you won't let me have $350,000 for a few days at 4 or 5%. I'll pay it all back to you. I need it very badly. If I don't get it I'm likely to fail. You know what that means, George. It will tie up every dollar I have. Those streetcar holdings of yours will be tied up with me. I won't be able to let you realize on them, and that will put those loans of mine from the Treasury in bad shape. You won't be able to put the money back, and you know what that means. We're in this thing together. I want to see you through safely, but I can't do it without your help. I had to go to Butler last night to see about a loan of his, and I'm doing my best to get money from other sources. But I can't see my way through on this, I'm afraid, unless you're willing to help me." Cowperwood paused. He wanted to put the whole case clearly and succinctly to him before he had a chance to refuse, to make him realize it as his own predicament. As a matter of fact, what Cowperwood had keenly suspected was literally true. Stenaer had been reached. The moment Butler and Simpson had left him the night before, Mollenhauer had sent for his very able secretary, Abner Singh Stack, and dispatched him to learn the truth about Stenor's whereabouts. Sengstack had then sent a long wire to Straubach, who was with Stenor, urging him to caution the latter against Cowperwood. The state of the treasury was known. Stenor and Straubach were to be met by Sengstack at Wilmington, this to forfend against the possibility of Cowperwood's reaching Stenor first, and the whole state of affairs made perfectly plain. No more money was to be used under penalty of prosecution. If Stenor wanted to see anyone he must see Mollenhauer. Sengstack, having received a telegram from Straubach informing him of their proposed arrival at noon the next day, had proceeded to Wilmington to meet them. The result was that Stenor did not come direct into the business heart of the city, but instead got off at West Philadelphia, proposing to go first to his house to change his clothes and then to see Mollenhauer before meeting Cowperwood. He was very badly frightened and wanted time to think. "I can't do it, Frank," he pleaded, piteously. "I'm in pretty bad in this matter. Mollenhauer's secretary met the train out at Wilmington just now to warn me against this situation, and Straubach is against it. They know how much money I've got outstanding. You or somebody has told them. I can't go against Mollenhauer. I owe everything I've got to him, in a way. He got me this place. Listen, George. Whatever you do at this time, don't let this political loyalty stuff cloud your judgment. You're in a very serious position and so am I. If you don't act for yourself with me now, no one is going to act for you, now or later, no one. And later will be too late. I proved that last night when I went to Butler to get help for the two of us. They all know about this business of our street railway holdings and they want to shake us out, and that's the big and little of it, nothing more and nothing less. It's a case of dog eat dog in this game and this particular situation, and it's up to us to save ourselves against everybody or go down together, and that's just what I'm here to tell you. Mollenhauer doesn't care any more for you today than he does for that lamppost. It isn't that money you've paid out to me that's worrying him, but who's getting something for it and what? Well, they know that you and I are getting street railways, don't you see, and they don't want us to have them. Once they get those out of our hands, they won't waste another day on you or me. Can't you see that? Once we've lost all we've invested, you're down and so am I, and no one is going to turn a hand for you or me politically or in any other way. I want you to understand that, George, because it's true. And before you say you won't or you will do anything because Mollenhauer says so, you want to think over what I have to tell you. He was in front of Stenor now, looking him directly in the eye and by the kinetic force of his mental way attempting to make Stenor take the one step that might save him, Cowperwood, however little in the long run it might do for Stenor. And, more interesting still, he did not care. Stenor, as he saw him now, was a pawn in whosoever's hands he happened to be at the time, and despite Mr. Mollenhauer and Mr. Simpson and Mr. Butler he proposed to attempt to keep him in his own hands if possible. And so he stood there looking at him as might a snake at a bird, determined to galvanize him into selfish self-interest if possible. But Stenor was so frightened that at the moment it looked as though there was little to be done with him. His face was a grayish blue, his eyelids and eye rings puffy and his hands and lips moist. God, what a hole he was in now. Say that's all right, Frank, he exclaimed desperately. I know what you say is true. But look at me in my position, if I do give you this money. What can't they do to me, and won't? If you only look at it from my point of view. If only you hadn't gone to Butler before you saw me. As though I could see you, George, when you were off duck shooting and when I was wiring everywhere I knew to try to get in touch with you. How could I? The situation had to be met. Besides, I thought Butler was more friendly to me than he proved. But there's no use being angry with me now, George, for going to Butler as I did, and anyhow you can't afford to be now. We're in this thing together. It's a case of sink or swim for just us two, not anyone else, just us, don't you get that? Butler couldn't or wouldn't do what I wanted him to do, get Mollenhauer and Simpson to support the market. Instead of that they are hammering it. They have a game of their own. It's to shake us out, can't you see that? Take everything that you and I have gathered. It is up to you and me, George, to save ourselves, and that's what I'm here for now. If you don't let me have $350,000, 300,000, anyhow, you and I are ruined. It will be worse for you, George, than for me, for I'm not involved in this thing in any way, not legally, anyhow. But that's not what I'm thinking of. What I want to do is to save us both, put us on easy street for the rest of our lives, whatever they say or do, and it's in your power, with my help, to do that for both of us. Can't you see that? I want to save my business so then I can help you to save your name and money. He paused, hoping this had convinced Stenar, but the latter was still shaking. But what can I do, Frank? He pleaded, weakly. I can't go against Mollenhauer. They can prosecute me if I do that. They can do it, anyhow. I can't do that. I'm not strong enough. If they didn't know, if you hadn't told them, it might be different, but this way, he shook his head sadly, his grey eyes filled with a pale distress. George, replied Cowperwood, who realized now that only the sternest arguments would have any effect here, don't talk about what I did. What I did I had to do. You're in danger of losing your head and your nerve and making a serious mistake here, and I don't want to see you make it. I have 500,000 of the city's money invested for you, partly for me, and partly for you, but more for you than for me, which, by the way, was not true, and here you are hesitating in an hour like this as to whether you will protect your interest or not. I can't understand it. This is a crisis, George. Stocks are tumbling on every side, everybody's stocks. You're not alone in this, neither am I. This is a panic, brought on by a fire, and you can't expect to come out of a panic alive unless you do something to protect yourself. You say you owe your place to Mollenhauer and that you're afraid of what he'll do. If you look at your own situation and mine, you'll see that it doesn't make much difference what he does, so long as I don't fail. If I fail, where are you? Who's going to save you from prosecution? Will Mollenhauer or anyone else come forward and put $500,000 in the treasury for you? He will not. If Mollenhauer and the others have your interests at heart, why aren't they helping me on Change Today? I'll tell you why. They want your street railway holdings and mine, and they don't care whether you go to jail afterward or not. Now if you're wise you will listen to me. I've been loyal to you, haven't I? You've made money through me, lots of it. If you're wise, George, you'll go to your office and write me your check for $300,000, anyhow, before you do a single other thing. Don't see anybody and don't do anything till you've done that. You can't be hung any more for a sheep than you can for a lamb. No one can prevent you from giving me that check. You're the city treasurer. Once I have that I can see my way out of this, and I'll pay it all back to you next week or the week after. This panic is sure to end in that time. With that put back in the treasury we can see them about the 500,000 a little later. In 3 months, or less, I can fix it so that you can put that back. As a matter of fact, I can do it in 15 days once I am on my feet again. Time is all I want. You won't have lost your holdings and nobody will cause you any trouble if you put the money back. They don't care to risk a scandal any more than you do. Now what'll you do, George? Mollenhauer can't stop you from doing this any more than I can make you. Your life is in your own hands. What will you do? Stenar stood there ridiculously meditating when, as a matter of fact, his very financial blood was oozing away. Yet he was afraid to act. He was afraid of Mollenhauer, afraid of Cowperwood, afraid of life and of himself. The thought of panic, loss, was not so much a definite thing connected with his own property, his money, as it was with his social and political standing in the community. Few people have the sense of financial individuality strongly developed. They do not know what it means to be a controller of wealth, to have that which releases the sources of social action, its medium of exchange. They want money, but not for money's sake. They want it for what it will buy in the way of simple comforts, whereas the financier wants it for what it will control, for what it will represent in the way of dignity, force, power. Cowperwood wanted money in that way, Stenner or not. That was why he had been so ready to let Cowperwood act for him. And now, when he should have seen more clearly than ever the significance of what Cowperwood was proposing, he was frightened and his reason obscured by such things as Mollenhauer's probable opposition and rage, Cowperwood's possible failure. His own inability to face a real crisis. Cowperwood's innate financial ability did not reassure Stenner in this hour. The banker was too young, too new. Mollenhauer was older, richer. So was Simpson, so was Butler. These men, with their wealth, represented the big forces, the big standards in his world. And besides, did not Cowperwood himself confess that he was in great danger, that he was in a corner? That was the worst possible confession to make to Stenner, although under the circumstances it was the only one that could be made, for he had no courage to face danger. So it was that now, Stenner stood by Cowperwood meditating, pale, flaccid. Unable to see the main line of his interests quickly, unable to follow it definitely, surely, vigorously, while they drove to his office. Cowperwood entered it with him for the sake of continuing his plea. "Well, George," he said earnestly, "I wish you'd tell me. Time's short. We haven't a moment to lose. Give me the money, won't you, and I'll get out of this quick. We haven't a moment, I tell you. Don't let those people frighten you off. They're playing their own little game, you play yours." "I can't, Frank," said Stenner, finally, very weakly, his sense of his own financial future, overcome for the time being by the thought of Mollenhauer's hard, controlling face. "I'll have to think. I can't do it right now. Straubach just left me before I saw you, and—" "Good God, George," exclaimed Cowperwood, scornfully, "don't talk about Straubach. What's he got to do with it? Think of yourself. Think of where you will be. It's your future, not Straubach's, that you have to think of." "I know, Frank," persisted Stenner, weakly, "but, really, I don't see how I can. Honestly I don't. You say yourself you're not sure whether you can come out of things all right, and 300,000 more is 300,000 more. I can't, Frank. I really can't. It wouldn't be right. Besides, I want to talk to Mollenhauer first, anyhow." "Good God, how you talk," exploded Cowperwood, angrily, looking at him with ill-concealed contempt. "Go ahead. See Mollenhauer. Let him tell you how to cut your own throat for his benefit. It won't be right to loan me $300,000 more, but it will be right to let the $500,000 you have loaned stand unprotected and lose it. That's right, isn't it? That's just what you propose to do, lose it, and everything else besides. I want to tell you what it is, George, you've lost your mind. You've let a single message from Mollenhauer frighten you to death, and because of that you're going to risk your fortune, your reputation, your standing, everything. Do you really realize what this means if I fail? You will be a convict, I tell you, George. You will go to prison. This fellow Mollenhauer, who is so quick to tell you what not to do now, will be the last man to turn a hand for you once you're down. Why, look at me, I've helped you, haven't I? Haven't I handled your affairs satisfactorily for you up to now? What in heaven's name has got into you? What have you to be afraid of?" Stenner was just about to make another weak rejoinder when the door from the outer office opened, and Albert Stiers, Stenner's chief clerk, entered. Stenner was too flustered to really pay any attention to Stiers for the moment. But Cowperwood took matters in his own hands. "What is it, Albert?" he asked, familiarly. "Mr. Singstack from Mr. Mollenhauer to see Mr. Stenner." At the sound of this dreadful name Stenner wilted like a leaf. Cowperwood saw it. He realized that his last hope of getting the $300,000 was now probably gone. Still he did not propose to give up as yet. "Well, George," he said, after Albert had gone out with instructions that Stenner would see Singstack in a moment. "I see how it is. This man has got you mesmerized. You can't act for yourself now, you're too frightened. I'll let it rest for the present, I'll come back. But for heaven's sake pull yourself together. Think what it means. I'm telling you exactly what's going to happen if you don't. You'll be independently rich if you do. You'll be a convict if you don't. And deciding he would make one more effort in the street before seeing Butler again, he walked out briskly, jumped into his light spring runabout waiting outside, a handsome little yellow-glazed vehicle, with a yellow leather cushion seat. Drawn by a young, high-stepping bay mare, and sent her scudding from door to door, throwing down the lines indifferently and bounding up the steps of banks and into office doors. But all without avail. All were interested, considerate, but things were very uncertain. The Girard National Bank refused an hour's grace, and he had to send a large bundle of his most valuable securities to cover his stock shrinkage there. Word came from his father at 2 that as president of the Third National he would have to call for his $150,000 due there. The directors were suspicious of his stocks. He at once wrote a check against $50,000 of his deposits in that bank, took $25,000 of his available office funds, called a loan of $50,000 against tie-in company. And sold 60,000 green & coats, a line he had been tentatively dabbling in, for 1/3 their value, and, combining the general results, sent them all to the Third National. His father was immensely relieved from one point of view, but sadly depressed from another. He hurried out at the noon hour to see what his own holdings would bring. He was compromising himself in a way by doing it, but his parental heart, as well as his own financial interests, were involved. By mortgaging his house and securing loans on his furniture, carriages, lots, and stocks, he managed to raise $100,000 in cash, and deposited it in his own bank to Frank's credit. But it was a very light anchor to windward in this swirling storm, at that. Frank had been counting on getting all of his loans extended 3 or 4 days at least. Reviewing his situation at 2 o'clock of this Monday afternoon, he said to himself thoughtfully but grimly, well, Stener has to loan me $300,000, that's all there is to it. And I'll have to see Butler now, or he'll be calling his loan before 3. He hurried out, and was off to Butler's house, driving like mad. Chapter 26. Things had changed greatly since last Cowperwood had talked with Butler. Although most friendly at the time the proposition was made that he should combine with Mollenhauer and Simpson to sustain the market, alas, now on this Monday morning at 9 o'clock. An additional complication had been added to the already tangled situation which had changed Butler's attitude completely. As he was leaving his home to enter his runabout, at 9 o'clock in the morning of this same day in which Cowperwood was seeking Stener's aid, the postman, coming up, had handed Butler 4 letters, all of which he paused for a moment to glance at. One was from a subcontractor by the name of O'Higgins, the second was from Father Michel, his confessor, of St. Timothy's, thanking him for a contribution to the parish poor fund, a third was from Drexel and Company, relating to a deposit, and the fourth was an anonymous communication, on cheap stationery from someone who was apparently not very literate, a woman most likely, written in a scrawling hand. Which read: Dear Sir, this is to warn you that your daughter Aileen is running around with a man that she shouldn't, Frank A. Cowperwood, the banker. If you don't believe it, watch the house at 931 North 10th Street. Then you can see for yourself. There was neither signature or mark of any kind to indicate from whence it might have come. Butler got the impression strongly that it might have been written by someone living in the vicinity of the number indicated. His intuitions were keen at times. As a matter of fact, it was written by a girl, a member of St. Timothy's Church, who did live in the vicinity of the house indicated, and who knew Aileen by sight and was jealous of her airs and her position. She was a thin, anemic, dissatisfied creature who had the type of brain which can reconcile the gratification of personal spite with a comforting sense of having fulfilled a moral duty. Her home was some 5 doors north of the unregistered Cowperwood domicile on the opposite side of the street, and by degrees, in the course of time, she made out, or imagined that she had, the significance of this institution. Piecing fact to fancy and fusing all with that keen intuition which is so closely related to fact. The result was eventually this letter which now spread clear and grim before Butler's eyes. The Irish are a philosophic as well as a practical race. Their first and strongest impulse is to make the best of a bad situation, to put a better face on evil than it normally wears. On first reading these lines, the intelligence they conveyed sent a peculiar chill over Butler's sturdy frame. His jaw instinctively closed, and his grey eyes narrowed. Could this be true? If it were not, would the author of the letter say so practically, "If you don't believe it, watch the house at 931 North 10th Street. Wasn't that in itself proof positive, the hard, matter-of-fact realism of it? And this was the man who had come to him the night before seeking aid, whom he had done so much to assist. There forced itself into his naturally slow-moving but rather accurate mind a sense of the distinction and charm of his daughter, a considerably sharper picture than he had ever had before. And at the same time a keener understanding of the personality of Frank Algernon Cowperwood. How was it he had failed to detect the real subtlety of this man? How was it he had never seen any sign of it, if there had been anything between Cowperwood and Aileen? Parents are frequently inclined, because of a time-flattered sense of security, to take their children for granted. Nothing ever has happened, so nothing ever will happen. They see their children every day, and through the eyes of affection. And despite their natural charm and their own strong parental love, the children are apt to become not only commonplaces, but ineffably secure against evil. Mary is naturally a good girl, a little wild, but what harm can befall her? John is a straightforward, steady-going boy, how could he get into trouble? The astonishment of most parents at the sudden accidental revelation of evil in connection with any of their children is almost invariably pathetic. My John! My Mary! Impossible! But it is possible. Very possible. Decidedly likely. Some, through lack of experience or understanding, or both, grow hard and bitter on the instant. They feel themselves astonishingly abased in the face of notable tenderness and sacrifice. Others collapse before the grave manifestation of the insecurity and uncertainty of life, the mystic chemistry of our being. Still others, taught roughly by life, or endowed with understanding or intuition, or both, see in this the latest manifestation of that incomprehensible chemistry which we call life and personality, and, knowing that it is quite vain to hope to gainsay it, save by greater subtlety, put the best face they can upon the matter and call a truce until they can think. We all know that life is unsolvable, we who think. The remainder imagine a vain thing, and are full of sound and fury signifying nothing. So Edward Butler, being a man of much wit and hard, grim experience, stood there on his doorstep holding in his big, rough hand his thin slip of cheap paper which contained such a terrific indictment of his daughter. There came to him now a picture of her as she was when she was a very little girl, she was his first baby girl, and how keenly he had felt about her all these years. She had been a beautiful child, her red gold hair had been pillowed on his breast many a time, and his hard, rough fingers had stroked her soft cheeks, lo, these thousands of times. Aileen, his lovely, dashing daughter of 23. He was lost in dark, strange, unhappy speculations, without any present ability to think or say or do the right thing. He did not know what the right thing was, he finally confessed to himself. Aileen. Aileen. His Aileen. If her mother knew this it would break her heart. She mustn't. She mustn't. And yet mustn't she? The heart of a father. The world wanders into many strange bypaths of affection. The love of a mother for her children is dominant, leonine, selfish, and unselfish. It is concentric. The love of a husband for his wife, or of a lover for his sweetheart, is a sweet bond of agreement and exchange trade in a lovely contest. The love of a father for his son or daughter, where it is love at all, is a broad, generous, sad, contemplative giving without thought of return, a hail and farewell to a troubled traveler whom he would do much to guard. A balanced judgment of weakness and strength, with pity for failure and pride in achievement. It is a lovely, generous, philosophic blossom which rarely asks too much, and seeks only to give wisely and plentifully. That my boy may succeed. That my daughter may be happy. Who has not heard and dwelt upon these twin fervors of fatherly wisdom and tenderness? As Butler drove downtown, his huge, slow-moving, in some respects chaotic mind turned over as rapidly as he could all of the possibilities in connection with this unexpected, sad, and disturbing revelation. Why had Cowperwood not been satisfied with his wife? Why should he enter into his, Butler's, home, of all places, to establish a clandestine relationship of this character? Was Aileen in any way to blame? She was not without mental resources of her own. She must have known what she was doing. She was a good Catholic, or, at least, had been raised so. All these years she had been going regularly to confession and communion. True, of late Butler had noticed that she did not care so much about going to church, would sometimes make excuses and stay at home on Sundays, but she had gone, as a rule. And now, his thoughts would come to the end of a blind alley, and then he would start back, as it were, mentally, to the center of things, and begin all over again. He went up the stairs to his own office slowly. He went in and sat down, and thought and thought. 10 o'clock came, and 11. His son bothered him with an occasional matter of interest, but, finding him moody, finally abandoned him to his own speculations. It was 12, and then 1, and he was still sitting there thinking, when the presence of Cowperwood was announced. Cowperwood, on finding Butler not at home, and not encountering Aileen, had hurried up to the office of the Edward Butler Contracting Company, which was also the center of some of Butler's street railway interests. The floor space controlled by the company was divided into the usual official compartments, with sections for the bookkeepers, the road managers, the treasurer, and so on. Owen Butler and his father had small but attractively furnished offices in the rear, where they transacted all the important business of the company. During this drive, curiously, by reason of one of those strange psychologic intuitions which so often precede a human difficulty of one sort or another, he had been thinking of Aileen. He was thinking of the peculiarity of his relationship with her, and of the fact that now he was running to her father for assistance. As he mounted the stairs he had a peculiar sense of the untoward. But he could not, in his view of life, give it countenance. One glance at Butler showed him that something had gone amiss. He was not so friendly. His glance was dark, and there was a certain sternness to his countenance which had never previously been manifested there in Cowperwood's memory. He perceived at once that here was something different from a mere intention to refuse him aid and call his loan. What was it? Aileen. It must be that. Somebody had suggested something. They had been seen together. Well, even so, nothing could be proved. Butler would obtain no sign from him. But his loan, that was to be called, surely. And as for an additional loan, he could see now, before a word had been said, that thought was useless. I came to see you about that loan of yours, Mr. Butler, he observed, briskly, with an old-time, jaunty air. You could not have told from his manner or his face that he had observed anything out of the ordinary. Butler, who was alone in the room, Owen having gone into an adjoining room, merely stared at him from under his shaggy brows. I'll have to have that money, he said, brusquely, darkly. An old-time Irish rage suddenly welled up in his bosom as he contemplated this jaunty, sophisticated undoer of his daughter's virtue. He fairly glared at him as he thought of him and her. I judged from the way things were going this morning that you might want it, Cowperwood replied, quietly, without sign of tremor. The bottom's out, I see. The bottom's out, and it'll not be put back soon, I'm thinkin'. I'll have to have what's belongin' to me today. I haven't any time to spare. Very well, replied Cowperwood, who saw clearly how treacherous the situation was. The old man was in a dour mood. His presence was an irritation to him, for some reason, a deadly provocation. Cowperwood felt clearly that it must be Aileen, that he must know or suspect something. He must pretend business hurry and end this. I'm sorry. I thought I might get an extension, but that's all right. I can get the money, though. I'll send it right over. He turned and walked quickly to the door. Butler got up. He had thought to manage this differently. He had thought to denounce or even assault this man. He was about to make some insinuating remark which would compel an answer, some direct charge, but Cowperwood was out and away as jaunty as ever. The old man was flustered, enraged, disappointed. He opened the small office door which led into the adjoining room, and called, "Owen." "Yes, father." "Send over to Cowperwood's office and get that money." "You decided to call it, eh?" "I have." Owen was puzzled by the old man's angry mood. He wondered what it all meant, but thought he and Cowperwood might have had a few words. He went out to his desk to write a note and call a clerk. Butler went to the window and stared out. He was angry, bitter, brutal in his vein. The dirty dog. He suddenly exclaimed to himself, in a low voice. "I'll take every dollar he's got before I'm through with him. I'll send him to jail, I will. I'll break him, I will. Wait." He clenched his big fists and his teeth. "I'll fix him. I'll show him. The dog. The damned scoundrel." Never in his life before had he been so bitter, so cruel, so relentless in his mood. He walked his office floor thinking what he could do. Question Aileen, that was what he would do. If her face, or her lips, told him that his suspicion was true, he would deal with Cowperwood later. This city treasurer business, now. It was not a crime in so far as Cowperwood was concerned, but it might be made to be. So now, telling the clerk to say to Owen that he had gone down the street for a few moments, he boarded a streetcar and rode out to his home, where he found his elder daughter just getting ready to go out. She wore a purple velvet street dress edged with narrow, flat gilt braid, and a striking gold and purple turban. She had on dainty new boots of bronze kid and long gloves of lavender suede. In her ears was one of her latest affectations, a pair of long jet earrings. The old Irishman realized on this occasion, when he saw her, perhaps more clearly than he ever had in his life, that he had grown a bird of rare plumage. "Where are you going, daughter?" he asked, with a rather unsuccessful attempt to conceal his fear, distress, and smoldering anger. "To the library," she said easily, and yet with a sudden realization that all was not right with her father. His face was too heavy and gray. He looked tired and gloomy. "Come up to my office a minute," he said. "I want to see you before you go." Aileen heard this with a strange feeling of curiosity and wonder. It was not customary for her father to want to see her in his office just when she was going out. And his manner indicated, in this instance, that the exceptional procedure portended a strange revelation of some kind. Aileen, like every other person who offends against a rigid convention of the time, was conscious of and sensitive to the possible disastrous results which would follow exposure. She had often thought about what her family would think if they knew what she was doing. She had never been able to satisfy herself in her mind as to what they would do. Her father was a very vigorous man. But she had never known him to be cruel or cold in his attitude toward her or any other member of the family, and especially not toward her. Always he seemed too fond of her to be completely alienated by anything that might happen. Yet she could not be sure. Butler led the way, planting his big feet solemnly on the steps as he went up. Aileen followed with a single glance at herself in the tall pier mirror which stood in the hall, realizing at once how charming she looked and how uncertain she was feeling about what was to follow. What could her father want? It made the color leave her cheeks for the moment, as she thought what he might want. Butler strolled into his stuffy room and sat down in the big leather chair, disproportioned to everything else in the chamber, but which, nevertheless, accompanied his desk. Before him, against the light, was the visitor's chair, in which he liked to have those sit whose faces he was anxious to study. When Aileen entered he motioned her to it, which was also ominous to her, and said, "Sit down there." She took the seat, not knowing what to make of his procedure. On the instant her promise to Cowperwood to deny everything, whatever happened, came back to her. If her father was about to attack her on that score, he would get no satisfaction, she thought. She owed it to Frank. Her pretty face strengthened and hardened on the instant. Her small, white teeth set themselves in 2 even rows. And her father saw quite plainly that she was consciously bracing herself for an attack of some kind. He feared by this that she was guilty, and he was all the more distressed, ashamed, outraged, made wholly unhappy. He fumbled in the left-hand pocket of his coat and drew forth from among the various papers the fatal communication so cheap in its physical texture. His big fingers fumbled almost tremulously as he fished the letter sheet out of the small envelope and unfolded it without saying a word. Aileen watched his face and his hands, wondering what it could be that he had here. He handed the paper over, small in his big fist, and said, "Read that." Aileen took it, and for a second was relieved to be able to lower her eyes to the paper. Her relief vanished in a second, when she realized how in a moment she would have to raise them again and look him in the face. "Dear Sir, this is to warn you that your daughter Aileen is running around with a man that she shouldn't, Frank A. Cowperwood, the banker. If you don't believe it, watch the house at 931 North 10th Street. Then you can see for yourself." In spite of herself the color fled from her cheeks instantly, only to come back in a hot, defiant wave. "Why, what a lie!" she said, lifting her eyes to her father's. "To think that anyone should write such a thing of me. How dare they? I think it's a shame." Old Butler looked at her narrowly, solemnly. He was not deceived to any extent by her bravado. If she were really innocent, he knew she would have jumped to her feet in her defiant way. Protest would have been written all over her. As it was, she only stared haughtily. He read through her eager defiance to the guilty truth. "How do ye know, daughter, that I haven't had the house watched?" he said, quizzically. "How do ye know that ye haven't been seen goin' in there?" Only Eileen's solemn promise to her lover could have saved her from this subtle thrust. As it was, she paled nervously, but she saw Frank Cowperwood, solemn and distinguished, asking her what she would say if she were caught. "It's a lie," she said, catching her breath. "I wasn't at any house at that number, and no one saw me going in there." "How can you ask me that, father?" In spite of his mixed feelings of uncertainty and yet unshakable belief that his daughter was guilty, he could not help admiring her courage. She was so defiant, as she sat there, so set in her determination to lie and thus defend herself. Her beauty helped her in his mood, raised her in his esteem. After all, what could you do with a woman of this kind? She was not a 10-year-old girl any more, as in a way he sometimes continued to fancy her. "Ye oughtn't to say that if it isn't true, Aileen," he said. "Ye oughtn't to lie. It's against your faith. Why would anybody write a letter like that if it wasn't so?" "But it's not so," insisted Aileen, pretending anger and outraged feeling, "and I don't think you have any right to sit there and say that to me. I haven't been there, and I'm not running around with Mr. Cowperwood. Why, I hardly know the man except in a social way." Butler shook his head solemnly. "It's a great blow to me, daughter. It's a great blow to me," he said. "I'm willing to take your word if ye say so. But I can't help thinkin' what a sad thing it would be if ye were lyin' to me. I haven't had the house watched. I only got this mornin'. And what's written here may not be so. I hope it isn't. But we'll not say any more about that now. If there is anything in it, and ye haven't gone too far yet to save yourself, I want ye to think of your mother and your sister and your brothers, and be a good girl. Think of the church ye was raised in, and the name we've got to stand up for in the world. Why, if ye were doin' anything wrong, and the people of Philadelphia got a hold of it, the city, big as it is, wouldn't be big enough to hold us. Your brothers have got a reputation to make, their work to do here. You and your sister want to get married sometime. How could ye expect to look the world in the face and do anything at all if ye are doin' what this letter says ye are, and it was told about ye?" The old man's voice was thick with a strange, sad, alien emotion. He did not want to believe that his daughter was guilty, even though he knew she was. He did not want to face what he considered in his vigorous, religious way to be his duty, that of reproaching her sternly. There were some fathers who would have turned her out, he fancied. There were others who might possibly kill Cowperwood after a subtle investigation. That course was not for him. If vengeance he was to have, it must be through politics and finance, he must drive him out. But as for doing anything desperate in connection with Aileen, he could not think of it. "Oh, father," returned Aileen, with considerable histrionic ability in her assumption of pettishness, "how can you talk like this when you know I'm not guilty? When I tell you so." The old Irishman saw through her make-believe with profound sadness, the feeling that one of his dearest hopes had been shattered. He had expected so much of her socially and matrimonially. Why, any one of a dozen remarkable young men might have married her, and she would have had lovely children to comfort him in his old age. "Well, we'll not talk any more about it now, daughter," he said, wearily. "Ye've been so much to me during all these years that I can scarcely believe anything wrong of ye. I don't want to, God knows. Ye're a grown woman, though, now, and if ye are doing anything wrong I don't suppose I could do so much to stop ye. I might turn ye out, of course, as many a father would, but I wouldn't like to do anything like that. But if ye are doing anything wrong," and he put up his hand to stop a proposed protest on the part of Aileen, "remember, I'm certain to find it out in the long run. And Philadelphia won't be big enough to hold me and the man that's done this thing to me. I'll get him," he said, getting up dramatically. "I'll get him, and when I do," he turned a livid face to the wall, and Aileen saw clearly that Cowperwood, in addition to any other troubles which might beset him, had her father to deal with. Was this why Frank had looked so sternly at her the night before? "Why, your mother would die of a broken heart if she thought there was anybody could say the least word against ye," pursued Butler, in a shaken voice. "This man has a family, a wife and children, ye oughtn't to want to do anything to hurt them. They'll have trouble enough, if I'm not mistaken, fasten what's comin' to them in the future," and Butler's jaw hardened just a little. "Ye're a beautiful girl. Ye're young. Ye have money. There's dozens of young men be proud to make ye their wife. Whatever ye may be thinkin' or doin', don't throw away your life. Don't destroy your immortal soul. Don't break my heart entirely." Aileen, not ungenerous, full of mingled affection and passion, could now have cried. She pitied her father from her heart, but her allegiance was to Cowperwood, her loyalty unshaken. She wanted to say something, to protest much more. But she knew that it was useless. Her father knew that she was lying. "Well, there's no use of my saying anything more, father," she said, getting up. The light of day was fading in the windows. The downstairs door closed with a light slam, indicating that one of the boys had come in. Her proposed trip to the library was now without interest to her. "You won't believe me, anyhow. I tell you, though, that I'm innocent just the same." Butler lifted his big, brown hand to command silence. She saw that this shameful relationship, as far as her father was concerned, had been made quite clear, and that this trying conference was now at an end. She turned and walked shamefacedly out. He waited until he heard her steps fading into faint nothings down the hall toward her room. Then he arose. Once more he clenched his big fists. "The scoundrel," he said. "The scoundrel. I'll drive him out of Philadelphia, if it takes the last dollar I have in the world." Chapter 27. For the first time in his life Cowperwood felt conscious of having been in the presence of that interesting social phenomenon, the outraged sentiment of a parent. While he had no absolute knowledge as to why Butler had been so enraged, he felt that Aileen was the contributing cause. He himself was a father. His boy, Frank, Jr., was to him not so remarkable. But little Lillian, with her dainty little slip of a body and bright aureoled head, had always appealed to him. She was going to be a charming woman one day, he thought, and he was going to do much to establish her safely. He used to tell her that she had eyes like buttons, feet like a pussycat, and hands that were just 5 cents worth, they were so little. The child admired her father and would often stand by his chair in the library or the sitting room, or his desk in his private office, or by his seat at the table, asking him questions. This attitude toward his own daughter made him see clearly how Butler might feel toward Aileen. He wondered how he would feel if it were his own little Lillian, and still he did not believe he would make much fuss over the matter, either with himself or with her, if she were as old as Aileen. Children and their lives were more or less above the willing of parents, anyhow, and it would be a difficult thing for any parent to control any child, unless the child were naturally docile-minded and willing to be controlled. It also made him smile, in a grim way, to see how fate was raining difficulties on him. The Chicago fire, Stenor's early absence, Butler, Mollenhauer, and Simpson's indifference to Stenor's fate and his. And now this probable revelation in connection with Aileen. He could not be sure as yet, but his intuitive instincts told him that it must be something like this. Now he was distressed as to what Aileen would do, say if suddenly she were confronted by her father. If he could only get to her. But if he was to meet Butler's call for his loan, and the others which would come yet today or on the morrow, there was not a moment to lose. If he did not pay he must assign at once. Butler's rage, Aileen, his own danger, were brushed aside for the moment. His mind concentrated wholly on how to save himself financially. He hurried to visit George Waterman, David Wiggin, his wife's brother, who was now fairly well-to-do. Joseph Zimmerman, the wealthy dry goods dealer who had dealt with him in the past, Judge Kitchen, a private manipulator of considerable wealth. Frederick Van Nostrand, the state treasurer, who was interested in local street railway stocks, and others. Of all those to whom he appealed, one was actually not in a position to do anything for him, another was afraid. A third was calculating eagerly to drive a hard bargain, a fourth was too deliberate, anxious to have much time. All scented the true value of his situation, all wanted time to consider, and he had no time to consider. Judge Kitchen did agree to lend him $30,000, a paltry sum. Joseph Zimmerman would only risk $25,000. He could see where, all told, he might raise $75,000 by hypothecating double the amount in shares, but this was ridiculously insufficient. He had figured again, to $1, and he must have at least $250,000 above all his present holdings, or he must close his doors. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock he would know. If he didn't he would be written down as failed on a score of ledgers in Philadelphia. What a pretty pass for one to come to whose hopes had so recently run so high. There was a loan of $100,000 from the Girard National Bank which he was particularly anxious to clear off. This bank was the most important in the city, and if he retained its goodwill by meeting this loan promptly he might hope for favors in the future whatever happened. Yet, at the moment, he did not see how he could do it. He decided, however, after some reflection, that he would deliver the stocks which Judge Kitchen, Zimmerman, and others had agreed to take and get their checks or cash yet this night. Then he would persuade Stenor to let him have a check for the $60,000 worth of city loan he had purchased this morning on change. Out of it he could take $25,000 to make up the balance due the bank, and still have $35,000 for himself. The one unfortunate thing about such an arrangement was that by doing it he was building up a rather complicated situation in regard to these same certificates. Since their purchase in the morning, he had not deposited them in the sinking fund, where they belonged. They had been delivered to his office by 1:30 in the afternoon, but, on the contrary, had immediately hypothecated them to cover another loan. It was a risky thing to have done, considering that he was in danger of failing and that he was not absolutely sure of being able to take them up in time. But, he reasoned, he had a working agreement with the city treasurer, illegal of course, which would make such a transaction rather plausible, and almost all right, even if he failed. And that was that none of his accounts were supposed necessarily to be put straight until the end of the month. If he failed, and the certificates were not in the sinking fund, he could say, as was the truth, that he was in the habit of taking his time, and had forgotten. This collecting of a check, therefore, for these as yet undeposited certificates would be technically, if not legally and morally, plausible. The city would be out only an additional $60,000, making $560,000 all told, which in view of its probable loss of $500,000 did not make so much difference. But his caution clashed with his need on this occasion, and he decided that he would not call for the check unless Stener finally refused to aid him with $300,000 more, in which case he would claim it as his right. In all likelihood Stener would not think to ask whether the certificates were in the sinking fund or not. If he did, he would have to lie, that was all. He drove rapidly back to his office, and, finding Butler's note, as he expected, wrote a check on his father's bank for the $100,000 which had been placed to his credit by his loving parent, and sent it around to Butler's office. There was another note, from Albert Stiers, Stener's secretary, advising him not to buy or sell any more city loan, that until further notice such transactions would not be honored. Cowperwood immediately sensed the source of this warning. Stener had been in conference with Butler or Mollenhauer, and had been warned and frightened. Nevertheless, he got in his buggy again and drove directly to the city treasurer's office. Since Cowperwood's visit Stener had talked still more with Sengstack, Straubach, and others, all sent to see that a proper fear of things financial had been put in his heart. The result was decidedly one which spelled opposition to Cowperwood. Straubach was considerably disturbed himself. He and Wycroft and Harman had also been using money out of the treasury, much smaller sums, of course, for they had not Cowperwood's financial imagination, and were disturbed as to how they would return what they owed before the storm broke. If Cowperwood failed, and Stener was short in his accounts, the whole budget might be investigated, and then their loans would be brought to light. The thing to do was to return what they owed, and then, at least, no charge of malfeasance would lie against them. Go to Mollenhauer, Straubach had advised Stener, shortly after Cowperwood had left the latter's office, and tell him the whole story. He put you here. He was strong for your nomination. Tell him just where you stand and ask him what to do. He'll probably be able to tell you. Offer him your holdings to help you out. You have to. You can't help yourself. Don't loan Cowperwood another damn dollar, whatever you do. He's got you in so deep now you can hardly hope to get out. Ask Mollenhauer if he won't help you to get Cowperwood to put that money back. He may be able to influence him. There was more in this conversation to the same effect, and then Stener hurried as fast as his legs could carry him to Mollenhauer's office. He was so frightened that he could scarcely breathe, and he was quite ready to throw himself on his knees before the big German-American financier and leader. Oh, if Mr. Mollenhauer would only help him. If he could just get out of this without going to jail. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord, he repeated, over and over to himself, as he walked. What shall I do? The attitude of Henry A. Mollenhauer, grim, political boss that he was, trained in a hard school, was precisely the attitude of every such man in all such trying circumstances. He was wondering, in view of what Butler had told him, just how much he could advantage himself in this situation. If he could, he wanted to get control of whatever street railway stock Stener now had, without in any way compromising himself. Stener's shares could easily be transferred on change through Mollenhauer's brokers to a dummy, who would eventually transfer them to himself, Mollenhauer. Stener must be squeezed thoroughly, though, this afternoon, and as for his $500,000 indebtedness to the Treasury, Mollenhauer did not see what could be done about that. If Cowperwood could not pay it, the city would have to lose it, but the scandal must be hushed up until after election. Stener, unless the various party leaders had more generosity than Mollenhauer imagined, would have to suffer exposure, arrest, trial, confiscation of his property, and possibly sentenced to the penitentiary. Though this might easily be commuted by the governor, once public excitement died down. He did not trouble to think whether Cowperwood was criminally involved or not. 100 to 1 he was not. Trust a shrewd man like that to take care of himself. But if there was any way to shoulder the blame on to Cowperwood, and so clear the treasurer and the skirts of the party, he would not object to that. He wanted to hear the full story of Stener's relations with the broker first. Meanwhile, the thing to do was to seize what Stener had to yield. The troubled city treasurer, on being shown in Mr. Mollenhauer's presence, at once sank feebly in a chair and collapsed. He was entirely done for mentally. His nerve was gone, his courage exhausted like a breath. "Well, Mr. Stener?" queried Mr. Mollenhauer, impressively, pretending not to know what brought him. "I came about this matter of my loans to Mr. Cowperwood." "Well, what about them?" "Well, he owes me, or the city treasury rather, $500,000, and I understand that he is going to fail and that he can't pay it back." "Who told you that?" "Mr. Sengstack, and since then Mr. Cowperwood has been to see me. He tells me he must have more money or he will fail, and he wants to borrow $300,000 more. He says he must have it." "So," said Mr. Mollenhauer, impressively, and with an air of astonishment which he did not feel. "You would not think of doing that, of course. You're too badly involved as it is. If he wants to know why, refer him to me. Don't advance him another dollar. If you do, and this case comes to trial, no court would have any mercy on you. It's going to be difficult enough to do anything for you as it is. However, if you don't advance him any more, we will see. It may be possible, I can't say, but at any rate, no more money must leave the treasury to bolster up this bad business. It's much too difficult as it now is." He stared at Stener warningly. And he, shaken and sick, yet because of the faint suggestion of mercy involved somewhere in Mollenhauer's remarks, now slipped from his chair to his knees and folded his hands in the uplifted attitude of a devotee before a sacred image. "Oh, Mr. Mollenhauer," he choked, beginning to cry, "I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Straubach and Wycroft told me it was all right. You sent me to Cowperwood in the first place. I only did what I thought the others had been doing. Mr. Bode did it, just like I have been doing. He dealt with Ty and Company. I have a wife and 4 children, Mr. Mollenhauer. My youngest boy is only 7 years old. Think of them, Mr. Mollenhauer. Think of what my arrest will mean to them. I don't want to go to jail. I didn't think I was doing anything very wrong, honestly I didn't. I'll give up all I've got. You can have all my stocks and houses and lots, anything, if you'll only get me out of this. You won't let them send me to jail, will you?" His fat, white lips were trembling, wobbling nervously, and big hot tears were coursing down his previously pale but now flushed cheeks. He presented one of those almost unbelievable pictures which are yet so intensely human and so true. If only the great financial and political giants would for once accurately reveal the details of their lives. Mollenhauer looked at him calmly, meditatively. How often had he seen weaklings no more dishonest than himself, but without his courage and subtlety, pleading to him in this fashion, not on their knees exactly, but intellectually so. Life to him, as to every other man of large practical knowledge and insight, was an inexplicable tangle. What were you going to do about the so-called morals and precepts of the world? This man Stener fancied that he was dishonest, and that he, Mollenhauer, was honest. He was here, self-convicted of sin, pleading to him, Mollenhauer, as he would to a righteous, unstained saint. As a matter of fact, Mollenhauer knew that he was simply shrewder, more far-seeing, more calculating, not less dishonest. Stener was lacking in force and brains, not morals. This lack was his principal crime. There were people who believed in some esoteric standard of right, some ideal of conduct absolutely and very far removed from practical life. But he had never seen them practice it save to their own financial, not moral, he would not say that, destruction. They were never significant, practical men who clung to these fatuous ideals. They were always poor, nondescript, negligible dreamers. He could not have made Stener understand all this if he had wanted to, and he certainly did not want to. It was too bad about Mrs. Stener and the little Steners. No doubt she had worked hard, as had Stener, to get up in the world and be something, just a little more than miserably poor, and now this unfortunate complication had to arise to undo them, this Chicago fire. What a curious thing that was. If any one thing more than another made him doubt the existence of a kindly, overruling providence, it was the unheralded storms out of clear skies, financial, social, anything you choose, that so often brought ruin and disaster to so many. "Get up, Stenaer," he said, calmly, after a few moments. "You mustn't give way to your feelings like this. You must not cry. These troubles are never unraveled by tears. You must do a little thinking for yourself. Perhaps your situation isn't so bad." As he was saying this, Stenaer was putting himself back in his chair, getting out his handkerchief, and sobbing hopelessly in it. "I'll do what I can, Stenaer. I won't promise anything. I can't tell you what the result will be. There are many peculiar political forces in this city. I may not be able to save you, but I am perfectly willing to try. You must put yourself absolutely under my direction. You must not say or do anything without first consulting with me. I will send my secretary to you from time to time. He will tell you what to do. You must not come to me unless I send for you. Do you understand that thoroughly?" "Yes, Mr. Mollenhauer." "Well, now, dry your eyes. I don't want you to go out of this office crying. Go back to your office, and I will send Singstack to see you. He will tell you what to do. Follow him exactly. And whenever I send for you, come at once." He got up, large, self-confident, reserved. Stenaer, buoyed up by the subtle reassurance of his remarks, recovered to a degree his equanimity. Mr. Mollenhauer, the great, powerful Mr. Mollenhauer, was going to help him out of his scrape. He might not have to go to jail after all. He left after a few moments, his face a little red from weeping, but otherwise free of telltale marks, and returned to his office. 3/4 of an hour later, Singstack called on him for the second time that day. Abner Singstack, small, dark-faced, club-footed, a great sole of leather 3 inches thick under his short, withered right leg, his slightly Slavic, highly intelligent countenance burning with a pair of keen, piercing, inscrutable black eyes. Singstack was a fit secretary for Mollenhauer. You could see at one glance that he would make Stenaer do exactly what Mollenhauer suggested. His business was to induce Stenaer to part with his street railway holdings at once through Tighe and Company, Butler's brokers, to the political sub-agent who would eventually transfer them to Mollenhauer. What little Stenaer received for them might well go into the treasury. Tighe and Company would manage the change subtleties of this without giving anyone else a chance to bid, while at the same time making it appear an open market transaction. At the same time Singstack went carefully into the state of the treasurer's office for his master's benefit, finding out what it was that Straubach, Wycroft, and Harman had been doing with their loans. Via another source they were ordered to disgorge at once or face prosecution. They were a part of Mollenhauer's political machine. Then, having cautioned Stenaer not to set over the remainder of his property to any one, and not to listen to any one, most of all to the Machiavellian counsel of Cowperwood, Singstack left. Needless to say, Mollenhauer was greatly gratified by this turn of affairs. Cowperwood was now most likely in a position where he would have to come and see him, or if not, a good share of the properties he controlled were already in Mollenhauer's possession. If by some hook or crook he could secure the remainder, Simpson and Butler might well talk to him about this street railway business. His holdings were now as large as any, if not quite the largest. Chapter 28. It was in the face of this very altered situation that Cowperwood arrived at Stenaer's office late this Monday afternoon. Stenaer was quite alone, worried and distraught. He was anxious to see Cowperwood, and at the same time afraid. "George," began Cowperwood, briskly, on seeing him, "I haven't much time to spare now, but I've come, finally, to tell you that you'll have to let me have 300,000 more if you don't want me to fail. Things are looking very bad today. They've caught me in a corner on my loans, but this storm isn't going to last. You can see by the very character of it that it can't." He was looking at Stenaer's face, and seeing fear and a pained and yet very definite necessity for opposition written there. "Chicago is burning, but it will be built up again. Business will be all the better for it later on. Now, I want you to be reasonable and help me. Don't get frightened. Stener stirred uneasily. Don't let these politicians scare you to death. It will all blow over in a few days, and then we'll be better off than ever. Did you see Mollenhauer? Yes. Well, what did he have to say? He said just what I thought he'd say. He won't let me do this. I can't, Frank, I tell you, exclaimed Stener, jumping up. He was so nervous that he had had a hard time keeping his seat during this short, direct conversation. I can't. They've got me in a corner. They're after me. They all know what we've been doing. Oh, say, Frank, he threw up his arms wildly, you've got to get me out of this. You've got to let me have that 500,000 back and get me out of this. If you don't, and you should fail, they'll send me to the penitentiary. I've got a wife and 4 children, Frank. I can't go on in this. It's too big for me. I never should have gone in on it in the first place. I never would have if you hadn't persuaded me, in a way. I never thought when I began that I would ever get in as bad as all this. I can't go on, Frank. I can't. I'm willing you should have all my stock. Only give me back that 500,000, and we'll call it even. His voice rose nervously as he talked, and he wiped his wet forehead with his hand and stared at Cowperwood pleadingly, foolishly. Cowperwood stared at him in return for a few moments with a cold, fishy eye. He knew a great deal about human nature, and he was ready for and expectant of any queer shift in an individual's attitude, particularly in time of panic, but this shift of Stener's was quite too much. Whom else have you been talking to, George, since I saw you? Whom have you seen? What did Sengstack have to say? He says just what Mollenhauer does, that I mustn't loan any more money under any circumstances, and he says I ought to get that 500,000 back as quickly as possible. And you think Mollenhauer wants to help you, do you? Inquired Cowperwood, finding it hard to efface the contempt which kept forcing itself into his voice. I think he does, yes. I don't know who else will, Frank, if he don't. He's one of the big political forces in this town. Listen to me, began Cowperwood, eyeing him fixedly. Then he paused. What did he say you should do about your holdings? Sell them through Tie and Company and put the money back in the treasury, if you won't take them. Sell them to whom? Asked Cowperwood, thinking of Stener's last words. To anyone on 'change who'll take them, I suppose. I don't know. I thought so, said Cowperwood, comprehendingly. I might have known as much. They're working you, George. They're simply trying to get your stocks away from you. Mollenhauer is leading you on. He knows I can't do what you want, give you back the $500,000. He wants you to throw your stocks on the market so that he can pick them up. Depend on it, that's all arranged for already. When you do, he's got me in his clutches, or he thinks he has, he and Butler and Simpson. They want to get together on this local street railway situation, and I know it, I feel it. I've felt it coming all along. Mollenhauer hasn't any more intention of helping you than he has of flying. Once you've sold your stocks he's through with you, mark my word. Do you think he'll turn a hand to keep you out of the penitentiary once you're out of this street railway situation? He will not. And if you think so, you're a bigger fool than I take you to be, George. Don't go crazy. Don't lose your head. Be sensible. Look the situation in the face. Let me explain it to you. If you don't help me now, if you don't let me have $300,000 by tomorrow noon, at the very latest, I'm through, and so are you. There is not a thing the matter with our situation. Those stocks of ours are as good today as they ever were. Why, great heavens, man, the railways are there behind them. They're paying. The 17th and 19th Street line is earning $1,000 a day right now. What better evidence do you want than that? Green & Coates is earning $500. You're frightened, George. These damned political schemers have scared you. Why, you've as good a right to loan that money as Bode and Murtaugh had before you. They did it. You've been doing it for Mollenhauer and the others, only so long as you do it for them it's all right. What's a designated city depository but a loan? Cowperwood was referring to the system under which certain portions of city money, like the sinking fund, were permitted to be kept in certain banks at a low rate of interest or no rate, banks in which Mollenhauer and Butler and Simpson were interested. This was their safe graft. Don't throw your chances away, George. Don't quit now. You'll be worth millions in a few years, and you won't have to turn a hand. All you will have to do will be to keep what you have. If you don't help me, mark my word, they'll throw you over the moment I'm out of this, and they'll let you go to the penitentiary. Who's going to put up $500,000 for you, George? Where is Mollenhauer going to get it, or Butler, or anybody, in these times? They can't. They don't intend to. When I'm through, you're through, and you'll be exposed quicker than anyone else. They can't hurt me, George. I'm an agent. I didn't ask you to come to me. You came to me in the first place of your own accord. If you don't help me, you're through, I tell you, and you're going to be sent to the penitentiary as sure as there are jails. Why don't you take a stand, George? Why don't you stand your ground? You have your wife and children to look after. You can't be any worse off loaning me $300,000 more than you are right now. What difference does it make, $500,000 or $800,000? It's all one and the same thing, if you're going to be tried for it. Besides, if you loan me this, there isn't going to be any trial. I'm not going to fail. This storm will blow over in a week or 10 days, and we'll be rich again. For heaven's sake, George, don't go to pieces this way. Be sensible. Be reasonable. He paused, for Stenorer's face had become a jelly-like mass of woe. I can't, Frank, he wailed. I tell you I can't. They'll punish me worse than ever if I do that. They'll never let up on me. You don't know these people. In Stenorer's crumpling weakness Cowperwood read his own fate. What could you do with a man like that? How brace him up? You couldn't. And with a gesture of infinite understanding, disgust, noble indifference, he threw up his hands and started to walk out. At the door he turned. George, he said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, not for myself. I'll come out of things all right, eventually. I'll be rich. But, George, you're making the one great mistake of your life. You'll be poor, you'll be a convict, and you'll have only yourself to blame. There isn't a thing the matter with this money situation except the fire. There isn't a thing wrong with my affairs except this slump in stocks, this panic. You sit there, a fortune in your hands, and you allow a lot of schemers, highbinders, who don't know any more of your affairs or mine than a rabbit, and who haven't any interest in you except to plan what they can get out of you. To frighten you and prevent you from doing the one thing that will save your life. 300,000 paltry dollars that in 3 or 4 weeks from now I can pay back to you 4 and 5 times over, and for that you will see me go broke and yourself to the penitentiary. I can't understand it, George. You're out of your mind. You're going to rue this the longest day that you live. He waited a few moments to see if this, by any twist of chance, would have any effect. Then, noting that Stenorer still remained a wilted, helpless mass of nothing, he shook his head gloomily and walked out. It was the first time in his life that Cowperwood had ever shown the least sign of weakening or despair. He had felt all along as though there were nothing to the Greek theory of being pursued by the Furies. Now, however, there seemed an untoward fate which was pursuing him. It looked that way. Still, fate or no fate, he did not propose to be daunted. Even in this very beginning of a tendency to feel despondent he threw back his head, expanded his chest, and walked as briskly as ever. In the large room outside Stenorer's private office he encountered Albert Stiers, Stenorer's chief clerk and secretary. He and Albert had exchanged many friendly greetings in times past, and all the little minor transactions in regard to city loan had been discussed between them. For Albert knew more of the intricacies of finance and financial bookkeeping than Stener would ever know. At the sight of Stiers, the thought in regard to the $60,000 worth of city loan certificates, previously referred to, flashed suddenly through his mind. He had not deposited them in the sinking fund, and did not intend to for the present, could not, unless considerable free money were to reach him shortly, for he had used them to satisfy other pressing demands. And had no free money to buy them back, or, in other words, release them. And he did not want to just at this moment. Under the law governing transactions of this kind with the city treasurer, he was supposed to deposit them at once to the credit of the city, and not to draw his pay therefor from the city treasurer until he had. To be very exact, the city treasurer, under the law, was not supposed to pay him for any transaction of this kind until he or his agents presented a voucher from the bank or other organization carrying the sinking fund for the city showing that the certificates so purchased had actually been deposited there. As a matter of fact, under the custom which had grown up between him and Stener, the law had long been ignored in this respect. He could buy certificates of city loan for the sinking fund up to any reasonable amount, hypothecate them where he pleased, and draw his pay from the city without presenting a voucher. At the end of the month sufficient certificates of city loan could usually be gathered from one source and another to make up the deficiency, or the deficiency could actually be ignored, as had been done on more than one occasion. For long periods of time, while he used money secured by hypothecating the shares for speculative purposes. This was actually illegal, but neither Cowperwood nor Stener saw it in that light or cared. The trouble with this particular transaction was the note that he had received from Stener ordering him to stop both buying and selling, which put his relations with the city treasury on a very formal basis. He had bought these certificates before receiving this note, but had not deposited them. He was going now to collect his check, but perhaps the old, easy system of balancing matters at the end of the month might not be said to obtain any longer. Stiers might ask him to present a voucher of deposit. If so, he could not now get this check for $60,000, for he did not have the certificates to deposit. If not, he might get the money. But, also, it might constitute the basis of some subsequent legal action. If he did not eventually deposit the certificates before failure, some charge such as that of larceny might be brought against him. Still, he said to himself, he might not really fail even yet. If any of his banking associates should, for any reason, modify their decision in regard to calling his loans, he would not. Would Stener make a row about this if he so secured this check? Would the city officials pay any attention to him if he did? Could you get any district attorney to take cognizance of such a transaction, if Stener did complain? No, not in all likelihood, and, anyhow, nothing would come of it. No jury would punish him in the face of the understanding existing between him and Stener as agent or broker and principal. And, once he had the money, it was 100 to 1 Stener would think no more about it. It would go in among the various unsatisfied liabilities, and nothing more would be thought about it. Like lightning the entire situation hashed through his mind. He would risk it. He stopped before the chief clerk's desk. "Albert," he said, in a low voice, "I bought $60,000 worth of city loan for the sinking fund this morning. Will you give my boy a check for it in the morning, or, better yet, will you give it to me now? I got your note about no more purchases. I'm going back to the office. You can just credit the sinking fund with 800 certificates at from 75 to 80. I'll send you the itemized list later." "Certainly, Mr. Cowperwood, certainly," replied Albert, with alacrity. "Stocks are getting an awful knock, aren't they? I hope you're not very much troubled by it." "Not very, Albert," replied Cowperwood, smiling, the while the chief clerk was making out his check. He was wondering if by any chance Stener would appear and attempt to interfere with this. It was a legal transaction. He had a right to the check provided he deposited the certificates, as was his custom, with the trustee of the fund. He waited tensely while Albert wrote, and finally, with the check actually in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief. "Here, at least, was $60,000, and tonight's work would enable him to cash the $75,000 that had been promised him. Tomorrow, once more he must see Lee, Kitchen, J. Cook and Company, Edward Clark and Company. All the long list of people to whom he owed loans and find out what could be done. If he could only get time. If he could get just a week. Chapter 29. But time was not a thing to be had in this emergency. With the $75,000 his friends had extended to him, and $60,000 secured from Stiers, Cowperwood met the Girard call and placed the balance, $35,000, in a private safe in his own home. He then made a final appeal to the bankers and financiers, but they refused to help him. He did not, however, commiserate himself in this hour. He looked out of his office window into the little court, and sighed. What more could he do? He sent a note to his father, asking him to call for lunch. He sent a note to his lawyer, Harper Stager, a man of his own age whom he liked very much, and asked him to call also. He evolved in his own mind various plans of delay, addresses to creditors and the like, but alas! He was going to fail. And the worst of it was that this matter of the city treasurer's loans was bound to become a public, and more than a public, a political, scandal. And the charge of conniving, if not illegally, at least morally, at the misuse of the city's money was the one thing that would hurt him most. How industriously his rivals would advertise this fact. He might get on his feet again if he failed. But it would be uphill work. And his father? His father would be pulled down with him. It was probable that he would be forced out of the presidency of his bank. With these thoughts Cowperwood sat there waiting. As he did so Aileen Butler was announced by his office boy, and at the same time Albert Stiers. "Show in Miss Butler," he said, getting up. "Tell Mr. Stiers to wait." Aileen came briskly, vigorously in, her beautiful body clothed as decoratively as ever. The street suit that she wore was of a light golden-brown broadcloth, faceted with small, dark red buttons. Her head was decorated with a brownish-red shake of a type she had learned was becoming to her, brimless and with a trailing plume, and her throat was graced by a three-strand necklace of gold beads. Her hands were smoothly gloved as usual, and her little feet daintily shod. There was a look of girlish distress in her eyes, which, however, she was trying hard to conceal. "Honey," she exclaimed, on seeing him, her arms extended, "what is the trouble? I wanted so much to ask you the other night. You're not going to fail, are you? I heard Father and Owen talking about you last night." "What did they say?" he inquired, putting his arm around her and looking quietly into her nervous eyes. "Oh, you know, I think Papa is very angry with you. He suspects. Someone sent him an anonymous letter. He tried to get it out of me last night, but he didn't succeed. I denied everything. I was in here twice this morning to see you, but you were out. I was so afraid that he might see you first, and that you might say something." "Me, Aileen?" "Well, no, not exactly. I didn't think that. I don't know what I thought. Oh, honey, I've been so worried. You know, I didn't sleep at all. I thought I was stronger than that, but I was so worried about you. You know, he put me in a strong light by his desk, where he could see my face, and then he showed me the letter. I was so astonished for a moment I hardly know what I said or how I looked." "What did you say?" "Why," I said, "what a shame. It isn't so." But I didn't say it right away. My heart was going like a trip hammer. I'm afraid he must have been able to tell something from my face. I could hardly get my breath. "He's a shrewd man, your father," he commented. "He knows something about life. Now you see how difficult these situations are. It's a blessing he decided to show you the letter instead of watching the house. I suppose he felt too bad to do that. He can't prove anything now. But he knows. You can't deceive him." "How do you know he knows?" "I saw him yesterday." "Did he talk to you about it?" "No, I saw his face. He simply looked at me. Honey. I'm so sorry for him. I know you are. So am I. But it can't be helped now. We should have thought of that in the first place. But I love you so. Oh, honey, he will never forgive me. He loves me so. He mustn't know. I won't admit anything. But, oh, dear. She put her hands tightly together on his bosom, and he looked consolingly into her eyes. Her eyelids were trembling, and her lips. She was sorry for her father, herself, Cowperwood. Through her he could sense the force of Butler's parental affection, the volume and danger of his rage. There were so many, many things as he saw it now converging to make a dramatic denouement. Never mind, he replied, it can't be helped now. Where is my strong, determined Aileen? I thought you were going to be so brave. Aren't you going to be? I need to have you that way now. Do you? Yes. Are you in trouble? I think I am going to fail, dear. Oh, no. Yes, honey. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't see any way out just at present. I've sent for my father and my lawyer. You mustn't stay here, sweet. Your father may come in here at any time. We must meet somewhere, tomorrow, say, tomorrow afternoon. You remember Indian Rock, out on the Wissahickon? Yes. Could you be there at 4? Yes. Look out for who's following. If I'm not there by 4:30, don't wait. You know why. It will be because I think someone is watching. There won't be, though, if we work it right. And now you must run, sweet. We can't use 931 anymore. I'll have to rent another place somewhere else. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Aren't you going to be strong and brave? You see, I need you to be. He was almost, for the first time, a little sad in his mood. Yes, dear, yes, she declared, slipping her arms under his and pulling him tight. Oh, yes. You can depend on me. Oh, Frank, I love you so. I'm so sorry. Oh, I do hope you don't fail. But it doesn't make any difference, dear, between you and me, whatever happens, does it? We will love each other just the same. I'll do anything for you, honey. I'll do anything you say. You can trust me. They shan't know anything from me. She looked at his still, pale face, and a sudden strong determination to fight for him welled up in her heart. Her love was unjust, illegal, outlawed. But it was love, just the same, and had much of the fiery daring of the outcast from justice. I love you. I love you. I love you, Frank, she declared. He unloosed her hands. Run, sweet. Tomorrow at 4. Don't fail. And don't talk. And don't admit anything, whatever you do. I won't. And don't worry about me. I'll be all right. He barely had time to straighten his tie, to assume a nonchalant attitude by the window, when in hurried Stenor's chief clerk, pale, disturbed, obviously out of key with himself. Mr. Cowperwood. You know that check I gave you last night? Mr. Stenor says it's illegal, that I shouldn't have given it to you, that he will hold me responsible. He says I can be arrested for compounding a felony, and that he will discharge me and have me sent to prison if I don't get it back. Oh, Mr. Cowperwood, I am only a young man. I'm just really starting out in life. I've got my wife and little boy to look after. You won't let him do that to me? You'll give me that check back, won't you? I can't go back to the office without it. He says you're going to fail, and that you knew it, and that you haven't any right to it. Cowperwood looked at him curiously. He was surprised at the variety and character of these emissaries of disaster. Surely, when troubles chose to multiply, they had great skill in presenting themselves in rapid order. Stenor had no right to make any such statement. The transaction was not illegal. The man had gone wild. True, he, Cowperwood, had received an order after these securities were bought not to buy or sell any more city loan, but that did not invalidate previous purchases. Stener was browbeating and frightening his poor underling, a better man than himself, in order to get back this $60,000 check. What a petty creature he was. How true it was, as somebody had remarked, that you could not possibly measure the petty meannesses to which a fool could stoop. You go back to Mr. Stener, Albert, and tell him that it can't be done. The certificates of loan were purchased before his order arrived, and the records of the exchange will prove it. There is no illegality here. I am entitled to that check and could have collected it in any qualified court of law. The man has gone out of his head. I haven't failed yet. You are not in any danger of any legal proceedings, and if you are, I'll help defend you. I can't give you the check back because I haven't it to give, and if I had, I wouldn't. That would be allowing a fool to make a fool of me. I'm sorry, very, but I can't do anything for you. Oh, Mr. Cowperwood. Tears were in Styers's eyes. He'll discharge me. He'll forfeit my sureties. I'll be turned out into the street. I have only a little property of my own, outside of my salary. He wrung his hands, and Cowperwood shook his head sadly. This isn't as bad as you think, Albert. He won't do what he says. He can't. It's unfair and illegal. You can bring suit and recover your salary. I'll help you in that as much as I'm able. But I can't give you back this $60,000 check, because I haven't it to give. I couldn't if I wanted to. It isn't here anymore. I've paid for the securities one bought with it. The securities are not here. They're in the sinking fund, or will be. He paused, wishing he had not mentioned that fact. It was a slip of the tongue, one of the few he ever made, due to the peculiar pressure of the situation. Styers pleaded longer. It was no use, Cowperwood told him. Finally he went away, crestfallen, fearsome, broken. There were tears of suffering in his eyes. Cowperwood was very sorry. And then his father was announced. The elder Cowperwood brought a haggard face. He and Frank had had a long conversation the evening before, lasting until early morning, but it had not been productive of much save uncertainty. "Hello, father," exclaimed Cowperwood, cheerfully, noting his father's gloom. He was satisfied that there was scarcely a coal of hope to be raked out of these ashes of despair, but there was no use admitting it. "Well," said his father, lifting his sad eyes in a peculiar way. "Well, it looks like stormy weather, doesn't it? I've decided to call a meeting of my creditors, father, and ask for time. There isn't anything else to do. I can't realize enough on anything to make it worth while talking about. I thought Stener might change his mind, but he's worse rather than better. His head bookkeeper just went out of here." "What did he want?" asked Henry Cowperwood. "He wanted me to give him back a check for $60,000 that he paid me for some city loan I bought yesterday morning." Frank did not explain to his father, however, that he had hypothecated the certificates this check had paid for, and used the check itself to raise money enough to pay the Girard National Bank and to give himself $35,000 in cash besides. "Well, I declare," replied the old man. "You'd think he'd have better sense than that. That's a perfectly legitimate transaction. When did you say he notified you not to buy city loan?" "Yesterday noon." "He's out of his mind," Cowperwood, Sr. commented, laconically. "It's Mollenhauer and Simpson and Butler, I know. They want my street railway lines. Well, they won't get them. They'll get them through a receivership, and after the panic's all over. Our creditors will have first chance at these. If they buy, they'll buy from them. If it weren't for that $500,000 loan I wouldn't think a thing of this. My creditors would sustain me nicely. But the moment that gets noised around. And this election. I hypothecated those city loan certificates because I didn't want to get on the wrong side of Davison. I expected to take in enough by now to take them up. They ought to be in the sinking fund, really. The old gentleman saw the point at once, and winced. They might cause you trouble, there, Frank. It's a technical question, replied his son. I might have been intending to take them up. As a matter of fact, I will if I can before 3. I've been taking 8 and 10 days to deposit them in the past. In a storm like this I'm entitled to move my pawns as best I can. Cowperwood, the father, put his hand over his mouth again. He felt very disturbed about this. He saw no way out, however. He was at the end of his own resources. He felt the side whiskers on his left cheek. He looked out of the window into the little green court. Possibly it was a technical question, who should say? The financial relations of the city treasury with other brokers before Frank had been very lax. Every banker knew that. Perhaps precedent would or should govern in this case. He could not say. Still, it was dangerous, not straight. If Frank could get them out and deposit them it would be so much better. I'd take them up if I were you and I could, he added. I will if I can. How much money have you? Oh, 20,000, all told. If I suspend, though, I'll have to have a little ready cash. I have 8 or 10,000, or will have by night, I hope. He was thinking of someone who would give him a second mortgage on his house. Cowperwood looked quietly at him. There was nothing more to be said to his father. I'm going to make one more appeal to Stener after you leave here, he said. I'm going over there with Harper Stager when he comes. If he won't change I'll send out notice to my creditors, and notify the Secretary of the Exchange. I want you to keep a stiff upper lip, whatever happens. I know you will, though. I'm going into the thing head down. If Stener had any sense, he paused. But what's the use talking about a damn fool? He turned to the window, thinking of how easy it would have been, if Aileen and he had not been exposed by this anonymous note, to have arranged all with Butler. Rather than injure the party, Butler, in extremis, would have assisted him. Now. His father got up to go. He was as stiff with despair as though he were suffering from cold. Well, he said, wearily. Cowperwood suffered intensely for him. What a shame. His father. He felt a great surge of sorrow sweep over him but a moment later mastered it, and settled to his quick, defiant thinking. As the old man went out, Harper Stager was brought in. They shook hands, and at once started for Stener's office. But Stener had sunk in on himself like an empty gas bag, and no efforts were sufficient to inflate him. They went out, finally, defeated. I tell you, Frank, said Stager, I wouldn't worry. We can tie this thing up legally until election and after, and that will give all this row a chance to die down. Then you can get your people together and talk sense to them. They're not going to give up good properties like this, even if Stener does go to jail. Stager did not know of the $60,000 worth of hypothecated securities as yet. Neither did he know of Aileen Butler and her father's boundless rage. Chapter 30. There was one development in connection with all of this of which Cowperwood was as yet unaware. The same day that brought Edward Butler the anonymous communication in regard to his daughter, brought almost a duplicate of it to Mrs. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, only in this case the name of Aileen Butler had curiously been omitted. Perhaps you don't know that your husband is running with another woman. If you don't believe it, watch the house at 931 North 10th Street. Mrs. Cowperwood was in the conservatory watering some plants when this letter was brought by her maid Monday morning. She was most placid in her thoughts, for she did not know what all the conferring of the night before meant. Frank was occasionally troubled by financial storms, but they did not seem to harm him. Lay it on the table in the library, Annie. I'll get it. She thought it was some social note. In a little while, such was her deliberate way, she put down her sprinkling pot and went into the library. There it was lying on the green leather sheepskin which constituted a part of the ornamentation of the large library table. She picked it up, glanced at it curiously because it was on cheap paper, and then opened it. Her face paled slightly as she read it, and then her hand trembled, not much. Hers was not a soul that ever loved passionately, hence she could not suffer passionately. She was hurt, disgusted, enraged for the moment, and frightened, but she was not broken in spirit entirely. 13 years of life with Frank Cowperwood had taught her a number of things. He was selfish, she knew now, self-centered, and not as much charmed by her as he had been. The fear she had originally felt as to the effect of her preponderance of years had been to some extent justified by the lapse of time. Frank did not love her as he had not for some time, she had felt it. What was it? She had asked herself at times, almost, who was it? Business was engrossing him so. Finance was his master. Did this mean the end of her regime, she queried. Would he cast her off? Where would she go? What would she do? She was not helpless, of course, for she had money of her own which he was manipulating for her. Who was this other woman? Was she young, beautiful, of any social position? Was it? Suddenly she stopped. Was it? Could it be, by any chance, her mouth opened, Aileen Butler? She stood still, staring at this letter, for she could scarcely countenance her own thought. She had observed often, in spite of all their caution, how friendly Aileen had been to him and he to her. He liked her, he never lost a chance to defend her. Lillian had thought of them at times as being curiously suited to each other temperamentally. He liked young people. But, of course, he was married, and Aileen was infinitely beneath him socially, and he had 2 children and herself. And his social and financial position was so fixed and stable that he did not dare trifle with it. Still she paused. For 40 years and 2 children, and some slight wrinkles, and the suspicion that we may be no longer loved as we once were, is apt to make any woman pause, even in the face of the most significant financial position. Where would she go if she left him? What would people think? What about the children? Could she prove this liaison? Could she entrap him in a compromising situation? Did she want to? She saw now that she did not love him as some women love their husbands. She was not wild about him. In a way she had been taking him for granted all these years, had thought that he loved her enough not to be unfaithful to her. At least fancied that he was so engrossed with the more serious things of life that no petty liaison such as this letter indicated would trouble him or interrupt his great career. Apparently this was not true. What should she do? What say? How act? Her none too brilliant mind was not of much service in this crisis. She did not know very well how either to plan or to fight. The conventional mind is at best a petty piece of machinery. It is oyster-like in its functioning, or, perhaps better, clam-like. It has its little siphon of thought processes forced up or down into the mighty ocean of fact and circumstance. But it uses so little, pumps so faintly, that the immediate contiguity of the vast mass is not disturbed. Nothing of the subtlety of life is perceived. No least inkling of its storms or terrors is ever discovered except through accident. When some crude, suggestive fact, such as this letter proved to be, suddenly manifests itself in the placid flow of events, there is great agony or disturbance and clogging of the so-called normal processes. The siphon does not work right. It sucks in fear and distress. There is great grinding of maladjusted parts, not unlike sand in a machine, and life, as is so often the case, ceases or goes lamely ever after. Mrs. Cowperwood was possessed of a conventional mind. She really knew nothing about life. And life could not teach her. Reaction in her from salty thought processes was not possible. She was not alive in the sense that Aileen Butler was, and yet she thought that she was very much alive. All illusion. She wasn't. She was charming if you loved placidity. If you did not, she was not. She was not engaging, brilliant, or forceful. Frank Cowperwood might well have asked himself in the beginning why he married her. He did not do so now because he did not believe it was wise to question the past as to one's failures and errors. It was, according to him, most unwise to regret. He kept his face and thoughts to the future. But Mrs. Cowperwood was truly distressed in her way, and she went about the house thinking, feeling wretchedly. She decided, since the letter asked her to see for herself, to wait. She must think how she would watch this house, if at all. Frank must not know. If it were Aileen Butler by any chance, but surely not, she thought she would expose her to her parents. Still, that meant exposing herself. She determined to conceal her mood as best she could at dinner time, but Cowperwood was not able to be there. He was so rushed, so closeted with individuals, so closely in conference with his father and others, that she scarcely saw him this Monday night, nor the next day, nor for many days. For on Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 he issued a call for a meeting of his creditors, and at 5:30 he decided to go into the hands of a receiver. And yet, as he stood before his principal creditors, a group of 30 men, in his office, he did not feel that his life was ruined. He was temporarily embarrassed. Certainly things looked very black. The city treasurership deal would make a great fuss. Those hypothecated city loan certificates, to the extent of 60,000, would make another, if Stenauer chose. Still, he did not feel that he was utterly destroyed. "Gentlemen," he said, in closing his address of explanation at the meeting, quite as erect, secure, defiant, convincing as he had ever been, "you see how things are. These securities are worth just as much as they ever were. There is nothing the matter with the properties behind them. If you will give me 15 days or 20, I am satisfied that I can straighten the whole matter out. I am almost the only one who can, for I know all about it. The market is bound to recover. Business is going to be better than ever. It's time I want. Time is the only significant factor in this situation. I want to know if you won't give me 15 or 20 days, a month, if you can. That is all I want." He stepped aside and out of the general room, where the blinds were drawn, into his private office, in order to give his creditors an opportunity to confer privately in regard to his situation. He had friends in the meeting who were for him. He waited 1, 2, nearly 3 hours while they talked. Finally Walter Lee, Judge Kitchen, Avery Stone, of J. Cook and Company, and several others came in. They were a committee appointed to gather further information. "Nothing more can be done today, Frank," Walter Lee informed him, quietly. "The majority want the privilege of examining the books. There is some uncertainty about this entanglement with the city treasurer which you say exists. They feel that you'd better announce a temporary suspension, anyhow, and if they want to let you resume later they can do so." "I'm sorry for that, gentlemen," replied Cowperwood, the least bit depressed. "I would rather do anything than suspend for 1 hour, if I could help it, for I know just what it means. You will find assets here far exceeding the liabilities if you will take the stocks at their normal market value. But that won't help any if I close my doors. The public won't believe in me. I ought to keep open." "Sorry, Frank, old boy," observed Lee, pressing his hand affectionately. "If it were left to me personally, you could have all the time you want. There's a crowd of old fogies out there that won't listen to reason. They're panic-struck. I guess they're pretty hard hit themselves. You can scarcely blame them. You'll come out all right, though I wish you didn't have to shut up shop. We can't do anything with them, however. Why, damn it, man, I don't see how you can fail, really. In 10 days these stocks will be all right." Judge Kitchen commiserated with him also, but what good did that do? He was being compelled to suspend. An expert accountant would have to come in and go over his books. Butler might spread the news of this city treasury connection. Stenauer might complain of this last city loan transaction. A half-dozen of his helpful friends stayed with him until 4 o'clock in the morning, but he had to suspend just the same. And when he did that, he knew he was seriously crippled if not ultimately defeated in his race for wealth and fame. When he was really and finally quite alone in his private bedroom he stared at himself in the mirror. His face was pale and tired, he thought, but strong and effective. Pshaw, he said to himself, I'm not whipped. I'm still young. I'll get out of this in some way yet. Certainly I will. I'll find some way out. And so, cogitating heavily, wearily, he began to undress. Finally he sank upon his bed, and in a little while, strange as it may seem, with all the tangle of trouble around him, slept. He could do that, sleep and gurgle most peacefully, the while his father paced the floor in his room, refusing to be comforted. All was dark before the older man, the future hopeless. Before the younger man was still hope. And in her room Lillian Cowperwood turned and tossed in the face of this new calamity. For it had suddenly appeared from news from her father and Frank and Anna and her mother-in-law that Frank was about to fail, or would, or had, it was almost impossible to say just how it was. Frank was too busy to explain. The Chicago fire was to blame. There was no mention as yet of the city treasurership. Frank was caught in a trap, and was fighting for his life. In this crisis, for the moment, she forgot about the note as to his infidelity, or rather ignored it. She was astonished, frightened, dumbfounded, confused. Her little, placid, beautiful world was going around in a dizzy ring. The charming, ornate ship of their fortune was being blown most ruthlessly here and there. She felt it a sort of duty to stay in bed and try to sleep, but her eyes were quite wide, and her brain hurt her. Hours before Frank had insisted that she should not bother about him, that she could do nothing. And she had left him, wondering more than ever what and where was the line of her duty. To stick by her husband, convention told her, and so she decided. Yes, religion dictated that, also custom. There were the children. They must not be injured. Frank must be reclaimed, if possible. He would get over this. But what a blow! Chapter 31. The suspension of the banking house of Frank A. Cowperwood and Company created a great stir on 'Change and in Philadelphia generally. It was so unexpected, and the amount involved was comparatively so large. Actually he failed for $1,250,000. And his assets, under the depressed condition of stock values, barely totaled $750,000. There had been considerable work done on the matter of his balance sheet before it was finally given to the public. But when it was, stocks dropped an additional 3 points generally, and the papers the next day devoted notable headlines to it. Cowperwood had no idea of failing permanently. He merely wished to suspend temporarily, and later, if possible, to persuade his creditors to allow him to resume. There were only two things which stood in the way of this: the matter of the $500,000 borrowed from the city treasury at a ridiculously low rate of interest, which showed plainer than words what had been going on, and the other. The matter of the $60,000 check. His financial wit had told him there were ways to assign his holdings in favor of his largest creditors, which would tend to help him later to resume, and he had been swift to act. Indeed, Harper Stager had drawn up documents which named J. Cook and Company, Edward Clark and Company, Drexel and Company, and others as preferred. He knew that even though dissatisfied holders of smaller shares in his company brought suit and compelled readjustment or bankruptcy later, the intention shown to prefer some of his most influential aides was important. They would like it, and might help him later when all this was over. Besides, suits in plenty are an excellent way of tiding over a crisis of this kind until stocks and common sense are restored, and he was for many suits. Harper Stager smiled once rather grimly, even in the whirl of the financial chaos where smiles were few, as they were figuring it out. "Frank," he said, "you're a wonder. You'll have a network of suits spread here shortly, which no one can break through. They'll all be suing each other." Cowperwood smiled. "I only want a little time, that's all," he replied. Nevertheless, for the first time in his life he was a little depressed, for now this business, to which he had devoted years of active work and thought, was ended. The thing that was troubling him most in all of this was not the $500,000 which was owing the city treasury, and which he knew would stir political and social life to the center once it was generally known, that was a legal or semi-legal transaction. At least, but rather the matter of the $60,000 worth of unrestored city loan certificates which he had not been able to replace in the sinking fund and could not now even though the necessary money should fall from heaven. The fact of their absence was a matter of source. He pondered over the situation a good deal. The thing to do, he thought, if he went to Mollenhauer or Simpson, or both, he had never met either of them, but in view of Butler's desertion they were his only recourse, was to say that, although he could not at present return the $500,000, if no action were taken against him now, which would prevent his resuming his business on a normal scale a little later, he would pledge his word that every dollar of the involved $500,000 would eventually be returned to the Treasury. If they refused, and injury was done him, he proposed to let them wait until he was good and ready, which in all probability would be never. But, really, it was not quite clear how action against him was to be prevented, even by them. The money was down on his books as owing the city treasury, and it was down on the city treasury's books as owing from him. Besides, there was a local organization known as the Citizens' Municipal Reform Association which occasionally conducted investigations in connection with public affairs. His defalcation would be sure to come to the ears of this body and a public investigation might well follow. Various private individuals knew of it already. His creditors, for instance, who were now examining his books. This matter of seeing Mollenhauer or Simpson, or both, was important, anyhow, he thought, but before doing so he decided to talk it all over with Harper Stager. So several days after he had closed his doors, he sent for Stager and told him all about the transaction, except that he did not make it clear that he had not intended to put the certificates in the sinking fund unless he survived quite comfortably. Harper Stager was a tall, thin, graceful, rather elegant man, of gentle voice and perfect manners, who walked always as though he were a cat, and a dog were prowling somewhere in the offing. He had a longish, thin face of a type that is rather attractive to women. His eyes were blue, his hair brown, with a suggestion of sandy red in it. He had a steady, inscrutable gaze which sometimes came to you over a thin, delicate hand, which he laid meditatively over his mouth. He was cruel to the limit of the word, not aggressively but indifferently, for he had no faith in anything. He was not poor. He had not even been born poor. He was just innately subtle, with the rather constructive thought, which was about the only thing that compelled him to work, that he ought to be richer than he was, more conspicuous. Cowperwood was an excellent avenue toward legal prosperity. Besides, he was a fascinating customer. Of all his clients, Stager admired Cowperwood most. "Let them proceed against you," he said on this occasion, his brilliant legal mind taking in all the phases of the situation at once. "I don't see that there is anything more here than a technical charge. If it ever came to anything like that, which I don't think it will, the charge would be embezzlement or perhaps larceny as bailee. In this instance, you were the bailee. And the only way out of that would be to swear that you had received the check with Stenaris' knowledge and consent. Then it would only be a technical charge of irresponsibility on your part, as I see it, and I don't believe any jury would convict you on the evidence of how this relationship was conducted. Still, it might. You never can tell what a jury is going to do. All this would have to come out at a trial, however. The whole thing, it seems to me, would depend on which of you two, yourself or Stenar, the jury would be inclined to believe, and on how anxious this city crowd is to find a scapegoat for Stenar. This coming election is the rub. If this panic had come at any other time. Cowperwood waved for silence. He knew all about that. It all depends on what the politicians decide to do. I'm doubtful. The situation is too complicated. It can't be hushed up. They were in his private office at his house. What will be, he added. What would that mean, Harper, legally, if I were tried on a charge of larceny as bailee, as you put it, and convicted? How many years in the penitentiary at the outside? Stager thought a minute, rubbing his chin with his hand. Let me see, he said, that is a serious question, isn't it? The law says 1 to 5 years at the outside. But the sentences usually average from 1 to 3 years in embezzlement cases. Of course, in this case. I know all about that, interrupted Cowperwood, irritably. My case isn't any different from the others, and you know it. Embezzlement is embezzlement if the politicians want to have it so. He fell to thinking, and Steger got up and strolled about leisurely. He was thinking also. And would I have to go to jail at any time during the proceedings, before a final adjustment of the case by the higher courts? Cowperwood added, directly, grimly, after a time. Yes, there is one point in all legal procedure of the kind, replied Steger, cautiously, now rubbing his ear and trying to put the matter as delicately as possible. You can avoid jail sentences all through the earlier parts of a case like this. But if you are once tried and convicted, it's pretty hard to do anything. As a matter of fact, it becomes absolutely necessary then to go to jail for a few days, 5 or so. Pending the motion for a new trial and the obtaining of a certificate of reasonable doubt. It usually takes that long. The young banker sat there staring out of the window, and Steger observed, "It is a bit complicated, isn't it?" "Well, I should say so," returned Frank, and he added to himself, "Jail. 5 days in prison. That would be a terrific slap, all things considered. 5 days in jail pending the obtaining of a certificate of reasonable doubt, if one could be obtained. He must avoid this. Jail. The penitentiary. His commercial reputation would never survive that. Chapter 32. The necessity of a final conference between Butler, Mollenhauer, and Simpson was speedily reached, for this situation was hourly growing more serious. Rumors were floating about in 3rd Street that in addition to having failed for so large an amount as to have further unsettled the already panicky financial situation induced by the Chicago fire, Cowperwood and Stener, or Stener working with Cowperwood, or the other way round, had involved the city treasury to the extent of $500,000. And the question was how was the matter to be kept quiet until after election, which was still 3 weeks away. Bankers and brokers were communicating odd rumors to each other about a check that had been taken from the city treasury after Cowperwood knew he was to fail, and without Stener's consent. Also that there was danger that it would come to the ears of that very uncomfortable political organization known as the Citizens Municipal Reform Association, of which a well-known iron manufacturer of great probity and moral rectitude, one Skelton C. Wheat, was president. Wheat had for years been following on the trail of the dominant Republican administration in a vain attempt to bring it to a sense of some of its political iniquities. He was a serious and austere man, one of those solemn, self-righteous souls who see life through a peculiar veil of duty, and who, undisturbed by notable animal passions of any kind, go their way of upholding the theory of the 10 Commandments over the order of things as they are. The committee in question had originally been organized to protest against some abuses in the tax department. But since then, from election to election, it had been drifting from one subject to another, finding an occasional evidence of its worthwhileness in some newspaper comment and the frightened reformation of some minor political official who ended, usually, by taking refuge behind the skirts of some higher political power, in the last reaches, Messrs. Butler, Mollenhauer, and Simpson. Just now it was without important fuel or ammunition. And this assignment of Cowperwood, with its attendant crime, so far as the city treasury was concerned, threatened, as some politicians and bankers saw it, to give it just the club it was looking for. However, the decisive conference took place between Cowperwood and the reigning political powers some 5 days after Cowperwood's failure, at the home of Senator Simpson, which was located in Rittenhouse Square, a region central for the older order of wealth in Philadelphia. Simpson was a man of no little refinement artistically, of Quaker extraction, and of great wealth-breeding judgment which he used largely to satisfy his craving for political predominance. He was most liberal where money would bring him a powerful or necessary political adherent. He fairly showered offices, commissionerships, trusteeships, judgeships, political nominations, and executive positions generally, on those who did his bidding faithfully and without question. Compared with Butler and Mollenhauer he was more powerful than either, for he represented the state and the nation. When the political authorities who were trying to swing a national election were anxious to discover what the state of Pennsylvania would do, so far as the Republican Party was concerned, it was to Senator Simpson that they appealed. In the literal sense of the word, he knew. The senator had long since graduated from state to national politics, and was an interesting figure in the United States Senate at Washington, where his voice in all the conservative and moneyed councils of the nation was of great weight. The house that he occupied, of Venetian design, and 4 stories in height, bore many architectural marks of distinction, such as the floriated window, the door with the semi-pointed arch, and medallions of colored marble set in the walls. The senator was a great admirer of Venice. He had been there often, as he had to Athens and Rome, and had brought back many artistic objects representative of the civilizations and refinements of older days. He was fond, for one thing, of the stern, sculptured heads of the Roman emperors, and the fragments of gods and goddesses which are the best testimony of the artistic aspirations of Greece. In the entresol of this house was one of his finest treasures, a carved and floriated base bearing a tapering monolith some 4 feet high, crowned by the head of a peculiarly goatish Pan, by the side of which were the problematic remains of a lovely nude nymph, just the little feet broken off at the ankles. The base on which the feet of the nymph and the monolith stood was ornamented with carved ox skulls intertwined with roses. In his reception hall were replicas of Caligula, Nero, and other Roman emperors. And on his stair walls reliefs of dancing nymphs in procession, and priests bearing offerings of sheep and swine to the sacrificial altars. There was a clock in some corner of the house which chimed the quarter, the half, the 3/4, and the hour in strange, euphonious, and pathetic notes. On the walls of the rooms were tapestries of Flemish origin, and in the reception hall, the library, the living room, and the drawing room, richly carved furniture after the standards of the Italian Renaissance. The senator's taste in the matter of paintings was inadequate, and he mistrusted it, but such as he had were of distinguished origin and authentic. He cared more for his curio cases filled with smaller imported bronzes, Venetian glass, and Chinese jade. He was not a collector of these in any notable sense, merely a lover of a few choice examples. Handsome tiger and leopard skin rugs, the fur of a muskox for his divan, and tanned and brown-stained goat and kid skins for his tables, gave a sense of elegance and reserved profusion. In addition, the senator had a dining room done after the Jacobean idea of artistic excellence, and a wine cellar which the best of the local vintners looked after with extreme care. He was a man who loved to entertain lavishly. And when his residence was thrown open for a dinner, a reception, or a ball, the best of local society was to be found there. The conference was in the senator's library, and he received his colleagues with the genial air of one who has much to gain and little to lose. There were whiskies, wines, cigars on the table, and while Mollenhauer and Simpson exchanged the commonplaces of the day awaiting the arrival of Butler, they lighted cigars and kept their inmost thoughts to themselves. It so happened that upon the previous afternoon Butler had learned from Mr. David Petty, the district attorney, of the $60,000 check transaction. At the same time the matter had been brought to Mollenhauer's attention by Stenar himself. It was Mollenhauer, not Butler, who saw that by taking advantage of Cowperwood's situation, he might save the local party from blame. And at the same time most likely fleece Cowperwood out of his street railway shares without letting Butler or Simpson know anything about it. The thing to do was to terrorize him with a private threat of prosecution. Butler was not long in arriving, and apologized for the delay. Concealing his recent grief behind as jaunty an air as possible, he began with, "It's a lively life I'm lead in, what with every bank in the city wantin' to know how their loans are goin' to be taken care of." He took a cigar and struck a match. "It does look a little threatening," said Senator Simpson, smiling. "Sit down. I have just been talking with Avery Stone, of J. Cook and Company, and he tells me that the talk in 3rd Street about Stenar's connection with this Cowperwood failure is growing very strong. And that the newspapers are bound to take up the matter shortly, unless something is done about it. I am sure that the news will also reach Mr. Wheat, of the Citizens Reform Association, very shortly. We ought to decide now, gentlemen, what we propose to do. One thing, I am sure, is to eliminate Stenaer from the ticket as quietly as possible. This really looks to me as if it might become a very serious issue, and we ought to be doing what we can now to offset its effect later. Mollenhauer pulled a long breath through his cigar, and blew it out in a rolling steel-blue cloud. He studied the tapestry on the opposite wall but said nothing. "There is one thing sure," continued Senator Simpson, after a time, seeing that no one else spoke, "and that is, if we do not begin a prosecution on our own account within a reasonable time, someone else is apt to. And that would put rather a bad face on the matter. My own opinion would be that we wait until it is very plain that prosecution is going to be undertaken by someone else, possibly the Municipal Reform Association, but that we stand ready to step in and act in such a way as to make it look as though we had been planning to do it all the time. The thing to do is to gain time, and so I would suggest that it be made as difficult as possible to get at the treasurer's books. An investigation there, if it begins at all, as I think is very likely, should be very slow in producing the facts." The senator was not at all for mincing words with his important confreres, when it came to vital issues. He preferred, in his grandiloquent way, to call a spade a spade. "Now that sounds like very good sense to me," said Butler, sinking a little lower in his chair for comfort's sake, and concealing his true mood in regard to all this. "The boys could easily make that investigation last 3 weeks, I should think. They're slow enough with everything else, if me memory doesn't fail me." At the same time he was cogitating as to how to inject the personality of Cowperwood and his speedy prosecution without appearing to be neglecting the general welfare of the local party too much. "Yes, that isn't a bad idea," said Mollenhauer, solemnly, blowing a ring of smoke, and thinking how to keep Cowperwood's especial offense from coming up at this conference and until after he had seen him. "We ought to map out our program very carefully," continued Senator Simpson, "so that if we are compelled to act we can do so very quickly. I believe myself that this thing is certain to come to an issue within a week, if not sooner, and we have no time to lose. If my advice were followed now, I should have the mayor write the treasurer a letter asking for information, and the treasurer write the mayor his answer, and also have the mayor, with the authority of the Common Council, suspend the treasurer for the time being. I think we have the authority to do that, or, at least, take over his principal duties but without for the time being, anyhow, making any of these transactions public, until we have to, of course. We ought to be ready with these letters to show to the newspapers at once, in case this action is forced upon us. I could have those letters prepared, if you gentlemen have no objection," put in Mollenhauer, quietly, but quickly. "Well, that strikes me as sensible," said Butler, easily. "It's about the only thing we can do under the circumstances, unless we could find someone else to blame it on, and I have a suggestion to make in that direction. Maybe we're not as helpless as we might be, all things considered." There was a slight gleam of triumph in his eye as he said this, at the same time that there was a slight shadow of disappointment in Mollenhauer's. So Butler knew, and probably Simpson, too. "Just what do you mean?" asked the senator, looking at Butler interestedly. He knew nothing of the $60,000 check transaction. He had not followed the local treasury dealings very closely, nor had he talked to either of his confreres since the original conference between them. "There haven't been any outside parties mixed up with this, have there?" His own shrewd, political mind was working. "No. I wouldn't call him an outside party, exactly, Senator," went on Butler suavely. "It's Cowperwood himself I'm thinkin' of. There's somethin' that has come up since I saw you gentlemen last that makes me think that perhaps that young man isn't as innocent as he might be. It looks to me as though he was the ringleader in this business, as though he had been leadin' Stenaer on against his will. I've been lookin' into the matter on me own account, and as far as I can make out this man Stenaer isn't as much to blame as I thought. From all I can learn, Cowperwood's been threatenin' Stenaer with one thing and another if he didn't give him more money, and only the other day he got a big sum on false pretenses, which might make him equally guilty with Stenaer. There's $60,000 of city loan certificates that has been paid for that aren't in the sinking fund. And since the reputation of the party's in danger this fall, I don't see that we need to have any particular consideration for him." He paused, strong in the conviction that he had sent a most dangerous arrow flying in the direction of Cowperwood, as indeed he had. Yet at this moment, both the senator and Mollenhauer were not a little surprised, seeing at their last meeting he had appeared rather friendly to the young banker. And this recent discovery seemed scarcely any occasion for a vicious attitude on his part. Mollenhauer in particular was surprised, for he had been looking on Butler's friendship for Cowperwood as a possible stumbling block. You don't tell me," observed Senator Simpson, thoughtfully, stroking his mouth with his pale hand. "Yes, I can confirm that," said Mollenhauer, quietly, seeing his own little private plan of browbeating Cowperwood out of his street railway shares going glimmering. "I had a talk with Stener the other day about this very matter, and he told me that Cowperwood had been trying to force him to give him $300,000 more. And that when he refused Cowperwood managed to get $60,000 further without his knowledge or consent." "How could he do that?" asked Senator Simpson, incredulously. Mollenhauer explained the transaction. "Oh," said the senator, when Mollenhauer had finished, "that indicates a rather sharp person, doesn't it? And the certificates are not in the sinking fund, eh?" "They're not," chimed in Butler, with considerable enthusiasm. "Well, I must say," said Simpson, rather relieved in his manner, "this looks like a rather good thing than not to me. A scapegoat possibly. We need something like this. I see no reason under the circumstances for trying to protect Mr. Cowperwood. We might as well try to make a point of that, if we have to. The newspapers might just as well talk loud about that as anything else. They are bound to talk, and if we give them the right angle, I think that the election might well come and go before the matter could be reasonably cleared up, even though Mr. Wheat does interfere. I will be glad to undertake to see what can be done with the papers." "Well, that being the case," said Butler, "I don't see that there's so much more we can do now. But I do think it will be a mistake if Cowperwood isn't punished with the other one. He's equally guilty with Stener, if not more so, and I for one want to see him get what he deserves. He belongs in the penitentiary, and that's where he'll go if I have my say." Both Mollenhauer and Simpson turned a reserved and inquiring eye on their usually genial associate. What could be the reason for his sudden determination to have Cowperwood punished? Cowperwood, as Mollenhauer and Simpson saw it, and as Butler would ordinarily have seen it, was well within his human, if not his strictly legal rights. They did not blame him half as much for trying to do what he had done as they blamed Stener for letting him do it. But, since Butler felt as he did, and there was an actual technical crime here, they were perfectly willing that the party should have the advantage of it, even if Cowperwood went to the penitentiary. "You may be right," said Senator Simpson, cautiously. "You might have those letters prepared, Henry, and if we have to bring any action at all against anybody before election, it would, perhaps, be advisable to bring it against Cowperwood. Include Stener if you have to, but not unless you have to. I leave it to you too, as I am compelled to start for Pittsburgh next Friday, but I know you will not overlook any point." The senator arose. His time was always valuable. Butler was highly gratified by what he had accomplished. He had succeeded in putting the triumvirate on record against Cowperwood as the first victim, in case of any public disturbance or demonstration against the party. All that was now necessary was for that disturbance to manifest itself, and, from what he could see of local conditions, it was not far off. There was now the matter of Cowperwood's disgruntled creditors to look into. And if by buying in these he should succeed in preventing the financier from resuming business, he would have him in a very precarious condition indeed. It was a sad day for Cowperwood, Butler thought, the day he had first tried to lead Aileen astray, and the time was not far off when he could prove it to him. Chapter 33. In the meantime Cowperwood, from what he could see and hear, was becoming more and more certain that the politicians would try to make a scapegoat of him, and that shortly. For one thing, Stiers had called only a few days after he closed his doors and imparted a significant bit of information. Albert was still connected with the city treasury, as was Stener, and engaged with Singstack and another personal appointee of Mollenhaar's in going over the treasurer's books and explaining their financial significance. Stiers had come to Cowperwood primarily to get additional advice in regard to the $60,000 check and his personal connection with it. Stenner, it seemed, was now threatening to have his chief clerk prosecuted, saying that he was responsible for the loss of the money and that his bondsman could be held responsible. Cowperwood had merely laughed and assured Stiers that there was nothing to this. "Albert," he had said, smilingly, "I tell you positively, there's nothing in it. You're not responsible for delivering that check to me. I'll tell you what you do, now. Go and consult my lawyer, Steger. It won't cost you a cent, and he'll tell you exactly what to do. Now go on back and don't worry any more about it. I am sorry this move of mine has caused you so much trouble, but it's 100 to 1 you couldn't have kept your place with a new city treasurer, anyhow, and if I see any place where you can possibly fit in later, I'll let you know." Another thing that made Cowperwood pause and consider at this time was a letter from Aileen, detailing a conversation which had taken place at the Butler dinner table one evening when Butler, the elder, was not at home. She related how her brother Owen in effect had stated that they, the politicians, her father, Mollenhaar, and Simpson, were going to get him yet, meaning Cowperwood. For some criminal financial manipulation of something, she could not explain what, a check or something. Aileen was frantic with worry. Could they mean the penitentiary, she asked in her letter. Her dear lover. Her beloved Frank. Could anything like this really happen to him? His brow clouded, and he set his teeth with rage when he read her letter. He would have to do something about this, see Mollenhaar or Simpson, or both, and make some offer to the city. He could not promise them money for the present, only notes, but they might take them. Surely they could not be intending to make a scapegoat of him over such a trivial and uncertain matter as this check transaction. When there was the $500,000 advanced by Stenner, to say nothing of all the past shady transactions of former city treasurers. How rotten! How political, but how real and dangerous. But Simpson was out of the city for a period of 10 days, and Mollenhaar, having in mind the suggestion made by Butler in regard to utilizing Cowperwood's misdeed for the benefit of the party, had already moved as they had planned. The letters were ready and waiting. Indeed, since the conference, the smaller politicians, taking their cue from the overlords, had been industriously spreading the story of the $60,000 check, and insisting that the burden of guilt for the Treasury defalcation, if any, lay on the banker. The moment Mollenhaar laid eyes on Cowperwood he realized, however, that he had a powerful personality to deal with. Cowperwood gave no evidence of fright. He merely stated, in his bland way, that he had been in the habit of borrowing money from the city treasury at a low rate of interest, and that this panic had involved him so that he could not possibly return it at present. "I have heard rumors, Mr. Mollenhaar," he said, "to the effect that some charge is to be brought against me as a partner with Mr. Stenner in this matter, but I am hoping that the city will not do that, and I thought I might enlist your influence to prevent it. My affairs are not in a bad way at all, if I had a little time to arrange matters. I am making all of my creditors an offer of 50 cents on the dollar now, and giving notes at 1, 2, and 3 years. But in this matter of the city treasury loans, if I could come to terms, I would be glad to make it 100 cents, only I would want a little more time. Stocks are bound to recover, as you know, and, barring my losses at this time, I will be all right. I realize that the matter has gone pretty far already. The newspapers are likely to start talking at any time, unless they are stopped by those who can control them." He looked at Mollenhaar in a complimentary way. "But if I could be kept out of the general proceedings as much as possible, my standing would not be injured, and I would have a better chance of getting on my feet. It would be better for the city, for then I could certainly pay it what I owe it." He smiled his most winsome and engaging smile. And Mollenhaar, seeing him for the first time, was not unimpressed. Indeed, he looked at this young financial David with an interested eye. If he could have seen a way to accept this proposition of Cowperwood's, so that the money offered would have been eventually payable to him, and if Cowperwood had had any reasonable prospect of getting on his feet soon, he would have considered carefully what he had to say. For then Cowperwood could have assigned his recovered property to him. As it was, there was small likelihood of this situation ever being straightened out. The Citizens' Municipal Reform Association, from all he could hear, was already on the move, investigating, or about to, and once they had set their hands to this, would unquestionably follow it closely to the end. The trouble with this situation, Mr. Cowperwood, he said, affably, is that it has gone so far that it is practically out of my hands. I really have very little to do with it. I don't suppose, though, really, it is this matter of the $500,000 loan that is worrying you so much, as it is this other matter of the $60,000 check you received the other day. Mr. Stener insists that you secured that illegally, and he is very much wrought up about it. The mayor and the other city officials know of it now, and they may force some action. I don't know. Mollenhauer was obviously not frank in his attitude, a little bit evasive in his sly reference to his official tool, the mayor, and Cowperwood saw it. It irritated him greatly, but he was tactful enough to be quite suave and respectful. I did get a check for $60,000, that's true, he replied, with apparent frankness, the day before I assigned. It was for certificates I had purchased, however, on Mr. Stener's order, and was due me. I needed the money, and asked for it. I don't see that there is anything illegal in that. Not if the transaction was completed in all its details, replied Mollenhauer, blandly. As I understand it, the certificates were bought for the sinking fund, and they are not there. How do you explain that? An oversight, merely, replied Cowperwood, innocently, and quite as blandly as Mollenhauer. They would have been there if I had not been compelled to assign so unexpectedly. It was not possible for me to attend to everything in person. It has not been our custom to deposit them at once. Mr. Stener will tell you that, if you ask him. You don't say, replied Mollenhauer. He did not give me that impression. However, they are not there, and I believe that makes some difference legally. I have no interest in the matter one way or the other, more than that of any other good Republican. I don't see exactly what I can do for you. What did you think I could do? I don't believe you can do anything for me, Mr. Mollenhauer, replied Cowperwood, a little tartly, unless you are willing to deal quite frankly with me. I am not a beginner in politics in Philadelphia. I know something about the powers in command. I thought that you could stop any plan to prosecute me in this matter, and give me time to get on my feet again. I am not any more criminally responsible for that $60,000 than I am for the $500,000 that I had as loan before it, not as much so. I did not create this panic. I did not set Chicago on fire. Mr. Stener and his friends have been reaping some profit out of dealing with me. I certainly was entitled to make some effort to save myself after all these years of service, and I can't understand why I should not receive some courtesy at the hands of the present city administration, after I have been so useful to it. I certainly have kept city loan at par, and as for Mr. Stener's money, he has never wanted for his interest on that, and more than his interest. Quite so, replied Mollenhauer, looking Cowperwood in the eye steadily and estimating the force and accuracy of the man at their real value. I understand exactly how it has all come about, Mr. Cowperwood. No doubt Mr. Stener owes you a debt of gratitude, as does the remainder of the city administration. I'm not saying what the city administration ought or ought not do. All I know is that you find yourself wittingly or unwittingly in a dangerous situation, and that public sentiment in some quarters is already very strong against you. I personally have no feeling one way or the other, and if it were not for the situation itself, which looks to be out of hand, would not be opposed to assisting you in any reasonable way. But how? The Republican Party is in a very bad position, so far as this election is concerned. In a way, however innocently, you have helped to put it there, Mr. Cowperwood. Mr. Butler, for some reason to which I am not a party, seems deeply and personally incensed. And Mr. Butler is a great power here. Cowperwood began to wonder whether by any chance Butler had indicated the nature of his social offense against himself, but he could not bring himself to believe that. It was not probable. I sympathize with you greatly, Mr. Cowperwood, but what I suggest is that you first see Mr. Butler and Mr. Simpson. If they agree to any program of aid, I will not be opposed to joining. But apart from that I do not know exactly what I can do. I am only one of those who have a slight say in the affairs of Philadelphia. At this point, Mollenhauer rather expected Cowperwood to make an offer of his own holdings, but he did not. Instead he said, "I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. Mollenhauer, for the courtesy of this interview. I believe you would help me if you could. I shall just have to fight it out the best way I can. Good day." And he bowed himself out. He saw clearly how hopeless was his quest. In the meanwhile, finding that the rumors were growing in volume and that no one appeared to be willing to take steps to straighten the matter out, Mr. Skelton C. Wheat, president of the Citizens Municipal Reform Association, was, at last and that by no means against his will, compelled to call together the committee of 10 estimable Philadelphians of which he was chairman. In a local committee hall on Market Street, and lay the matter of the Cowperwood failure before it. "It strikes me, gentlemen," he announced, "that this is an occasion when this organization can render a signal service to the city and the people of Philadelphia, and prove the significance and the merit of the title originally selected for it. By making such a thoroughgoing investigation as will bring to light all the facts in this case, and then by standing vigorously behind them insist that such nefarious practices as we are informed were indulged in this case shall cease. I know it may prove to be a difficult task. The Republican Party and its local and state interests are certain to be against us. Its leaders are unquestionably most anxious to avoid comment and to have their ticket go through undisturbed, and they will not contemplate with any equanimity our opening activity in this matter. But if we persevere, great good will surely come of it. There is too much dishonesty in public life as it is. There is a standard of right in these matters which cannot permanently be ignored, and which must eventually be fulfilled. I leave this matter to your courteous consideration." Mr. Wheat sat down, and the body before him immediately took the matter which he proposed under advisement. It was decided to appoint a subcommittee, to investigate, to quote the statement eventually given to the public, the peculiar rumors now affecting one of the most important and distinguished offices of our municipal government. And to report at the next meeting, which was set for the following evening at 9 o'clock. The meeting adjourned, and the following night at 9 reassembled, for individuals of very shrewd financial judgment having meantime been about the task assigned them. They drew up a very elaborate statement, not wholly in accordance with the facts, but as nearly so as could be ascertained in so short a space of time. It appears, read the report, after a preamble which explained why the committee had been appointed, that it has been the custom of city treasurers for years, when loans have been authorized by councils, to place them in the hands of some favorite broker for sale, the broker accounting to the treasurer for the monies received by such sales at short periods, generally the first of each month. In the present case Frank Cowperwood has been acting as such broker for the city treasurer. But even this vicious and unbusinesslike system appears not to have been adhered to in the case of Mr. Cowperwood. The accident of the Chicago fire, the consequent depression of stock values, and the subsequent failure of Mr. Frank Cowperwood have so involved matters temporarily that the committee has not been able to ascertain with accuracy that regular accounts have been rendered, but from the manner in which Mr. Cowperwood has had possession of bonds, city loan, for hypothecation, etc. It would appear that he has been held to no responsibility in these matters, and that there have always been under his control several $100,000 of cash or securities belonging to the city, which he has manipulated for various purposes. But the details of the results of these transactions are not easily available. Some of the operations consisted of hypothecation of large amounts of these loans before the certificates were issued, the lender seeing that the order for the hypothecated securities was duly made to him on the books of the treasurer. Such methods appear to have been occurring for a long time, and it being incredible that the city treasurer could be unaware of the nature of the business, there is indication of a complicity between him and Mr. Cowperwood to benefit by the use of the city credit, in violation of the law. Furthermore, at the very time these hypothecations were being made, and the city paying interest upon such loans, the money representing them was in the hands of the treasurer's broker and bearing no interest to the city. The payment of municipal warrants was postponed, and they were being purchased at a discount in large amounts by Mr. Cowperwood with the very money that should have been in the city treasury. The bona fide holders of the orders for certificates of loans are now unable to obtain them, and thus the city's credit is injured to a greater extent than the present defalcation, which amounts to over $500,000. An accountant is now at work on the treasurer's books, and a few days should make clear the whole modus operandi. It is hoped that the publicity thus obtained will break up such vicious practices. There was appended to this report a quotation from the law governing the abuse of a public trust. And the committee went on to say that, unless some taxpayer chose to initiate proceedings for the prosecution of those concerned, the committee itself would be called upon to do so. Although such action hardly came within the object for which it was formed. This report was immediately given to the papers. Though some sort of a public announcement had been anticipated by Cowperwood and the politicians, this was, nevertheless, a severe blow. Stener was beside himself with fear. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw the announcement, which was conservatively headed, Meeting of the Municipal Reform Association. All of the papers were so closely identified with the political and financial powers of the city that they did not dare to come out openly and say what they thought. The chief facts had already been in the hands of the various editors and publishers for a week and more, but word had gone around from Mollenhauer, Simpson, and Butler to use the soft pedal for the present. It was not good for Philadelphia, for local commerce, etc., to make a row. The fair name of the city would be smirched. It was the old story. At once the question was raised as to who was really guilty, the city treasurer or the broker, or both. How much money had actually been lost? Where had it gone? Who was Frank Algernon Cowperwood, anyway? Why was he not arrested? How did he come to be identified so closely with the financial administration of the city? And though the day of what later was termed yellow journalism had not arrived, and the local papers were not given to such vital personal comment as followed later, it was not possible, even bound as they were, hand and foot, by the local political and social magnates, to avoid comment of some sort. Editorials had to be written. Some solemn, conservative references to the shame and disgrace which one single individual could bring to a great city and a noble political party had to be ventured upon. That desperate scheme to cast the blame on Cowperwood temporarily, which had been concocted by Mollenhauer, Butler, and Simpson, to get the odium of the crime outside the party lines for the time being, was now lugged forth and put in operation. It was interesting and strange to note how quickly the newspapers, and even the Citizens' Municipal Reform Association, adopted the argument that Cowperwood was largely, if not solely, to blame. Stener had loaned him the money, it is true, had put bond issues in his hands for sale, it is true, but somehow every one seemed to gain the impression that Cowperwood had desperately misused the treasurer. The fact that he had taken a $60,000 check for certificates which were not in the sinking fund was hinted at. Though until they could actually confirm this for themselves, both the newspapers and the committee were too fearful of the state libel laws to say so. In due time there were brought forth several noble municipal letters, purporting to be a stern call on the part of the mayor, Mr. Jacob Borchardt, on Mr. George W. Stener for an immediate explanation of his conduct, and the latter's reply, which were at once given to the newspapers and the Citizens' Municipal Reform Association. These letters were enough to show, so the politicians figured, that the Republican Party was anxious to purge itself of any miscreant within its ranks, and they also helped to pass the time until after election. Office of the Mayor of the City of Philadelphia. George W. Stener, Esq., October 18, 1871. City Treasurer. Dear Sir, information has been given me that certificates of city loan to a large amount, issued by you for sale on account of the city, and, I presume, after the usual requisition from the mayor of the city, have passed out of your custody. And that the proceeds of the sale of said certificates have not been paid into the city treasury. I have also been informed that a large amount of the city's money has been permitted to pass into the hands of some one or more brokers or bankers doing business on 3rd Street. And that said brokers or bankers have since met with financial difficulties, whereby, and by reason of the above generally, the interests of the city are likely to be very seriously affected. I have therefore to request that you will promptly advise me of the truth or falsity of these statements, so that such duties as devolve upon me as the chief magistrate of the city, in view of such facts, if they exist, may be intelligently discharged. Yours respectfully, Jacob Borchardt, Mayor of Philadelphia. Office of the Treasurer of the City of Philadelphia. Hon. Jacob Borchardt. October 19, 1871. Dear Sir, I have to acknowledge the receipt of your communication of the 21st instant, and to express my regret that I cannot at this time give you the information you ask. There is undoubtedly an embarrassment in the city treasury, owing to the delinquency of the broker who for several years past has negotiated the city loans, and I have been, since the discovery of this fact, and still am occupied in endeavoring to avert or lessen the loss with which the city is threatened. I am, very respectfully, George W. Stenner. Office of the Mayor of the City of Philadelphia. George W. Stenner, Esq., October 21, 1871. City Treasurer. Dear Sir, under the existing circumstances you will consider this as a notice of withdrawal and revocation of any requisition or authority by me for the sale of loan, so far as the same has not been fulfilled. Applications for loans may for the present be made at this office. Very respectfully, Jacob Borchardt, Mayor of Philadelphia. And did Mr. Jacob Borchardt write the letters to which his name was attached? He did not. Mr. Abner Singh Stack wrote them in Mr. Mollenhauer's office, and Mr. Mollenhauer's comment when he saw them was that he thought they would do, that they were very good, in fact. And did Mr. George W. Stenner, City Treasurer of Philadelphia, write that very politic reply? He did not. Mr. Stenner was in a state of complete collapse, even crying at one time at home in his bathtub. Mr. Abner Singh Stack wrote that also, and had Mr. Stenner sign it. And Mr. Mollenhauer's comment on that, before it was sent, was that he thought it was all right. It was a time when all the little rats and mice were scurrying to cover because of the presence of a great, fiery-eyed public cat somewhere in the dark, and only the older and wiser rats were able to act. Indeed, at this very time and for some days past now, Messrs. Mollenhauer, Butler, and Simpson were, and had been, considering with Mr. Petty, the district attorney, just what could be done about Cowperwood, if anything, and in order to further emphasize the blame in that direction, and just what defense, if any, could be made for Stenner. Butler, of course, was strong for Cowperwood's prosecution. Petty did not see that any defense could be made for Stenner, since various records of streetcar stocks purchased for him were spread upon Cowperwood's books. But for Cowperwood, let me see, he said. They were speculating, first of all, as to whether it might not be good policy to arrest Cowperwood, and if necessary try him, since his mere arrest would seem to the general public, at least, positive proof of his greater guilt. To say nothing of the virtuous indignation of the administration, and in consequence might tend to divert attention from the evil nature of the party until after election. So finally, on the afternoon of October 26, 1871, Edward Straubach, President of the Common Council of Philadelphia, appeared before the mayor, as finally ordered by Mollenhauer, and charged by affidavit that Frank A. Cowperwood, as broker, employed by the treasurer to sell the bonds of the city, had committed embezzlement and larceny as bailee. It did not matter that he charged George W. Stenner with embezzlement at the same time. Cowperwood was the scapegoat they were after. Chapter 34. The contrasting pictures presented by Cowperwood and Stenner at this time are well worth a moment's consideration. Stenner's face was grayish-white, his lips blue. Cowperwood, despite various solemn thoughts concerning a possible period of incarceration which this hue and cry now suggested, and what that meant to his parents, his wife and children, his business associates, and his friends, was as calm and collected as one might assume his great mental resources would permit him to be. During all this whirl of disaster he had never once lost his head or his courage. That thing conscience, which obsesses and rides some people to destruction, did not trouble him at all. He had no consciousness of what is currently known as sin. There were just two faces to the shield of life from the point of view of his peculiar mind strength and weakness. Right and wrong. He did not know about those. They were bound up in metaphysical abstrusities about which he did not care to bother. Good and evil. Those were toys of clerics, by which they made money. And as for social favor or social ostracism which, on occasion, so quickly followed upon the heels of disaster of any kind, well, what was social ostracism? Had either he or his parents been of the best society as yet? And since not, and despite this present mix-up, might not the future hold social restoration and position for him? It might. Morality and immorality? He never considered them. But strength and weakness, oh, yes. If you had strength you could protect yourself always and be something. If you were weak, pass quickly to the rear and get out of the range of the guns. He was strong, and he knew it, and somehow he always believed in his star. Something, he could not say what, it was the only metaphysics he bothered about, was doing something for him. It had always helped him. It made things come out right at times. It put excellent opportunities in his way. Why had he been given so fine a mind? Why always favored financially, personally? He had not deserved it, earned it. Accident, perhaps, but somehow the thought that he would always be protected, these intuitions, the hunches to act which he frequently had, could not be so easily explained. Life was a dark, insoluble mystery, but whatever it was, strength and weakness were its two constituents. Strength would win, weakness lose. He must rely on swiftness of thought, accuracy, his judgment, and on nothing else. He was really a brilliant picture of courage and energy, moving about briskly in a jaunty, dapper way, his mustaches curled, his clothes pressed, his nails manicured, his face clean-shaven and tinted with health. In the meantime, Cowperwood had gone personally to Skelton C. Wheat and tried to explain his side of the situation, alleging that he had done no differently from many others before him, but Wheat was dubious. He did not see how it was that the $60,000 worth of certificates were not in the sinking fund. Cowperwood's explanation of custom did not avail. Nevertheless, Mr. Wheat saw that others in politics had been profiting quite as much as Cowperwood in other ways, and he advised Cowperwood to turn state's evidence. This, however, he promptly refused to do. He was no squealer, and indicated as much to Mr. Wheat, who only smiled wryly. Butler, Sr., was delighted, concerned though he was about party success at the polls, for now he had this villain in the toils and he would have a fine time getting out of this. The incoming district attorney to succeed David Petty if the Republican Party won would be, as was now planned, an appointee of Butler's, a young Irishman who had done considerable legal work for him, one Dennis Shannon. The other two party leaders had already promised Butler that. Shannon was a smart, athletic, good-looking fellow, all of 5 feet 10 inches in height, sandy-haired, pink-cheeked, blue-eyed, considerable of an orator and a fine legal fighter. He was very proud to be in the old man's favor, to be promised a place on the ticket by him, and would, he said, if elected, do his bidding to the best of his knowledge and ability. There was only one fly in the ointment, so far as some of the politicians were concerned, and that was that if Cowperwood were convicted, Stener must needs be also. There was no escape in so far as anyone could see for the city treasurer. If Cowperwood was guilty of securing by trickery $60,000 worth of the city money, Stener was guilty of securing $500,000. The prison term for this was 5 years. He might plead not guilty, and by submitting as evidence that what he did was due to custom save himself from the odious necessity of pleading guilty, but he would be convicted nevertheless. No jury could get by the fact in regard to him. In spite of public opinion, when it came to a trial there might be considerable doubt in Cowperwood's case. There was none in Stenor's. The practical manner in which the situation was furthered, after Cowperwood and Stenor were formally charged, may be quickly noted. Steger, Cowperwood's lawyer, learned privately beforehand that Cowperwood was to be prosecuted. He arranged at once to have his client appear before any warrant could be served, and to forestall the newspaper palaver which would follow it if he had to be searched for. The mayor issued a warrant for Cowperwood's arrest, and, in accordance with Steger's plan, Cowperwood immediately appeared before Borchardt in company with his lawyer and gave bail in $20,000. W.C. Davison, president of the Girard National Bank, being his surety, for his appearance at the Central Police Station on the following Saturday for a hearing. Marcus Oldslaw, a lawyer, had been employed by Straubach as president of the Common Council, to represent him in prosecuting the case for the city. The mayor looked at Cowperwood curiously, for he, being comparatively new to the political world of Philadelphia, was not so familiar with him as others were, and Cowperwood returned the look pleasantly enough. "This is a great dumb show, Mr. Mayor," he observed once to Borchardt, quietly, and the latter replied, with a smile and a kindly eye, that as far as he was concerned, it was a form of procedure which was absolutely unavoidable at this time. "You know how it is, Mr. Cowperwood," he observed. The latter smiled. "I do, indeed," he said. Later there followed several more or less perfunctory appearances in a local police court, known as the Central Court, where when arraigned he pleaded not guilty, and finally his appearance before the November grand jury, where, owing to the complicated nature of the charge drawn up against him by Petty, he thought it wise to appear. He was properly indicted by the latter body, Shannon, the newly elected district attorney, making a demonstration in force, and his trial ordered for December 5 before a certain Judge Paterson in Part 1 of Quarter Sessions, which was the local branch of the state courts dealing with crimes of this character. His indictment did not occur, however, before the coming and going of the much-mooted fall election, which resulted. Thanks to the clever political manipulations of Mollenhauer and Simpson, ballot box stuffing and personal violence at the polls not barred, in another victory, by, however, a greatly reduced majority. The Citizens Municipal Reform Association, in spite of a resounding defeat at the polls, which could not have happened except by fraud, continued to fire courageously away at those whom it considered to be the chief malefactors. Aileen Butler, during all this time, was following the trend of Cowperwood's outward vicissitudes as heralded by the newspapers and the local gossip with as much interest and bias and enthusiasm for him as her powerful physical and affectional nature would permit. She was no great reasoner where affection entered in, but shrewd enough without it. And, although she saw him often and he told her much as his natural caution would permit, she yet gathered from the newspapers and private conversation, at her own family's table and elsewhere, that, as bad as they said he was not as bad as he might be. One item only, clipped from the Philadelphia Public Ledger soon after Cowperwood had been publicly accused of embezzlement, comforted and consoled her. She cut it out and carried it in her bosom. For, somehow, it seemed to show that her adored Frank was far more sinned against than sinning. It was a part of one of those very numerous pronunciamientos or reports issued by the Citizens Municipal Reform Association, and it ran: "The aspects of the case are graver than have yet been allowed to reach the public. $500,000 of the deficiency arises not from city bonds sold and not accounted for, but from loans made by the treasurer to his broker. The committee is also informed, on what it believes to be good authority, that the loans sold by the broker were accounted for in the monthly settlements at the lowest prices current during the month. And that the difference between this rate and that actually realized was divided between the treasurer and the broker, thus making it to the interest of both parties to bear the market at some time during the month, so as to obtain a low quotation for settlement. Nevertheless, the committee can only regard the prosecution instituted against the broker, Mr. Cowperwood, as an effort to divert public attention from more guilty parties while those concerned may be able to fix matters to suit themselves. There, thought Aileen, when she read it, there you have it. These politicians, her father among them as she gathered after his conversation with her, were trying to put the blame of their own evil deeds on her Frank. He was not nearly as bad as he was painted. The report said so. She gloated over the words, an effort to divert public attention from more guilty parties. That was just what her Frank had been telling her in those happy, private hours when they had been together recently in one place and another, particularly the new rendezvous in South 6th Street which he had established. Since the old one had to be abandoned. He had stroked her rich hair, caressed her body, and told her it was all a prearranged political scheme to cast the blame as much as possible on him and make it as light as possible for Stener and the party generally. He would come out of it all right, he said, but he cautioned her not to talk. He did not deny his long and profitable relations with Stener. He told her exactly how it was. She understood, or thought she did. Anyhow, her Frank was telling her, and that was enough. As for the two Cowperwood households, so recently and pretentiously joined in success, now so gloomily tied in failure, the life was going out of them. Frank Algernon was that life. He was the courage and force of his father, the spirit and opportunity of his brothers, the hope of his children, the estate of his wife, the dignity and significance of the Cowperwood name. All that meant opportunity, force, emolument, dignity, and happiness to those connected with him, he was. And his marvelous sun was waning apparently to a black eclipse. Since the fatal morning, for instance, when Lillian Cowperwood had received that utterly destructive note, like a cannonball ripping through her domestic affairs, she had been walking like one in a trance. Each day now for weeks she had been going about her duties placidly enough to all outward seeming, but inwardly she was running with a troubled tide of thought. She was so utterly unhappy. Her 40th year had come for her at a time when life ought naturally to stand fixed and firm on a solid base, and here she was about to be torn bodily from the domestic soil in which she was growing and blooming, and thrown out indifferently to wither in the blistering noonday sun of circumstance. As for Cowperwood, Sr., his situation at his bank and elsewhere was rapidly nearing a climax. As has been said, he had had tremendous faith in his son. But he could not help seeing that an error had been committed, as he thought, and that Frank was suffering greatly for it now. He considered, of course, that Frank had been entitled to try to save himself as he had. But he so regretted that his son should have put his foot into the trap of any situation which could stir up discussion of the sort that was now being aroused. Frank was wonderfully brilliant. He need never have taken up with the city treasurer or the politicians to have succeeded marvelously. Local street railways and speculative politicians were his undoing. The old man walked the floor all of the days, realizing that his sun was setting, that with Frank's failure he failed, and that this disgrace, these public charges, meant his own undoing. His hair had grown very gray in but a few weeks, his step slow, his face pallid, his eyes sunken. His rather showy side whiskers seemed now like flags or ornaments of a better day that was gone. His only consolation through it all was that Frank had actually got out of his relationship with the Third National Bank without owing it a single dollar. Still, as he knew, the directors of that institution could not possibly tolerate the presence of a man whose son had helped loot the city treasury, and whose name was now in the public prints in this connection. Besides, Cowperwood, Sr., was too old. He ought to retire. The crisis for him therefore came on the day when Frank was arrested on the embezzlement charge. The old man, through Frank, who had it from Stager, knew it was coming, still had the courage to go to the bank, but it was like struggling under the weight of a heavy stone to do it. But before going, and after a sleepless night, he wrote his resignation to Fruin Casson, the chairman of the board of directors, in order that he should be prepared to hand it to him, at once. Casson, a stocky, well-built, magnetic man of 50, breathed an inward sigh of relief at the sight of it. "I know it's hard, Mr. Cowperwood," he said, sympathetically. "We, and I can speak for the other members of the board, we feel keenly the unfortunate nature of your position. We know exactly how it is that your son has become involved in this matter. He is not the only banker who has been involved in the city's affairs. By no means. It is an old system. We appreciate, all of us, keenly, the services you have rendered this institution during the past 35 years. If there were any possible way in which we could help to tide you over the difficulties at this time, we would be glad to do so, but as a banker yourself you must realize just how impossible that would be. Everything is in a turmoil. If things were settled, if we knew how soon this would blow over, he paused, for he felt that he could not go on and say that he or the bank was sorry to be forced to lose Mr. Cowperwood in this way at present. Mr. Cowperwood himself would have to speak. During all this Cowperwood, Sr., had been doing his best to pull himself together in order to be able to speak at all. He had gotten out a large white linen handkerchief and blown his nose, and had straightened himself in his chair, and laid his hands rather peacefully on his desk. Still he was intensely wrought up. "I can't stand this," he suddenly exclaimed. "I wish you would leave me alone now." Casson, very carefully dressed and manicured, arose and walked out of the room for a few moments. He appreciated keenly the intensity of the strain he had just witnessed. The moment the door was closed Cowperwood put his head in his hands and shook convulsively. "I never thought I'd come to this," he muttered. "I never thought it." Then he wiped away his salty hot tears, and went to the window to look out and to think of what else to do from now on. Chapter 35. As time went on Butler grew more and more puzzled and restive as to his duty in regard to his daughter. He was sure by her furtive manner and her apparent desire to avoid him, that she was still in touch with Cowperwood in some way, and that this would bring about a social disaster of some kind. He thought once of going to Mrs. Cowperwood and having her bring pressure to bear on her husband, but afterwards he decided that that would not do. He was not really positive as yet that Aileen was secretly meeting Cowperwood, and, besides, Mrs. Cowperwood might not know of her husband's duplicity. He thought also of going to Cowperwood personally and threatening him, but that would be a severe measure, and again, as in the other case, he lacked proof. He hesitated to appeal to a detective agency, and he did not care to take the other members of the family into his confidence. He did go out and scan the neighborhood of 931 North 10th Street once, looking at the house, but that helped him little. The place was for rent, Cowperwood having already abandoned his connection with it. Finally he hit upon the plan of having Aileen invited to go somewhere some distance off, Boston or New Orleans, where a sister of his wife lived. It was a delicate matter to engineer, and in such matters he was not exactly the soul of tact, but he undertook it. He wrote personally to his wife's sister at New Orleans, and asked her if she would, without indicating in any way that she had heard from him, write his wife and ask if she would not permit Aileen to come and visit her. Writing Aileen an invitation at the same time. But he tore the letter up. A little later he learned accidentally that Mrs. Mollenhauer and her 3 daughters, Caroline, Felicia, and Alta, were going to Europe early in December to visit Paris, the Riviera, and Rome. And he decided to ask Mollenhauer to persuade his wife to invite Nora and Aileen, or Aileen only, to go along, giving as an excuse that his own wife would not leave him, and that the girls ought to go. It would be a fine way of disposing of Aileen for the present. The party was to be gone 6 months. Mollenhauer was glad to do so, of course. The two families were fairly intimate. Mrs. Mollenhauer was willing, delighted from a politic point of view, and the invitation was extended. Nora was overjoyed. She wanted to see something of Europe, and had always been hoping for some such opportunity. Aileen was pleased from the point of view that Mrs. Mollenhauer should invite her. Years before she would have accepted in a flash. But now she felt that it only came as a puzzling interruption, one more of the minor difficulties that were tending to interrupt her relations with Cowperwood. She immediately threw cold water on the proposition, which was made one evening at dinner by Mrs. Butler, who did not know of her husband's share in the matter, but had received a call that afternoon from Mrs. Mollenhauer, when the invitation had been extended. She's very anxious to have you two come along, if your father don't mind, volunteered the mother, and I should think ye'd have a fine time. They're going to Paris and the Riviera. Oh, fine! Exclaimed Nora. I've always wanted to go to Paris. Haven't you, AI? Oh, wouldn't that be fine? I don't know that I want to go, replied Aileen. She did not care to compromise herself by showing any interest at the start. It's coming on winter, and I haven't any clothes. I'd rather wait and go some other time. Oh, Aileen Butler, exclaimed Nora. How you talk. I've heard you say a dozen times you'd like to go abroad some winter. Now when the chance comes, besides you can get your clothes made over there. Couldn't you get something over there? Inquired Mrs. Butler. Besides, you've got 2 or 3 weeks here yet. They wouldn't want a man around as a sort of guide and advisor, would they, Mother? Put in Callum. I might offer my services in that capacity myself, observed Owen, reservedly. I'm sure I don't know, returned Mrs. Butler, smiling, and at the same time chewing a lusty mouthful. You'll have to ASTM, my sons. Aileen still persisted. She did not want to go. It was too sudden. It was this. It was that. Just then old Butler came in and took his seat at the head of the table. Knowing all about it, he was most anxious to appear not to. You wouldn't object, Edward, would you? Queried his wife, explaining the proposition in general. Object. He echoed, with a well-simulated but rough attempt at gaiety. A fine thing I'd be doing for myself, objectin'. I'd be glad if I could get shut of the whole pack of ye for a time. What talk ye have, said his wife. A fine mess you'd make of it livin' alone. I'd not be alone, believe me, replied Butler. There's many a place I'd be welcome in this town, no thanks to ye. And there's many a place ye wouldn't have been if it hadn't been for me. I'm tellin' ye that, retorted Mrs. Butler, genially. And that's not stretchin' the trip much, ain't her, he answered, fondly. Aileen was adamant. No amount of argument both on the part of Nora and her mother had any effect whatever. Butler witnessed the failure of his plan with considerable dissatisfaction, but he was not through. When he was finally convinced that there was no hope of persuading her to accept the Mollenhauer proposition, he decided, after a while, to employ a detective. At that time, the reputation of William A. Pinkerton, of detective fame, and of his agency was great. The man had come up from poverty through a series of vicissitudes to a high standing in his peculiar and, to many, distasteful profession. But to anyone in need of such in themselves calamitous services, his very famous and decidedly patriotic connection with the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln was a recommendation. He, or rather his service, had guarded the latter all his stormy incumbency at the Executive Mansion. There were offices for the management of the company's business in Philadelphia, Washington, and New York, to say nothing of other places. Butler was familiar with the Philadelphia sign, but did not care to go to the office there. He decided, once his mind was made up on this score, that he would go over to New York, where he was told the principal offices were. He made the simple excuse one day of business, which was common enough in his case, and journeyed to New York, nearly 5 hours away as the trains ran then, arriving at 2 o'clock. At the offices on Lower Broadway, he asked to see the manager, whom he found to be a large, gross-featured, heavy-bodied man of 50, gray-eyed, gray-haired, puffily outlined as to countenance, but keen and shrewd, and with short, fat-fingered hands, which drummed idly on his desk as he talked. He was dressed in a suit of dark brown wool cloth, which struck Butler as peculiarly showy, and wore a large horseshoe diamond pin. The old man himself invariably wore conservative gray. "How do you do?" said Butler, when a boy ushered him into the presence of this worthy, whose name was Martinson, Gilbert Martinson, of American and Irish extraction. The latter nodded and looked at Butler shrewdly, recognizing him at once as a man of force and probably of position. He therefore rose and offered him a chair. "Sit down," he said, studying the old Irishman from under thick, bushy eyebrows. "What can I do for you?" "You're the manager, are you?" asked Butler, solemnly, eyeing the man with a shrewd, inquiring eye. "Yes, sir," replied Martinson, simply. "That's my position here. This Mr. Pinkerton that runs this agency, he wouldn't be about this place, now, would he?" asked Butler, carefully. "I'd like to talk to him personally, if I might, meaning no offense to you." "Mr. Pinkerton is in Chicago at present," replied Mr. Martinson. "I don't expect him back for a week or 10 days. You can talk to me, though, with the same confidence that you could to him. I'm the responsible head here. However, you're the best judge of that." Butler debated with himself in silence for a few moments, estimating the man before him. "Are you a family man yourself?" he asked, oddly. "Yes, sir, I'm married," replied Martinson, solemnly. "I have a wife and 2 children." Martinson, from long experience, conceived that this must be a matter of family misconduct, a son, daughter, wife. Such cases were not infrequent. "I thought I would like to talk to Mr. Pinkerton himself, but if you're the responsible head," Butler paused. "I am," replied Martinson. "You can talk to me with the same freedom that you could to Mr. Pinkerton. Won't you come into my private office? We can talk more at ease in there." He led the way into an adjoining room which had 2 windows looking down into Broadway, an oblong table, heavy, brown, smoothly polished, 4 leather-backed chairs, and some pictures of the Civil War battles in which the North had been victorious. Butler followed doubtfully. He hated very much to take anyone into his confidence in regard to Aileen. He was not sure that he would, even now. He wanted to "look these fellies over," as he said in his mind. He would decide then what he wanted to do. He went to one of the windows and looked down into the street, where there was a perfect swirl of omnibuses and vehicles of all sorts. Mr. Martinson quietly closed the door. "Now then, if there's anything I can do for you," Mr. Martinson paused. He thought by this little trick to elicit Boer's real name, it often worked, but in this instance the name was not forthcoming. Butler was too shrewd. "I'm not so sure that I want to go into this," said the old man solemnly. "Certainly not if there's any risk of the thing not being handled in the right way. There's something I want to find out about, something that I ought to know. But it's a very private matter with me, and," he paused to think and conjecture, looking at Mr. Martinson the while. The latter understood his peculiar state of mind. He had seen many such cases. "Let me say right here, to begin with, Mr. Scanlon," interpolated Butler, easily, "that's as good a name as any if you want to use one. I'm keepin' me own to myself for the present." "Scanlon," continued Martinson, easily. "I really don't care whether it's your right name or not. I was just going to say that it might not be necessary to have your right name under any circumstances, it all depends upon what you want to know. But, so far as your private affairs are concerned, they are as safe with us, as if you had never told them to any one. Our business is built upon confidence, and we never betray it. We wouldn't dare. We have men and women who have been in our employ for over 30 years, and we never retire anyone except for cause, and we don't pick people who are likely to need to be retired for cause. Mr. Pinkerton is a good judge of men. There are others here who consider that they are. We handle over 10,000 separate cases in all parts of the United States every year. We work on a case only so long as we are wanted. We try to find out only such things as our customers want. We do not pry unnecessarily into anybody's affairs. If we decide that we cannot find out what you want to know, we are the first to say so. Many cases are rejected right here in this office before we ever begin. Yours might be such a one. We don't want cases merely for the sake of having them, and we are frank to say so. Some matters that involve public policy, or some form of small persecution, we don't touch at all, we won't be a party to them. You can see how that is. You look to me to be a man of the world. I hope I am one. Does it strike you that an organization like ours would be likely to betray anyone's confidence? He paused and looked at Butler for confirmation of what he had just said. It wouldn't seem likely, said the latter, that's the truth. It's not easy to bring your private affairs into the light of day, though, added the old man, sadly. They both rested. Well, said Butler, finally, you look to me to be all right, and I'd like some advice. Mind ye, I'm willing to pay for it well enough, and it isn't anything that'll be very hard to find out. I want to know whether a certain man where I live is goin' with a certain woman, and where. You could find that out easy enough, I believe, couldn't you? Nothing easier, replied Martinson. We are doing it all the time. Let me see if I can help you just a moment, Mr. Scanlon, in order to make it easier for you. It is very plain to me that you don't care to tell any more than you can help, and we don't care to have you tell any more than we absolutely need. We will have to have the name of the city, of course, and the name of either the man or the woman, but not necessarily both of them, unless you want to help us in that way. Sometimes if you give us the name of one party, say the man, for illustration, and the description of the woman, an accurate one, or a photograph, we can tell you after a little while exactly what you want to know. Of course, it's always better if we have full information. You suit yourself about that. Tell me as much or as little as you please, and I'll guarantee that we will do our best to serve you, and that you will be satisfied afterward. He smiled genially. Well, that being the case, said Butler, finally taking the leap, with many mental reservations, however, I'll be plain with you. My name's not Scanlon. It's Butler. I live in Philadelphia. There's a man there, a banker by the name of Cowperwood, Frank A. Cowperwood. Wait a moment, said Martinson, drawing an ample pad out of his pocket and producing a lead pencil, I want to get that. How do you spell it? Butler told him. Yes. Now go on. He has a place in 3rd Street, Frank A. Cowperwood, anyone can show you where it is. He's just failed there recently. Oh, that's the man, interpolated Martinson. I've heard of him. He's mixed up in some city embezzlement case over there. I suppose the reason you didn't go to our Philadelphia office is because you didn't want our local men over there to know anything about it. Isn't that it? That's the man, and that's the reason, said Butler. I don't care to have anything of this known in Philadelphia. That's why I'm here. This man has a house on Girard Avenue, 1937. You can find that out, too, when you get over there. Yes, agreed Mr. Martinson. Well, it's him that I want to know about, him, and a certain woman, or girl, rather. The old man paused and winced at this necessity of introducing Aileen into the case. He could scarcely think of it, he was so fond of her. He had been so proud of Aileen. A dark, smoldering rage burned in his heart against Cowperwood. A relative of yours, possibly, I suppose, remarked Martinson, tactfully. You needn't tell me any more, just give me a description if you wish. We may be able to work from that. He saw quite clearly what a fine old citizen in his way he was dealing with here, and also that the man was greatly troubled. Butler's heavy, meditative face showed it. You can be quite frank with me, Mr. Butler, he added, I think I understand. We only want such information as we must have to help you, nothing more. Yes, said the old man, dourly. She is a relative. She's me daughter, in fact. You look to me like a sensible, honest man. I'm her father, and I wouldn't do anything for the world to harm her. It's tryin' to save her I am. It's him I want. He suddenly closed one big fist forcefully. Martinson, who had 2 daughters of his own, observed the suggestive movement. I understand how you feel, Mr. Butler, he observed. I am a father myself. We'll do all we can for you. If you can give me an accurate description of her, or let one of my men see her at your house or office, accidentally, of course, I think we can tell you in no time at all if they are meeting with any regularity. That's all you want to know, is it, just that? That's all, said Butler, solemnly. Well, that oughtn't to take any time at all, Mr. Butler, 3 or 4 days possibly, if we have any luck, a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. It depends on how long you want us to shadow him in case there is no evidence the first few days. I want to know, however long it takes, replied Butler, bitterly. I want to know, if it takes a month or 2 months or 3 to find out. I want to know. The old man got up as he said this, very positive, very rugged. And don't send me men that haven't sense, lots of it, plays. I want men that are fathers, if you've got them, and that have sense enough to hold their tongues, not bys. I understand, Mr. Butler, Martinson replied. Depend on it, you'll have the best we have, and you can trust them. They'll be discreet. You can depend on that. The way I'll do will be to assign just one man to the case at first, someone you can see for yourself whether you like or not. I'll not tell him anything. You can talk to him. If you like him, tell him, and he'll do the rest. Then, if he needs any more help, he can get it. What is your address? Butler gave it to him. And there'll be no talk about this? None whatever, I assure you. And when will he be comin' along? Tomorrow, if you wish. I have a man I could send tonight. He isn't here now or I'd have him talk with you. I'll talk to him, though, and make everything clear. You needn't worry about anything. Your daughter's reputation will be safe in his hands. Thank you kindly, commented Butler, softening the least bit in a gingerly way. I'm much obliged to you. I'll take it as a great favor, and pay you well. Never mind about that, Mr. Butler, replied Martinson. You're welcome to anything this concern can do for you at its ordinary rates. He showed Butler to the door, and the old man went out. He was feeling very depressed over this, very shabby. To think he should have to put detectives on the track of his Aileen, his daughter. Chapter 36. The very next day there called at Butler's office a long, preternaturally solemn man of noticeable height and angularity, dark-haired, dark-eyed, sallow, with a face that was long and leathery, and particularly hawk-like. Who talked with Butler for over an hour and then departed. That evening he came to the Butler house around dinner time, and, being shown into Butler's room, was given a look at Aileen by a ruse. Butler sent for her, standing in the doorway just far enough to one side to yield a good view of her. The detective stood behind one of the heavy curtains which had already been put up for the winter, pretending to look out into the street. Did anyone drive Sissy this mornin'? Asked Butler of Aileen, inquiring after a favorite family horse. Butler's plan, in case the detective was seen, was to give the impression that he was a horseman who had come either to buy or to sell. His name was Jonas Alderson, and he looked sufficiently like a horse-trader to be one. I don't think so, father, replied Aileen. I didn't. I'll find out. Never mind. What I want to know is, did you intend using her tomorrow? No, not if you want her. Jerry suits me just as well. Very well, then. Leave her in the stable. Butler quietly closed the door. Aileen concluded at once that it was a horse conference. She knew he would not dispose of any horse in which she was interested without first consulting her, and so she thought no more about it. After she was gone, Alderson stepped out and declared that he was satisfied. That's all I need to know, he said. I'll let you know in a few days if I find out anything. He departed, and within 36 hours the house and office of Cowperwood, the house of Butler, the office of Harper Stager, Cowperwood's lawyer, and Cowperwood and Aileen separately and personally were under complete surveillance. It took 6 men to do it at first, and eventually a 7th, when the second meeting place, which was located in South 6th Street, was discovered. All the detectives were from New York. In a week all was known to Alderson. It had been agreed between him and Butler that if Aileen and Cowperwood were discovered to have any particular rendezvous, Butler was to be notified some time when she was there, so that he might go immediately and confront her in person. If he wished. He did not intend to kill Cowperwood, and Alderson would have seen to it that he did not, in his presence at least, but he would give him a good tongue lashing, fell him to the floor, in all likelihood, and march Aileen away. There would be no more lying on her part as to whether she was or was not going with Cowperwood. She would not be able to say after that what she would or would not do. Butler would lay down the law to her. She would reform, or he would send her to a reformatory. Think of her influence on her sister, or on any good girl, knowing what she knew, or doing what she was doing. She would go to Europe after this, or any place he chose to send her. In working out his plan of action it was necessary for Butler to take Alderson into his confidence, and the detective made plain his determination to safeguard Cowperwood's person. "We couldn't allow you to strike any blows or do any violence," Alderson told Butler, when they first talked about it. "It's against the rules. You can go in there on a search warrant, if we have to have one. I can get that for you without anybody's knowing anything about your connection with the case. We can say it's for a girl from New York. But you'll have to go in the presence of my men. They won't permit any trouble. You can get your daughter all right, we'll bring her away, and him, too, if you say so, but you'll have to make some charge against him, if we do. Then there's the danger of the neighbors seeing. You can't always guarantee you won't collect a crowd that way." Butler had many misgivings about the matter. It was fraught with great danger of publicity. Still he wanted to know. He wanted to terrify Aileen if he could, to reform her drastically. Within a week Alderson learned that Aileen and Cowperwood were visiting an apparently private residence, which was anything but that. The house on South 6th Street was one of assignation purely. But in its way it was superior to the average establishment of its kind, of red brick, white stone trimmings, 4 stories high, and all the rooms, some 18 in number, furnished in a showy but cleanly way. Its patronage was highly exclusive, only those being admitted who were known to the mistress, having been introduced by others. This guaranteed that privacy which the illicit affairs of this world so greatly required. The mere phrase, "I have an appointment," was sufficient, where either of the parties was known, to cause them to be shown to a private suite. Cowperwood had known of the place from previous experiences, and when it became necessary to abandon the North 10th Street house, he had directed Aileen to meet him here. The matter of entering a place of this kind and trying to find any one was, as Alderson informed Butler on hearing of its character, exceedingly difficult. It involved the right of search, which was difficult to get. To enter by sheer force was easy enough in most instances where the business conducted was in contradistinction to the moral sentiment of the community, but sometimes one encountered violent opposition from the tenants themselves. It might be so in this case. The only sure way of avoiding such opposition would be to take the woman who ran the place into one's confidence, and by paying her sufficiently ensure silence. But I do not advise that in this instance Alderson had told Butler, for I believe this woman is particularly friendly to your man. It might be better, in spite of the risk, to take it by surprise. To do that, he explained, it would be necessary to have at least 3 men in addition to the leader, perhaps 4, who, once one man had been able to make his entrance into the hallway, on the door being opened in response to a ring, would appear quickly and enter with and sustain him. Quickness of search was the next thing, the prompt opening of all doors. The servants, if any, would have to be overpowered and silenced in some way. Money sometimes did this, force accomplished it at other times. Then one of the detectives simulating a servant could tap gently at the different doors, Butler and the others standing by, and in case a face appeared identify it or not, as the case might be. If the door was not opened and the room was not empty, it could eventually be forced. The house was one of a solid block, so that there was no chance of escape save by the front and rear doors, which were to be safeguarded. It was a daringly conceived scheme. In spite of all this, secrecy in the matter of removing Aileen was to be preserved. When Butler heard of this he was nervous about the whole terrible procedure. He thought once that without going to the house he would merely talk to his daughter declaring that he knew and that she could not possibly deny it. He would then give her her choice between going to Europe or going to a reformatory. But a sense of the raw brutality of Aileen's disposition, and something essentially coarse in himself, made him eventually adopt the other method. He ordered Alderson to perfect his plan, and once he found Aileen or Cowperwood entering the house to inform him quickly. He would then drive there, and with the assistance of these men confront her. It was a foolish scheme, a brutalizing thing to do, both from the point of view of affection and any corrective theory he might have had. No good ever springs from violence. But Butler did not see that. He wanted to frighten Aileen, to bring her by shock to a realization of the enormity of the offense she was committing. He waited fully a week after his word had been given. And then, one afternoon, when his nerves were worn almost thin from fretting, the climax came. Cowperwood had already been indicted, and was now awaiting trial. Aileen had been bringing him news, from time to time, of just how she thought her father was feeling toward him. She did not get this evidence direct from Butler, of course, he was too secretive, in so far as she was concerned, to let her know how relentlessly he was engineering Cowperwood's final downfall, but from odd bits confided to Owen, who confided them to Callum, who in turn, innocently enough, confided them to Aileen. For one thing, she had learned in this way of the new district attorney-elect, his probable attitude, for he was a constant caller at the Butler house or office. Owen had told Callum that he thought Shannon was going to do his best to send Cowperwood up, that the old man thought he deserved it. In the next place she had learned that her father did not want Cowperwood to resume business, did not feel he deserved to be allowed to. It would be a God's blessing if the community were shut of him, he had said to Owen one morning, apropos of a notice in the papers of Cowperwood's legal struggles, and Owen had asked Callum why he thought the old man was so bitter. The two sons could not understand it. Cowperwood heard all this from her, and more, bits about Judge Paterson, the judge who was to try him, who was a friend of Butler's, also about the fact that Stenner might be sent up for the full term of his crime, but that he would be pardoned soon afterward. Apparently Cowperwood was not very much frightened. He told her that he had powerful financial friends who would appeal to the governor to pardon him in case he was convicted. And, anyhow, that he did not think that the evidence was strong enough to convict him. He was merely a political scapegoat through public clamor and her father's influence. Since the latter's receipt of the letter about them he had been the victim of Butler's enmity, and nothing more. If it weren't for your father, honey, he declared, I could have this indictment quashed in no time. Neither Mollenhauer nor Simpson has anything against me personally, I am sure. They want me to get out of the street railway business here in Philadelphia, and, of course, they wanted to make things look better for Stenner at first. But depend upon it, if your father hadn't been against me they wouldn't have gone to any such length in making me the victim. Your father has this fellow Shannon and these minor politicians just where he wants them, too. That's where the trouble lies. They have to go on. Oh, I know, replied Aileen. It's me, just me, that's all. If it weren't for me and what he suspects he'd help you in a minute. Sometimes, you know, I think I've been very bad for you. I don't know what I ought to do. If I thought it would help you any I'd not see you any more for a while, though I don't see what good that would do now. Oh, I love you, Frank. I would do anything for you. I don't care what people think or say. I love you. Oh, you just think you do, he replied, jestingly. You'll get over it. There are others. Others, echoed Aileen, resentfully and contemptuously. After you there aren't any others. I just want one man, my Frank. If you ever desert me, I'll go to hell. You'll see. Don't talk like that, Aileen, he replied, almost irritated. I don't like to hear you. You wouldn't do anything of the sort. I love you. You know I'm not going to desert you. It would pay you to desert me just now. Oh, how you talk, she exclaimed. Desert you. It's likely, isn't it? But if ever you desert me, I'll do just what I say. I swear it. Don't talk like that. Don't talk nonsense. I swear it. I swear by my love. I swear by your success, my own happiness. I'll do just what I say. I'll go to hell. Cowperwood got up. He was a little afraid now of this deep-seated passion he had aroused. It was dangerous. He could not tell where it would lead. It was a cheerless afternoon in November, when Alderson, duly informed of the presence of Aileen and Cowperwood in the South 6th Street house by the detective on guard, drove rapidly up to Butler's office and invited him to come with him. Yet even now Butler could scarcely believe that he was to find his daughter there. The shame of it. The horror. What would he say to her? How reproach her? What would he do to Cowperwood? His large hands shook as he thought. They drove rapidly to within a few doors of the place, where a second detective on guard across the street approached. Butler and Alderson descended from the vehicle, and together they approached the door. It was now almost 4:30 in the afternoon. In a room within the house, Cowperwood, his coat and vest off, was listening to Aileen's account of her troubles. The room in which they were sitting at the time was typical of the rather commonplace idea of luxury which then prevailed. Most of the sets of furniture put on the market for general sale by the furniture companies were, when they approached in any way the correct idea of luxury, imitations of one of the Louis periods. The curtains were always heavy, frequently brocaded, and not infrequently red. The carpets were richly flowered in high colors with a thick, velvet nap. The furniture, of whatever wood it might be made, was almost invariably heavy, floriated, and cumbersome. This room contained a heavily constructed bed of walnut, with washstand, bureau, and wardrobe to match. A large, square mirror in a gold frame was hung over the washstand. Some poor engravings of landscapes and several nude figures were hung in gold frames on the wall. The gilt-framed chairs were upholstered in pink and white flowered brocade, with polished brass tacks. The carpet was of thick Brussels, pale cream and pink in hue, with large blue jardinières containing flowers woven in as ornaments. The general effect was light, rich, and a little stuffy. "You know I get desperately frightened, sometimes," said Aileen. "Father might be watching us, you know. I've often wondered what I'd do if he caught us. I couldn't lie out of this, could I?" "You certainly couldn't," said Cowperwood, who never failed to respond to the incitement of her charms. She had such lovely smooth arms, a full, luxuriously tapering throat and neck. Her golden red hair floated like an aureole about her head, and her large eyes sparkled. The wondrous vigor of a full womanhood was hers, errant, ill-balanced, romantic, but exquisite. "But you might as well not cross that bridge until you come to it," he continued. "I myself have been thinking that we had better not go on with this for the present. That letter ought to have been enough to stop us for the time." He came over to where she stood by the dressing table, adjusting her hair. "You're such a pretty minx," he said. He slipped his arm about her and kissed her pretty mouth. "Nothing sweeter than you this side of paradise," he whispered in her ear. While this was enacting, Butler and the extra detective had stepped out of sight, to one side of the front door of the house, while Alderson, taking the lead, rang the bell. A negro servant appeared. "Is Mrs. Davis in?" he asked, genially, using the name of the woman in control. "I'd like to see her." "Just come in," said the maid, unsuspectingly, and indicated a reception room on the right. Alderson took off his soft, wide-brimmed hat and entered. When the maid went upstairs he immediately returned to the door and let in Butler and two detectives. The four stepped into the reception room unseen. In a few moments the madam, as the current word characterized this type of woman, appeared. She was tall, fair, rugged, and not at all unpleasant to look upon. She had light blue eyes and a genial smile. Long contact with the police and the brutalities of sex in her early life had made her wary, a little afraid of how the world would use her. This particular method of making a living being illicit, and she having no other practical knowledge at her command. She was as anxious to get along peacefully with the police and the public generally as any struggling tradesman in any walk of life might have been. She had on a loose, blue-flowered peignoir, or dressing gown, open at the front, tied with blue ribbons and showing a little of her expensive underwear beneath. A large opal ring graced her left middle finger, and turquoises of vivid blue were pendant from her ears. She wore yellow silk slippers with bronze buckles. And altogether her appearance was not out of keeping with the character of the reception room itself, which was a composite of gold-flowered wallpaper, blue and cream-colored Brussels carpet, heavily gold-framed engravings of reclining nudes, and a gilt-framed pier glass, which rose from the floor to the ceiling. Needless to say, Butler was shocked to the soul of him by this suggestive atmosphere which was supposed to include his daughter in its destructive reaches. Alderson motioned one of his detectives to get behind the woman, between her and the door, which he did. "Sorry to trouble you, Mrs. Davis," he said, "but we are looking for a couple who are in your house here. We're after a runaway girl. We don't want to make any disturbance, merely to get her and take her away." Mrs. Davis paled and opened her mouth. "Now don't make any noise or try to scream, or we'll have to stop you. My men are all around the house. Nobody can get out. Do you know anybody by the name of Cowperwood?" Mrs. Davis, fortunately from one point of view, was not of a particularly nervous nor yet contentious type. She was more or less philosophic. She was not in touch with the police here in Philadelphia, hence subject to exposure. What good would it do to cry out? She thought. The place was surrounded. There was no one in the house at the time to save Cowperwood and Aileen. She did not know Cowperwood by his name, nor Aileen by hers. They were a Mr. and Mrs. Montague to her. "I don't know anybody by that name," she replied nervously. "Isn't there a girl here with red hair?" asked one of Alderson's assistants. "And a man with a gray suit and a light brown mustache? They came in here half an hour ago. You remember them, don't you? There's just one couple in the house, but I'm not sure whether they're the ones you want. I'll ask them to come down if you wish." "Oh, I wish you wouldn't make any disturbance. This is terrible." "We'll not make any disturbance," replied Alderson, "if you don't. Just you be quiet. We merely want to see the girl and take her away. Now, you stay where you are." "What room are they in?" "In the second one in the rear upstairs." "Won't you let me go, though? It will be so much better. I'll just tap and ask them to come out." "No. We'll tend to that. You stay where you are. You're not going to get into any trouble. You just stay where you are," insisted Alderson. He motioned to Butler, who, however, now that he had embarked on his grim task, was thinking that he had made a mistake. What good would it do him to force his way in and make her come out, unless he intended to kill Cowperwood? If she were made to come down here, that would be enough. She would then know that he knew all. He did not care to quarrel with Cowperwood, in any public way, he now decided. He was afraid to. He was afraid of himself. "Let her go," he said grimly, doggedly referring to Mrs. Davis, "but watch her. Tell the girl to come downstairs to me." Mrs. Davis, realizing on the moment that this was some family tragedy, and hoping in an agonized way that she could slip out of it peacefully, started upstairs at once with Alderson and his assistants who were close at his heels. Reaching the door of the room occupied by Cowperwood and Aileen, she tapped lightly. At the time Aileen and Cowperwood were sitting in a big armchair. At the first knock Aileen blanched and leaped to her feet. Usually not nervous, today, for some reason, she anticipated trouble. Cowperwood's eyes instantly hardened. "Don't be nervous," he said, "no doubt it's only the servant. I'll go." He started, but Aileen interfered. "Wait," she said. Somewhat reassured, she went to the closet, and taking down a dressing gown, slipped it on. Meanwhile the tap came again. Then she went to the door and opened it the least bit. "Mrs. Montague," exclaimed Mrs. Davis, in an obviously nervous, forced voice, "there's a gentleman downstairs who wishes to see you." "A gentleman to see me," exclaimed Aileen, astonished and paling. "Are you sure?" "Yes, he says he wants to see you. There are several other men with him. I think it's someone who belongs to you, maybe." Aileen realized on the instant, as did Cowperwood, what had in all likelihood happened. Butler or Mrs. Cowperwood had trailed them, in all probability her father. He wondered now what he should do to protect her, not himself. He was in no way deeply concerned for himself, even here. Where any woman was concerned he was too chivalrous to permit fear. It was not at all improbable that Butler might want to kill him, but that did not disturb him. He really did not pay any attention to that thought, and he was not armed. "I'll dress and go down," he said, when he saw Eileen's pale face. "You stay here. And don't you worry in any way, for I'll get you out of this. Now, don't worry. This is my affair. I got you in it and I'll get you out of it." He went for his hat and coat and added, as he did so, "You go ahead and dress. But let me go first." Aileen, the moment the door closed, had begun to put on her clothes swiftly and nervously. Her mind was working like a rapidly moving machine. She was wondering whether this really could be her father. Perhaps it was not. Might there be some other Mrs. Montague, a real one? Supposing it was her father, he had been so nice to her in not telling the family, in keeping her secret thus far. He loved her, she knew that. It makes all the difference in the world in a child's attitude on an occasion like this whether she has been loved and petted and spoiled, or the reverse. Aileen had been loved and petted and spoiled. She could not think of her father doing anything terrible physically to her or to anyone else. But it was so hard to confront him, to look into his eyes. When she had attained a proper memory of him, her fluttering wits told her what to do. "No, Frank," she whispered, excitedly, "if it's father, you'd better let me go. I know how to talk to him. He won't say anything to me. You stay here. I'm not afraid, really, I'm not. If I want you, I'll call you." He had come over and taken her pretty chin in his hands, and was looking solemnly into her eyes. "You mustn't be afraid," he said. "I'll go down. If it's your father, you can go away with him. I don't think he'll do anything either to you or to me. If it is he, write me something at the office. I'll be there. If I can help you in any way, I will. We can fix up something. There's no use trying to explain this. Say nothing at all." He had on his coat and overcoat, and was standing with his hat in his hand. Aileen was nearly dressed, struggling with the row of red currant-colored buttons which fastened her dress in the back. Cowperwood helped her. When she was ready, hat, gloves, and all, he said, "Now let me go first. I want to see." "No, please, Frank," she begged, courageously. "Let me, I know it's father. Who else could it be?" She wondered at the moment whether her father had brought her two brothers but would not now believe it. He would not do that, she knew. "You can come if I call." She went on. "Nothing's going to happen, though. I understand him. He won't do anything to me. If you go it will only make him angry. Let me go. You stand in the door here. If I don't call, it's all right. Will you?" She put her two pretty hands on his shoulders, and he weighed the matter very carefully. "Very well," he said, "only I'll go to the foot of the stairs with you." They went to the door and he opened it. Outside were Alderson with two other detectives and Mrs. Davis, standing perhaps 5 feet away. "Well," said Cowperwood, commandingly, looking at Alderson. "There's a gentleman downstairs wishes to see the lady," said Alderson. "It's her father, I think," he added quietly. Cowperwood made way for Aileen, who swept by, furious at the presence of men and this exposure. Her courage had entirely returned. She was angry now to think her father would make a public spectacle of her. Cowperwood started to follow. "I'd advise you not to go down there right away," cautioned Alderson, sagely. "That's her father. Butler's her name, isn't it? He don't want you so much as he wants her." Cowperwood nevertheless walked slowly toward the head of the stairs, listening. "What made you come here, father?" he heard Aileen ask. Butler's reply he could not hear, but he was now at ease, for he knew how much Butler loved his daughter. Confronted by her father, Eileen was now attempting to stare defiantly, to look reproachful, but Butler's deep grey eyes beneath their shaggy brows revealed such a weight of weariness and despair as even she, in her anger and defiance, could not openly flaunt. It was all too sad. "I never expected to find you in a place like this, daughter," he said. "I should have thought you would have thought better of yourself." His voice choked and he stopped. "I know who you're here with," he continued, shaking his head sadly. "The dog. I'll get him yet. I've had men watchin' you all the time. Oh, the shame of this day. The shame of this day. You'll be comin' home with me now." "That's just it, father," began Eileen. "You've had men watching me." "I should have thought," she stopped, because he put up his hand in a strange, agonized, and yet dominating way. "None of that. None of that," he said, glowering under his strange, sad, grey brows. "I can't stand it. Don't tempt me. We're not out of this place yet." "He's not. You'll come home with me now." Eileen understood. It was Cowperwood he was referring to. That frightened her. "I'm ready," she replied, nervously. The old man led the way broken-heartedly. He felt he would never live to forget the agony of this hour. Chapter 37. In spite of Butler's rage and his determination to do many things to the financier, if he could, he was so wrought up and shocked by the attitude of Eileen that he could scarcely believe he was the same man he had been 24 hours before. She was so nonchalant, so defiant. He had expected to see her wilt completely when confronted with her guilt. Instead, he found, to his despair, after they were once safely out of the house, that he had aroused a fighting quality in the girl which was not incomparable to his own. She had some of his own and Owen's grit. She sat beside him in the little runabout, not his own, in which he was driving her home, her face coloring and blanching by turns, as different waves of thought swept over her. Determined to stand her ground now that her father had so plainly trapped her, to declare for Cowperwood and her love and her position in general. What did she care, she asked herself, what her father thought now? She was in this thing. She loved Cowperwood, she was permanently disgraced in her father's eyes. What difference could it all make now? He had fallen so low in his parental feeling as to spy on her and expose her before other men, strangers, detectives, Cowperwood. What real affection could she have for him after this? He had made a mistake, according to her. He had done a foolish and a contemptible thing, which was not warranted however bad her actions might have been. What could he hope to accomplish by rushing in on her in this way and ripping the veil from her very soul before these other men, these crude detectives? Oh, the agony of that walk from the bedroom to the reception room. She would never forgive her father for this, never, never, never. He had now killed her love for him, that was what she felt. It was to be a battle royal between them from now on. As they rode, in complete silence for a while, her hands clasped and unclasped defiantly, her nails cutting her palms, and her mouth hardened. It is an open question whether raw opposition ever accomplishes anything of value in this world. It seems so inherent in this mortal scheme of things that it appears to have a vast validity. It is more than likely that we owe this spectacle called life to it, and that this can be demonstrated scientifically. But when that is said and done, what is the value? What is the value of the spectacle? And what the value of a scene such as this enacted between Eileen and her father? The old man saw nothing for it, as they rode on, save a grim contest between them which could end in what? What could he do with her? They were riding away fresh from this awful catastrophe, and she was not saying a word. She had even asked him why he had come there. How was he to subdue her, when the very act of trapping her had failed to do so? His ruse, while so successful materially, had failed so utterly spiritually. They reached the house, and Eileen got out. The old man, too nonplussed to wish to go further at this time, drove back to his office. He then went out and walked, a peculiar thing for him to do. He had done nothing like that in years and years, walking to think. Coming to an open Catholic church, he went in and prayed for enlightenment, the growing dusk of the interior, the single everlasting lamp before the repository of the chalice, and the high white altar set with candles soothing his troubled feelings. He came out of the church after a time and returned home. Aileen did not appear at dinner, and he could not eat. He went into his private room and shut the door, thinking. The dreadful spectacle of Aileen in a house of ill repute burned in his brain. To think that Cowperwood should have taken her to such a place, his Aileen, his and his wife's pet. In spite of his prayers, his uncertainty, her opposition, the puzzling nature of the situation, she must be got out of this. She must go away for a while, give the man up, and then the law should run its course with him. In all likelihood Cowperwood would go to the penitentiary. If ever a man richly deserved to go, it was he. Butler would see that no stone was left unturned. He would make it a personal issue, if necessary. All he had to do was to let it be known in judicial circles that he wanted it so. He could not suborn a jury, that would be criminal, but he could see that the case was properly and forcefully presented. And if Cowperwood were convicted, heaven help him. The appeal of his financial friends would not save him. The judges of the lower and superior courts knew on which side their bread was buttered. They would strain a point in favor of the highest political opinion of the day, and he certainly could influence that. Aileen meanwhile was contemplating the peculiar nature of her situation. In spite of their silence on the way home, she knew that a conversation was coming with her father. It had to be. He would want her to go somewhere. Most likely he would revive the European trip in some form. She now suspected the invitation of Mrs. Mollenhauer as a trick, and she had to decide whether she would go. Would she leave Cowperwood just when he was about to be tried? She was determined she would not. She wanted to see what was going to happen to him. She would leave home first, run to some relative, some friend, some stranger, if necessary, and ask to be taken in. She had some money, a little. Her father had always been very liberal with her. She could take a few clothes and disappear. They would be glad enough to send for her after she had been gone a while. Her mother would be frantic, Nora and Callum and Owen would be beside themselves with wonder and worry. Her father, she could see him. Maybe that would bring him to his senses. In spite of all her emotional vagaries, she was the pride and interest of this home, and she knew it. It was in this direction that her mind was running when her father, a few days after the dreadful exposure in the 6th Street house, sent for her to come to him in his room. He had come home from his office very early in the afternoon, hoping to find Aileen there, in order that he might have a private interview with her, and by good luck found her in. She had had no desire to go out into the world these last few days. She was too expectant of trouble to come. She had just written Cowperwood asking for a rendezvous out on the Wissahickon the following afternoon, in spite of the detectives. She must see him. Her father, she said, had done nothing, but she was sure he would attempt to do something. She wanted to talk to Cowperwood about that. "I've been thinkin' about ye, Aileen, and what ought to be done in this case," began her father without preliminaries of any kind once they were in his office room in the house together. "You're on the road to ruin if any one ever was. I tremble when I think of your immortal soul. I want to do something for ye, my child, before it's too late. I've been reproachin' myself for the last month and more, thinkin', perhaps, it was something I had done, or maybe had failed to do, either me or your mother, that has brought ye to the place where ye are today. Needless to say, it's on me conscience, me child. It's a heartbroken man you're lookin' at this day. I'll never be able to hold me head up again. Oh, the shame, the shame. That I should have lived to see it." "But father," protested Aileen, who was a little distraught at the thought of having to listen to a long preachment which would relate to her duty to God and the church and her family and her mother and him. She realized that all these were important in their way, but Cowperwood and his point of view had given her another outlook on life. They had discussed this matter of families, parents, children, husbands, wives, brothers, sisters, from almost every point of view. Cowperwood's laissez-faire attitude had permeated and colored her mind completely. She saw things through his cold, direct, I satisfy myself attitude. He was sorry for all the little differences of personality that sprang up between people, causing quarrels, bickerings, oppositions, and separation, but they could not be helped. People outgrew each other. Their points of view altered at varying ratios, hence changes. Morals, those who had them, those who hadn't. There was no explaining. As for him, he saw nothing wrong in the sex relationship. Between those who were mutually compatible it was innocent and delicious. Aileen in his arms, unmarried, but loved by him, and he by her, was as good and pure as any living woman, a great deal purer than most. One found oneself in a given social order, theory, or scheme of things. For purposes of social success, in order not to offend, to smooth one's path, make things easy, avoid useless criticism, and the like, it was necessary to create an outward seeming, ostensibly conform. Beyond that it was not necessary to do anything. Never fail, never get caught. If you did, fight your way out silently and say nothing. That was what he was doing in connection with his present financial troubles, that was what he had been ready to do the other day when they were caught. It was something of all this that was coloring Eileen's mood as she listened at present. But father, she protested, I love Mr. Cowperwood. It's almost the same as if I were married to him. He will marry me some day when he gets a divorce from Mrs. Cowperwood. You don't understand how it is. He's very fond of me, and I love him. He needs me. Butler looked at her with strange, non-understanding eyes. Divorce, did you say, he began, thinking of the Catholic Church and its dogma in regard to that. He'll divorce his own wife and children, and for you, will he? He needs you, does he? He added, sarcastically. What about his wife and children? I don't suppose they need him, do they? What talk have ye? Aileen flung her head back defiantly. It's true, nevertheless, she reiterated. You just don't understand. Butler could scarcely believe his ears. He had never heard such talk before in his life from anyone. It amazed and shocked him. He was quite aware of all the subtleties of politics and business, but these of romance were too much for him. He knew nothing about them. To think a daughter of his should be talking like this, and she a Catholic. He could not understand where she got such notions unless it was from the Machiavellian, corrupting brain of Cowperwood himself. How long have ye had these notions, my child? He suddenly asked, calmly and soberly. Where did ye get them? Ye certainly never heard anything like that in this house, I warrant. Ye talk as though ye had gone out of your mind. Oh, don't talk nonsense, father, flared Aileen, angrily, thinking how hopeless it was to talk to her father about such things anyhow. I'm not a child any more. I'm 24 years of age. You just don't understand. Mr. Cowperwood doesn't like his wife. He's going to get a divorce when he can, and will marry me. I love him, and he loves me, and that's all there is to it. Is it, though? Asked Butler, grimly determined by hook or by crook, to bring this girl to her senses. Ye'll be talking no thought of his wife and children then. The fact that he's goin' to jail, besides, is nothin' to ye, I suppose. Ye'd love him just as much in convict stripes, I suppose, more, maybe. The old man was at his best, humanly speaking, when he was a little sarcastic. Ye'll have him that way, likely, if at all. Aileen blazed at once to a furious heat. Yes, I know, she sneered. That's what you would like. I know what you've been doing. Frank does, too. You're trying to railroad him to prison for something he didn't do, and all on account of me. Oh, I know. But you won't hurt him. You can't. He's bigger and finer than you think he is and you won't hurt him in the long run. He'll get out again. You want to punish him on my account, but he doesn't care. I'll marry him anyhow. I love him, and I'll wait for him and marry him, and you can do what you please. So there. Ye'll marry him, will you? Asked Butler, nonplussed and further astounded. So ye'll wait for him and marry him? Ye'll take him away from his wife and children, where, if he were half a man, he'd be stayin' this minute instead of gallivantin' around with you. And marry him? Ye'd disgrace your father and your mother and your family? Ye'll stand here and say this to me, I that have raised ye, cared for ye, and made somethin' of ye? Where would you be if it weren't for me and your poor, hard-workin' mother, schemin' and plannin' for you year in and year out? Ye're smarter than I am, I suppose. Ye know more about the world than I do, or any one else that might want to say anything to ye. I've raised ye to be a fine lady, and this is what I get. Talk about me not bein' able to understand, and ye lovin' a convict to be, a robber, an embezzler, a bankrupt, a lion, the vin. Father, exclaimed Aileen, determinedly. I'll not listen to you talking that way. He's not any of the things that you say. I'll not stay here. She moved toward the door, but Butler jumped up now and stopped her. His face for the moment was flushed and swollen with anger. But I'm not through with him yet, he went on, ignoring her desire to leave, and addressing her direct, confident now that she was as capable as another of understanding him. I'll get him as sure as I have a name. There's law in this land, and I'll have it on him. I'll show him whether he'll come sneakin' into decent homes and robbin' parents of their children. He paused after a time for want of breath and Aileen stared, her face tense and white. Her father could be so ridiculous. He was, contrasted with Cowperwood in his views, so old-fashioned. To think he could be talking of someone coming into their home and stealing her away from him, when she had been so willing to go. What silliness! And yet, why argue? What good could be accomplished, arguing with him here in this way? And so for the moment, she said nothing more, merely looked. But Butler was by no means done. His mood was too stormy even though he was doing his best now to subdue himself. It's too bad, daughter, he resumed quietly, once he was satisfied that she was going to have little, if anything, to say. I'm lettin' my anger get the best of me. It wasn't that I intended talkin' to ye about when I asked ye to come in. It's somethin' else I have on me mind. I was thinkin', perhaps, ye'd like to go to Europe for the time bein' to study music. Ye're not quite yourself just at present. Ye're needin' a rest. It would be good for ye to go away for a while. Ye could have a nice time over there. Nora could go along with ye, if you would, and Sister Constantia that taught you. Ye wouldn't object to havin' her, I suppose. At the mention of this idea of a trip of Europe again, with Sister Constantia and music thrown in to give it a slightly new form, Aileen bridled, and yet half smiled to herself now. It was so ridiculous, so tactless, really, for her father to bring up this now, and especially after denouncing Cowperwood and her, and threatening all the things he had. Had he no diplomacy at all where she was concerned? It was really too funny. But she restrained herself here again, because she felt as well as saw, that argument of this kind was all futile now. I wish you wouldn't talk about that, father, she began, having softened under his explanation. I don't want to go to Europe now. I don't want to leave Philadelphia. I know you want me to go, but I don't want to think of going now. I can't. Butler's brow darkened again. What was the use of all this opposition on her part? Did she really imagine that she was going to master him, her father, and in connection with such an issue as this? How impossible! But tempering his voice as much as possible, he went on, quite softly, in fact. But it would be so fine for ye, Aileen. Ye surely can't expect to stay here after, he paused, for he was going to say, what has happened. He knew she was very sensitive on that point. His own conduct in hunting her down had been such a breach of fatherly courtesy that he knew she felt resentful, and in a way properly so. Still, what could be greater than her own crime? After, he concluded, ye have made such a mistake ye surely wouldn't want to stay here. Ye won't be wantin' to keep up that, committin' a mortal sin. It's against the laws of God and man. He did so hope the thought of sin would come to Aileen, the enormity of her crime from a spiritual point of view, but Aileen did not see it at all. You don't understand me, father, she exclaimed, hopelessly toward the end. You can't. I have one idea, and you have another. But I don't seem to be able to make you understand now. The fact is, if you want to know it, I don't believe in the Catholic Church anymore, so there. The moment Aileen had said this she wished she had not. It was a slip of the tongue. Butler's face took on an inexpressibly sad, despairing look. Ye don't believe in the Church? He asked. No, not exactly, not like you do. He shook his head. The harm that has come to your soul, he replied. It's plain to me, daughter, that something terrible has happened to ye. This man has ruined ye, body and soul. Something must be done. I don't want to be hard on ye, but ye must leave Philadelphia. Ye can't stay here. I can't permit ye. Ye can go to Europe, or ye can go to your aunts in New Orleans, but ye must go somewhere. I can't have ye stayin' here, it's too dangerous. It's sure to be comin' out. The papers'll be havin' it next. Ye're young yet. Your life is before you. I tremble for your soul, but so long as ye're young and alive ye may come to your senses. It's me duty to be hard. It's my obligation to you and the Church. Ye must quit this life. Ye must lave this man. Ye must never see him any more. I can't permit ye. He's no good. He has no intention of marrying ye, and it would be a crime against God and man if he did. No, no. Never that. The man's a bankrupt, a scoundrel, a thief. If ye had him, ye'd soon be the unhappiest woman in the world. He wouldn't be faithful to ye. No, he couldn't. He's not that kind. He paused, sick to the depths of his soul. Ye must go away. I say it once and for all. I mean it kindly, but I want it. I have your best interests at heart. I love ye, but ye must. I'm sorry to see ye go, I'd rather have ye here. No one will be sorrier, but ye must. Ye must make it all seem natural and ordinary to your mother. But ye must go, d'ye hear? Ye must. He paused, looking sadly but firmly at Aileen under his shaggy eyebrows. She knew he meant this. It was his most solemn, his most religious expression. But she did not answer. She could not. What was the use? Only she was not going. She knew that, and so she stood there white and tense. Now get all the clothes ye want, went on Butler, by no means grasping her true mood. Fix yourself up in any way you please. Say where you want to go, but get ready. But I won't, father, finally replied Aileen, equally solemnly, equally determinedly. I won't go. I won't leave Philadelphia. Ye don't mean to say ye will deliberately disobey me when I'm asking ye to do something that's intended for your own good, will ye, daughter? Yes, I will, replied Aileen, determinedly. I won't go. I'm sorry, but I won't. Ye really mean that, d'ye? Asked Butler, sadly but grimly. Yes, I do, replied Aileen, grimly, in return. Then I'll have to see what I can do, daughter, replied the old man. Ye're still my daughter, whatever ye are, and I'll not see ye come to wreck and ruin for want of doin' what I know to be my solemn duty. I'll give ye a few more days to think this over, but go ye must. There's an end of that. There are laws in this land still. There are things that can be done to those who won't obey the law. I found ye this time, much as it hurt me to do it. I'll find ye again if ye try to disobey me. Ye must change your ways. I can't have ye goin' on as ye are. Ye understand now. It's the last word. Give this man up, and ye can have anything ye choose. Yeri my girl, I'll do everything I can in this world to make ye happy. Why shouldn't I? What else have I to live for but me children? It's ye and the rest of them that I've been workin' and plannin' for all these years. Come now, be a good girl. Ye love your old father, don't ye? Why, I rocked ye in my arms as a baby, Aileen. I've watched over ye when you were not bigger than what would rest in me 2 fists here. I've been a good father to ye can't deny that. Look at the other girls you've seen. Have any of them had more nor what ye have had? Ye won't go against me in this. I'm sure ye won't. Ye can't. Ye love me too much, surely ye do, don't ye? His voice weakened. His eyes almost filled. He paused and put a big, brown, horny hand on Eileen's arm. She had listened to his plea not unmoved, really more or less softened, because of the hopelessness of it. She could not give up Cowperwood. Her father just did not understand. He did not know what love was. Unquestionably he had never loved as she had. She stood quite silent while Butler appealed to her. I'd like to, father, she said at last and softly, tenderly. Really I would. I do love you. Yes, I do. I want to please you. But I can't in this, I can't. I love Frank Cowperwood. You don't understand, really you don't. At the repetition of Cowperwood's name Butler's mouth hardened. He could see that she was infatuated, that his carefully calculated plea had failed. So he must think of some other way. Very well, then, he said at last and sadly, oh, so sadly, as Aileen turned away. Have it your own way, if ye will. Ye must go, though, willy-nilly. It can't be any other way. I wish to God it could. Aileen went out, very solemn, and Butler went over to his desk and sat down. Such a situation, he said to himself. Such a complication. Chapter 38. The situation which confronted Aileen was really a trying one. A girl of less innate courage and determination would have weakened and yielded.